Hello, everyone, and welcome. It is our favorite time of the year. It is time for the international, and we have the group stage starting today with Waga and I. Waga, it's great to see you again. How is everything?
Good to see you. I'm doing great. I'm hyped here. We got the groups, and what exciting groups we're starting out with here. I mean, I can barely contain myself to start talking about the matchups we have today, Moxie, because we got some good ones. I'm super hyped for it.
Yeah, I've got a lot of just fun matchups, but the first thing I got to ask you, because everybody asks this question, what team are you rooting for? Who do you want to see go all the way, Waga?
Oh, I mean, I'm always Entity. I'm a diehard Entity fan, so we get to cast them today. We get to see one of their series. But yeah, former teammates and such, it's hard not to root for a guy like Stormstormer as well. I think he's just a very cheerful and happy guy. Basically, everyone who's interacted with him knows he's always walking around with a big smile on his face.
Oh yeah, he's a very pleasant individual for sure. I'm a Stormstormer fan myself, and I haven't had the interactions that you have with him, but he seems like a very talented and very positive human being, which is always great. I know I'm excited. This is the first year that we have 4 South American teams. That's NTIs. That's 4 chances, and I'd love to see. A lot of people have already written off Vivo Keydstars. I think both you and I had a chance to cast the South American regional qualifiers. And I think both of us were really surprised with what they did throughout their run. So I think they could have a run here potentially, along with, the big dogs like Evil Geniuses and Beastcoast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Keydstars, they blew people away in the regionals that you and I were casting. They performed much better than expected. So we got a lot of regional teams here, that we're going to cover today. We get both SMG and also Entity, of course, being regional teams as well, going through qualifiers.
I mean, the big thing going on right now with SMG, I think a lot of people are wondering, are they going to be able to go the distance? Because they weren't able to secure a visa, unfortunately, for their offlaner, Massaro. So they have mind control. And I think some people are wondering, is this just a big hodgepodge of players? Is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's very tough to say until the group start and we get to see the games. There's a lot of unknown, and that's true for not just how the stand-ins are going to work, but also for some of the teams we haven't seen them play in a long time. Like SMG, they have no real official data since the regionals that they played. That's over a month ago now. So it's only like their pubs that you can really go off a little bit and speculate and see how things are going there. But in the regionals, SMG, they looked fantastic. They dropped 2 games only in the Southeast Asian qualifier, and they destroyed Blacklist, who were favored to win.
Again, that comes back to, are they going to be able to just prove themselves in this, group stage because they don't have their full squad? But also on the flip side of that too, we talked a little bit about, SMG. We've got Team Spirit. I think a lot of people are super excited to see what they can pull out here too.
Yeah, Team Spirit. I mean, they had earlier this year a little bit of a rough start, perhaps, and a lot of people were like contemplating, how do they need to change something? Is it their mid player? Like Laurel wasn't looking too solid, but go through the year, we got a first place at Riyadh for Team Spirit, first place at Dream League that just finished up season 21. They have been looking really strong, and Laurel has been silencing a lot of haters lately. He is looking like in form.
Yeah, we love that for him. We love to see it. We love to see, people crushing down all that negativity and rising up, because that is one of the best parts, I think, about TI and seeing these teams move their way up, We always love an underdog story. And then, we haven't really talked about Nine Pandas too much. That's another team that's been kind of, for me, a little bit of a wild card, just because they are so volatile in terms of, what they pick, right? They have picked, I think I looked at one of the stats was 40 different heroes. And what was it, Dasha BetBoom or something like that? They play everything. And a lot of the interviews that I was looking at say, we hate playing against Nine Pandas because they just pick the weirdest stuff. We don't know what they're going to pick.
Nine Pandas are an interesting team like that. They, first of all, play a lot of different things, which is exciting both for us as casters and for viewers as well to follow. But they're also a tricky team to play against because they can pull really, really good series here and there. But overall, they haven't really landed a lot of those top placements. They got 3rd place at DSL Berlin, but other than that, they didn't really get that far. Mostly 5th, 6th place at a lot of events, didn't really get to the very top. So they struggle with consistency, I feel. And, the big thing for them is that their highest level is definitely up there. There's no doubt.
So how far do you think they might be able to take this with the fact that, they are so highly innovative? You kind of have to you guess a little bit. Like obviously, everyone knows that Ramses plays a lot of Alchemist, but is that going to end up winding up being in their favor that they do so many different things? Like it's too hard to prep against them, and it's a lot of it's coming down to, is it a good day for them? Did they have a good breakfast? How's the other team feeling?
I think if there's anyone who is prepared for playing against Nine Pandas, it's gotta be Team Spirit. Like between them and Nine Pandas and BetBoom, you could argue as well. These teams know each other so well, played so many times before. I think the Team Spirit may have their number here in the first match, but of course, there's a lot of prep that is going into this that we are not privy to and do not know what's been going on. So perhaps Nine Pandas is gonna come out strong here. This is the the start of the groups. You want to get a good solid foundation here because the groups are dangerous as ever, right? We got the lowest being eliminated.
Yeah. How do you feel about the way that everything's been I don't want to say redesigned, but it's been moved around a little bit? How do you feel about the way that these are all coming down?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, having 4 different groups with the bottom being eliminated is pretty normal, but then having the phase 2 will enter later where we play for the seeding. It's an interesting new system. And looking at the groups individually here, we got the different ones on screen. I think Group A here is looking so exciting to watch for me, especially perhaps because I cast the Southeast Asian qualifier and I know SMG, they are also crazy. They will play all kinds of different styles. So they will also be unpredictable, similar to Nine Pandas.
Is there a particular, I know a lot of people were talking about a group of death or which group looks particularly scary. Is there one that you think would be the scariest?
I would probably argue for Group B, right? Like Group B is looking very stacked to me. But overall, I think it's a pretty good job balancing the groups. All the groups have, contenders, and it's tough to say that there's any clear results here.
I'm kind of glad. I know sometimes in the past you would have SA immediately facing off with SA. And that was always really tough to see one team immediately eliminated. I like the fact that they are spaced out a little bit more here. There's one in each group. So for me personally, as a SA fan, I really like that. Interesting too, you've got kind of these bigger groupings where you can see, nouns with Beastcoast too, right? You've got Hector facing off with his old squad. Some of his old squad anyways, which I think will be a very interesting match to watch. That's one that I'm excited for, I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of not necessarily grudge matches, but classic matchups here. And, we get to start off on it as well. Like we already mentioned, the Spirit versus Nine Pandas, they've played each other so many times. And maybe that's a good place for them to start, It's familiar territory for both these teams. They don't start with something that they haven't prepared, and at least just get some games going here. We'll see how they're going to shape out in the group.
Now, talk to me a little bit about TI meta, right? Because there always comes a very specific type of meta that gets created between teams. But going into this, we did have a small patch, just a little bit of a balance. What can we expect to see, though, now because of this?
So, there was a little balance patch, and this D-patch brought with it a lot of interesting stuff. Spectre is big on the rise. Spirit Breaker is coming up. We got the fall of PA, not necessarily as important anymore. We have a lot of change-ups, right? CK and Wraith King are becoming popular offlaners. There's a lot of stuff to dive into here, and we'll see. The teams are already heading into the draft. So we got our on screen here. We got the ban on Enchantress by Nine Pandas. They're playing against Team Spirit, Miposhka, of course. Gotta respect that Enchantress, something he's very, very dangerous on.
Yeah, I'm curious because I know a lot of the teams too, we were seeing a bunch that were favoring Pango. I feel like Pango got a bit of a nerf. You're not going to be seeing him quite as much. Don't know if you agree with that. But yeah, you see the rise and fall of certain heroes, and I'm excited to see which ones are going to be taking over TI. I also feel like sometimes they do this big push for the big team fight heroes, right? Like Enigma, Earthshaker, seeing those because they're so hyped to have in the arena. But did anything surprising stick out to you?
No, I think a lot of the changes in the patch made sense. It was just a little nudge here and there, right? And I think that small push though can push some heroes into actually just being maybe broken. Like the CK in particular, I think for me is something that we're going to keep our eyes on because that crit on creeps is insane.
How likely are we to see the Ramses out? Because I know that's something they have really, really enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see it. I think that they're definitely keeping that one in their pocket here because it's something that they have been running with good success, and I don't expect them to shy away from it necessarily. The only thing is that opponents are a bit prepared for it, so maybe they don't want to show it too early that this is what they're gonna play, because then teams should be ready to counter the Alchemist by now.
Well, they still value the Pango that they go, and they banned that out. They know that Laurel's played quite a bit of it. So
Yeah,
not going to allow it there at all.
the nerfs to Pango were mostly just mana nerfs. His strength is still pretty much the same level, so you got to be a little bit more cautious about running out of mana, but I still think Pango is going to be a pretty contested hero this TI overall. We'll see if he falls a little bit, but while he did get nerfs, he's basically still roughly as strong, just more mana intense.
Okay. Can you supplement it with like one of the heroes that does necessarily like give mana? You know, we talked about like IO before, Crystal Maiden, not super popular, but
we got Coddle being played quite a bit, so that would be a possible hero that we might see a little bit. You know, some teams are running a bit of Coddle here and there, and he's becoming, not necessarily one of the heroes of the patch, but he's something to keep an eye on. So it can be solved. It can be solved.
not going to be seeing that. Sven, he's taken out, and the first pick comes on in, and it's going to be a Brewmaster.
Yep, that's still a solid opening. Brewmaster, even though he got the nerf where he doesn't have the extreme split pushing potential anymore with Shard, he's still just so good to have for team fight. Generally does really well in that off lane, so look to see them pair him up with something that can help ignite the Cinder Brew, and that's going to be their off lane opening here.
Is there anything surprising that's kind of slipping through right now? Like, I know Beastmaster has been something that's been popular, so is Doom. Wow, they go for a TA immediately.
Yeah, they react with TA. So this is a hero that is pretty damn good against Brewmaster because you have so much damage to kill off the Brewlings, and you get the potential to have silence as well in the TA Shard. So taking it first phase, though, is definitely a statement here of confidence by 9Pandas, because TA has a lot of counters in the game that she struggles against, and showing her from the get-go like this can be dangerous. But I think they just won it because it matches pretty damn well against Brewmaster with both the silence and kill potential on ulti.
That's fair, but it is a pretty big gamble, like we said. There's just so many counters left or possibilities to work against. We'll have to see if it pays off, for sure.
We'll see what the teams are going to prioritize for mid. I'm curious. You know, I was watching as I was looking through not only the pro games, I also looked a little bit at what they've been playing the last few days here. Kiyotaka played against Laurel yesterday, and Laurel picked Ogre Magi mid. Kiyotaka played Spirit Breaker mid. Kiyotaka won that one. So I'm actually curious if we're going to see Spirit Breaker picked here in this game. He's not banned. I thought they would have been given priority this deep into the pick phase, because that hero is definitely on the rise.
It looks like they've been banning out a ton of these just core heroes. They don't want to give any sort of an edge here to Ramses. The Slark, the Gyro, and the Sven immediately taken out.
Yeah.
What does that indicate to you within the draft then? Is that just like, you know, these are very strong heroes, we don't want to see it, or is there a specific plan that's starting to get shapen up?
It's a little bit telling, because they are basically saying that, you know, we respect that this TA is quite likely going mid, but TA can definitely be played on the safe lane as well. So it's not necessarily glued to one lane already. This is a flex pick opening, whereas Brewmaster, I would say, is almost certainly going to be the off laner for Team Spirit. So they're banning out Sven and Gyro, more of these heroes that can kill off the Brewlings, and then the Slark, who just doesn't really care. He's very hard to be controlled. And there we have the Spectre, like I said, on the rise. Spectre is gaining popularity, would be a very annoying hero for TA to deal with.
Yeah, definitely been seeing more of that hero being played. I know Leomer's probably very happy about that. That's his favorite hero.
Yeah, curious to see what Miero is going to be getting his hands on in this game as well. He normally plays really well on stuff like Lycan and Beastmaster, but he's also been playing a bit of Axe and Centaur, stuff like that, which could be better against Brew. Oh, might actually
There's
be.
your answer.
Might be his Enigma coming out here. That's true.
That's definitely something that he enjoys playing. It's definitely a good hero for the TI group stages. TI in general, we love to see Enigma, big team fight ultimates. do have to be careful though, right? Because you have to, play around that cooldown and have to be very, very mindful about, keeping your Eidolons alive and whatnot. But it's a solid pickup. I'm curious if we're going to see the Doom, the position 5 Doom, because they've run that before.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on maybe Rubik here, like just early snag up something for this Enigma. Sure, Enigma could just play a little bit less around the black hole, but it's not really what you want. So getting maybe a Rubik for some insta-disable and also being able to steal could be nice. They're gonna go and counter the TA really hard with the Phoenix here. And pairs pretty well with Phoenix Brew, like I said, having something to ignite the Cinder Brew. What better way than a Phoenix with an egg and the W, everything.
Yeah, also just being very, very mindful too. If you get that black hole, you need to be careful of the Phoenix is going to be able to, get the egg off and then potentially cancel. But that's definitely interesting. I'm curious too. We've been seeing, Maposhka, he's really got some of the things I was looking up. He's a big fan of like the Bane and the Disruptor. Those are also very strong, but they're going to go for the Vengeful Spirit. So that's going to give them another way to cancel out Black Hole. Gives you that negative armor, which is super nice. And I feel like Magic Missile is gotten a lot stronger.
Yeah,
in the past.
Magic Missile feels great now that it has a full stun duration on level 1 already. It became much better as a support hero since you don't need to have max Magic Missile early before you're impactful. And these two supports, pretty nice with Team Spirit because both of them play it. Between Poshka and Mira, both of them play Phoenix, both of them play Vengeful Spirit. They've been swapping it around a bit. So they can go to whichever lane suits them best here. And just preparing for what 9 Pandas are doing.
It's interesting, though, that they didn't opt to go for Rubik. When I was doing all of my research, it's like every position 4 plays Rubik. And they also have like a lot of combinations where they pretty consistently will play Rubik. Along with, like I know Team Spirit really likes the Storm and Rubik or, just very particular pickups. So it's interesting that they don't really care too much about it. I guess they don't see it as too much of a threat or they feel like they have enough of a counter where, this Enigma's not going to be too big of a factor for them.
I think a good reasoning for their picks here is that they counter out the Enigma pretty hard with both the supports still, the egg like you mentioned, and then the swap as well, while not making themselves vulnerable to TA. Like, Phoenix is very good against TA, much better than Rubik would have been. And Venge is also not that bad because you can mess with TA's positioning with the swap or catch her pretty far away. So maybe Team Spirit had a little bit of a deeper understanding there than the initial just knee-jerk reaction that I had. Maybe Rubik or, Silencer or something against Enigma. So instead it's going to be 9 Pandas getting their hands on Rubik.
You actually bring up a really good point, though. Like, positioning is very important. I feel like Spirit has always been very, very good with that, especially Collapse, right, in the prior games that we've seen. But with the Phoenix, also having a Sun Ray, right, being able to heal up from a distance if people get caught in that black hole or whatnot. Another very nice bonus to having that particular hero. But yeah, Rubik getting picked up on the side of 9 Pandas. You've got the Kunkka picked up. So what does that indicate to us here? Are we seeing this Kunkka as he's moving his way towards that mid?
Yeah, I'm expecting that this is a mid Kunkka. I think it's a +3 Enigma still. They could, of course, put that support. But Kunkka, he's been a menace lately. That hero is so strong. He got a nerf, but that nerf really doesn't stop him from being one of the most solid heroes, I would say, here for this TI. The Aghanim Scepter is insane, and they pick TB into it. I'm a little bit concerned with Team Spirit's decision to go TB here. This is not a hero that does very well against Kunkka and all his AoE control.
What would you have preferred to see get picked up?
Well, the heroes that do well against Kunkka may be heroes that struggle more against stuff like TA. Like, TB is great against TA. Stuff against Kunkka would be like Lifestealer, could be a really good option. Another hero that is becoming popular.
Look at Mira's cam right now. All the fellas, they're happy, they're ready.
That's so funny. Yeah, they're in good moods over there in their booth. What is this?
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so it's all going to come down now to, what is the Laurel hero? You can see that the puck has been, they've taken out the puck on the side of Spirit. No Pugna, no Dazzle. Pugna definitely, I feel like, is going to be creeping up more and more.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, Dazzle has been one of the heroes he's been relying on quite a bit lately, and also he's been playing a lot of Kunkka. Before that, it was all those Earth Spirits and Earth Shakers, but with them being nerfed and also playing any of them into Rubik and Kunkka, it looks really tough. I'm a little bit wondering what it's going to be at the end of the day here for Laura.
Does an Ember fit it? Like, obviously, it's still scary with the X marks the spot, right? And you've got, you know, a couple ways of disable, but there's not a lot of disable coming out. So perhaps one of the Spirit Brothers?
I think maybe a Spirit, but Ember is basically dead. We've seen his funeral pretty much. Teams are just not playing him. We might see him come back, you know? We might see someone play him, but after the nerfs that he got, he fell away from being super popular for like forever to just suddenly not being played. So they're banning out Lina here, getting rid of some lane dominator. I mean, it's looking like they're setting up for a Queen pick, but Queen versus Kunkka is also not that great. Now, of course, the Laurel Invoker was unbanned all this way. Okay, they get their hands on a real comfort pick for him. I missed that they didn't ban Invoker against Laurel.
Yeah, I can get behind this. This gives them just some nice tempo that can also move around with this Brewmaster on the supports while Terrorblade does his thing. Some solutions for, you know, the Templar Assassin. I like it. I can get behind this for sure.
Yeah, this leaves the question here, though, for Nine Pandas. Are they going to pick something else for Miero? How is it going to be here? Is it Flex Enigma? Enigma doesn't lane that well against Terrorblade as well, so do they want to run it support, or are they committing for it?
I don't think you want to run it as a support. I feel like it's a little too do nothing in a sense, like compared to the lanes that they've got going on for the side of Spirit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a hard hero to set up ganks with. It's generally one of the downsides. Enigma support is very tricky to execute, but on the other hand, running as a core here when both the Phoenix Venge and TB came out all with the Enigma in mind, I feel maybe it's smart to fall back on something that suits better for Miero.
Oh, okay. All right. This is a little surprising.
Yeah, this is definitely.
I like it.
This is definitely speaking about the patch. So yeah, they're flexing the Enigma to support. Miero taking the Kunkka to the off lane. Kiyotaka is going to be taking that mid TA, and Ramses is Juggernaut. This is the value of having this flex opening. Like I said, they were flexing the Enigma all the way, and that allowed them to have the Kunkka, which we didn't discuss for the off lane, but he's also been played a lot mid and off lane. These are the two roles that he's sitting on, and then TA flexing from mid and safe lane. So very unpredictable way of drafting, and they get that TA versus Invoker mid matchup now, which is really good for Nine Pandas.
So my question is, now that they moved the Kunkka over to Miero, was this sort of a forcing of the hand situation? Is this still as strong as you would like to see, or does it feel like, Spirit's kind of got their number? They've got them in a little bit of a corner right now.
I think Nine Pandas drafted in a pretty smart way. You could say that it's a very greedy lineup, though. Juggernaut and TA on the same draft can look a little bit too greedy to some people, but the current patch is very greedy. We see a lot of those really, really selfish offlaners, like we see Wraith King and CK and so on. This is, similar mindset here. They're having both the TA and the Juggernaut, and then the Kunkka on the offlane. He's just gonna go control build. Hopefully he provides enough control against the TB to help his team. But yeah, I think Nine Pandas did a great job in the draft here. We'll see if it's going to work against Team Spirit.
Which draft do you think is easier to execute?
I like easier to execute. I would probably say Team Spirit, but it's a bit of a mismatchup, like hero to hero draft here. I think that the Nine Pandas draft suits better in the heads up, but we'll see if ultimately it all comes down to execution, and Spirit, they are among the best. They're really looking sharp lately.
Sounds like you're a little bit on the fence there, Waka. Can you pick one or the other?
Drafts, I'm on Nine Pandas. Gameplay, I think Team Spirit are playing better, so I'm gonna predict that Team Spirit win this one.
All right. Well, we'll have to see who ends up coming out on top. If this Kunkka going to the off lane's enough of a little bit of a surprise here to take them off balance, or if Team Spirit's going to be able to run away with the game. But we are in already.
Yeah, we have them running out, both teams smoking out for a little bit of ward placements as well. And we see double mid wards being placed here by Radiant. So Nine Pandas putting a lot of emphasis on having vision for the first runes here, but also just setting up vision for their mid laner. TA, one of those heroes that can fall to early rotations.
It definitely seems like it's important that they protect Kiyotaka here in this mid lane.
30 seconds to
Yeah,
battle.
a little bit of a standoff here as everybody is just hovering. They see each other.
I mean, that was something like there's a recent interview with Puppy, right? And he was saying like Dota has become very much a like a flowchart game. And it's always been a little bit of a flowchart game, right? Once you've gotten to a certain point, you know what you're supposed to do, but there's just very little left now for innovation, in his opinion.
Yeah, he
You
was...
know exactly when runes are, what you have to go fetch. You know, you don't want to give them away and give them the advantage, but...
Yeah, he was sort of stressing that there are too many objectives that you have to play for. Speaking of the objectives here, though, Team Spirit managed to sneak around with the Phoenix and steal one of the bounty runes. So they get 3 bounty runes on the side of Team Spirit, getting a little bit of a head start. I kind of agree with Puppy that it's hard to be innovative. At the same time, I think a lot of the objectives are really good. I think the favorite objective for me is one that not everyone agrees with as much, perhaps, but the Tormentor. It's so far off to the side that it's tedious to go and take it, and that's perfect. It shouldn't be always do it, you know? In pro games, we see sometimes Tormentors be ignored entirely.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting in the positioning that they have. I know, especially like in pubs, sometimes it's very difficult unless you're already in position to take them right away. They kind of just sit there for a while, but...
Yeah, we see the start here on the lanes. The classic Wex Invoker in this patch. TA getting every single last hit on the first creep wave though, so good start for Kiyotaka.
Is there a lane in particular that you feel is particularly strong that we should be keeping an eye on? I know you're a mid player. You really like watching that matchup in mid, but is that the best one?
I want to see the bottom lane, how it's going to be contended here with the support Enigma. I always find support Enigma to be really exciting to watch because it's tricky how you should execute on it. But Solo, so far, he secured himself his pull, and he's going to get an early pull here. Sadly, just the Kobold creeps, so they're not going to do a great job killing off creeps. The useless family, as I call them, they don't kill any lane creeps.
Ramses might need a little bit of assistance here. We talked about the Cinder Brew. We talked about the fact that there's those fire spirits. He's taking a lot of damage, and he's already used his spin.
Yeah, fantastic harassment here by Mira.
One.
Held the blood grenade through that. I think maybe he could have come in there a blood grenade since the spin was on cooldown, but top lane meanwhile.
Miero, this is not looking great for him right now, and there it is. There's our first blood.
Venge TV, it's such a strong lane combo. You get the Metamorphosis, the slow with the reflection, and then Venge, Wave of Terror, and you just lay in the right clicks. Very tough start here for 9 Pandas on the lane.
Antares needs to be quite careful because they have the level 2 on Maposhka, like you said, with that magic missile and the Wave of Terror. That alone does a lot of harassment, coupled with the Metamorphosis on Terrorblade and the Reflection. Yeah. Very scary lane if they're not careful.
Yeah, I'm looking towards mid lane as well. We already see 17-1 versus the 7 and 0 on Invoker, so a little bit of an outclassing in the CSing, of course, as is expected here. TA does win really hard against Invoker.
Did see some more action in the top lane while this is going on. We talked about, again, this kill threat coming out from Yatoro and Maposhka, but good play from Antares, making sure that he can land the stun, so be pretty calm. And the 3-minute runes are coming up, or rather those lotuses. You can see that's going to be a little bit of a battle in a couple of these lanes. Ramses managing to snatch up one. Gonna put some pressure on him, though, make him pay for it.
Ramses is basically just 1v2 laning, while Solo is attempting to do like small camp pulls. Now he comes in to try and help a bit here, but just be careful not to give away too much golden experience with the Eidolons.
So you mentioned you like watching the, wow, Laurel's pretty low in that mid lane, has to be careful. But you talked about, you know, how you enjoy watching this Enigma, especially support style. What about it is super interesting to you? Because I feel like during laning phase, there's not too much that can really happen here.
Well,
at least not for the early levels.
Yeah, there's a lot of details to why it's not so easy for him here. Team Spirit did a good job cutting some of the trees and making it so he can't just wrap in. It's actually tried to blood grenade here on Collapse.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them because they have that little bit of the snap plus the Eidolons and the support Enigma paying off.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, understanding how to play the lane is very complicated on Enigma, and when you make rotations to the other lane. But so far, Solo, you know, he's doing a good job. He's denied a few creeps with the pulse, and then also coming in for this kill. Same thing top. They're just pulling, trying to get the lane back a bit, put it in a safer spot. Miero going deep for this. Gonna get bullied away.
No surprise. Some pressure though over onto Tars. Has to have that lift again. Realizes he can throw back out throw, but they're moving pretty swiftly here. This is maybe not going to be enough. Oh, we needed one more hit. A nice turret from Miero though. We'll interrupt that.
The dive on mid lane.
They get the kill.
TA with the boots early. Invoker doesn't have boots yet, so he gets run down as well at the same time by this TA. Before even getting level 6, Kiyotaka finds a solo kill. This is a huge takedown, and it's going to put him well ahead. He's already 1,000 gold ahead of the Invoker, only 5 minutes into the game.
That's a pretty great start, especially when you consider this is the hero that's going to be playing the most tempo on the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, this is also, you know, what I consider that TA mid is not necessarily a hero that can't play aggressively early on, can't make plays. And if you get a good matchup like this versus the Invoker, it's so comfortable for him. The only lane that's, you know, that's going really poorly, I want to say, for 9 Pandas right now is that off lane, the Kunkka, trailing behind a bit.
Ooh, that was a nice try coming out from Mira, but unfortunately just not enough. Ramsey's though taking a little bit of a walloping over in the bottom lane. Does have the healing ward up. Not quite enough damage as you see some movement towards this mid lane. Maposhka responding to the fact that they've got Solo rotated with Kiyotaka. Tara is also in position. We'll throw the back missile over onto Solo. And they've got the Phoenix too. A nice tornado. Slows him down. It's still on Solo. Maposhka's gonna fall to the blood grenade.
How did they get the extra kill there?
Movement in this mid lane.
That was nice. Also, good remove on the haste rune immediately there as well by Laurel, having that tornado. So TA can't run people down. Otherwise, that could have been more kills coming out.
I like the rotation. I think they must much rather get... Oh, they still back in on Kiyotaka plus Maposhka with that magic missile. Another tornado coming into play. And there's a nice gank on Kiyotaka here in the mid lane.
While that's happening, though, they use it. I mean, if you put all this focus towards mid lane, bottom lane, they're going to go with the catapult timing and push in, kill, and keep the catapult alive using the Hylons here as well.
So what was more worth it? Getting the kill? I feel like getting the kill on Kiyotaka in the mid lane's more worth just because he was doing so well. Whereas Collapse, it sucks to lose him if you're a Spirit fan, but at the same time, he's having an okay game. He's not having the greatest game, but
yeah, I think the kill bottom was super important because the Brewmaster is trying to rush Midas. So dying there sets back his timing. He is 1,000 gold with gloves. So if he didn't die and he was allowed to farm this creep wave under tower, tower wouldn't take any damage. He would get, you know, almost his entire Midas complete. Instead now, the tower is down to 700 HP already. This is a tower that you don't look to take early on. The enemy offlane towers usually the last tier 1 tower to fall. And instead it's 9 Pandas, you know, almost opening up the map a little bit here.
Does it have a higher priority now that you've got like the wisdom runes and whatnot in this area?
Yeah, much higher. Yeah. Before we had the wisdom and the tormentor, the offlane towers were basically ignored entirely. But now taking them really opens up access to go in and steal and maybe get even in on the ancient stacks a little bit easier.
A lot of pressure again being placed on the mid lane. Solo and Antares both here using those Eidolons from Poshka. Throw out that magic missile. They're going to try to slow down Solo a little bit. They need a bit more damage, and in comes Yathro.
TB's
so
here.
He actually has the core making his way over. They'll get the kill on Solo. And they use the Metamorphosis, so they could turn this into a little bit of a push if they want. That's not typically what we see. Sunray, though, over onto Antares. They want to try to finish him off. Don't quite have that Sunstrike, though, in the position, so Laurel won't find the kill. Will grab themselves a kill on Ramsey's courier, though. That's got to feel pretty good.
Miposhka is barely running away from 2 Eidolons back at his tier 3 tower as well. The Eidolons were chasing him all the way, only 20 HP on him as he was being hunted down, but he makes it out safely. All while this is happening, though, the Kunkka is finding a lot of time and space to recover from his poor start. So the rotation by TB, it was probably necessary, but it did give a little bit of breathing room to Miero, who had a rough beginning here.
More pressure being placed on Ramses in the bot lane. We have not yet seen a split, but with the rotation of Maposhka, I'm curious if we're going to see them put pressure down here. But while we say that, again, over in the mid lane, the Antari is trying to get in a good position here on Laurel, because Kiyotaka is very aggressive.
Yeah, he wants to take mid tower. That's how TAs always play, and with the help from both the supports here, they're going to secure it. There's no way for Team Spirit to defend it. So they are going to be the first ones to start opening the field a little bit, and makes it harder to keep an eye on these power runes now for Team Spirit.
Currently checking out the net worth. Looks like the Terrorblade sitting on top at the moment. Doug's sitting a bit behind, but lane. More pressure being placed on Ramses. Weren't able to quite grab that healing ward. Maposhka hiding in the tree line, though, hoping perhaps they'll come back. Perhaps they'll be greedy. He sees Mira. Need a little bit of the spin. Mira's got to get out of there, though. He's got to get out of there faster.
Yeah.
Oh, he does! He outplays him.
He just dies to a level 3 magic missile there. It's just too low HP on Ramses to really make these plays. He wanted to get the hunt down on the Phoenix, but didn't have the mana for his Omni Slash as well. I think he just realized he was too low resources to do anything, so kind of just traded down.
I think he committed for it at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, running back would not really be better for him. This is problematic, though. Normally, Juggernauts, you want to have a lot more net worth than 3.8 at minute 10. The hero is a strong laner. Meanwhile, Terrorblade flying ahead, 5.4k. He's looking massive, getting, all that good farm. Already has the Dragonlance completed, working towards his Manta Style next.
I mean, how much of that is also the fact that the Cornucopia got sniped on the courier early, too, for Jug?
Yeah, it does hurt him a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe all the attention towards mid made it harder for him than expected. I think it's just Phoenix, though, who has been harassing Juggernaut so well. Mira has done a really good job on his Phoenix.
I myself am a bird enjoyer, so I'm glad to see that Phoenix getting a little bit of love. Always like to see Mira playing this hero, but like you said, very useful in the way that he's been moving around. Does have the egg online now too, so holding on to a smoke, could potentially try to make some moves, but I'd assume that they'd want to do that with Collapse and of course Maposhka.
Yeah, you want to make your big plays around the Brewmaster probably at this time. For now.
All right, top lane. Miro was finally finding a little bit of breathing room. He had picked up the Blade Mail, but unfortunately not going to be enough here. Not with the two of them.
Yeah, the Kunkka, even with the run buff there, goes down pretty fast. And I'm looking to see Nine Panda start to make a move around the Kunkka. Like next Ghost Ship, you want to try and take a fight around, I think, and have the attention of TA go towards that top tier 1 tower. As soon as tier 1 mid falls, you kind of want to refocus. She did clean out the Ancients, though. It was a pretty big Ancient stack, so TA almost catching up to TB now, and she's working on a Blink Dagger.
You can see that they definitely want to be aggressive. Middle lane, the Antares. Stun, followed up with the Sunray, a couple clicks. Will end up falling as Kiyotaka is here. Again, Miro holding onto the egg, can potentially use it. Oh, that's a big hit. They go for the swap, though. Poshka's like, oh man, that was too close.
That's clutch. The 30% damage reduction from the swap makes a difference there as well. Otherwise, the second hit would not really kill, but it would bring him really low on Phoenix. So good save there. Team Spirit staying close to each other, not leaving Phoenix behind.
I mean, that's some like old Western style, like draw, going in for the duel. Can you hit that button fast enough to not die? Whether it's a swap or an egg, because that got real close there for just a little bit of a minute.
Yeah, and using the Tumbler's Toy in a cute way to get up on the high ground, it probably surprised them a little bit. It's the mini Blink Dagger. Now we see
I liked it.
Both teams with a lot of focus to top, especially Team Spirit rotating 4 heroes in here, trying to get another kill on Miro. He's 0, 2, and 0. Did just die before.
Now they do have the Black Hole available, but you've got multiple supports here in position that can potentially cancel it out. So they'll just force back Miro for the time being. Maybe put a little bit of aggression in Miro, trying to find those flame spirits. We'll be able to drop a couple.
Yeah, he runs away safely. The face boot's doing a good job keeping him safe on Kunkka there. Gets himself far away from this eventual no swaps coming in. Meanwhile, this is happening though. Just a little bit of time for finalizing the Battle Fury on Jug on bottom, but Team Spirits, they're not wasting any time at all right now. They're smoking immediately. They know that this TA is probably the priority for them.
Yeah, I'm loving the tempo that they're setting right now. Maposhka is going to find Kitaka immediately, and they're going to unload everything they have. Look at these TPs. They're coming out. And again, they're holding on to those ultimates. Egg's going to get used. The split kiss, using up for the swap from the grouping, but it's not enough. Ataris has put himself in danger after he tried to save his core. It was a valiant effort, but there was just too much that Team Spirit brought to this fight.
That was a nice attempt with the stolen swap, but not going to be enough. And that's going to cost them 2 heroes instead of 1. Now they're just laying into the mid tower. Enigma is sitting around thinking about defending, but...
Ooh, Kunkka's coming over. He's teleporting in, so they could try to go for a black hole potentially. Followed up with a boat combo, but it's just so hard to get in there.
Oh, it whips.
Force coming in, trying to clean up a little bit, but not going to be able to do much more than force them off the tower.
That forces them away, but 80 seconds of no boat gives them another timing window to open up here. Sure, you wasted your egg in Brewmaster ulti to kill the TA first time there, but with boat on cooldown, they could just keep making moves here.
Is it a waste if you get the kill, though?
Yeah. I mean, no, they definitely needed to use their abilities. I use the word, waste. This just committed, let's say. But with this,
it's fine, Laurel, you're a Team Spirit hater.
Laurel rushes back. No, it's just the way teams talk when you scrim. It's like, oh, they killed me, but they wasted 2 ultis. It's the way. It's the copium of a player.
Yes.
Laurel,
I know what that's like.
Laurel opens up the mid tower, and meanwhile, 9 Pandas, they claim the top tower though, so enjoying that top lane. TA gonna farm this side.
Laps is doing a great job of just keeping control of this bottom area. And granted, you have Yathrou who moved over now, but just forcing the Jug to have to TP out.
Yeah.
When it's just the Brewmaster alone, like that's some powerful stuff right there, forcing them into a portion of the map that you want them to be in.
Ramses has not had an easy time on his Juggernaut this game. He's been bullied a lot, even though he only died the 1 time. Having to run away is not a good feeling.
They have vision on Solo and Kiyotaka. Gonna get the X marks the spot up over on the Poshka. A little bit of that melt strike coming in hot. They'll get rid of Venge. Still chasing after Mira. Mira does have the look at that meld. That meld does so much, my goodness. But the Icarus dive, just enough to keep Mira alive and away.
Yeah, gets away safely here. As we now see immediately 9 Pandas going to reclaim their top area. Collapse. He pushed it out, farmed a little bit here. Working on his Radiance needs only 30 gold off right now. Midas Radiance 16 minutes on Brewmaster, and then a Terrorblade at the size that he is at in this game as well. Team Spirit are off to a really good start.
I have to say, I've always enjoyed watching Mira and Maposhka, like as a support duo, move around the way that they do. And it feels like the pressure they've been able to enact is so much stronger than what we're seeing coming out from 9 Pandas. And Tares, he had a great steal with that swap earlier, but he's had to play just so reactive, very defensive, even during laning stage, right? Every time they tried to make plays onto Miero. And then Solo, he's an enigma. Like, there's only so much that he can do. I feel like in some ways these supports just aren't as effective as what Spirit is bringing. As again, see that positioning over onto Solo, just burning them down here. Rest of the team making the rotation. Laura will say thank you for setting that up. I will take that.
Yeah, getting a little bit too far out, and people coming over quickly goes down to just a slow in the rundown. Now with the Radiance as well on the Brew, you just kind of melt if you stick near him. But no, I agree, and I also think there's a lot of pressure here on Kiyotaka on the TA. He has to deliver because, like you said, the supports don't have an easy time to set up stuff on their own, so they need the core heroes to activate and make something happen. The timing for Miero on his Kunkka is going to be the Aghanim, so he's just working on the Ags. TA, though, with the Blink and Dragonlance, is already pretty damn strong.
Kiyotaka just shows up and says, those are my creeps, Miero, don't touch those. Miero's like, please, man, I got like nothing. My lane has been so hard.
Yeah, Collapse running towards mid now, joining the supports.
Yeah, they want Kiyotaka to get Miero nearby. Xbox spot split's gonna come out though from Collapse, and they're just gonna dish out all the damage onto Kiyotaka. He's toast. They're looking for more. They were hoping perhaps I could grab Miero, but he's already hightailed it out of there with those phase boots. It's nothing to do with this. So the Pandas chasing after.
I can go in and swap him here.
They're going to go in for it, I think, although they do get the steal from Antara. And Arrow, though, he's just so far behind with Yatoro here with that metamorphosis. It's just too hard as Antara decides he wants to use the split himself. But now Solo, he's left alone here in this top lane. They'll turn their attention. This is not where he wants to be right now. He is definitely going to die as they clean up 3 heroes in one fell swoop.
They're just running wherever they want. They're absolutely diving them here, going behind the tier 2 towers, diving there, and then going behind another tier 2 tower, going through and killing the Enigma as well. This is Team Spirit just owning the map right now. And all the while this is happening, the Juggernaut Ramses is trying to work as hard as he can to try and farm something up, but quickly the game is falling out of their control fully.
Yeah, he loses his courier again. It just feels like every time you try to step outside, and like we said, you know, Antares, he's trying to do a little bit of dewarding, trying to get rid of things, and does manage to shift at the last second. Is going to be enough though with that Flame Spirit, with the Urn Charge.
Oh, he takes it's just barely. The final tick of the Spirit Vessel is what's going to bring him down. And yeah, we see Laurel and his Invoker just activate here. I can't believe that they actually didn't bat all the way until the final phase. Like, we saw how hard he was getting destroyed in lane, and now at 19 minutes, he's 5-1-6. He's running around, he's owning, he's ahead of the TA in net worth. This man knows Invoker really damn well.
Now they are going for the Roche, but Miposhka's here. He's going to get some vision. You can bet that, yeah, look at these Power Ranger TPs, the swap immediately. They want to try to get rid of Ramses. A beautiful tornado in a bottleneck position. Not going to be quite enough, I don't think, to save Miposhka, but it's enough to start putting pressure down. As now you've got 4 heroes. Egg's going to get used. They're stuck in a little border. They're going to try to go for the Omni Slash. They're still going to end up losing the arrow. Ramses, he can't do anything. He is just in a bad position as the rest of the Spirit running down the Pandas. They are going to be able to clean up one more, and they see Solo. Man, this man has not been able to use a single black hole. Not going to be able to quite land the Sunstrike. He's going to be able to walk away, but this Roche, is he going to be able to walk away? No, he turns back around. He doesn't realize they're still chasing him. They still want blood. Laurel's going to say, all right, I trust you guys. You got this.
Yeah.
Collapse, man. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that was the perfect connection there with both the Egg and Collapse running in with his Radiance on the Brewmaster. When he gets the Drunken Haze on everybody there after they commit, they used so many spells and resources to bring down the Vengeful Spirit. And at the end of the day, he was just a bait. He even got to swap out, so he had the 30% damage reduction and took a while to kill him. And then they were all just caught out in a really horrible position. And now it's Team Spirit saying, okay, thank you for warming up Roche for us. We will finish off what you started and, you know, get an easy kill here.
Yeah, look at this bottleneck game here. Just, they're all stuck in a small corridor, which leaves it to be the perfect setup for that tornado.
Right there, it's disaster.
Great positioning.
Yeah, look at Collapse, dude. He got all of them in the perfect spot there. And he didn't stay as well. He just ran in, Cinder Brewed them, used his Q, and doesn't even need to stay to right click. He ran back, played safe, and then went back in. It was really, really well executed. Meanwhile, back in the game, of course, we got the Aegis now on the TB, and full butterfly completed for him as well.
Well, there's luckily a sentry ward here, so they see Laurel kind of wandering through. They know Yatoro's nearby. They're going to just run the arrow out.
Can they do it? Okay. I guess the damage reduction is
almost dead to the farm, but it's all right. He's alive. He's fine.
It was a bit tricky. They started at first, they were like, okay, Brewmaster and Phoenix, we can do it, and realized quickly we cannot do it. But Miposhka, he comes over, he helps them out. He has the Solar Crest and the Minus Armor with the Wave of Terror, which makes it a lot easier to finish that Tormentor.
It's also funny that you watched Antares, he stole the Sun Ray because he's using it on Ramses while he's doing his own Tormentor. So, Phoenix, big help here. But I think it's also interesting. Look at this. Yatoro, he has himself a Butterfly. He's got the Manta. He's got Aegis. His team is nowhere near him. And he just goes, he clicks himself some buildings. You don't have Collapse with you. You don't have Laurel. Like, the only person you have is Miposhka. And that's a true testament for how much you trust someone, too, I feel.
Yeah, he has great vision on the map as well, so he kind of knows where people are. Ramses commits the spin here. Gets far enough that he's not going to get caught. But mid tower, I mean, I see no... Oh, they are going to try and defend this? It's a risky tier 2 to try and hold here.
I'm going to put a little pressure over onto Ramses, throwing out that boat. They want to get rid of Miposhka as fast as possible. They'll be able to do it. Won't be any Vengeful apparently here for this fight. We'll use that stolen Sun Ray again. Mira still holding on to Egg.
Yeah, Kiyotaka on his TA looking for an angle to get onto the supports, always aiming supports first. He cannot burst the TB. There's absolutely no way for TA to focus TB, so they need to focus supports. Kunkka just finished his Aghanim's now, though.
Like, they don't have a hero. They're down for another 8 seconds, and of course they're going to go and grab that shrine for sure, making sure that they can TP in, but like they just feel so powerful.
Yeah, they have a power spike where they're way ahead, but just now with the Aghanims completing on Kunkka, that does give him a little bit of a chance to turn the team fights here. I wonder if they will try and facilitate something like that, though. I think they're still just scrambling and farming on the side of 9Pandas, and 10k lead and building for Team Spirit as they play with intention. They're gonna go towards the tier 2 tower top. There's no doubt.
You feel a little bad for Kiyotaka, right? Because he had a dominant lane, but it just kind of all fell apart because they weren't able to make these plays around the map. They weren't able to, you know, really utilize the Kunkka just because his lane was so difficult.
You know what? I'm actually going to say like this. I don't feel bad for him at all. Not in the slightest, Moxie, because this is a first base pick TA. You deserve to get counterpicked. You deserve to have a hard time. This hero is not really a first base pick, in my opinion, but you know what? It's the downside. The hero can get countered, and now there's a Phoenix, a TB, and a Brewmaster. I mean, they picked it into Brewmaster, but with the Radiance, the Brew is absolutely dominating him as well at this point.
Absolutely no sympathy from Waga. He's brutal today, my goodness.
I mean, I've just been,
though, right? Like,
I've been countered myself so many times with the first phase TA picks. You know, it's what happens. So their strategy needs sort of other stuff to shine. And I just don't really feel the presence of this Juggernaut so far. I don't know. I feel like this could have been like insert any carry hero here. I haven't seen Juggernaut do anything.
Ooh, that was not the spot. Do they have any way to cancel his TP, though? No, they don't. They do not.
Yeah.
Solo is about to be visited by the ghost of Laurel. And Laurel says, yeah, I pretty much got this. No problem. Take away all of his mana. He's taking a decent amount of damage, but he's got himself that Hurricane Pike plus the Sun Ray.
Slowly.
Should be able to get the kill, no problem.
And the entire family of Eidolons, they're running away. So many of them, but...
The massacre, no.
Yeah. It's the scene from Star Wars, The Younglings.
No. All right. Well, I would say Spirit has firm control of this map. It's just so hard for the side of 9Pandas to come out here.
Yeah, they do have some stuff for defending high ground. They have the TA shard now with silence, so maybe they can set up a high ground defense here around the Kunkka Aghanims.
They've got 23 seconds, or sorry, 16 seconds now left on this Aegis. I'm curious if they're going to commit it. Throw a little bit of a wave here.
I mean, they got the AC on Brewmaster. He could just ulti here as well, and they just take barracks.
They get the silence off, but again, they're not concerned. They'll go for the split. Get that Sunrise, because there it is, or Sunrise rather. Godthrow doesn't have the Aegis anymore, but it doesn't look like they're too afraid to back off. Of course, they have the swap from Venge to pull anybody out of that black hole. You've got the egg, and look at the damage. Casual Tornado over onto Miro. The X marks the spot. Was been used over on Miro, but he has himself the Yules. Won't have to worry too much.
Yeah, gonna be just fine. Looks like they are still sticking around here, though. They do have the Metamorphosis ready. Even without Brewmaster ulti, do they really want to fight? I think it would be a...
Well, they might have to, because Maposhka does end up getting lifted back with the X. The Water trying to push. Goes for a little bit of swap, trying to get that damage negation, but not enough. So yeah, Team Spirit, they're gonna back off.
Yeah, just sell him. The moment your support gets caught there, you know, no Brewmaster ulti, it's a little bit awkward to go in and try and do a rescue attempt. So instead, playing it safe. I like the discipline by Team Spirit because they can take their time, wait for next Roshan, and only then go back to cracking high ground. But 9Pandas, they're doing a good job sticking out here and not falling farther behind. They were 10k gold behind just a while ago. Now it's 7,000 behind. You know, they got the butterfly on the jug. Maybe he's getting to a point where he can start to clean up and kill people real fast. I think he needs the MKB. I mean, like, MKB timing is going to be huge for him, because then he can actually threaten the Terrorblade.
I mean, it's all good and well that 9Pandas is starting to close that gap, but I'm worried about, you know, what about the timings, right? What about these power spikes? Are they going to be able to, you know, keep up with what Team Spirit has on board?
I think as the game progresses, they have a lot of really nicely scaling heroes. So they probably don't have to feel too stressed. Obviously, you don't want to lose your barracks and you want to stay relevant and farm, but you got some nice late game stuff on the side of 9 Pandas as well. The Juggernaut, with a lot of items, can be great for bursting down the Brewmaster, kills off the TB pretty fast as well with the control of Kunkka. Yeah, I talked about that earlier, how Kunkka can be a nightmare to play TB into. We haven't seen full effect yet of it, but if he gets to level 20 and the Torrent AoE, then the Torrent Storm is really nasty.
So in the next 2 minutes, how do you see this kind of playing out for both sides?
I think we're just gonna keep seeing Team Spirit try and poke and prod at the base of 9 Pandas and play towards timing. We see them again here, looking for anyone to step out. Laurel always hunting in his Ghost War.
He's going for the split. He's just going right on in here. Interesting.
This is where TA kills the Brewlings fast though.
Got the Wind Panda sitting pretty far back, and they are holding on to a gem too on the Brewmaster, so they've been ripping down all the vision. Smoke play coming up from the side of Panda.
The Earth Panda is back. They have to address it. They're not defending. It's falling.
Yep, there it goes. Just with some pandas and one illusion.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's... I mean, this is basically what got nerfed. He is going to respawn over at his Earth Panda.
Yeah, they're not happy with that. So they are going to make Collapse pay.
Yeah, that is
going to be a jab.
That was literally the nerf that we saw on the Shard. Before, he would have been off somewhere on his Wind Panda on the other side of the map. But that's a huge kill for them.
Also going to let them have a little bit of this vision back, right? Having the gem back, and well, not back in, but taking the gem away from the side of Team Spirit. They can put the wards up, and they can kind of try to gain a little bit more ground here again. Let's go for a little bit of a swap. Aposhka is eating a lot of damage. So that'll be another nice pick-off going over to the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, getting a bit sloppy here at Team Spirit. I mean, they did get the bottom lane of Rax, but these kills, I would almost say, are, a good payoff for losing the Rax. And like you said, the gem gonna allow them to clear off. They do need to take the time to just run around and get to D wards because there's still a ward in their base. It's, going towards its timeout, though. Juggernaut
I'd like
having
to see
deal
them
with...
potentially one of the other sides of the team go for a Roche.
Yeah, he just recently came back online, and we see both teams already kind of gravitating towards the bottom part of the map. You see all the players farming, congregating towards that area. And
I mean, this is big too, is that Solo, we haven't been able to see a black hole yet. He's got a blink dagger now. So if they're not careful, if they get into that pit without having the vision, he could potentially get a 5-man black hole. But I doubt that Spirit puts everybody in the pit right away.
Yeah, I think he just needs to sit back in the smoke. He has a smoke in his inventory and just, let the fight start and play out a bit. Looks like they are giving up. Roche, though, which is a scary concession to have to make. Look how fast they take it. Dear God, They slapped that Roche.
They immediately make their way towards top. Now they know that TA's here. Kiyotaka having to be very careful. They're still smoked up. Has to realize, though, something's probably up.
Phoenix.
Like, they're not showing on the map.
Yeah, Phoenix gotta try and hex him.
Swoop forward. We'll be able to find Kiyotaka. Does take a decent amount there with that melt strike, but Poshko falling up. Sunred. Rest of the team is here. This is a dead Kiyotaka.
Oh, that was a little bit risky there. He clicked the Euls instead, and TA maybe would have had a chance to blink out. But at the end of the day, they get a really big pick, and now they can set up with next meta here, just push. Looks like top is going to be their goal, so they get the last tier 2 tower out of the way, opening up for the mega creeps as well.
They do have buyback on TA. Probably can hold on to that for a little bit longer, though, until they start really, putting the hurt into the base.
Yeah, he's gonna hold it, but they will definitely get Rax if he doesn't expand it. I think it will be hard to stop it. Looks like they want the Tormentor as well here. After the tier 2 tower.
Cinder Brew steal for the Rubik.
Look at the backdoor protection damage they're doing. They're just cutting through the tower.
I mean, we saw how fast Roche fell, so it's no surprise that the backdoor damage is there. They try to position themselves. All right, it's going to slow them down just a little bit. We'll use the fortification. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, TB has the Alacrity. He can just lay in from far away.
Solo. He's looking for it. He gets a little spooked. They see Ramses off the side. They get the swap. Look at that damage. Plus the Scotty, the slow. Bro's doing a lot here as he'll try to put some pressure over onto the Panda. Oh, a good Sunder play coming out. The Sunray comes out too. Maposhka, he's going to be absolutely fine. His collapse fine solo over onto the side. Yatoro, he's taking a lot of damage, but he doesn't really seem to care. He's got Aegis. In fact, he's still alive. They haven't managed to kill him yet. Not with the Sunray. Ramsey's taking so much here with that. And oh my goodness, they finished him off using a great Sunray. Yatoro, he dies once, but he had the Aegis. He's absolutely fine. Turning his attention over to the mid lane. There is no buyback now on Ramses. Kiyotaka, he is here though. Yep. He's going to try to put some more pressure. Miero pops the blade mail, continues with his water bending, collapse, taking a lot of damage again from this TA. Kiyotaka hits very hard.
Finally trying to run away, but Xmark is still there. He's going to get caught by the torrent.
Oh, Solo in position. Oh, a good save here as they turn back around. They're just obliterated. No chance for him at all to be able to get off that black hole. They'll find themselves Kiyotaka. Try to go for another little bit of that cheeky Sunder play. Not quite enough to finish them off, but they're still here. They're in this base. They do not want to leave on the side of Spirit. They still have everybody here. Laurel needs to be careful. Okay, Kiyotaka, he'll find an assassination, but
got the buyback money back from Kunkka.
Collapse. He is silenced. The X with the boat. There was the buyback like we talked about, but they're in a great position right now. Sunray coming in hot. Can they keep Collapse alive long enough? No, they won't. And maybe they've stayed just a little bit too long. So they lose Mir. They're gonna lose Yatoro. And Maposhka's the last man standing. That's a big melt strike. Will again use the Ghost Scepter, try to prolong his life. But that's a team wipe on Team Spirit. They stayed perhaps just a little bit too long.
I mean, it's great kills for them to get finally here, but it was at the cost of everything. They have their range racks at 180 HP, and they're playing against the Terrorblade, and they're playing against the Brewmaster. This range rack is gonna fall. As soon as they respawn and get anywhere close to their base, they're gonna be able to take Mega Creeps. So this is dire situation for 9 Pandas. They have to just rush down out on the map. We already see Kiyotaka making his way across. He wants to get to the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune before the respawns come out. See a bit of a replay here as Kiyotaka stays alive.
I mean, they were dancing on the edge for a while there, but I think when Kiyotaka manages to finish off Laurel, I think that's when you have to back off. And look at this, Kiyotaka in-game gets himself the Tormentor, gets himself gets one for Ramses, treats his core to a little shard.
Yeah, giving some nice additional stuff there for his team, and also trying to push out the lanes far. Everybody on Team 9 Pandas here pushing out, as we see the conclusion to the fight here, and how the illusion almost brought down the range racks. Back in the game, they're just working on clearing out some gold. They did manage to get a lot of gold for the takedowns they got, though. The amount of gold influx TA suddenly got there, plus getting level 25. He is the highest level in the game. He's got the refraction talent. They basically have to set up a good team fight around the TA.
There was a lot of buybacks that got expended during that last fight too, so I'm curious now because Spirit, they're smoked up. If they can get themselves a strong pickoff, they don't have to wait for Roche.
Oh, they're just going straight for the racks. This range racks, they want to finish the job.
Poshka waiting patiently, gets a swap up over onto Miero. Just wants to get rid of him right away.
Oh boy.
No Kunkka. Jumps back on the deck.
He bought back last fight too. They know that he can't be up now for 100 seconds.
Still holding on to these big ultimates. Use the metas. They're going to slowly chip away, but they have to be very aware of what Spirit can do. Kiyotaka, he hits hard, but they'll end up losing all of their buildings here. So it is mega creeps for the side of Spirit.
Yeah, this is, they're going to go and siege the tier 4 towers, and it's so tough to fight without your offlaner. TB can just sit back and push away here.
Look at the Collapses Pandas. They're just sitting nearby. They're like, yeah.
Doesn't want them to die to TA so fast.
Buildings go. They'll try to use the Sun Ray, try to put a little bit of pressure off, but okay. All right.
Oh, nice
attempt. That cheap stick though coming out. Again, trying to put more pressure over onto Kiyotaka. He's looking for an opening. Mir is silenced. Does have the Yules though. Could potentially use it if he needs to use that egg.
That was a cute try by Kiyotaka. He blinked in, hexed the Storm Panda to try and finish it off after killing the other pandas. But he was in safe enough position on Collapse, so I'm not gonna get him that easily. Now they're just waiting to reset here, next meta, next Brewmaster ulti, and if they want, they could just wait for Roche as well. Very comfortable to be able to sit back here as Mega Creeps are doing the heavy lifting from this point on.
See why, like, no reason not to, right? Because they have to wait for those cooldowns anyway, so just keep farming the map, keep choking out the side of 9 Pandas, and grab yourself an Aegis to just secure yourself, you know, a game 1.
Yeah, they're working on a few items as well. They're trying to get Hex over on the side of Invoker, which will be useful. Meanwhile, on the side of 9 Pandas, though, I think the perspective of their team, as they're the ones with the Mega Creeps against them, what can they do to salvage this? Juggernaut is 300 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. I still feel like Juggernaut hasn't really been able to connect in this game in a good way. The Aghanims will give him a chance to do a bit more damage and jump his targets in the fights.
Solo. He has the vision of the Phoenix over here, but also gets black holed by Solo. All right. Follow up, though. They have no way of just being able to protect the black hole, so they don't have to worry about that for the next fight. So, Solo. It's like he eventually will follow Kiyotaka. Oh, no. This is the worst possible spot for him at this time, being stuck on a bridge with meatballs and sun rays and God knows what else. Oh my.
Yeah, we see all this priority towards big disable items. The Hex from Phoenix, the Abyssal from the Brewmaster, just doing a good job catching him there. And it was a desperate attempt by Solo on the Enigma, you know, looking for anything there. But now with TA dead for 80, this is near impossible hold.
Probably the beginning of the end here.
Ram says, where are you at, man? You need to save your base.
No, he's not coming. He's might try to go for, you know, a courier snipe or maybe, you know, a cut in the wave, but
oh, TA doesn't have buyback.
Really
He's trying to get bounty gold. It's 100 gold for buyback, but there's no bounty rune there.
Pressure's on. The base is falling. The arrow gets snatched up, tossed back. It's GG.
GGB even, according to Solo, but
GGB, yeah.
GG, and that's going to be a clean first game, I want to say, for Team Spirit here. They had a little bit of a shaky laning stage start, perhaps in the mid lane, and bottom lane, you know, at times was looking really good on the side of 9 Pandas as well, almost taking that tier 1 tower early, but almost doesn't matter. Almost taking a tower is the same as not taking a tower in Dota. You didn't. It's very binary. Either you took it or you didn't. And Spirit played really well around what they had going for them. The team TB was absolutely massive, and the Brewmaster started enabling himself with his supports the moment he had Midas completed. And at that point, he just ran around, started fighting, and they kept taking amazing fights, and they worked their way back into a big advantage.
So how much of this too, like, you know, we talked about the fact that 9 Pandas kind of moved some things around with their draft, right? They ended up putting that Kunkka into the off lane. But at the same time, like, I feel like the supports from Team Spirit, they were just able to do so much more. Was that a little bit of a misdraft sort of thing, or?
I don't even just want to say the supports. I mean, I like blaming supports in general as well, but I feel like Juggernaut and Kunkka didn't really have a big showing here as well. Like, Miero had a horrible laning start. That's probably why he had a hard time, you know, shining in this game on the Kunkka. But like the Juggernaut, I just didn't really feel the presence that much. Normally, you pick this hero, you want to have really strong split pushing, but because of the BKB canceling possibility, having Vengeful with the swap, he can't really go as far as he wanted, perhaps. So he played a little bit timid, didn't really pressure lanes. Normally, you want to hit the tier 2 towers and, you know, force reactions. He can't do that here because he'll just get killed. So I think overall, Team Spirit, they were just shining more both on support and cores.
Who would you say really impressed you coming out from the side of Spirit here? Because I felt like the trio, the trifecta of, you know, Collapse, Mira, and Maposhka just kind of stole the show for me. But is there one person in particular that you think just really...
I think I completely agree. I think Yaturo's game was pretty chill. He just had a good lane on TB, and then he basically farmed. He had a pretty straightforward game, so obviously he did great. But I think the supports of Team Spirit nonstop had some action going either with Laurel or with Collapse, because Laurel set up a lot of stuff with his Invoker as well. And I think for me, maybe he's the most impressive one, since he had such a horrible lane start, and then he turns it completely around with his performance. So yeah, I think they.
Do you think Laurel was your?
Yeah, he's probably my MVP for this game here.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive because Kiyotaka really was dominating that mid lane, and there was a lot of pressure going on in the mid lane early on. You can see those rotations very early from Antares with Solo, and Solo did a great job. You know, we talked about support Enigma and how it can be. You said it's kind of exciting. For me, I'm always like, yeah, it's whatever. You know, he can't really do too much until he gets that ultimate online. But the pressure they put down, especially with the Eidolons, with the positioning was so good. But yeah, I think Laurel definitely really shown as the MVP.
Yeah.
Just being able to come back and bounce back.
Completely agree. Invoker did a great job here. He also did the most damage in the entire game. Looking at his damage dealt there, he did 22,200, which is ahead of even Kiyotaka on his TA, who was fighting back really well, did 21,000. So yeah. Also, just had really good understanding of where to hunt for kills. He was ghost walking around and setting things up. So yeah, this is just showing that if you play against Team Spirit, I think Invoker should not be able to go all the way until last pick for them. That is such a strong hero to be able to find there.
Okay, so lessons from this first game, right? Because it is a best of 2. It's a round robin for a group stage in the first phase, because there's a second phase now, but that's later on. We don't worry about that just yet. We want to make sure that, we don't give Laurel his Invoker, maybe some more active supports over on the side of 9 Pandas, and, just come back fresh for another game, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's pretty much what I would say they need to do for game 2.
All right. Well, we are going to have game 2 very, very shortly, but we are going to go to a short break. So get up, stretch, go touch some grass for a little bit, and then come back because you don't want to miss game number 2 here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have Team Spirit versus 9 Pandas. You got me, you got Waga, we got some great Dota. What more could you want today?
Yeah, great Dota starting out here in a strong way for Team Spirit as well in game one, as they pretty much just dominated the game against 9 Pandas. There were moments when they looked like they could maybe start winning fights, but that was after most of their base had already fallen on 9 Pandas, and the pressure of the mega creeps kind of just got to them, and they ended up being picked apart by Team Spirit here. So we'll see if they can claw back and get a win here in game two. This is, of course, best of 2 series, so winning the series is completely out of their chance, but at least getting a draw here wouldn't be bad for them.
Yeah, draw is definitely better than being 2-0'd for sure, because it is a situation where every single win matters. Because the way that the groups are being laid out is that the bottom finisher is going to be eliminated. They don't get a chance to go forward. You don't want to be that team that gets sent home. You want to stay there. You want to go the distance. But yeah, in game number 1, we saw the power of Larl's Invoker. He did an amazing job bouncing back from a really tough lane where Kiyotaka and the rest of 9 Pandas, they really put that pressure down early, but is able to bounce back thanks to his supporting cast of his teammates too, having Collapses, Brewmaster, and of course the dynamic duo, Mira and Maposhka, being able to be super active and very, very, impactful early on, allowing Yatro to have all the farm in the, all the space and farm in the world. So 9 Pandas, they need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, despite the fact Kiyotaka, they look strong. Need to, make sure Miero has a good lane so that way Ramses can get the space to farm, and then, maybe switch up your supports a little bit.
Yeah, I think the important part is that you need to have some game on your offlaner as well for 9 Pandas there, because that was a big difference for me in this game. Collapse had like a 16-minute Radiance plus Midas on his Brewmaster, whereas Miero, he was struggling to complete his Aghanim Scepter for the majority of this game. He finished it finally at 23:40 or something. He gets the Aghanims complete on Kunkka, and he just didn't really have a chance to lane against the vengeful TB lane that Team Spirit ran. Dying twice pretty early on, and I think that made it hard for them. We saw how much Team Spirit relied on this Brewmaster to make action happen, to run around and facilitate ganks with the supports, and you just didn't have the same over inside 9 Pandas.
Was it just a little bit too much? I don't want to say the same thing, right? Because Enigma provides a very different service than, a Rubik. Rubik tends to be a little bit more defensive, I guess, for lack of a better word. But then an Enigma can only do so much, right? Like he can push towers early. He can kind of set up, putting down the Midnight Pulse, but he's not going to be able to do these quick, movements like the Phoenix and a Vengeful can.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say exactly what they need to do to change the game there, but the Terrorblade had too much of a free time, so maybe utilizing the portal a little bit, going behind the tower, coming in and, getting those 3v2 situations in their favor, since the dual lane was not really working out. At least making some form of rotation would be nice. They struggled a little bit there, but I don't think that they should think about it too much now. We're getting into the next game. The players need to clean their head of any bad thoughts and just focus on what's in front of them. So we see, the side of 9 Pandas here. They don't look two-faced by game one.
Oh, they do ban out Collapses. They ban out Collapses Brewmaster, which I think is very fair. He did quite a lot with that particular hero, but then that opens up, because I don't remember exactly what they banned last time. A lot of these bans are very similar, but that is definitely a targeted and a respect ban, I think.
Yeah, that's fair, but Brewmaster is also one of those heroes that are definitely deserving of first phase pick and attention, so I think it makes sense for him as well to do so. I think last game they banned out the Murta, the Ench, and the Tusk, so they changed a little bit only because they have different draft priority here, right? The Pango was also a hero they banned out, but now we have Team Spirits thinking through what they want to do. They banned the same heroes as last game, the Undying and Sky, no changes. They did remove the Sven last time, but that was because they wanted to play the Brewmaster. So now Sven doesn't make sense to ban out, in my opinion, since they might have a different idea. Well, unless they want to play something like Lycan or Beastmaster, then Sven can be very good against them too.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Beastmaster has been untouched for the most part, just because I feel like that's a hero that always has, well, I say that as it gets banned immediately here, but just because it always seems like that's a hero that provides quite a bit in terms of pushing vision, team fight, ticks a lot of boxes. But do get the pickup of Treant. This guy did get a little bit of a nerf, but according to all the pros that I've talked to or seen, not enough of one to make it where he's not a super viable pick.
No, I completely agree. Treant is, like, in my mind, the strongest support right now. He's absurd. And it's kind of crazy to me that he was completely ignored last game. Of course, he doesn't do that well against like Phoenix, and didn't really make sense for 9Pass to pick it. But still, seeing him unbanned and unpicked in a game is kind of baffling. But here we see him first phase, and 9Pandas with a wild first phase pick again. They go for the Arc Warden absolute opening. Okay.
This feels weird to me, just because they keep picking, and again, we've only seen one other game, right? Let's make it sound like, we've seen a bunch of these, but the first game, right, they picked the TA first phase. Arc Warden picked up first phase, but these are all heroes that are like quite counterable.
Yeah, to say the least.
And to pick them up this early, like that's a very big head scratch to me. Like, I don't know what their thoughts are, because like Arc Warden is not that flexible. It's not like some of the other heroes, like a Kunkka, you kind of move around a little bit, but I don't know.
Arc Warden is very tricky. If you have someone who has been spamming and nerding on like support Arc Warden, then you can do the mind game of picking it and saying, psych, and just putting it +4 or something. But it's not conventional. It's definitely not that popular. He did give some buffs recently. He is stronger at laning, and he is very good on the side of Dire as well. So they have the Dire Arc Warden, which is a little bit better for laning. You get to fast spark rates, which is really strong.
Interesting that they ban out their own supports on the side of Spirit. They just, they know the power of them, I guess. And yeah, Phoenix could be potentially strong for like reinitiation, Sunray and whatnot, but are they going for a
I think the Phoenix made sense to ban when you played a Treant, and the Vengeful is just a hero that helps Arc Warden greatly, because Arc Warden's a hero with terrible positioning. Like, he is so slow and hard to maneuver until you have a ton of items. So having Venge for that swap save would be massive for them. Team Spirit, they just want heroes to get on top of Arc Warden, and I think 9Pandas did a good job banning out the Spectre here, because that hero destroys Arc Warden.
Trying to decide what else that we might see. Go for the Warlock. Okay, Warlock's still very strong, I feel. Gives you a good team fight ultimate. Those Fatal Bonds are absolutely disgusting. Definitely had many a game where, you just position it just right with the upheaval too, and you have all these little gremlins running at you.
Yeah, it's still a very, very good hero in this patch. I mean, it's fallen a little bit out of favor, but there's no reason you couldn't play the Warlock still. And that has to make you think if they're going to go towards the Warlock-Sven combination that was so popular, even with both the heroes being slightly weaker now. They're still very solid. Also gives you a bit of mobility with the Warcry towards the Arc Warden to help him out still. But yeah, this is what Solo likes to play. He likes to play, Warlock a lot. He also would love to get his hands on Undying, but clearly Team Spirit are not going to let him have that.
There it is. There's your boy, the Spirit Breaker. We've talked a little bit about this earlier in the pre-show. Can you restate for our people who might just be joining in here on game number 2 why he's been making waves, I guess, for lack?
Spirit Breaker is coming back, becoming a popular hero, and what they did change on him was give him 5% extra damage on the Greater Bash, and that's movement speed as damage, right? So instead of him having, I think it was 35% before, they increased it now to 40%. And that 5% difference makes the difference of killing or not killing the creep wave pretty early in the game. So you can just charge through and an entire creep wave dies. That's why I'm thinking this could be played as a core a lot now, but support Spirit Breaker is also proving to be super useful. So picking him gives a lot of flexibility. Team Spirit also gonna add in the Invoker here, which quite likely is gonna be played by a Laurel.
That was the one thing we said, lessons learned from match number 1. Number 1 was don't let Laurel get Invoker, because this guy is just excellent at the hero. And then on top of that, even if he loses his lane, he definitely has teammates that help enable him to get back into it. And again, this support duo of a Treant and the Spirit Breaker, this can do a lot just by itself, coupled up with, a Sunstrike or something, or, we still haven't seen what Collapse's hero is. Like, that's going to be a threat. And Warlock is a great hero. He's very strong in terms of laning, especially right now, but he can't do much if, these heroes are running at him.
Yeah, I think the gank trio that they already set up here with Treant, Spiritbreaker, and Invoker is fantastic against Dark Warden. A good reaction to seeing the hero. I have to wonder what Nine Panda's game plan is here, revealing again such a vulnerable hero this early. The method of drafting is curious to me because I feel like normally you want to show either a support or some core hero that doesn't really get shut down by, specific style of Dota. But last game with the TA opening, this game with the Arc Warden opening, Nine Pandas are just showing a very different type of drafting that I'm a little bit worried. I mean, it gives me anxiety watching this, Moxie.
Well, I do like the pickup of a Tiny. I'm not sure if that's going to be run as more of a support or if they're going to try to pair it up in the mid lane. But that does give them more tempo, more aggression, and I feel like that's something they're going to need against Spirit, because Spirit has definitely shown they are going to start their motors and they're not going to stop. This train keeps on chugging, especially with the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good for him to get a hero that has two different disables as well, because they were kind of low having Warlock and having Arc Warden. They needed some form of disable coming in here. So Tiny with Avalanche and Toss gets them some TP cancels as well. And now with the Dawnbreaker, they get something to try and help out the Arc. If he gets jumped, you can Dawnbreaker ulti in to try and protect. And we'll see if Team Spirit are going to react here in any way. If the Spirit Breaker is going to be played as a +3, which Collapse has played in the past, by the way, then they could still go for a silencer for themselves and counter out the Dawnbreaker.
That's true. I'm a big Dawnbreaker fan, but I'm also a little bit concerned because right now, like, getting into some of these fights are a little bit awkward, depending on the positioning of this Tiny, whether he gets that Blink Dagger early on or whatnot. It's just, she's more of a reinitiator for me, unless you're going for, a quick pick off with, smoking and whatnot. So, like, a little bit more aggression, I like to see it, but I'm still not sold on the way that they get into some of these fights and, like, they play around things. Whereas now you've got a Morphling picked up for the side of Team Spirit. Like, this is a team that, is not going to have much for cooldowns other than, the big overgrowth, right?
Yeah, it's true. They're going to be very active overall and play on low cooldowns. We see Yatoro, thinking a little bit here. He's going to be the one playing on this Morphling, but we'll see what Ramses is going to, get his hands on. Also, there's, I've been speaking as though this is a mid Arc Warden. It can be played safe lane, can be played mid, different approaches. But
what do you prefer? Do you prefer seeing it more as a mid or having that little bit of extra support?
I think it does better as mid because it's so level dependent. On the safe lane, you run the risk of being run over still, and I don't feel like it combos very well with Warlock. Like Fatal Bonds into Arc Warden, right-clicking the creeps, I guess. It doesn't really do that much. Whereas something like a Sven just cleaving down the creeps immediately would get more value out of it. But we see Team Spirit, they're on the same thought train here. They're banning out the Alchemists, so they're expecting that it's definitely going to be a mid-Arc Warden.
5 seconds remaining.
So I guess the question now for the side of Spirit is just, is this going to be a Collapse Spirit Breaker, or we're about to find out. The Doom also getting banned. I think that's pretty smart, although it's...
Yeah, they covered both their bases there a little bit, right? Nine Pandas,
Yeah.
They banned out the Darkseer and the Grimstroke, so they are also not quite sure what to expect here on the last pick.
You can see Solo deep in thought as he's trying to figure out, okay, what's happening here? What do we need for this draft?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, deep in thought, Team Spirit. I mean, their draft looks like it's going to play very, very high tempo, and they're going to keep going that way. Dark Willow, another hero that is definitely one of the most popular. So it's going to be Collapse on Spirit Breaker then. That should solidify it, that this is going to be a +4 Dark Willow, safe lane, Morphling, plus Treant lane, which is really, really tough to lane into. Those heroes can do a number on quite a few off lanes.
God, this looks so good, right? Because you've got, a hero that wants to be really up in your face, so you can put your Bedlam on top of the Spirit Breaker or the tree potentially. And then you can just kind of sit back and like get off all your spells. Like I really like the Stark Willow pickup.
Yeah, Willow is generally doing fantastic right now in the style of gameplay that we have in the current meta. She just thrives pretty well, and Spirit Breaker, like you said, is just a great pairing. So that looks like a nice lane. We'll see what 9 Pandas are gonna round out the draft with to lane against it. They're gonna pick the Faceless Void, so you get the ability to.
Clunky.
It's a bit clunky, but it lanes well against what they have, the Spirit Breaker and Dark Willow. The Time Dilation destroys Invoker and Dark Willow, and it's really good against the Morphling as well. So it makes sense to pick it here, but overall, 9 Pandas, their draft looks like cooldown dependent and possibly a little bit risky here. With Kiyotaka on the Arc Warden, I think so much emphasis is towards how this mid lane goes. Unlike last game, you can't allow Kiyotaka to take over early. Laurel has to be able to stay competitive on this mid lane and not fall behind, because if Arc Warden gets ahead, he can be a real oppressive force. So I think maybe early rotations by a Spirit Breaker or the supports towards that mid lane can be important to keep an eye out for here.
I'm not liking the draft coming out from the side of 9 Pandas, to be perfectly honest. Just because you've got such clunky pieces. Again, you've got a Faceless Void, right, who's going to want a Chronosphere. You've got Miero, who's going to be trying to, reinitiate, try to, provide backup. But you don't want to be ulting into a Chrono, right? Like, you don't want to have, Solo try to, like, there's so many pieces and the flow chart just gets a little bit convoluted, I guess, like trying to put all these things around your core and like the timing too. Like, because you don't want to initiate necessarily with a Dawnbreaker. Again, that's more reinitiation. You've got Solo who's going to have this really nice ultimate, but he's got to be patient, right? Because he's got to wait for the Chronosphere to be over, so that way you can put down, your Fatal Bonds and then, drop the golems. I don't know. It feels really clunky to me. Whereas I look at what, Spirit has coming out here, and it just makes a lot more sense. There's a lot more ease of execution.
Yeah, I feel like Team Spirit, they have all the pieces they need in the draft, whereas 9 Pandas, they need certain items to address issues in the game, because they don't have the best heroes for killing off the Morphling, for instance. Yeah, you have some lockdown, you have some different stuns, but a lot of them are not easy to layer into each other. Dawnbreaker, yeah, technically it's a hero with a stun, but it's not very point and click or instant. And against Morphling, you want layers on layers of stuns and silences. They do not have any silence to deal with them. So I see a few issues for them, and Arc Warden against this lineup, it just looks scary, man. Like, you're going to get charged. The moment you show yourself, this Spirit Breaker is going to come in. I'm predicting that Team Spirit with the Spirit Breaker are going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned. Like I said, like the pieces just seem like they're harder to execute over on the side of 9 Pandas. And like you said, a lot of it's going to come down to this mid lane. It looks like Kiyotaka, had a very good control over the mid lane early on. But I also feel like even though we've got this change with these supports, with Antares being on the Tiny, I think that's going to help. But I'm not sure it's necessarily going to be quite enough.
Yeah, we will see. We'll see. I mean, a lot of it comes down to the laning phase here. And speaking of laning phase, look at the start here by 9 Pandas. Going down with 2 Calling Blades, Antares and Miero doing some deforestation work here. It's not time to plant a tree. Cut down every single tree. They're laning against Tree and Protector. Gonna make it very annoying for him to try and support here, as the entire force is gone on the left side.
I want an April Fool's Day joke from Valve where if you're playing Treant and there's a Tiny in your game, he picks you up and uses you for like half a second, like just as a joke sort of thing. I feel like Dota players get real mad about that, but I think it'd be really funny.
I should do something. I mean, I love the events that we've had in Dota in the past. I missed the mod event, with all the different mods, custom things happening in the game, where you had like the big heroes growing when they got kill streaks and stuff.
Yeah, that was fun. Form of
See the mid matchup here, perfectly even block, absolutely in the dead center here for the Invoker and the Arc Warden alike.
So you think that the Arc Warden comes out a little bit more on top here, yes?
I think maybe has a little bit of an edge, but it's not that big against the Invoker. But overall, I think it's more that he's not allowed to get ahead. He needs to be shut down.
They're definitely throwing their weight around here in this bottom lane, watching Mira on Antares. They landed a nice Starbreaker early, but again, Maposha is just going to be able to keep healing, keep doing the sustain.
Yeah, Toro staying very, very low on strength here in the lane as well, just maxing out his damage here and more, trying to get some easy last hits.
Like,
And
look
even
at this.
without
All right.
any trees nearby, Miposhka is happy to just run up and trade hits.
Has been killed.
Ends up losing his courier, but I think he got his stuff delivered just in the nick of time, so...
Yeah, picked up extra tangos and going to be able to provide some more regen for his Morphling should he need it.
So what's the lane that you want to particularly keep an eye on here? Which one do you think? I know, again, we talk about the mid lane all the time because you're a mid laner.
This
but-
game, it's the mid lane. I'm promising you, Moxie. This game, it is the mid lane. You
Okay.
have to focus the mid lane. I think even 4-minute rotations can be big towards mid because Arc Warden, he's going for a bottle. He's got bottle coming out. Getting these water runes away from him could be clutch. We see top lane a little bit fight for the D ward. It's going to be a nice D ward by Solo as he cleans his small camp. And Mira misses body blocking it. So the camp spawned, even though he was close enough to block it on Dark Will.
So is this a situation where, you know, you can have your supports rotate towards those 4 minutes without having your core suffer? Because like Ramsey's obviously he can be fine up there, right, if they make a rotation because he's a faceless void. But I'm a little concerned about like Yathro or Collapse.
Yeah, it's tough to leave the Spirit Breaker completely to himself. He kind of needs the help by the Dark Willow. But Spirit Breaker could also just commit for the early rotation. At least a 6-minute rune, he could probably make his own move as well.
Right.
We see Invoker just chasing in with EMP and a few right clicks here.
Yeah, both these boys very low on mana, but of course with Kiyotaka picking up the bottle, will have a little bit more at his disposal.
Yeah, we see Laurel going for a bottle as well on Invoker. He has it queued up now, at least. You don't get much mana back anymore from the EMP. I heard it was bugged at first and you got 0% mana back.
Oh, okay. That's a nice start here for 9 Pandas. Ramsey's managing to put the moves over onto Collapse.
Yeah, good amount of damage there and definitely aggressive gameplay. We see the value of the time dilation. It's such an annoying spell. Just run people down and they don't get to use their survivability.
Laurel in the mid lane sitting so very low is going to be using that Ghost Walk. Ooh, that little spirit though, 30-something hit points.
He's regenning, but not fast enough here as, he's
got
needing to
courier
last hit these creeps, but Kiyotaka is standing right there.
Bottle's here though, Bottle's here, so he's going to be able to go and use that to his disposal. 4-minute runes are going to be up and has the magic wand, so we'll see. Looks like he's going to go for this top one.
Yeah,
And
we see
there's
the
a little bit of
rotations.
scuffle. Look at
Yeah.
this. They're trying to stop Maposhka, but Antares will have to pick it up. That feels a little bad here for Kiyotaka because he could really use that little bit of extra mana. There's a blood grenade. Nice tornado tossed out. That spark rate, not quite enough damage again.
That was a lot of resources expended to try and bring down the treant, and he did live, but he runs into Antares again. Let's be careful. Miposhka hides in the trees.
Uh-oh. He's like,
Neutral's
wait,
giving him away.
nope, please don't. Thanks
Yeah,
that Antares is still there.
He makes it out. Antares didn't manage to find him in the end.
No regen left on Antares. Maposhka does have Tango left.
Yeah, so far, extremely even game for all the cores. Every single core between 21 to 18 last hits right now. Nobody being completely shut down. So this is shaping up to be a really good start for an exciting and even game here.
Get a couple of these pings off. And again, the tree just providing so much with being able to use that leech seed. Stabilizing the core's health in lane.
Yeah, the trades into Leech Seed are really, really good, but same thing can be said top. The Fatal Bonds, fighting into this so tough. Collapse, taking a lot of damage. Dark Willow pretty much forced to use Shadow Realm just to stop taking their harassment from the imps targeting her.
There we go. There's that time dilation. Mira trying to get a little bit of space. They use the Cursed Crown. Nice little bit of a dodge, though. Mira is going to have to go pop the Fairy Fire, uses the Wand Charge, and Solo now in an awkward position because Maposhka is here. He's that Nature's Grasp, and they'll turn that gank right around.
That was a nice move by Miposhka. Very, very clever to use the gate and come in from behind there. A little XD comes in from Faces Void. Not sure what that's about by Ramses, but he's gonna go back and farm. Miposhka even brought his courier through the gate, the walking courier. I haven't seen someone bring the walking courier
I have
through
not
before.
seen that either.
Normally the flying ones. Mid, Arkward
Pressure
diving.
being placed on Laurel. He's got the tornado. Tara's taking a lot of damage. We'll go for the ghost walk, but look at this. They dropped the sentries. They came prepared. Poshka in kind of an awkward position now. He sees them. They've got Dark Willow nearby. Mira needs to be careful himself here. So use the leech speed. Oh, the ghosts.
God, I hate that little runt.
This is the power of the Arc Warden after the buff that he got. The most recent buff was not necessarily like that massive, getting the Spark Ray to do more damage to creeps, but Tempest Double always being 100% HP and having a cast range really changed how Arc Warden plays. Laurel's gonna get the Wisdom Rune. Wins out the trade versus Antares.
Oh, he's got the cold snap. Taurus, he's trying to make his way over here, hoping maybe the creeps will help him out. Nah, it's a kill for Laurel. Definitely worth that rotation for the Wisdom and the kill.
Yeah, double Wisdom Rune essentially, getting the enemy kill, That's just more experience going his way. And I don't know if he thought that he already used the Cold Snap or why he even tried for a TP there, but that's minus 100 gold for him.
Ooh, nice waiting there, holding on to the Shadow Realm hit for Ramses after he uses his Time Walk.
Oh, Chrono immediately
they go for the
committed.
Chronos here, though. Mira can't do much. Doesn't have that level 6 just yet, but somehow Collapse still alive. And try to run for his life. They do have a little bit of that Fatal Bonds, but it's not connected. It's already gone now. Mira, not looking too great right now. He's going to try to make his moves. He's got a couple of these wand charges, try to break some ankles, but no, Ramsey still will get the kill. As over in the mid lane. Hello, Laurel. This is feeling like it might be goodbye, Laurel, if they're not careful. But Moshka is here. Leech Seed coming out, plus Nature's Grasp. Dawnbreaker coming in hot, though. Going to be able to go and protect. They have the dust. Nice tornado coming off Laurel. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, though, as he will end up falling.
Oh, no,
but
Moshka,
he wants this kill on Kiyotaka so bad, but this heal is doing too much. Tries to go for the Leech Seed. In comes Collapse. He'll finish him off.
Collapse get it, and then he runs away, but that was 2 heroes down for the side of Team Spirit, and we see the value of the Dawnbreaker. They picked it so they could protect the Arc Warden. Definitely served its purpose there with the first ulti coming in towards mid. And Laurel not having a very good start, starting to, fall behind a little bit here after dying there.
And I mean, that was something that you said we had to be very, very mindful of, is that Laurel needs to be not falling too far behind, needs to be like drawing even.
Yeah. He's still not too far, but again, look at this aggressive use of the immediate when they have the clone, they just try and go on him. So definitely the attention should be towards mid lane. Both the teams are identifying this as well.
Some pressure being placed on Willow here on the side, but just going to draw their attention away. And Posha's just hanging out in the tree, still sitting at level 5 right now. Don't quite have that overgrowth on him just yet.
Yeah, I want to see what Collapse is going to decide to do here as well in this game, as he has the maxed out dash. Gonna try to go over on Faces Void.
Oh, they might have enough damage here. It's looking pretty good. Curse Crown connecting. Do they have the final little bit? Solo, though.
Doesn't get
sitting
the
at
bash.
level 5. Doesn't have the capability to fully take these guys down, but Antara's rotating on in. As Miro does die to Yatoro. And friends. Miro's not looking great, though. Ooh. There goes the Dark Willow.
Good rotation, early rotation here from the Arc Warden. Not just sitting in lane mid, but making moves to the other lanes. Normally, Arc Wardens just want to farm towards that super early Midas.
Okay.
Oh boy. That's a huge kill to just get like that, and all the solo experience as well.
I think he figured that they just all left.
Yeah, a little bit greedy. Oh, a Swedish voice line coming in from Collapse. Mr. Script. That means sort of stop talking, start trolling. Yeah, very nice.
I forget, did Wepas also do a... Well, hold that thought as solo.
Yeah.
It's going for that D ward, but... Let's get slowed down. The rest of the team's here, though. They're in a good position to put this pressure down.
And
again, still no level 6 just yet for this Warlock, as Collapse ends up dying. Another one. Nice avalanche coming up from Antares. They have the cold snap, though. They're going to try to turn this back around. Maposhka's here. Tries to give chase. They'll be able to punish the Tiny.
They're doing a good job just identifying that they need to sit around mid, but that's also when they lose Collapse top, right? He gets left alone there, committed another Chrono, take him down. Getting kills off Chrono cooldown is really big here for Faces Void. Yatra has been left alone a lot as well, though. His Morphling is starting to exert a ton of pressure on bottom.
I mean, he's
Gets
just
the courier, too.
they're teleporting in and try to turn back around. In comes Antares. Do they have the burst? Are they going to be able to finish off this Morphling? Not quite yet. They've got a charge onto Miero. But they'll end up losing Solo. In comes the choo-choo. They high-five as they go on through. The power of teamwork and friendship. My goodness. Collapse now gets his attention. They are having things going on in the mid lane. They'll finish off Kiyotaka. And now they just have to finish off the Tempest doubles. They're still chasing after Antares. Antares, though, nice avalanche will slow down. Man, this game, just all of a sudden, the pedal got put to the metal.
This is what you expect when you see Invoker and Spirit Breaker coming out from Team Spirit. It's such an aggressive draft, but I want to say that 9 Pandas are playing in a very, very high tempo style as well with the draft that they have. They have long cooldowns, and it's a bit awkward for them. They don't have those 6 yet on a Warlock, which is, you know, something that they desperately need here to get the ulti online. But they really have been making a lot of moves as well.
Yeah, that's what I was keeping an eye on. I'm guessing Maposhka has used that overgrowth in this mid lane. Another Nature's Grasp over onto Solo, slowing him down quite a bit. And there's not too much that Kiyotaka can really do to protect him. So they'll follow up with the Tornado, and they're happy with that.
Man, poor Solo. He just wanted level 6. He's so close to getting level 6, and he just wanted to walk down and leech a bit of experience, but it's dangerous to do so. The deep vision as well by Team Spirit allows them to be pretty confident here.
Chrono down for 30 still. Collapse starts to put the pressure down. He's going to try to go for that Terrorize. Does end up actually connecting, but Dawnbreaker... Uh-oh.
Okay. A little bit of a tactical pause moment here. Yeah.
Good lord.
Some lag. Dawnbreaker with a nice save initially. I wonder if Faceless Boy is going to make it. He only has 3 points in Time Walk, so he has 6 more seconds he needs to stay alive for before he can Time Walk again.
That is one thing I didn't consider, is the fact that the Terrorize, when you've got a Dawnbreaker in the game, right, you're going to be able to move that hero that she's teleporting down onto.
Yeah, you can push them out of the heal, basically.
That's pretty great. Again, more pressure. Ramsey sitting very low. The final hit comes in from Mira. They got the fatal bonds down, but again, Solo, he doesn't have that level 6 hit. Maposhka probably going to fall for this. Will end up being the sacrifice as Collapse hiding into this corner. Does have a charge available if he wants to try to run away. Antares not finding the opening. Solo and Miro both hunting, but just going to go run right on out. And he does finally get that level 6 online for Warlock, so it's available for the next fight, but might be a bit. Kiyotaka in the mid lane. Antares does teleport through.
Doesn't have charge yet. He charged a creep wave.
Ooh, in comes Yatra. Okay, good avalanche. We'll slow them down. The toss up into the air, but this is not looking great for the Tiny. Do they go for the dive? Those are the questions. Ramsey's here. He has himself the Chronosphere. So Yatra will be able to run as they finish off on Kiyotaka. Yatra, this is not looking great for Ramsey's doing everything. He needs that heal. He doesn't quite have it. The overgrowth will come in. Laurel sitting quite low now. Needs more of a heal. This is not looking good. That deafening blast buys him a little bit of time, but not nearly enough.
Gonna lose both their carry and their mid at the end of the day. They did get that 1 kill on Arc Warden with the Spirit Breaker. Get another one.
He's got to run for the hills now, though, because he's being chased by pretty much everyone on the side of 9 Pandas now.
And time dilation almost spells his doom. He has charge in 1 second. He can get out. Maybe. Oh, he missed vision.
Does he go? There he is. Zoom. See you later. Choo-choo.
He's off to safety and gonna start pushing top a little bit as well, or clear the creeps here. He's building towards the Octarine next on the Spirit Breaker. Midas is online, and then second item Octarine. It's looking like a Doom build, you know, Doom item build.
I can see that. So I'm curious, what are the plays that 9 Pandas needs to make now? Because it's been a lot of chaos, but now you don't have a bunch of these big ultimates, right? You don't have the chaotic offer. Oh, look at Laurel. Laurel doing Laurel things. It's just a Tempest double, so it's not that spooky, but they're making moves, and this is what I like to see from Spirit.
Yeah, they're going in. They have deep vision, so trying to get the Faceless Void, but Arquan is also there, making it awkward for them.
Ramses and Kiyotaka.
if they leave him, they could maybe go on him, but they don't have Spear Breaker anywhere close.
They need hard lockdown, I think. Although this Cold Snap's looking pretty darn good. They still get the kill, and the Dawnbreaker ultimate comes out. So that is one where I would say it's a little bit of a waste, Waga.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker ulti came just a little bit too late there, but even if it was earlier, they have Spear Vessel, so the healing is mitigated a lot now.
Well, they wanted Antares, but not sure. Do they keep pursuing this? There's a lot of teleports coming in, a lot of heroes. Mira's here. Slow down Laurel, throw down that hammer. Tempest double, just dishing out some more of this damage with those spark rates and that flux.
Collapse, keep giving it alive.
They have themselves the Dark Willow in position. They don't have Chronospheres. They'll take down a Tempest double. The team is in a nice position here with Yathro over in this buy angle. Making moves on Faceless even. Look at this. They have a charge. They want them. They've got themselves another strike too. If they want, that's just a dead Ramses. He can't do anything as another fight breaks out over in mid. Miposhka in an awkward position, already using that overgrowth, but Antares taking a lot of damage. Can they finish him off? That takedown too. Laurel finding yet another one here on the side. Okay, Solo, he goes. He drops that ultimate. Trying to put out as much damage to try to take down Mira. Mira, of course, having himself that Fuel Scepter. Laurel ends up dying, but what a fight.
Yeah, they took down everyone except for Arc Warden right now. Kiyotaka sitting so far back. The only reason he's alive is because he's playing really, really safe as well in these fights. And we see Collapse not really worried about anything here as he's, feeling pretty dominant in this game. 6-2 and 3. Really happy we got to see a core Spear Breaker game this early because this hero has been on the rise and it's showing itself in this game. Just be very, very useful for them.
I always think that Collapse has like some of the best positioning too, in terms of like offlaners in the game. So definitely a hero that thrives on movement and positions.
Full Octarine, 17 minutes for him with the Midas as well. He is going to get real strong in this game. And he's level 14. Like, he's one full level ahead of the Arc Warden, who's running double Midas.
Another find here on Antares. We'll be able to cancel out the charge, but it's also another strike. A little bit of a toss back. Miposhka, they've done enough. They're happy with the pressure they put on him. They do have to be careful, though, because Void does have the Chronosphere back up now, as Mira also needing to be a little bit careful. Doesn't have to terrorize. Is going to get ground targeted here, but will immediately just teleport away.
Yeah, get to safety, forced a little bit of reaction, but finally they get the D-ward here on 9 Pandas. Importantly, clearing out the vision over the ancient area that they've died to before, but they didn't find the other ward.
Still putting pressure on Miposhka. He's got 9 seconds for his ultimate. They're going to try to buy him the time, but it's just not there. Turn their attention to Antares. They'll rip him apart. Yathro going to farm. A little bit of a just charge coming out from Collapse as he's jumping over onto the actual Arc Worm. They're going to just Delta split to make sure Miro can't land the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, they had to commit the Solar Guardian immediately, but that's just resources poked out by Team Spirits. And now they can back off. Again, the cooldown's being forced here.
Collapse just zipping on through. Says hello. Oh, he goes for the Chronosphere on Collapse. It's like, well, I mean, if you're going to be in the neighborhood, I'm not down. It's going to be a nice kill.
Yeah, that's some fast food delivery to Ramses. He's going to take it. He probably thought he was safe. That's what happens, you praise someone for their good positioning. They get a little bit too close to Faceless Void. Good awareness by Ramses to go for that kill right there.
They have Overgrowth if they want to try to use it on Mier, although he doesn't have much for mana. Does have 7 Swan charges. They'll slow him down, hold him in place, and that's not even going to be necessary. And Miposhka will treat himself to a greater Fairy Fire.
This game is starting to look a lot like last game. Laurel is having a fantastic time just, running around, getting kills all over the place. He's already being involved in 16 of their 20 kills. That's more kills than 9 Pandas have total. Like, this guy is getting active, and I like his item build as well, going towards a BKB next here. Going to be very useful against Arc Warden's damage sources.
I mean, this is one of those moments where, you talked earlier about how people were kind of, hating on Laurel, but he's showing that he deserves to be here. He is very, very strong.
Yeah, I think he's just hit his stride lately. He's, every series that I've watched of him recently, it feels like he's delivering beyond expectations for a game. So nice to see that he's still looking in form here. To look a little bit at the rest of the players in Team Spirit, though, we were close to having a full blink dagger on Willow. She's playing aggressively here. Blink Yule's combo will be super good for him to keep himself alive here.
They smoked over on the side of Pandas. They see themselves Maposhka. They do not have the Chronosphere, so they go for the Overgrowth. So still most likely going to be a dead Maposhka.
A little bit too greedy there, trying to go in and farm the creep wave.
Perhaps a dead Miero, though, in the top lane. That'll be a dead Miero, and that's going to be a tower. Man, look at how hard Yatro hits, like, especially with the Alacrity. Oof.
Yeah, with the Alacrity as well, they can probably think to take Roche early here. 10 seconds until the Wisdom runes, so we see them swiftly change their attention down towards the bottom area, forcing them back. But 9 Pandas still got their Wisdom rune, but I don't know if they're in good shape to contest Roshan here if Team Spirit decide to back up and go towards it. Oh, look at the mind games. Yatoro is sending 2 illusions, or, you know, 1 illusion, 1 real hero forward here.
Solo getting held in the brambles. We'll see the charge come out from Collapse. Again, Ramses, he's not in position. He does not have the Chronosphere just yet, so he's not going to be able to go and try to defend. And the rest of the team not in position either, so should be a tower going over to the side of Spirit and perhaps even this Tormentor.
Yeah, they're already pinging the Tormentor, so they want to go towards it. They're using
just trying to get some information. Looks like they're going to try to fight for this. They do have the Chronosphere up now, so depending on how they approach this, a bit of that time dilation, they'll beat up Mira.
They have the Dawn ulti as well, so it's a very scary fight for Team Spirit to take there. After Dark Will gets caught out a little bit out of position, they just back out, reset. Team Spirit do not want to take the big team fights. They have the way weaker team fights overall, but they want to take these scrappy engagements all over the place. That's how they built this 11,000 gold lead that they have right now, and that's how they're going to keep expanding it. Just force something all the time. Poke a little bit here, a little bit there. Do not give them a full 5v5 fight.
I think also, like, you're in a good position where, you know, you're working on getting yourself a BKB on your Invoker. You've got some good itemization growth going on all these other heroes. Like, just chill, right? Like, go take Roche, take another objective that doesn't require you to take these big team fights, and then you're in a much better position in like a couple minutes from now.
Yeah, Morphling is going to feel really safe with the Aegis in hand as well to just start pushing towards those tier 2 towers. And the Tormentor is still there, the tower is still there. They could just go straight back towards the bottom tower. Looks like that's what they're going to be doing.
I'd really like to see Maposhka pick up the shard on this tree. I feel like that's going to be so useful to get more of a good positioning when they have to take these fights.
It's interesting to see they didn't go for it yet. They also got... Wait, did he buy that? Really? Huh. Okay, so Collapse bought his shard on Spirit Breaker already, which is a very early purchase, considering that he only has Midas and Octarine at this point. And it's curious to me because a lot of people think, you know, this shard is not good enough or whatever, but it did get a buff recently. It went from, what was it, 25% to like 75% now magic resistance when you activate it, but it's only until you take a spell. The effect ends as soon as the first spell is redirected, so it's curious to see him go for that instead of going for like earlier Shadow Blade or going towards maybe an Aghanims even. Yeah, just would not have expected it, to be honest. I'm not even sure what spell he wants to redirect here, because looking at the enemy team, I guess Fatal Bonds? I don't know, dude, but it still spreads. It doesn't...
I don't know. I was looking at that too. I was like, what exactly, which spell is it being redirected?
It's just Flux and Fatal Bonds. I guess you can redirect the Toss as well, but it's not... I don't think that works. I think that only works if you target on the target. I think it's not gonna. It's not gonna protect the guy from being tossed out. It's just who you toss it to can redirect, I think.
It's like we're having some issues, unfortunately, for tech.
Yeah, apparently need a little bit of a pause here. We have tech support coming in from Collapse though.
I'm sure we've got people on the scene ready to take a look and see what they can do to help them out here. Oh man, I loved Ted's voice line, but what I really wanted, like, because his is like, how is that balanced, right? He's got like a goofy kind of voice. I just want angry Ted. Give me angry Empyrean Flax, just yelling, how is that balanced? Like, that's what I want so much.
Yeah, I love the help one. It sounds even better because to me it sounds like he's in a box or something. You know, his voice is a little bit far away, so it makes the voice line all that much better. Man, the voice lines for this year are really hilarious. There's a lot of good ones.
I'm disappointed because I feel like I could have gotten away with being a little bit more snarky, hearing other people's, because I was like, oh, I have to be careful. Like, you know, it can't be construed as, you know, something too toxic. But then some of them I'm like, whoa, what?
Yeah, I mean
good for them, get that bag. But I was just like, man, I could have done something else. That would have been fun.
Yeah, always. Every time after I submit, I get an idea for something else I should have done instead. And I'm like, oh, well, you know.
I think one of my favorites, I'm a big Sheepo fan, personally. Hers made me, like, I was taking a drink because I was having coffee with my stream.
Two Dota players in the lane.
They might kiss. And I just was not expecting it. I just, like, snarked my coffee. Like, it was just all over. I was like, oh, my God, that's incredible. That was one I really like. I like Caps, too. His anime, like, Power Up. Oh, I'm a big weeb here. Really enjoy that.
Also, I mean, not just the voice lines from the support pipe, but like the general that we have translations now for the in-game voice lines feels so good. It's nice that you can finally understand some of the Chinese or Russian voice lines that didn't know before.
I know, because like in the past, it was always depending, like, Jack, can you make a post and like translate all of these Chinese voice lines for us? Because some of them are real sassy too.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty great, some of them. But I'm just looking at the game right now, thinking about how the game is going to evolve from here, because this game, it's pretty much gone the way I expected looking at the draft, to be honest. The Arc Warden, you know, it's worked out kind of well, but he also is always so scared just because of the Spirit Breaker. And I feel like Collapse is becoming more and more a dominant force, and there's been no real effort to shut down this Morphling. Like, Yatoro is just huge this game. They don't really have great tools to gank him, but that's just gonna keep becoming a bigger and bigger problem. In team fights, he can turn into Faceless Void, and then he's nearly unkillable on Morphling.
Well, like, that was the question for me too, is, you know, again, talking about supports. I'm a support player. I'm sorry. People are probably like, shut up, Moxie, about supports. But it's one of those things where Maposhka was able to rotate really early and just leave Yatoro in that bottom line. Yes, he was facing off a Dawnbreaker, but also you were seeing Antares making his own rotation. So this is a hero that can stay in lane and be perfectly fine. Like, he has to be careful. You have to have the vision. You have to know where the other enemies are. But it has definitely paid off in terms of, you know, letting him get the levels, letting him just do his own thing. Whereas in the top lane, you know, Faceless Void, also one of those heroes that should be able to have the freedom.
Ooh, as
Solo just... Woo, all right, there was a...
They just kill him and then the boss comes in again.
Still tags.
Oh no. All that changed was that Solo has gone from being with us to not being with us.
Rest in pepperonis, my goodness.
This is an awkward moment as well, because they're right on top of the Faceless Void.
Don't kill me, please. He's got Chronosphere up too. He's got Chronosphere, he's got his BKB. Like, the only thing that's going for them right now, like, if Ramses uses this Chrono, it's completely to run away, right? It's got to be for running away, or at least getting closer to the tower, so that way people can teleport in, because no one else on this team is nearby.
I think
he doesn't even bother. He's just going to beeline out.
Yeah, I think he can't kill them, because they could still just use the Adaptive Strike Strength nuke on him to stun him a little bit on Faceless Void, and Treant was close enough to help out. So he just gets out to safety. But look at Team Spirit, they're backing out without trying to steal the Tormentor here. So good respect on their team. I mean, easy to get greedy there and want the Tormentor as well, but probably smarter to get away.
It's such a, like, break of momentum though, right? Like,
it's not really a break of momentum there. There is just a dangerous thing. There was a ward on it, so they would be punished for it.
He's got the Shadow Blade. He sees Ramses. Could potentially try to make something happen. Thinks about that another strike. Walks right over to the side. Ramses probably feeling that Spidey sense tingle a little bit.
More pokes high ground, forces a little bit of reactions, and gonna back out again.
How much longer do we have on this Aegis? So it's a fresh Aegis.
Going for the steal now. Not gonna be there in time to do anything to punish it. So despite having an observer ward that saw that, that's just a free shard over on Mira.
It's a good shard. A little bit more control on the map, never a bad thing to have.
Yeah, I mean, Willow and Treant both are amazing shards, so whichever one you get there, you're pretty happy. And you still have the other Tormentor to fall back on later if you ever do want to fall back. But right now, it's just, you know, them keeping 9 Pandas in their base.
Collapse is going to get run at here by Miera and Kiyotaka, but with the Willow being in position, we'll slow him down a little bit. Tari's making his way over, has the Avalanche. We'll get the toss back into the rest.
He's out.
Oh, they used the Chronosphere just for Collapse.
And
They even
Golem
used
too.
the Golem off to the side, figuring, oh my God. All right, there's a little bit of miscommunication, I think, here.
Yeah, that was expensive. That was not what you want to have happen.
Look at this,
Morphling
Yathrop
dives
does
in
not
mid.
care. Has to be careful though, because there is going to be the jump in from the Solar Guardian. And he's just shredding through Miero. He does not care that he's got a blade mail. Gives no cares at all. Overgrowth's going to get used from Aposhka. Ramsey's BKB, he's just going to chase after. While this is going on, Solo will end up falling on the back lines. Taris, they're going to, oh, they finish it off. It's a triple kill for Yathrop.
Yathrop is so good. His immediate reaction there when he saw any form of defense was just to, you know, keep going, go more aggressive, jumps in onto the Arc Warden, turns into Arc Warden, puts down the bubble, and his right clicks were just devastating from there. Takes down the Arc real quick, and that's also the downside. If you use both your big ultis there of the Chaotic Offering and the Chrono, you can't really do anything about Morph, and he's not looking to slow down. 1 minute 30 on this Aegis. You know that he wants to go for even more stuff with this timing.
Yeah, you can see this aggression coming out as they immediately rip apart Kiyotaka, and then Miero jumped in with the Solar Guardian and the Blade Mail, but just they didn't have enough left at this point. They didn't have the means to hold him into place. Yes, you know, Maposhka ended up having to use that Overgrowth and died for it, but the BKB got used on Faceless Void. And then the rest of them are just allowed to run around and do whatever because they don't have the threat of the Chronosphere. They don't have the threat of the Chaotic Offering. And now they're kind of on the back foot. Like, look at this.
Oh, he doesn't have
finds
BKB
himself
yet.
Ramses. And yeah, he's going to try to run, but they've got the Terrorize. You've got a charge coming in. There's only so much that your team can do for you. He's just dead. And now Yathrop, all right, the Avalanche slows down just a little bit, but he's got his eyes on Solo. He's going to rip him apart.
Yathrop diving easily here. Has the lifesteal as well. Even got the Manta style ready, so he is just diving in, and even if there's a buyback on the Faceless Void, he's not going to have ulti.
Miera jumping forward. Sees Miera, just pushes him back a little bit. We'll use the fortification. They drop the bubble over on top as well. But they still have this Aegis for another 20-something seconds, and they're making the most of it right now. Taris throw back over onto the Spirit Breaker. They'll end up getting a kill. This is not looking great, though, now for Miero, as he is getting stuck over here on the side. They're trying to give support onto Yathrop. He is godlike, and Taris next on the list for just absolute destruction. My God.
Turning into Tiny as well there and turning it around on the enemy, just tossing them around. This is just a Morphling absolutely happy and enjoying life as he's just pushing without anyone threatening him.
They have a smoke over onto Ramsey. Solo also. They both have these ultimates in preparation. Ramses has to be so careful, though. The amount of damage coming out for Yathrop is just massive.
Yeah, they don't have the damage to kill. He denies.
He's like, fine, you can do that, but you can't have it. And Yathrop does not care. Goes deep here over onto Solo. He's got to just fight Ramses. Ramses can't do anything right now. He needs the rest of his team, and they are just not available. Goes for the BKB. Okay, they'll use the Overgrowth, and this isn't dead Ramses. He's just absolutely dead.
All right, he has the shard even, so even if you chrono there, it doesn't matter. He can shift it around as he wants. This is just going to be a continuous push. Goodbye, clowns.
Goodbye, clowns.
Wow.
Dire's top barracks.
Yeah, looks like Team Spirit are feeling pretty confident this one is over. 27,000 lead.
I mean, they're respawning. They're coming back up. Like, you don't want to drop a single game. Maybe, you know, it's a bit of a Hail Mary, but perhaps, you know, maybe you can make something happen. Perhaps they get too greedy.
Yeah, I don't see them really throwing this away here.
Rough, though. Yeah.
It's going to be very, very tough to do anything as the push is coming in bottom now as well. Spirit Breaker picked up the creep wave, and Morphling just making his way over. And what are you going to do? You've been forced to use your ultis here and there. The chrono was expended again, so there's nothing really to hope for.
All right, there's going to be the buyback. No Chronosphere, though. Again, I don't know what they can hope to do. They do have the Warlock ulti. All right, they'll go for now. Let's try to get themselves in a better position. Yatro in the middle of the Solar Guardian. Ramses, though, he's just dead. It's too late. He's not there. There's no buyback on this Faceless Void. Their hard hitter is no longer hitting because he is just out of the game. BKB is going to have to get used for Laurel. He's taking a lot of damage from Kiyotaka, but he's going to go for the Ghost Walk Collapse, getting into position. As they're waiting patiently over here on the side. Void's dead.
They're just healing up, getting their resources back again here as well. Invoker staying in that Ghost Walk, and Morphling getting full HP with the Satanic over on the Ancients. And he's coming in. This Butterfly Satanic, Eye of Skadi Morphling is heading towards your base again, and there's just nobody anywhere close to being able to deal with this guy.
No. Mira very aggressively blinks forward over onto Kiyotaka. The charge coming out from Collapse needs to be careful, doesn't go right into that. But Solo ends up dying. The meatball gets dropped. Kiyotaka Mira, they are just ripped apart. The buybacks come out. That is not looking good. Yeah, they call GG. Team Spirit showing up here in this game number 2, and they take the whole gosh darn thing.
He wants the Rampage. Give him the Rampage.
Give him the Rampage.
No, not in time. They managed to stay alive long enough to not give him the satisfaction, but you know what? He's going to get the 2-0 victory here in the first matchup. Yatoro and the crew, 16-1 and 8 on the Morphling, as he was... I don't even want to say that he was necessarily the clear MVP again here. This is not really me being a hater, but I feel like he had the easiest game ever because his team was just dominating the map. He was basically just enjoying farm, and then at the end of the game, he comes in with like 10,000 gold lead on everyone and says, yeah, I can kill all of you.
Yeah, I think it's Collapse. I would say Collapse is my MVP. Like, watching just how active he's been the entire game, the amount of, like, I'm trying to, like, look at the stats here. You know, he's got quite a few kills, quite a few assists, but it just feels like anytime anyone showed up on this map, he was there. Him and Laurel, actually, like, I don't know. I feel like, and again, we've already had Laurel be MVP. He did quite a good job in the series, but
I think for me, it's probably still Laurel. I like the point for Collapse, but I think Laurel back-to-back MVP here, in my opinion. He's, you know, been in 32 of the kills on his Invoker out of the 40 kills, and that's despite Morphling picking up some solo kills towards the end there. I think Invoker controlled the pace of the game along with the Spirit Breaker in a beautiful way. And honestly, I don't really understand Nine Panda's way of drafting. The TA first phase pick into the Arc Warden first phase pick, I think this is crazy town. I don't really approve of it.
Yeah, I was very surprised because, again, these are very counterable heroes that they're picking up. It's not like they're picking up, you know, something that's very strong within the meta that's very flexible. TA is one of those heroes that, you know, is very commonly countered if you pick it too early. Same thing with the Arc Warden. It just... a little bit of a question mark for me. I am not a pro player by any means. So, you know, I wonder sometimes, like, what's the mindset when you go into this? But take a look at the scoreboard here. Yeah, Yatro, 16-1 and 8. This man, when he got activated, boy, did he get activated. It was very, very impressive.
Yeah, he came online big time there. And overall, I want to say the game looked really, really smooth for Team Spirit. Like, last game was maybe a little bit more of a hiccup at some point. And, you know, they had that time where everyone kind of died and they didn't finish the megas yet. But this game was just completely clean. Nine Pandas, they didn't really ever get a hold of Team Spirit. They were too slippery. The Spirit Breaker always charging around Morphling. They didn't have the lockdown to take him down as well. And even Evoker, he got away a lot of the time.
Yeah, it was very, very close multiple times. But again, the way that they play together, and that's one thing I really love about Spirit, is that they really understand how their heroes work and how to move them together. It's not just, you know, okay, this is my hero. This is 3 of our heroes that we want to move around the map, or 4 or 2, or there's always a really strong understanding of their combinations and who they can get the jump on. And it's really just so fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, to me though, I think Laurel, this performance on Invoker, I don't know how many games he's gonna get where he gets to do what he did here. But there we have the Collapse Spirit Breaker as well. Don't want to take anything away from him. And Spirit Breaker, what an amazing hero in this patch as well. Showcased beautifully by Collapse here, as he pretty much, like you said, he was just always there.
Yeah, aside from that one time where I casters cursed him about his positioning, like his positioning, especially, he's known for his Magnus, right? But his positioning is always just really spot on. He knows where he needs to be. He knows who he needs to pair up with to make things happen. And I think that's very, very impressive. And then also, you look at some of the atomizations to make sure, he's as most effective as possible. Like, I really enjoyed that. And also the recognition that, Spirit Breaker can be run in this offlane role.
I'm just thinking if your cast is cursing him for the next series as well, Moxie, I'm trying to figure out, is this, I always said the rest.
We'll find out, very soon, because we do have another Spirit game coming up for you here on this channel. It's going to be Spirit versus SMG, which should be an exciting match, especially because I have a couple little question marks as to how well that roster is going to be run. So quick look at what we've got going on this channel. We've got Team Spirit versus SMG next, Entity versus 9 Pandas, Spirit versus Entity, and then SMG versus 9 Pandas. So 9 Pandas has a long day ahead of them. They are the first and last games to be played. So they'll get the chance for a redemption, but I'm excited for this next one coming up. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a whole new series for you. Welcome back to the road to the international. We have the group stage going on, and we just watched Team Spirit do a very impressive 2-0 against 9 Pandas. But if you're disappointed you missed out on that game, don't worry. We got more Team Spirit coming for you right here, right now. I'm joined with Wagga Mama. Wagga, we got Spirit versus SMG, and I think SMG's got a lot of buzz going on around them.
They do. They have been impressing a lot in the regionals. They played really fantastic. I was lucky enough to be casting that along with Ares in the Southeast Asian region, and they were not one of the expected teams to really like win and be that strong, but they played fantastic there. They only dropped 2 single games in the entire one. They went straight through the upper bracket. They 3-0'd the grand finals. They were looking absolutely fantastic there. That is the most recent that we have seen them play in official capacity, though, as they haven't had any tournament games since then. So it's been a little while since then. You know, we've had quite a few patches now. They'll balance patches, and the meta is quite different. But looking at SMG, I think that they have some really fantastic individual player level. We've got, you know, Mid One, No One, very, very famous for their performances, you know, as star players. But the ones that have impressed me the most are honestly probably Masaros and Afu in this team. Afu, especially on his Elder Titan, I think he played it 6 games in the regionals, didn't lose a single one. So that's like a big one to look out for.
Well, I think a big thing to remember too is that I don't believe Masaros is playing, right?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they didn't manage to secure the visa for him. Yeah,
unfortunately.
That's a rough one. Sorry, I've got my.
You're getting everybody all excited to see Masaros. Masaros is probably at home, like, oh man, I can't wait to watch my team play. Like, I'm so sad, but then you rub salt into the wound. Wagga.
Yeah, no, it's rough. That's rough. The visa issues are always so sad to have for any team.
Yeah, I know. I think Smiling Knight's visa got denied like 3 times or something. Like it was wild. But yeah, now unfortunately we do not have Masaros playing here for SMG, but we do have someone else who's pretty popular, pretty famous, Mr. Mind Control himself. So my question for you now, Wagga, is A, is this an upgrade? And then B, if it is an upgrade, can they play around it fast enough in a way that it's going to get that team synergy on board? Is he enough of a professional that he's going to be able to just be a chameleon, slink right in? Or, because I've always found Mind Control, like when I watch him, he's very dominating, like in his presence and his needs.
Yeah, Mind Control is a super experienced player, so it's quite easy for him to fit into different teams. He's played on many teams as well through the years. The question is how well he's going to fit. I think this meta, being so greedy in the offlane, kind of lends itself to a style that I've seen him play before. You know, I've seen Mind Control play the more sacrificial role as well, but I'm happy to see him perhaps go into this game the way we saw in last game here, coming out from Team Spirit as well, with Collapse going for the Midas Octarine on the Spirit Breaker offlane. Like, you can get away with some greedy stuff. So I think hopefully he should fit in quite nicely here for Team SMG, but we'll see what they have in store for Team Spirit.
I also feel like, too, when you have something like a Spirit Breaker that doesn't necessarily require much to get started and sort of snowball out of control, it definitely even lends itself more to being a bit greedier. But also, like, I'm wondering, too, how is your drafting going to be affected now? If you're Team Spirit, you're drafting up against SMG, do you put a priority on some of the Mind Control heroes that he's really well known for? Or, you know, do you stick to your plan? Are you just, you know, playing your own meta? You don't care. You're just like, well, we don't want to see this against us. Like, how does that come into play here?
I think you kind of have to just focus mostly on what is strong in the current patch. Think about what you're going to end up running, and then try and get rid of the strong things right now that you don't want to play against. I mean, this sounds like an oversimplification, but I don't think you can focus too much on like Mind Control's specific heroes that he likes the most. It's just about the patch. I want to see a lot of focus towards what has been, you know, proven to be strong already in the few days since the patch came out. I think for the offlane, you really have to address these issues that Brewmaster is still strong, Spirit Breaker is still fantastic, but even stuff like the Wraith King, you gotta be prepared for not having a lane where he can find space, because that's also a hero that we didn't see yet, but I bet you it's gonna come.
Well, I mean, we've only seen 2 games so far.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for sure. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of heroes popping up, especially with the way that some of these teams really have a wide pool of heroes that they like to pick from. So you've watched some of SMG, right? Everybody's watched Team Spirit, but you've seen a bunch of SMG. Like, again, some of this comes back down to the, fact that they don't have Masara. But how will they face off? Because these are 2 different regions, and 2 different regions typically play completely differently, unless you've been in the international scene for like so long, right? You kind of have a micro meta that builds between the 2 of you.
I think, well, the big thing is obviously that you still have no one who has good understanding of, the rest of the boys over on Team Spirit as well, because, he's played in the Eastern European region a ton as well before moving to play with SMG. But I think the matchup might be a little bit dangerous for SMG, because when I cast them in the regionals, they played fantastic and they outplayed everyone, but it wasn't always the most structured Dota. They played sort of chaotic. They, had a lot of different ideas happening at the same time in some of the games. So, and from what I've seen, they haven't specialized in one particular style. They played a lot of different, sometimes death balling, sometimes they play push strat, sometimes they play, farming for late game. They didn't really run one thing, whereas Blacklist, for instance, back then was just always death balling, and they got figured out. So that can work both in your favor and be a disadvantage, because if you don't have enough structure, you could really get taken by Team Spirit. They are an extremely coordinated team with how they move their supports.
And that's just what we were saying in the last series, is just how well they understand their heroes, but not only just their heroes, but how they work together, how they need to be moving, what targets they need to put a mark on in the early to mid game. So definitely excited to see that. SMD, the stereotype with SEA and SA, to be fair, honestly, is that it's wild. You never know what's going to happen. It's a lot of brawling. But yeah, you need to bring a clear game plan in, especially going up against Team Spirit. You need to know exactly what your objectives are, and you need to have a clear flow chart of how you want the game to go. Otherwise, they're going to rip you apart. So I'm excited to see, what they can do. It's always fun to see these teams from other regions pair up against these, each other, just to see what's, like, do they stick to their guns? Do they do what they know? Or do they make these adjustments? And again, it's early days here for the road to TI. We're going to be seeing, lots of little micro nano adjustments as these teams get going. But we do have some of the first bans coming in.
I'm curious if we're going to see any team let the Enchantress slip through against Team Spirit, or if it's going to be banned the entire group stage, because here it is again, banned out in the first phase. There's a lot of respect, of course, and I would say correctly so. Team Spirit, they dominate the lane too hard, I think, if they get their hands on it. And there's the Skywrath ban as well.
It's one of those things too, like Enchantress definitely is a lane dominator, but also you have things like the Treant, right? Treant has become one of the most sought after supports. And it can do quite a bit in the right hands. We just saw what Maposhka could do with it in the last game. And it's just so good for stabilizing the line, making sure that your core stays healthy, but also having that extra little bit of movement as you go through the trees, moving towards that mid lane, moving towards, those runes early on is super beneficial. So is it worth it to continue banning the Enchantress over something like a tree? And I guess it does come down to speciality too, but...
Yeah, I think you definitely want to pick your poison a little bit there. If you don't ban the tree, I think it is one of the most highly contested heroes overall. So you got to have something else that's very important to ban. And look at that, SMG banning out an early Faces Void as well. So Team Spirit, of course, they have a few reasons why Faces Void is good for them. Not only that Yatoro plays it really well, but also that they have Laurel, who loves playing Invoker. If the game goes late and you have Invoker Faces Void, it can sometimes become a free team fight with a good Chronosphere. You Cataclysm that. So trying to protect themselves from different things. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, in their first bans, they get rid of the Enigma, a hero that's really been on the rise with the recent buff to the Eidolons. The demonic conversion, or whatever it's called, went from 60-second cooldown to 40, and that just allows him to have much more impact early on. So Enigma should probably be in very good shape for this TI.
I guess the other thing I'm a little curious about is we talked about Laurel's Invoker, and we watched Nine Pandas before. We did some criticisms about that. But is it a hero that they pick up super early on? Like they went for the collapse. Brewmaster, we saw how absolutely devastating he can be, especially with a good start. But is this Invoker something that we'll see picked up pretty early, or do you think they're going to actually ban it on SMG? Like, what's the thought behind that?
I think they can, they can pick it early if they really think that it's good. But, if they manage to get a last pick Invoker, they're super happy on the side of Team Spirit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them open with it, just because we have seen them play Invoker against TA, one of the worst matchups you can have as an Invoker mid, and he still did absolutely fine there. And that was against 9 Pandas, who are, no slouches. They're really, really talented as well.
Yeah, I would say he's definitely a threat on that hero, but
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so after the Brewmaster, we see Phoenix coming in by SMG, a hero that's also been rising in his popularity, and we'll see what they wanna get rid of now on the side of Team Spirit. I think the Phoenix pick is a bit of a block pick as well, because Brewmaster and Phoenix, they work so well together in lane, and they make team fights almost just impossible to take. With the Brewmaster popping his ulti and then the egg as well being around, you basically can't fight.
No, that's a good point. It's a denial pick, and also just a hero that seems to be creeping up further and further in terms of popularity. The Sunray being just excellent and being able to help stabilize, but like you said, paired up with the Brewmaster, Cinder Brew, and then later on the egg, the threat of the egg, and making sure that you have the right heroes that can hit it. Very, very important. Taking a look at what SMG likes to pick, and a lot of the things I'm seeing, you talked about the Elder Titan. I don't know if this is going to necessarily be a position 5 Phoenix, but I'd assume at this point you probably want to go for your offlaner, right? Or do you want to hold on to that just because you don't know what your pairing up's going to be?
Yeah, I mean, considering you see the Brewmaster already, you could think towards your carry, I would say here, if you're on the side of SMG, because you want to have something that deals pretty well with Brew, and that's why we see Team Spirit, they're banning out, sort of the classic heroes for Brewmaster, the Sven, Bristleback, who's also been becoming stronger in the recent patch, definitely on the rise as well, and Kunkka.
Ooh.
They're going to go for Invokers, a bit of a... Not just a block pick, but this is just a highly contested hero here. No one plays absurdly good on Invoker as well. And EMP is one of the better ways to deal with Brewmaster. If you EMP him, cold snap him, he can't get his ulti out.
It's also just such a non-committal way to kind of poke and see is this fight going to be advantageous for us? Throw out a tornado. It's kind of like a punch hook in a sense, right? If it lands on something, that's great. If it doesn't, then you just reset. You don't have to commit.
Yeah,
good for disengaging too.
In general, Invoker does really well at just standing pretty far away and being effective still. Same for Phoenix. So heroes that are quite good at dealing with Brewmaster from a distance. But they are waiting with their carry pick. So we'll see what Team Spirit now want to go for, if they're going to reveal a support into this. Yeah, it's going to be Silence coming out. Just a classic counter matchup to Phoenix. If you ever get last worded, you can't dive away, which is really annoying because you can't cancel it.
Just a really annoying hero to have to play against in general, right? Because he did have some of those changes in terms of laning, so he becomes a little bit more awkward. And then on top of that, just having to play around that ulti, it can be very, very tough, especially when you have 2 people right now on the board that are just straight up casters. The Muerta, though, making an appearance. All right. She had some changes recently, too. I know that she's slowly been creeping up.
Yeah, Muerta's a hero that's been played both on the support and on the carry role quite a bit. That's mainly, pos 4, pos 5, and pos 1 is basically where she gets the most play. And we've seen primarily Entity run a lot of Muerta. They play it a whole bunch, so we might see that in the next series as well. But with the Muerta pack coming out here, they add even more silence and control against the Phoenix. So looking very annoying for him to try and get his spells off. There is that Afu Elder Titan coming in by a Team SMG. Like I said, he's probably one of the most impressive Elder Titans I've seen since the days when Crit was spamming a bunch of Elder Titan.
It's a hero you don't see a whole heck of a lot of anymore, so it's definitely in the hands of a specialist. It means that they have to be excellent with it, and Afu clearly is one of those people. I like the Beastmaster pickup too. It's just a very solid, very, very solid hero that's going to be able to fit into really honestly any draft, right? That provides so much.
Yeah, it's useful for them here as well because it gives them a little bit of a way to burst the Brewmaster again. You want to try and get control against Murta in her ulti form as well. But with the reveal of the PA, this is not going to be a carry Murta. Looking,
PA got nerfed pretty hard though. I'm surprised with this pickup.
Yeah, she did get hit pretty hard. The crit nerfs were pretty big, but also the vanish not getting extended when you buy the Aghanims and the break distance as well. There's just compounding effect of all the different nerfs. But PA is good against Beastmaster, so she's a good hero for killing off the boars in laning stage, and can also find a lot of kills on the Beastmaster. I don't know, the Brew and Beast, man, they messed up my mind.
No worries, no worries.
So the Stifling Dagger can be really big for winning the lane. But yeah, I'm concerned. The hero dropped like 6% overall win rate, I think, after the nerfs. So
I mean,
I'm not sure.
Let's be really honest here, though, because she was like way too strong, in my opinion. Like, I felt like she is overtuned to the point where just it was a little bit ridiculous. So could you say that now, even though she's not, doesn't have that high win percentage rate, is she just comfortable now, though?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, her win rate, she was very strong, but her win rate wasn't really absurd. Like, she was way below Treant before the nerfs to PA, and losing that much that they took away from her. I think that she might not be as good as people think anymore.
What about like tempo wise though? Like, looking at the draft currently coming out from the side of Team SMG, and then looking what Team Spirit brings, like, I feel like she hits a very good timing with what they have currently.
She could. She could. They have a very nasty 5-man right now on Team Spirits, with the potential for the global silence Brewmaster, and then PA maybe picking someone off. I'm curious though if this is going to be like Brewmaster and Murta on the off lane, Team SMG banning out the mid Spirit heroes here, Earth and Void Spirit removed.
So then what is the Laurel here? I mean, what do we have left? There is no Invoker, right? Because it got picked up.
Yeah, they banned out the Pango as well. I'm thinking maybe they even banned the Kunkka, so it's a bit tricky for them here what they want to go for.
Like something with more lockdown.
Yeah, I guess Dazzle isn't spammed, so could be
Ricky.
What?
Okay, what?
That's a curveball. That's definitely a curveball. I did not expect Ricky. I don't think SMG predicted a Ricky in a million years here as well. Wow. I don't know what to say about that. I guess Ricky can't. I'm thinking this is a mid Ricky. And I think it can lane really well against Quasox Invoker, possibly. You can dodge the EMP with the Tricks of the Trade, and your last damage is pretty good on Ricky. So if you can get some free CSing early, this is going to be an insanely active fighting style mid hero, though. Smokescreen adds one more silence as well. So they have 3 different silences now. I mean, it's a very curious pick here for sure, but I think Invoker mid can be a little bit rough against the Ricky last pick cheese here.
I feel like my only concern with seeing this, well, I have multiple concerns because it's not what I was expecting, but the one that rises to the top of my mind right now is you have 2 assassin heroes, and generally when you're drafting, you don't want 2 heroes that serve kind of the same purpose. So yeah. How does this break down for you then? Like, because obviously Ricky's got his own set of tools. Having that silence is great. Being able to disjoint and do like, the big AoE, really, really nice too. Is that enough of a difference to kind of offset it?
Well, I mean, the important part is that you don't really have heroes that kind of clump up and become prone to getting hit by AoE spells. And Ricky's pretty high maneuverability, so we'll see how it functions here in this game. SMG, they go for a more standard pick, last pick Gyrocopter. This is looking a bit like old patch style drafting. This is pretty much the type of stuff that they ran during the qualifiers. So not too different. It's a solid, well-rounded draft by SMG. They have great team fights. They have the Gyrocopter. Even with the nerfs on Gyro, still a pretty good carry. And no one on Invoker. I can't stress it enough. He's a really, really good Invoker player as well. We just got to see Laurel twice on it. Now we get to see no one as well. This is Invoker Day, Moxie.
Gosh, it's wild to me too, like for how long no one has been in the scene and like how respected he's been as a mid player. I think at one point back when Sumail was mid laning back on, I think it was EG at the time, he was just like, that's the only guy that like I'm a little scared of in the mid lane. Like he's definitely a legacy player for sure. But I'm curious how this is. It's weird because you're looking at this wild draft and you expect it to come out of, the Southeast Asia or, whatever team here. But it's coming out from Spirit. And honestly, Waga, after watching the first 2 games today against 9 Pandas, I feel like even though it's real weird and real kind of wacky, I feel like Spirit, they're just in a great place right now. They understand what they need to do with their heroes. And like, this is just like, oh, great, we get the chance to play Ricky mid. Let's go.
Team Spirit are feeling themselves, they're confident. They are recently coming off great performances, and then they open up the group stage with a win, and they go into game 2 here and throw a little bit of a, not necessarily a cheese strat or something, but doing some crazy unpredictable stuff with the Laurel Ricky. And this is a scary team to go up against. When they are executing at top level and doing crazy stuff like this, it's hard to predict, and how SMG reacts to this is going to be very important. But I mean, their sponsor is literally called Still Moving Under Gunfire. So if anyone can react to good pressure, I expect it to be them.
So how would you expect to see them react now? Like, how do you, offset the sudden monkey wrench that's been thrown in?
I think the important part is going to be the early support rotations and movements. I want to see how they're gonna react to this mid Ricky first rotations. And I think we have the game on screen here. Both teams smoking up for the ward placements for the mid, holding positions.
I feel like this is just the opening we see every single time now. It's nothing too wild. See that wards do get dropped.
It's just about, who manages to place it and where. This is going to be the big question. I think, that ward was dropped fully under smoke by the Phoenix there. And the ward over on the side, though, could be dewarded. The one that Afu planted, I think, was spotted by Team Spirit.
30 seconds to battle.
A little bit of quiet. Do you see that collapse in mid 1 are kind of dancing around this bottom spot?
Yeah, Collapse is going for an attempt of a steal here. So we see them aiming for 3 runes on the side of Team Spirit, whereas SMG, they're going to try and contest 3 as well.
Johnwell is getting in position. A little bit of a skirmish here on the top, but nothing too wild.
Yeah, so 2 for 2, no real HP trading here as well, just positional play. And we see, of course, the Invoker mid gonna go up against the Ricky. Bottom lane is gonna be that Murta and Brewmaster going up against the Phoenix and Gyrocopter. And top, of course, this PA Silencer.
Yeah, I'm curious with this mid lane matchup because this is not one that I commonly see. I don't think many of us see it. And again, a lot of this probably going to come down to skill on top of everything else. No one a very seasoned veteran here
The big thing about this mid matchup, I mean, a lot of mid matchups you may not have seen before, but you get a read for how it's going to play out anyway. That's just how Dota is. There are too many permutations, right?
Yeah.
And the thing about Ricky is that he has high base damage. So his 63 base damage already, even against Universal Invoker going for branches and circlet here, he has 10 damage or 8 damage advantage, which allows him to go for a few last hits a little bit easier here.
Yeah, it's actually right now on top of the CS currently. It is only about a minute in though, so that could change as levels get added, items get picked up.
Yeah. Laurel with a nice little body block as well. They're standing on top of the range creep, dragging the auto attacks onto him instead. Though Ricky has a small model, if you do it correct, you can do it. Worst hero to play against when they do that is probably Broodmother or Primal Beast. They just cover the heroes.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
So it's going to be bottle first item for the Ricky as well here. So he's expecting to get mana burn and try and replace that.
So you're hoping that we see a rotation come out from these supports to gank this Ricky, right?
I'm not necessarily rotation to gank him. It's more when Ricky hits 6, they need to have good ward-centric combinations and be in good position to shut him down. Since Ricky gets extra gold or experience from kills. You don't want to let him start snowballing.
Mm-hmm. I'm just concerned with, like, you know, looking at the supports that they have. I mean, Elder Titan's pretty good, right? We've got Afu who's going to be able to make those rotations, but I am concerned, like, Phoenix, not necessarily the best at being able to, you know, help put that pressure down.
I think a lot of the work is going to be done by no one on the Invoker, actually. Like, he has to pair up with the supports to kill the Riki, because without Cold Snap, he's going to be very hard to kill. Like you said, the supports don't have stunts. Don't really count the Echo Stomp. It's too slow.
Yeah.
Telegraphed.
It's pretty calm, like, early game so far. Not seeing any overly aggressive plays. As I say that, you see that little Icarus dive coming up from John Well, but
yeah, tried to get the stop cancel. Didn't get it though.
Good little bit of a stomp here. Afu realizes he can probably teleport out in the nick of time, but that is going to leave Mind Control a little bit vulnerable now that he doesn't have anybody to support him. So he needs to be a bit careful. It won't have that Elder Titan back really fast because he had to teleport. So he's going to be making that walk of shame.
He also doesn't have a big camp to pull, so the lane is really pushed in, and Yatoro is going to be very comfortably farming under his tower here and have the creep wave in a perfect position. So tough spot for Mind Control. Bottom lane, mid one being run at.
Pressure on mid one. Collapse is going to chase after him, see if he can get a couple more hits going. Doesn't want to necessarily dive on this, though, at the same time. But both of them very, very low. No regen really left on mid one other than, like, Tango that got shared. Has a couple wand charges and a healing Lotus, but definitely going to be feeling a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, even uses a branch there to try and get the Tango to last a little bit longer. Top, Afu is back on the lane, but he immediately gets targeted here by the Silencer and the PA.
Ooh.
Taking a lot of damage.
That feels so bad. He walked all the way back. Luckily, does have himself that salve, right? So he's going to be able to heal back up, but it always sucks when you get to lane and you're already at, like, half health.
Yeah, and it's so low commitment as well. Bottom, though. Mira gets caught out a little bit. Doesn't have the boots yet on his Murta, so in danger if Gyrocopter starts running him down like that.
See, Laurel's doing a great job here in this mid lane. 22-9 currently against 19-7.
Yeah, this is pretty much how I expected. I think no one is doing a great job on his Invoker to keep up, though, since it's pretty much dead even right now, and I thought Riki might be able to edge out a bit of a lead here early. The fact that Invoker is pretty much even is a job well done by no one.
Top lane, more pressure being placed on Afu. They use the blood grenade. Yatoro has that stifling dagger. Just needs a couple more clicks here. We'll be able... Miposhka. Did he go a bit too far? Can they keep... Nah, they'll end up losing both of the supports in a trade here in this top lane.
Some synchronized feeding going on right there. Both the supports just get taken down at the same time, so... Pretty good trade for Team Spirit, though. You want to keep getting kills and, build up your PA. As they keep getting those, the first kill they got there, but... she wants to start feeding on the supports as early as possible.
I mean, it's a little bit better for Afu because he gets the experience of Miposhka dying here in the top.
Yeah, with double TP mid to bottle refills. So both the mid players getting a little bit of love from the supports who just died and now contesting the 6 mid rune.
Making some plays over onto No, and a nice hit here from Mira. Go throw out the calling, get a little bit more damage, and they'll find a kill on no one. They do end up losing Miposhka while this is going on, but a mid kill is a very good one here for Spirit.
That's a nice takedown. Good use of the rotations there, and just see the power of the chain silence, really. He wasn't allowed to cast any spells on Invoker.
And that's such a cool, like it's incredible the names that we've got now for some of these newer heroes. Like, I think back to Slardar of just amp damage. We got things like the Calling, Deadshot, like Pierce the Veil. Sound way cooler.
Yeah, I like Murta. I like Murta as both thematically and also play feel. It feels nice. Ooh, look at Yatoro with his classic TI game senses here. Just reading the rotation, gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna stay top. I'm gonna just go through the portal and farm bottom instead.
We've got level 6 online for Brewmaster. Like, they could potentially go make a dive onto this gyrocopter if they wanted.
If he shows himself, he's dead. Since they don't see PA top, he should be very careful, and he is rightfully backing out.
Do see some pressure being placed top, though, because they'll use the split and they'll chase after mind control, cancel out the TP over on the side. So it's looking like a very dead Beastmaster. And now Afu, he's left behind. They are going to use their bodies, try to slow him down, throw out the rock, give a couple of these clicks here. This should be a dead Afu. So a good rotation early coming out from Spirit. Of course, Yathrou realizing, hey, this doesn't seem safe. And the rest of his team saying, don't worry, we got this, boss.
Oh, he's looking massive now on Collapse as well with that. Already had pretty damn good CS going, and now getting this double kill. He's getting close to his Midas, just 200 gold away. So same builds that we saw from last game. He's gonna go Midas and then straight Radiance. Not even going for boots.
In comes Huerta and Maposhka. You gotta watch out for those portals, SMG. Team Spirit, they use them like their own personal Uber service. Subway service? I don't know. Do end up getting the kill on Mira, but the way that these guys are moving, it's just very effective. And you love to see, like, look at this. Already they're going to just start heading back over towards the portal.
Yeah, he's going back to try and defend top, trying to hold on to his tower a little bit longer. Beastmasters always want to take the tier 1 tower and open up the map as early as possible so they can use the enemy jungle and or maybe even fall back and clear ancients. But Collapse is making it, a bit of a bigger task here for him to try and finish that.
It's like really impressive the way that like he doesn't have that split up, but they're just so worried about like the way that he plays that they respect when they see him come in.
He's still pretty strong even without the ulti. Like double bracer, magic stick, it's not that easy to bring him down. Mid lane, no one has worked hard to harass Laurel here, taking his mana away.
Though they're wrapping around on him. He's so far forward. In fact, look at this. They've got a TP over here on the side. Mira getting into position, throws out the calling, couple of these clicks plus flick grenade. Laurel is more than happy to get that. And Yathrou also rotates here to this mid lane.
Yeah, these moves. Look at them now invading the enemy ancient area.
This is not good for you, my friend, as he goes for the ward. Does land over onto Collapse, but Laurel's here. He says, that's fine. I'll take this kill. I'll take myself a double.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. Oh, big stack over here, too. Ooh.
Double kill for Ricky. That's 300 extra experience compared to any other hero getting it. You know, the ultimate giving you... It's so random that he gets extra experience, but
he's
this
an assassin,
is really propelling him.
You know?
Give TA this. I want it too.
She's got other things going on for her.
Oh, they might be able to bring him down here, though.
They're trying, but they need to just be a little bit faster here. Nice stomp, though, coming in. Good dead shot over onto Phoenix. Will push them back.
Yeah, Cold Snap wasn't enough. He managed to get the Trickster trade off in between the Cold Snap ticks. So I guess you need more points in the quals before you can really like guarantee that he doesn't get that off.
Now we do have some ultimates here over on the side of SMG, right? We do have the egg now for the Phoenix. Rover's already used, not quite there yet for the Elder Titan Earth Splitter if he opts to pick it up. Not the end of the world that he doesn't have that, although, oh, this is scary here for this Phoenix. Goes for the egg, oh no! It's gonna be a nice tornado that slows down just a little bit, but now no one's in just this awkward position. Laurel, he's still here. Sazma Poshka nearby. He's gonna just go try to get these backstabs off. They need a little bit more vision. Ghost drops tricks to the trade, zips back over to his team as mid one is here. And there's Laurel's looking pretty gosh darn good. They got the dust on him with that call down. That'll be enough to take out Ricky.
You gotta respect Alfu and his Elder Titan coming in with that plus 190 damage. And once he gets a few levels, you know, he doesn't even have maxed out Astral Spirit yet. He can really just come in and punch people. That's basically what I've been seeing him do. Just
it's a lot of TPs. Oh, look at this. I love the positioning. Collapse still waiting nearby with Yathrou, just in case he needs to make a speedy escape. And they're just both gonna leave. They saw two TPs come in. They're like, we don't need to be here anymore.
Yeah, PA TP's mid, gonna pick up some farm there. Almost, getting kind of close towards that Battle Fury. He doesn't really have it yet, but he has Power Treads, he has the Broadsword, 600 gold towards his Claymore, and then just needs the recipe, and full Battle Fury will be up. Meanwhile, the Gyrocopter, of course, doing pretty great on farming as well. He is ahead by 600 gold.
Yeah, I didn't see. Were they stacking for him too, or mid lane?
Yeah,
a little pressure
both
on
teams
Laurel.
have been building some. The rune not gonna go the way of Ricky here, even though he wanted his hands on it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, the dead shot almost caught the gyrocopter there.
What?
A musical break?
You're allowed to sing? Oh my gosh.
Your whole life has changed.
I know. It really has. Pressure being placed here on the bottom tower. They have the split on Brewmaster. They have global silence too.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah. Top tower is also falling really quickly right now. The DD and the Beastmaster creep.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Looks like
You
just tier 1
expect that to
tower is gonna
happen.
fall. Both bottom and top.
Get a nice stack over here for mind control. Is just going to continue to stack up, take some of those creeps.
Yeah, he's he needs it. He needs to work on, you know, recovering a bit. He's not necessarily underfarmed or anything, but he did die twice, which these ancient camps helps him a little bit to get back in shape.
Oh, they want this invoker. They want no one. They've got dust. They've got plenty of detection. They've got a split on collapse. No one. Something feels off. It's just gonna go run away.
Yeah, it's a nice ghost walk because you get the mana as well during it. They're trying to move between the tower now. They don't have a quelling blade though, so yeah, their move was
Show collapse.
spotted.
Oh, look at Moposhka and Mira. Good dead shot here into the silence. Laurel just gonna back off though. Doesn't want to get echo stomped. Call down coming out now from mid one. A little bit off
Tips
the
from
mark with
Pushka.
that tornado, but they'll just back off. They don't have any way to hold them in place, to hold them underneath this egg.
And they just walk away, just safely walk out of this engagement. Meanwhile, there's a lot of space for PA, who's just farming away at top. Already has the Battle Fury coming out being delivered. SMG wasting this supernova. Doesn't feel too good for them.
Yeah, that feels really bad. Because now there's no safety net for this Phoenix, especially like have to be very, very careful using that Icarus dive not too aggressively because this Ricky will just feast on you.
Yeah, Ricky has the full diffuser as well, so definitely has the damage.
Like, look at
Looking for
Laurel.
Phoenix.
It's like, hey, buddy, what's up? Poshka's here. He's going to
Silence
help with a
number
little
one.
damage plus the calling. He's
Silence
one
number
more,
two.
actually. Didn't quite make it. There it is. TPs are coming out, though. They are mad that they got the jump on the Phoenix. But again, where's your lockdown, SMG? The amount of engagements that you just watched your enemies walk away from you, it's expensive.
Yeah, they have that awkward thing going where you don't have the best supports to stun stuff.
Okay, that's a
they
big
get
kill.
nice
They
kill.
got the kill on Yatro. Don't have quite enough damage to take... Oh, never mind. I lied.
Yeah, Ricky. Laurel doing a nice little
Lol.
fixer trade cancel there as well for extra damage. You just get one hit with it and then jump out of it.
That's fairly close. Mira, no mana left over here. It's just going to push the creeps off the mid tower. But no one's doing a lot of damage.
Laurel on his Ricky got 32 denies, by the way. That's Ricky ulti for you. He's still going for it whenever he sees a chance for it here on mid. This, you know, Invoker still would like some of that experience, but he's 2 levels behind the Ricky.
Well, that time the tornado does clip, but...
Wisdom runes. We haven't really seen either team focus on wisdom runes. 1540, the first one gets taken, and the other one is still there on the Radiant side. All these
Guess they
fights
really-
around mids.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen mind control because he's been over there stacking. I guess it's a little extra walking room. Expects the supports to pick it up, but...
Yeah.
Got egg again. Well, they go for a quick dust, figuring that Ricky's got to be nearby. Nice echo stomp, though, over onto Laurel. He's going to be forced to run away and join up with Maposhka, so they'll reset.
He's doing a really good job keeping his mana pool up on Ricky despite all these EMPs landing. No one has landed so many, but with Magic Stick and the bottle, the Ricky is sticking around. Now the push is coming in with the Helm of the Overlord creep, though. Can they defend against this?
I mean, they immediately send that Granite Golem packing.
Yeah, the
They
calling.
need more, though. They can't defend with just the 2 of these guys. They need...
They're just delaying. They are not going to defend this, it looks like. Unless
Yeah.
Brewmaster wants to go. He did just finish his Radiance.
Yeah, I was about to say, that is a big item for him. But it's already gone.
It's just a tier 1 tower. You don't have to overcommit if you don't feel ready. At the end of the day, they're running the PA. They are a little bit happier to just try and drag this game out and farm.
Do you have the Agnum Scepter completed now for mid 1? So he's got his Treads, Ags, and the Crystallis. dishing out more damage here. Working on that BKB, that's going to be his next big item before I think he joins into these fights. Whereas Yatoro, he has himself the Battle Fury completed, but he's still got a little bit of a ways to go here before I think he wants to necessarily fight with his team.
This is some fast intentions towards Roche, though, with nice timing, finishing up, like you said, that Axe going into Roche, and the reaction is there, though, by Team Spirit. They can feel it, and they're heading over.
Now, they don't have their Invoker in position. They do have Elder Titan, who's one of the better heroes to be fighting around this Roche pit. Little premature dust. They got nerfed.
Brew might just go in, yeah.
Yeah, he's got himself that Radiance, like we said. He's got the split. I'm just going to back off. Wait a minute. Mira's making his way up, too. Sitting at level 8 currently. No points in Pierce the Veil. See as a support.
They're scouting it. Roche at half HP. Very awkward spot here for the side of SMG as they almost took Roche, but then have to back out. Now you're worried about giving it away. So they're smoking around.
No one's here, too. So Collapse is going to be the one who gets jumped on. Laurel throws out the silence over to mid 1. Collapse, not much mana here. Not enough here for the split until he goes and uses that stick. Needs to probably use it if he's going to go in. Falling again, pushing them back, and being very patient. Collapse does eventually end up using that split. Echo Stomp over onto the back lines. They don't have Yatoro again, still. Just buying some time, trying to make the space as SMG wants that Roche. And they want to make something out of this. Mapoche kind of in an awkward position. Still has the global silence if needed, but he's getting clipped down. So no silencer available for this fight. They're just wasting time here for Yatoro.
Yeah, but they're not pushing mid-tower with Yatoro as well. I thought he would go for the tier 1 during this, but I guess he's scared of like a Beastmaster TP into a Roar, so he's just basically farming jungle mostly during this. It's gonna be a free Roche though.
So almost got BKB now for Yatoro, though. That's pretty big. Oh, no one's here, and they have Afu nearby. Yatoro needs to be careful. As the Roche gets taken, mid 1 will get himself the agent. Laurel, though, joining in with no one. Again, does have to be careful. They do have Afu, but there's just no way to save him.
Oh boy, that is a huge
bait.
kill. Yeah, good reaction. I mean, he TP'd immediately on Laurel. The moment the PA got gone on, TP to a tier 1 tower bottom, and getting a kill onto the Invoker there. 13, level 13 Ricky is huge.
Look at Afu just hugging that sentry ward. Laurel's like, oh, there's someone here. Hello, Afu. You know what? I'll dive underneath the tower. I don't mind. Mira's here. We'll just give a couple more clicks. Have to be careful, though. Mid one showing up. That was not what Laurel expected at all. So the bait tables get turned as Mira now has to teleport out.
Yeah, that damage, I mean, that was with only 1 level in natural order, by the way. He doesn't have his natural order maxed out yet, but you could see the Gyrocopter just shred through the Ricky. Once you get more points into that and Ricky's base armor is gone, then Gyrocopter could very well just out-carry him entirely here. Question is the PA's impact, you know. She's the sleeper hero right now, working on a BKB.
She's got it.
Actually delivered.
Yeah. So what do you do here? Do you just wait for your Ricky to respawn, grab a smoke, and try to make a play? Because they do have an Aegis, right? Is it worth it to...
You don't want a 5-man. You want to try and poke and prod, though, for sure. A 5-man engagement wouldn't be good for Team Spirit, but they could look for pickoffs. That's what their draft is good at. They have the Ricky, they have the PA. Both fantastic for it. Even the Marita is pretty good for pickoff gameplay. And she has a full Rod of Aegis now. So she's a little bit ready to set up for herself here. And bottom, meanwhile, SMG wasting no time with the Aegis. They're pushing.
Global Silence going to get used as they're putting the pressure down over on Offus. There's no Elder Titan here to save him. They need to use Dust or something. They don't have the vision. All right, there we go here. Mira following up. Should be able to burst down no one, and he's toast. So now it looks like the rest of SMG needs to get out of here really, really fast. They do still have the Aegis on mid 1. So there is that going for them. Collapse, he's on the hunt. He still has the split. Oh my God, they slap through this Phoenix. BKB gets used. They've got their attention over onto Mind Control. They'll finish them off. Laurel's so very, very low. Somehow still alive, although he ticks down to the Fire Spirits. Collapse on the hunt as mid 1 over here. They're kind of just waiting their time. They're like, okay, he has an Aegis. Not the biggest deal. Control. We could try to just burst him down as they take down Mind Control's creep. Yatro kind of kiting around the back line. Collapse still hunting for the Phoenix. Another dagger over onto mid one. A little bit off the mark, but the stone does land. They're trying to use the heal. It is going to be the Aegis that ends up going down as the egg gets used. Collapse, they're backing off over on the side of Spirit. They'll throw an Atos down just on mid one, making sure that he can't just chase after them as easily as they'd like. But they use buybacks during that fight, Waga.
Oh, Mira, he's going to be a sacrificial lamb at the end of this. No way out for him, sadly. But yeah, that was very costly for the side of SMG there, using 2 buybacks and still losing the Aegis, losing some of your tempo, and Team Spirit showing no fear, taking a team fight into Aegis because they got the good initiation. Finding ET first, then jumping onto the Invoker as well. It was just sort of Pac-Man mode for them. They kept running in. And I think they utilized the Brewmaster in a great way in the fight as well. He just focused on zoning the rest and leaving the Gyrocopter isolated to slowly be dealt with.
Throw in the mid lane, has to be careful. Got themselves that homing. Mid one using the call down, seeing that TP come in.
Yeah, not gonna get anyone with that, but he has the full butterfly on the Gyrocopter as well, so feeling a bit confident to keep taking fights here before the true strikes come in.
We'll end up losing that mid tower though. They just don't feel like they're really ready to be in a full fight, especially with what they're bringing to the table on the side of SMG.
They need, Team Spirit need at least Brewmaster ulti to be able to take a fight into this 5-man. We saw how good it is last team fights. Now the smoke move here towards bottom.
They just beelining bottom. Aposhka's like, something doesn't feel right, Collapse. I'm out. See ya.
We'll see if Collapse is gonna make it too. If no one is gonna tornado, maybe?
He does. The rest of the team's on the hunt. This could be a very dead Collapse. Does have the split though. Global Science is going to get used. Collapse gives him enough time to turn back around, but he's using it as a form to just try to run away as this little Storm Panda running for the hills. Rest of the team is making their way over. Can he buy enough time? He's sitting so low here. Oof.
Hasted Ricky coming in.
He's going to be able to make it out. Yeah, he's looking. He's trying to find this opening. Mid one up in the air. Comes Laurel. He sees this Phoenix. That's going to be his first target. Goes. Pops him in place. Next coming up. Go. They drop the splitter. Oh my god, the damage from Yatros just shreds apart the Eldritch, but the roar coming out from Mind Control will slow him down. Trout calling mid one. He wants to finish off Yatros. He's sitting so very low, but he uses the BKB. The jump in from Laurel has to be careful though. That dive bomb does slow them down quite a bit. Collapse joining in here with the Cinderbird. They need a little bit more damage. Can they finish off the Beastmaster? Yes, they can. And now mid one, guys, this is very, very scary from. Oh my god, they rip them apart. And somehow all 5 heroes on the side of Spirit stay alive.
Oh, the Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark as well. Doesn't get the kill on Collapse there. They got baited so deep there. That was, a very good play. Just trying to pull them into an awkward position, just making them run way overextending. SMG finding themselves just in a weird position where the supports are not safe because enemies were all around them. And you are not going to be able to stay alive on Phoenix if you're against PA and Ricky just hunting you like this. So the fight became very hard. They need to hold a fixed position more. Like they have a strong death ball, they have a strong push for sure. But the scrappier the fight, the better it is for Team Spirit.
Four staff completed now for Maposhka. Going to be able to push people out of the way if needed from the Echo Stomp or whatnot. Very important. Tormentor's going to get taken though, and it'll be a nice one here going over to the Phoenix, which will give him the Sun Ray during the egg. Always good to have that extra bit of heal tossed in there.
That one was also massively buffed by adding the Sun Ray blind, right? So every second of channeling the Sun Ray on someone, you get 10% blind onto them, which is really, really useful. Trying to keep the egg alive or even saving someone else.
Yeah, it's not listed underneath the tooltip at all.
Yeah, it's not on the shard. It was on the base Sunray. It got that, so it just makes the shard more valuable as well. The fact that you have that, because then the egg you can miss on the egg, and it's easy for him to keep it alive. The issue for him is just getting to cast the Sun Ray at all. If he or getting cast the Supernova at all. If he gets it out, then it's all great. But a lot of times it's gonna get jumped and silenced immediately, or even global silenced.
Say, Laurel has been on point with like identifying, you know, who do I have to jump in on this back line, and typically it's either been the Elder Titan or the Phoenix. He is the support hunter, the support killer.
Yeah, that's their entire team basically. They're just controlling the gyrocopter and killing everyone else. Again, here, mind control has to be careful. Damage output is so high from these assassins here.
Smoke up, Laurel. It's gonna be the one who burns smoke.
Break.
Do get the dust on him, but immediately going to go purge it off.
Also, that's the Manta style still. That was just the illusion rune, so you can dispel once more if needed.
Laurel waiting patiently. He's giving the team a lot of vision. The way he's playing, look the way he's creeping around here.
He's just being annoying, and 5 seconds for the wisdom rune right now, so they're holding the area.
Yeah, they're making their way over. Collapse, finding mid one immediately with that global silence. Oh my god, they do so much damage. They just rip apart no one, rip apart mid one. Mind control's next on the menu. Oh my god, what a bait.
He got absolutely destroyed on the gyrocopter there. That was much faster than I expected them to kill him, and now immediately turning it into a push. 3 dead in the blink of an eye.
I was not expecting that. Honestly, I had my eyes on mind control. I didn't realize that Laurel was in such a good position to just rip apart no one. Good God.
It was a team effort there. They got the PA crits as well as Laurel jumping, the combined efforts of the assassins. But yeah, you could see he walked in with confidence thinking, you know, surely they can't go on me first. They've been ignoring me the entire time. But he doesn't have a BKB yet. He doesn't have a Manta or anything really to dispel or save himself when things go south. He's working on a Satanic, which is still a long way away. Now losing your top racks, and of course, Team Spirit straight backing up to Roche.
I mean, I was about to say, like, that's so impressive with, like, the amount of confidence that Team Spirit had there. Because they did not even have an Aegis. They just went high ground. They're like, yeah, whatever. That's
yeah, cool. I mean, after they get the kills, the hard part is already done, but the fact that they...
Laurel still has the dust, but has a team right behind him. So they'll go and use the Earth Splitter, but he's already out. And that makes this Roche so much easier for them, not having to worry about Earth Splitter. Do you have to be careful of the Echo Stomp if they decide to engage, or a Tornado, but this Roche is going down pretty fast now with Yathro having that Desolator. I think this is a free one for him.
Yeah, that's going to be a free Aegis. They are working towards some timings. They have 400 gold to go here on Beastmaster for his Assault Cuirass. That would be like a huge thing for them.
It definitely feels hard though with a 21k net worth lead going over to Spirit currently.
Yeah, I mean everything is looking pretty dire right now for this game. SMG are really struggling.
Good joke, Wagga.
Yeah, this DD room bottom as well. They're going over with a Ricky. If we saw the burst he could do before, then once he has DD rune in hand as well.
I mean, no one, at least he's got the Force Staff, he's got the greater healing, so like he can survive a little bit longer, but it's still just so spooky. Like again, this Ricky, 8, 3, and 5. He's had a pretty gosh darn good game. Yeah, look at this. Creeps forward. He's getting so much intelligence off of this. Goes right underneath the tower. He's got no fear at all. Just wants to get rid of Afu, but the Force Staff coming into play, thanks to no one, will keep him alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, even dodging the Tornado perfectly as well there. Laurel is just playing on point. He's in the base. He has a Sentry and a Ward combination. He sees a highway of couriers. He wants heroes, though. Doesn't want the couriers. Look at the position
Calling
of
over
Ricky.
onto no one. We'll force them into an awkward spot. But again, okay, there it is. The global silence. Laurel, he smells blood in the water. He sees no one. He rips them apart. Finds himself someone else. A big crit coming out from Yathro will be able to finish off mind control. As the tower goes down, Laurel sitting a little bit low. The egg's already been used, though. They can easily go right back in and finish off these racks. Look at Laurel. He's ready for round 2. He's got Yathro. He's got himself that double damage. He's got an Aegis. Things are spooky. Mid one, you cannot stand toe-to-toe to this right now. No way in heck.
Mira gets the snipe with a dead shot.
Laurel, though, it might get left behind a little bit. Does have the cheese. Off to the side, no one was in the tree line. He just gets murdered. Oh my god, the damage from Yathro. The GG gets called. First game goes over to the side of Team Spirit.
He got the actual one dagger and I'm die experience there by the 1800 damage crit from PA.
That is the
And-
worst. One crit and I am die.
Yeah, that's a clean game again here. We're just following the Team Spirit victory tour here, Moxie. 3 in a row.
Apparently.
I mean, they have been looking absolutely outstanding in the last few months, especially here of the year. They are looking, like a team should look when they are to win TI. And the fact that they took Riyadh before as well, it's just showing they are absolutely ready for this TI.
It's been a little bit of a slow burn for sure. I remember when I was looking up, their path to the road to TI.
The path to the road to, yes.
The path to the road to TI. I saw that, they hadn't had much success early on, and it wasn't until recently that they found their stride. They just found their comfort zone. I don't know how much of that is necessarily synergy, the patch, certain heroes being buffed or whatnot, but it's showing that, they were just powering up this whole time throughout the year. They definitely have hit their stride, and they're very impressive. You see them, even here, just pushing the limits on the heroes. And eventually they do end up losing Laurel. But just the way that, this fight in particular, right? We talked about this. They're so spread out. They're in such a weird position. They follow Collapse too far, see Laurel jump onto that Phoenix, immediately get rid of him. And that just opens the door here for Yatoro to jump in the middle of everyone because they're just not orbiting correctly. Because they can't orbit at this point. They're just not in the spot that they needed to be.
Yeah, the orbit is a good way to put it because they need to orbit around the gyrocopter. They need to be close to Gyro so that he can flak cannon the enemy when they get gone on. But everybody is unable to stay in any safe position because of how open this terrain is and having enemies all around them. Here we see the moment gyrocopter just gets absolutely lit up by Collapse and Yatoro focusing him down. This game, it felt like it was definitely a sick curveball picking the mid Ricky here, but this says so much about the confidence level that Spirit have right now as well. That was not a hero I expected, and it worked out great for them.
No, it definitely paid off.
The dagger.
God, I've been on the receiving end of that before, and it feels so bad. But yeah,
I've been on the delivering end, and it feels so good.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's what every PA player is farming for. Every creep you kill is just getting you. It's the roads to killing the enemy support in one dagger. That's what you want to do.
But yeah, no. I'm trying to figure out, this team just plays so well together. Would you say that Laurel again would be your MVP, or?
I mean, he played good. I think Yatoro for me in this game. I think Yatoro was so clean as well. He dodged the ganks in his uncanny, they gave me some TI10 vibes, his read on the smoke ganks, he just, the quick move to go through the portal usage overall by them. I don't know. He played outstanding on PA, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, he definitely looked very, very impressive. This is a guy that I think a lot of people have a lot of respect for. I especially like the way that his movements go, right? The fact that he's like, I feel like I'm gonna be ganked, and just goes through the portal, moves around down there, starts farming. It just looks so effortless and so relaxed, which I think is very impressive.
I mean, Yatoro is one of the pro players who has the sickest read of the map states out of all players, maybe ever. He's
really
crazy at that. That's literally his best skill as a carry, is that he understands the map movement by everyone. I think this guy, I want to see how much he looks at minimap, because he reads it perfectly.
He's got one of those eye trackers on him just so we can see how fast he scans and moves around. But there is a chance still here for Team SMG because it is a best of 2. It's a round robin. So they're going to get a chance to go take a break, take a deep breath, and come back with, maybe a slightly stronger plan here. I don't necessarily think the draft was the issue. I just think that Spirit might have their number. So we'll find out if they can bounce back after the break. Welcome back, Dota fans. We have game 2 of Team Spirit versus SMG. And unfortunately for SMG, they're having a little bit of trouble because it feels like Team Spirit is back in TI form, Waga. What do you think?
Yeah, they look absolutely outstanding. I mean, we watched them now 3 games in a row here. Are they going to make it 4 in a row as they have game 2 going up against SMG? Last game, they played phenomenal. I think their draft could, be said to be a little bit weird, wonky, or like you can say a lot about their draft. The TA plus the Ricky, like, is this really supposed to work? It didn't just work, it dominated. They move across the map really well. I think the way they move their supports together with Collapse is really, really good. And I don't know, man, like Team Spirit, they're just looking like they're playing really top level Dota right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree because when you look at the draft coming out from SMG, it looks solid. It looks a little, I don't want to say dated, because it's still a very, very good draft. It's not necessarily super meta, but the Gyrocopter, the Beastmaster, like these things are all very good still. And one could even argue that, the PA had been nerfed. Maybe, Spirit didn't make as strong of a draft. They did some weird stuff. They put a Ricky mid again. That's I know there's some people who'd be very excited to see that, bring that to their pubs, and everyone else is going to be real mad about it because they're not Laurel. But it's one of those things that what does SMG need to do necessarily to get the edge? Because with a good draft, they still struggled because Spirit's just that good right now. Do they need to do something a little cheesy? Do they need to fall back on something they're just real comfortable with? What's the play here?
Well, I mean, they're a team that does a lot of different things, so we'll see what they're going to come up with. I feel like you're pretty much on the money there. The draft is a bit dated, like it's fair to say. I think the style they drafted here is the same that they drafted in the regionals. That's why I said when I saw the full lineup, it's like, this isn't too different. And they haven't played any official games since then, so maybe that plays into it. Like, obviously, they've been scrimming and practicing and so on, but this wasn't really the modern style draft. And I don't know if what Team Spirit did is the modern style draft with the Ricky mid, but they play extremely well around this Brewmaster. And maybe it's something you need to consider just removing against them, because Collapse, he knows his ins and outs. I was actually watching really closely Collapse specifically in this game, and his usage of the Drunken Brawler stance is really good. He switches to the status resistance right when any big disable is going to land on him every single time. And he just squeezes out everything he can out of the hero.
I mean, that is the sign of an excellent player, right? They know their limits. And that was definitely a game where we watched them push their limits and realize, exactly how they needed to approach some of these fights. And unfortunately, SMG also kind of helped them with some of those positionings. Like we said, that one fight near the Lotus Pool where they got a little bit too spread out, which allowed them to have the most advantageous way of jumping in. But, it's definitely curious to watch this team that they're not a bad team by any means. Like, no one, mid one, these are like big names. Mind Control too. And again, we go back to that part of having Mind Control. I would not say that he was detrimental in any way. Like, I feel like you're very good at being able to play within these other professionals, but I also don't think he shined. I feel like it's just kind of like, and this is going to sound bad, I don't mean for it to sound bad, but it feels like a placeholder in a sense. Like, this is a guy who's going to deliver something that's, good, but isn't necessarily going to outshine like Collapses in his offlane right now.
I mean, Team Spirit, they've had a lot of time to perfect and practice. It's the, the benefit of playing with your full roster, and it's unfortunate for SMG that they don't have Masteros here to play with as well. Because they had some really weird approach to the game and played some interesting stuff, like offlane Naga Siren was a hero they revolved around before. But now they have to make the best that they can with the Visa situation. SMG, though, going into this game, we'll see if they have a different draft approach here. They're going to ban out the Dazzle first phase and the Dark Willow as well.
Yeah, and for sure, like, no shade. I mean, if you're going to have a stand-in, like, Mind Control's an excellent stand-in, but just because he is a stand-in, it definitely makes it a lot harder to shine because you just don't have that synergy with your team. But seeing some interesting bans coming out, we talked about the Dazzle, the Dark Willow getting banned out on the side of SMG. They don't want to see Mara on that. And the Brewmaster actually banned by the side of Spirit, which I think is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like that Spirit Breaker come out again for Collapse, or what's going to come out now.
Yeah, the Brewmaster ban is just because they respect the potential here for Team SMG to take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying this hero is first pick material. We don't want to give you a chance even to steal it away. And I think SMG or Team Spirit would very happily play it again, but they just can't guarantee that they will be the ones playing it. So removing it. But SMG are interesting here. Removing the Dazzle, for instance, was a hero that was completely untouched in the previous draft phase. And even the Dark Willow, I don't think that was given any focus as well. So completely different approach to game number 1.
So what does that signify to you, the fact that the Dazzle's been banned out?
The fact that they're banning 2 completely different heroes than in the first game is worrisome for me, because it means that you may not have gone in with a very clear plan what you need to do against Team Spirit.
Okay.
But I think this ban I'm very on board with, though. The removal of the Phoenix. I think Phoenix has been a strong hero now in the last few weeks. We've been seeing the trend of it, and Team Spirit utilize it very well.
Do you get the Enchantress that slips through this time? It is, of course, going to be SMG who pick it up. They're not willing to give that over to Team Spirit. But I wonder, and again, this is just a really good hero that's good at, what's the word? Like securing your lane. This is a hero that's very, very strong. But at the same time, like, I feel like that doesn't play into like the strengths of SMG's core, or not core, sorry, their supports. Like, it's good. It's always been a good hero for the most part. But like there are other heroes I feel like they could do so much more with, they're more comfortable with, from my research anyways.
Yeah, I mean, at least not giving away the Enchantress is a very good idea. We'll see if they can utilize it as well as we've seen from the side of Team Spirit. Of course, they're really experts at it. But SMG, they also have played it in the past. They are not strangers to the Enchantress. So,
but I just feel like you want to put your best foot forward when you're down a game.
You do. But they're adapting a little bit to the situation here and trying to get the best foot in their mind, at least, forward. We'll see exactly what it's going to be. Like I said, SMG throughout the regional qualifiers played very differently from game to game. They don't have one style that they are the best at. They are very, very heavy on adapting and trying to find what works the best against the opponents they play against. So they're going to try and, use the last game as a learning opportunity and try to do better here in game 2. Team Spirit, though, they're going to go with the opening of Tusk. This is quite commonly played mid, so they can flex it, but it can also be a support. But this is not unlikely that Laurel is going to take it. He's played it a bit before as well.
It's kind of crazy, though, like, again, picking it up just so early. But again, it is a very flexible hero, so that gives you options. So even though you would maybe prefer to have it on Laurel, if it becomes, unattainable, then you can be able to just move it over onto Mira or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a nice hero to flex because it's, it's the type of action-heavy hero that just wants, as long as the game is fight-centered, then it's fine. So it's easy to put him mid or to move him over to support, whichever you prefer in that game. Whereas some heroes, you pick like, you pick Arc Warden and say, oh, I flex it between mid and carry, but is it really that much flex, It's still the same hero, still gets countered just the same. You don't really counter a Tusk that hard. He has a very simple plan. He wants to punch people, and he will do that.
This is nice, too, them where to pick up, because that also gives you some flexibility where you want to run it. We just saw Mira do a bang-up job using it as a support, but it does have the potential to be in multiple positions.
Yep, and Yatoro, of course, being one of the most versatile carry players you can ever ask for, is definitely going to be happy to play it if that's what they favor in the game. But first, they're going to get some information from SMG here. We'll see what they're going to be double picking here, as they have to reveal 2 heroes.
It definitely feels like they're at a disadvantage just because they did pick up this Enchantress, and Enchantress, pretty much at this point, just a support, which makes things a little bit more telegraphed, right? Whereas you look at what's going on the side of Spirit, there's flexibility. So, okay, they're going to pick up both their supports right off the bat. Not necessarily has to be a support, but I know that this is something that Afu really likes to play, and he's quite good at.
Yeah, Yeah, he's like Earthman. He likes Elder Titan. He likes Earth Spirit. He likes Earth Shaker.
So he's
a grounded player, Moxie, and we'll see if he's going to be the one rocking this, or if it's going to be over on the side of see how far I can go.
Nice.
The Elder Titan as well. Oh my God. They're just okay. Well, I think if you pick Elder Titan, that's Afu on Elder Titan.
Yeah, so the Earth Spirit most likely going for that mid position.
Yep. Earth Spirit against Tusk is not too bad. It's, if that's going to be the matchup mid, that's completely fine for SMG. Being able to kick people is pretty useful when the ice shards are around as well. You can either kick the Tusk away or kick people out of the trap.
All right. So what's the response then? Now that we see what's going on, we see. I feel like you pick up a support here.
Yeah. Well, you got to pick two anyway, so it's basically what you want to last pick. Since they have last pick overall on the side of Team Spirit, they could try and get the last pick for the carry matchup, which I think is the best approach. Since mid hero is already revealed on the side of SMG, it's most likely going to be Earth Spirit, so they should not pick their carry.
Okay, so, there we go. This makes it very clear what's going on now.
Yeah. So it's gonna be Invoker mid. Looks like Tusk and Murta support for now. Centaur offlane, and I think it's either Murta carry or it's gonna be a last pick carry. And you gotta expect that it's a last pick carry coming out if you're SMG now.
I mean, it depends on what they're going to put into that offlane, right? You want to make sure that you're in the best possible position. But yeah, man, it's gotta feel good to be Spirit right now. I feel like you're thinking 4D chess.
This feels like a game where you can make the life stealer again. I want to go back to that because that hero it does pretty damn well against Centaur. You give something that can play pretty well against Faceless Void. Okay, or against the Invoker. I was gonna say
maybe they're too afraid to let them have the Void too with an Invoker. Like obviously it's a good hero, but also like forcing the hand a little bit.
Yeah, they would have the ban phase to shield it. True. But Invoker gets pretty punished by Faceless Void as well. So just taking it, time dilation is beautiful here. This is pretty nice, but they don't really have stuff to dump into the Chrono, right? They have the ET ulti, and I guess if Ange is standing nearby, she can maybe lay in with the Impetus auto attacks if she gets a few items. But that's a big if.
I am concerned at the lack of lockdown coming out for the side of SMG, right? Because you've got like slow coming up from Enchantress. You can get yourself a creep. You got a little bit of that lockdown coming out from the Earth Spirit, but like it feels like they're not easy. They're not targeted stuns necessarily.
I mean, they have great AoE control. They have lockdown. It's just a little bit clunky how they're going to take the fights. Well, that's what I mean. Like it's not a point and click sort of thing. Like you need to make sure that either your ultimate's up or you're in position for the Echo Stomp, or like it's a lot of. It's also a bit clunky that they're running the Earth Spirit, Elder Titan, and now the Faceless Void already triple melee into Murta with the calling, the soup, the mini the soup.
I haven't heard it called that.
It's anything you put on the ground is a soup nowadays. It started with Warlock with Upheaval. Now it's Murta. Anything you put on the ground the enemy don't want to step on, that's a soup.
Do like when they make that big soup.
Invoker and Centaur can also control pretty well against these melee heroes, so bit risky way of drafting for SMG. They look so prone to getting hit by the EMP right now.
That's for sure. Or just, you have to make sure that you landed on this Invoker, because he's going to be able to interrupt any sort of like Chronosphere or Stomps or whatnot. You've got the save in the form of a snowball, which is also very potent. You've also got the capability of the Centaur, who's just going to be able to hit R, and then all of a sudden, if you're not setting up your AoE control, they're just out of there. Peace.
They also have the best save against Faceless Void. Aghanim Centaur picks someone up in the car.
Oh my God, are we going to see a drive-by? Are we going to see a Werta just shooting, going guns blazing on the back of a Centaur?
That would be a fresh meme by Team Spirit. And they picked mid-Ricky before, so we'll see if they're feeling generous here, if they want to bless us with some content. But
God, that'd be funny.
I think the odds of a Centaur Aghanims are pretty low, sadly.
Look, nothing's impossible. This is Dota 2. We just saw mid Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put anything past Team Spirit right now. They're clearly confident.
Do it for the memes.
SMG go with the last pick, Nature's Prophet. Okay. I guess this is their off.
I don't know what's happening.
I think it's offlane Nature's Prophet here. And they're running, I mean, I have to assume that it's Enchantress and ET on the supports. And you would rather have offlane Nature's Prophet than something else, but he was nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. This one's a little bit of a head scratcher for me. Maybe they've got something crazy though, like, you know, maybe they've
Mind Control does play it. Mind Control likes playing offlane Nature's Prophet.
That's true.
So it could just be they're going towards comfort zone here. It's a hero that he, you know, has played historically a lot of games on. He knows this hero very well. So maybe this was, you know, they asked him, what do you want to play? They don't know what carry he's going to be against, possibly.
Oh.
Okay. So that's
so good. Like, honestly. Like,
yeah.
How do you kill him twice?
Yeah, it's a very good hero against Faceless Void. One of the better heroes to have against Faceless Void is Wraith King. He generally survives really well. Now the Chrono really has to find Laurel, and there's a lot of pressure there because you can't really Chrono a Centaur. You don't really want to Chrono the Wraith King, but Laurel is going to run around in his Ghost Walk. It won't be that easy to find him. I think draft-wise, I have to give a pretty big edge here for Team Spirit from what I'm seeing. Or what are you feeling about this draft, Moxie?
The pieces just don't fit together as well for me for SMG, especially like the last pick, Nature's Prophet. And again, it might just be, you know, we want to give Mind Control something comfortable, something he's good on, so that way, you know, maybe things will move a little bit cleaner. And that's entirely, you know, possible that it can make a difference, like giving him something that he thrives on. But I'm looking at the draft coming out from the side of Spirit, and like Laurel's already proven himself, right, on this Invoker. We've seen him. He's miles above, like, you know, what we've been seeing. Collapse, great positioning, great on this hero. Mira Maposhka, Mira especially, like in that last game, was very impressive to me. The fact that he stayed so far back, but he was able to land all of these dead shots. And dead shot is just such an incredible skill because it forces people into a direction they don't want. And that's something that Mira really thrives on. You see it with the Dark Willow, with the Terrorize. You see it with the dead shot. Like, I'm just seeing like all the stuff that's just so comfortable coming out from the side of Spirit. They have a save too in the form of Maposhka, Snowball. You have, you know, the capability to run away. And then Yatro, like, he's gonna have 2 lives, maybe 3 sometimes. Like, I'm looking at what they have here, and unless this goes like crazy late, and like there's so many things that have to go right for SMG to have this just take off for them, it just doesn't feel good, personally.
Yeah. What I want to say is that this Faceless Void, while it's a good hero current patch and it's pretty good against some of the stuff that he's against here, Faceless Void relies heavily on time walking to survive as well. And in this game, counting the amount of disables they have on the side of Team Spirit here, they have 8 disables in the heroes alone. Like, before they buy items, before they get some hex or whatever, they have so many things. Now I'm counting everything, right? Like Cold Snap, Tornado, Snowball, Warriors Punch, etc. But they have an incredible amount of lockdown, and that's going to make it very hard for Faceless Void to play as aggressive as he wants. So that could be a big issue.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Mid One, who's an amazing player. Like, absolutely. But it just feels like this draft is so comfortable for Spirit. And SMG kind of struggling to figure out, you know, what their identity is with the way that they want to play this.
Yeah, SMG holding high ground here a little bit with the Faceless Void. Faceless Void, pretty good hero for snagging bounty runes.
I also just think they have such good heroes, again, on the side of Spirit for ganking.
Yeah, they lend themselves really well to it.
And their heroes are the ones that they're paired up with too, Waga. Like, they can leave them alone. Like, that's not a problem. Like, that's the one thing I'm really loving about the draft, is seeing these self-sufficient cores. Like, after they get a certain amount of levels or farm or whatever, they just walk away and they're like, yeah, that's fine. We'll bounce around. See you later. Like, the mobility is so incredibly important.
Yeah, I think so. Top, Yatro not gonna stick around to try and steal. Gonna have to run away.
Slacks would say, Quelling Blade check. Does everybody have their Quelling Blade? There is a Nature's Prophet in the game.
Gotta make sure. I mean, the Nature's Prophet, at least, it is going to be a core Nature's Prophet this time, so he's not going to be as free to make those rotations early on to gank the side lanes, though you still got to be prepared for it.
I just think it's going to be difficult, or a little bit more difficult for these supports to make the rotations versus what Spirit has going on.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see the mid showdown here of the Invoker versus the Earth Spirit. So far, a really good start for no one. Coming out with the 2 last hits and the 2 denies. The EMP did not secure the range creep. Normally, the range creep is, you know, all but guaranteed for the Invoker with the EMP play, but he was too early on it.
Just checking out some of these other lanes here. Bottom lane should be pretty quiet, I feel, just because of the fact that, you know, Void's going to be fairly survivable. You've got the Nature's Attendants over on the Enchantress, so I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. Maybe some aggression coming out from Collapse and Mirror, because that's just how they play. But I'd like to see rotations. I think that's when we're going to see Miposhka make a rotation bottom or something. And
I mean, already level 2, there's a lot of kill potential, though, between the Centaur's power spike and also Murta having a stun and a silence. So Faceless Void has to be careful not to get harassed at all. If his HP is not at 100%, he could get bursted really easily. Top lane, meanwhile, we see Afu doing what he does, going in and smacking people with the Elder Titan.
I feel like it's... Oh, Miposhka needing to be a bit careful here. Should be able to walk away. The dewarding battle, he lost it. No.
If he stayed close enough, maybe the minus 20 attack speed aura, he has the tag team, but wouldn't be able to.
Well, I was thinking like maybe that kind of offsets a little bit the fact that he does have tag team to return some of these hits, but Yatoro he wants to farm, right? Like he just wants to hit creeps for now. Although I say that as does throw out that Wraith Fire Blast over onto Afu, but just some harassment.
He's trying to secure his range creeps, that's all. He just doesn't want to get hit non-stop while going for these CS.
Got the little tornado over in the bottom lane. Coming out from Enchantress, nothing too wild.
Wild Wings are really good for harassing in the laning stage, so using that a bit. And they're doing a lot of damage over on the Centaur. Though he does have Ring of Health and double Ring of Protection, so he's going to be very hard to bring down here for them.
It is denied.
Just another
Again, going in with a tornado, just being annoying to him.
Get that snowballs. They're making a play on mind control. Got the Wraith Fire Blast. He goes to pops that Fairy Fire a little bit early. Miposhka being held on the side. Good stomp from Afu. They can turn this back around on Miposhka. So
Yeah,
is he fast
stomp.
enough? Can he get there fast enough? Ooh, they're trying. He's trying to slow him down, but he's not going to be able to do it. Can they get a return kill is the question. Wraith Fire Blast in one. We'll pop the Lotus. The Athro says, yeah, nah, never mind. Mind control pops back up again.
Yeah, did a little base trip, so TPing in again with the TP, and he's going to be completely fine here. Top lane starting out really good for SMG.
Got the power of a Nature's Prophet with teleport. Just feels so good being able to teleport home, come right back to lane.
This is what I have as a worry for Wraith King sometimes. Even though the hero, you know, is becoming popular in the current patch, I feel like his level like 1 to level 4, he can be prone to getting bullied. And right now he is struggling a bit, doesn't have a point in crit yet.
Ooh, that blood grenade. Got the tag team. Oh no, they just chased him right underneath that tower. It's a great start for SMG in this top lane.
It has so many creeps pushing, right? This is not just dying, but it's dying when all these creeps are starting to push into the Radiant side. So Miposhka is doing the best he can, trying to, you know, pull the creeps back or maybe get a last hit here or there. But Yatoro is bleeding a lot of farm here.
These are good moves. These are what they need to do, because I feel like in the last 3 games that we've casted, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, English is my my second language. Yep, clearly. We've seen him just have free reign of the map, like being able to hit all the creeps he wants. His team's just making all this space. I do expect to see some movement coming out around the 6-minute mark for those power runes. But for the time being, like, they've really just pinned everyone down into the lane where Team Spirit has not been allowed to make the moves that they want to. In fact, look at this. Afu is making his way towards mid lane, towards Laurel.
Yeah, they're looking not just with him, but they're coming in with Enchantress as well from the other side. Didn't connect the stomp, though. They're still diving.
We'll connect the roll, and this is looking very, very good here for SMG. So they'll get themselves a kill, and they've got the Cardi wave at the tower, too.
Yeah, this is a good time to push. You have 2 points in Enchant as well, an Enchantress, so she's gonna go see if she can find another creep, maybe come back to mid even.
Middle tower is under attack.
And that's what she's doing. She found a hill troll, so got the end snare. If Invoker TP's in here to try and get the catapult off his tower, he could be in danger.
I think they needed rotations. Like, once they saw this rotation from... This is a little bit late here from Mira. This is looking like a very dead Muerta.
I like this. This
Pill
was...
chance, though?
Yeah.
Maybe? Nah, there it is. Laurel's here. So is Maposhka. They could try to put some pressure down. No more mana left over on no one or down wall.
I mean, what I like about this is that this move was basically off script. If we go back to, we had the conversation about Puppy and saying, oh, you have these forced objectives. This rotation came in before 6-minute power runes.
That's true.
And they dove the Invoker, killed him once, and then they were already in position. Whereas, Team Spirit, maybe they can get their Spirit.
This is looking a little rough for him,
He's
especially
gonna be
with the Enchantress. Throw out an EMP Tornado just for a little extra, but no one's able to roll on out. No, that's a great point, though. That it came a little bit earlier than what they were expecting, right? So
Yeah, and meanwhile, SMG were stuck in sort of, or Team Spirit were stuck in this sort of, 6 minutes. That's when I'll be on the rune.
Yeah.
But 6 minutes was too late this time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Collapse has had a lot of time to hit creeps, though, and just level up. And they do have a snowball. TP's coming out from Elder Titan. They want mid one. They get the stomp. Can they burst them down fast enough? That was a question. Yes, they can. But there's the Echo Stomp mind control. Everyone's TPing down to this bottom lane. Mira also positioned, though. No one looking for a kill. That Stampede's going to run out. This is not looking like Mira's going to survive it. So they'll end up getting themselves a support kill. But look at the TP rotations. Look at that mass amount of teleports, because now Yatoro, he's got all this free space up top.
I mean, that was 5 heroes versus an offlaner and 2 supports. So this is already fantastic for them. They are maybe gonna lose Tusk, but
it's gonna be a look at Afu. Tusk is saying, if I'm going down, I'm taking down someone with me. So we'll have that Echo Stop the roll in from no one going off to the side. They need just a little bit more. They'll be able to take down Afu.
Yeah, this is all working out so beautiful here for Team Spirit. They're gonna get the top rune as well, Arcane Rune for Laurel.
And again, it felt like SMG was in this great position, but I feel like an over-committal almost for trying to save mid one. Just, I feel like they lost some of that momentum.
I mean, they tried to make the big move there with Nature's Prophet is what you want to do, try and utilize that you can outnumber your opponent, but normally you want to win the fight really big, and they didn't get much more than their opponents. In fact, they got less. They lost their carry, so top
nice
now.
Play here on Mind Control top. They need a little bit more damage. The snowball comes in.
And that's also the danger of playing Nature's Prophet. This last pick, Nature's Prophet into the Tusk, it's scary because you're not going to be safe just by sprouting yourself in this game.
Well, it looked like Maposhka was trying to teleport bottom to make moves on mid one because Collapse was getting just slowly chunked down, but ends up staying and ends up getting a kill because of it. Mira spotting mid one, lands the dead shot over to the side, but already can see no one making his way down in. Laurel. They just want to kind of back off of this. This is not feeling like they want to stick around too long. They do have the roll, though. They would like to get Laurel sidesteps off. Ghost Walks have the dust, as important. And so Laurel does eventually fall. But again, it's a huge amount of teleports during all this.
Yeah, mid one tried to chase down Mira as well, was looking to get enough damage to maybe commit a chrono, but doesn't do so, and a lot of time wasted for him before his point was chasing.
Oh, this is looking like a dead mind control.
Yeah, this is rough for him. He's dying. Just back.
More than he'd like to.
Come back to the lane, die so quickly, and this is gonna put Wraith King close to his Midas as well. Rotation is coming in top. looking for whatever they can find, but I think they already smelled this gank. They had the vision on them walking top, so. Full blade mill is complete on no one on Azure Spirit. We can dive in a bit more aggressively now.
We've got the Vanguard on collapse, and we do have the rotation from Maposhka. This is what they love to do. They love using these gates. They'll use a snowball, and again, he is holding on to that. Oh, the silence, though. Can they burst him down? No Chronosphere available for him at all. Not when you land the silence like that.
Yeah, that's exactly the concern in this game for a Faceless Void. There's so many different things to just burst you. Goes down, and again, we see Yatoro just dodging these ganks. He's like, nope, I'm not gonna die. So enemy carry dies, he comes down bottom, and now SMG wanna fight. Yatoro is waiting for them.
Hello, no one. Hello, Junwell. Yes, the team is here, though. They have to be careful. Faceless Void. Ooh, this could be big for them. Mid one's here. He's in position. He could go for the Chronosphere if they want. They don't even need it, though, with that long-range hit. So they'll take the tower, but it's expensive. So they end up losing their Wraith King. Collapse still holding on to that Stampede. Could opt to use it. They have, again, that Chronosphere. Lands the stop. Are just going to hightail it out. Do have a haste rate over on no one, so he's going to try to slow him down. A little bit of a sidestep. Nicely done. Magnetize is going to get used on Collapse and that Wrath of Nature. So it's looking like a dead Collapse and potentially a dead Maposhka. They'll use the Chronosphere. They want to finish him off. Good dead shot, though. Buys him just a little bit more time. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, although the Snowball buying a bit more, rolling back over onto canceling out the Echo Stomp, and he's really making them work for it, as pretty much everyone on the side of SMG is in this bottom lane. Again.
That's some really big commitment, but they do get paid this time on the side of SMG. They get a lot of kills, and they win the fight handily. Meanwhile, Invoker just kind of farming. Now showing up with the DD rune, looking for whatever he can do, but it's a bit too late. I was surprised to see him not try and join for this engagement. And also the first takedown there on Yatoro, he had a skill point ready if he wanted to skill up Reincarnation, but elected not to do so. Felt like it would be a waste.
Laurel doing a little bit of hunting, does find himself mind control, but no one is also here in position. He's got himself that double damage. It's about to wear off. He needs one more hit. There it is. He's got it. And now Maposhka, Shenwell joining into the fight. Laurel with the tornado. Be able to land a big walrus punch over onto no one. The body blocks up from Maposhka. This is looking pretty good. Can Laurel finish him off in time? Yes, he can. He's still alive. There's the dust, though. Shenwell, he just can't quite find the angle. He's still alive somehow. Should be able to just finish him off, though, with Afu in position. That was such low health. That's very tight.
Yeah, I mean, they do get two really good kills. They get the Nature's Prophet and then get the Earth Spirit. And it took a lot of effort to finally bring down the Invoker. And now Enchantress doesn't have ulti yet.
Yeah, that's just a dead Enchantress.
I think getting ulti in this game is pretty important. He's level 7 and still has not elected to put a single point in it. I guess he really wants zero cooldown and max enchant, but...
Mind control's got to be so careful. They do spot Maposhka, though, here on the side. There's going to be the roll from no one. I'm looking at this bottom lane, mid one cannot stand toe-to-toe to Collapse right now. Collapse just keeps bullying him out of lane.
Yeah, he's having a great time on the side of Centaur and farming up very aggressively. Almost has the entire Blink Dagger as well, so it's going to be the key timing where he can start joining to make stuff happen. We've seen how Collapse before on this Brewmaster, just getting key items and then starting to move non-stop with the supports. Probably going to see the same thing.
You can already see Maposhka has made his way towards this bottom area. He's got the Invis rune, so he'll be able to point out, hey, look, I found an Enchantress. They are teleporting multiples down, though. They don't know Maposhka's here. No one on the high ground. Okay, there it is. There's going to be the Chronosphere plus the Splitter. Mind Control also teleporting down, taking advantage of that global capability. But again, it's 5 heroes in this bottom lane. And now there's no Chronosphere. There's no Earth Splitter.
Oh, they still want to try and turn this. This is a dangerous fight for Team Spirits, but they want to stick around. Invoker was revealed.
Does get spotted. They see no one. The calling silence. Good stop, though, coming out from Afu, buying them a bit more time. Silence being used to get over onto the Elder Titan. No one rolling on through. Good deafening blast. Not going to be able to keep him alive, though.
Finally, they do get another kill. Really good stuff for SMG there. I can't help myself but laugh because At the start of the fight, Miposhka was kind of cosplaying as Invoker. He had an Invis rune and he has tag team, so it looks like you have Invoker next to you, but it's actually a Tusk next to you in his own little ghost walk.
That is kind of funny. Ooh, Collapse finding an opening on no one. Have to be careful. They've got the Blade Mail, the Calling, pushing back mid one, jumping forward, sees himself Miposhka. He's going to try to use those shards, but unfortunately, he's just bought himself a little bubble.
Oh boy.
Not a safety bubble, just a bubble.
He's not getting out of that one. Not alive. Yatoro, meanwhile, on top lane has finished up an entire armlet along with his Midas. Now looking to go over to the ancient area, perhaps, or maybe even eyeing up the mid tower. He has 8 charges on the skeleton summon.
"16 minutes. The Yatoros found themselves the regen rune. Snap that up.
I'm not really gonna commit for a push mid, respecting that they have quite good defenses. Mira, though.
Mira's gonna have to go use the Pierce the Veil, try to survive as no one sees far on the side of the river, but a nice air splinter coming into play. Can they finish off Mira? Not gonna be able to quite do a mind control. Very far forward now as Yatoro chases after him. He's just gonna continue to toggle. They find this Collapse. Good positioning from the Centaur will ensure they get themselves a double kill, sidestepping over onto Afu. They want this kill. They want a little bit more blood. The tag team triple kill now for Yatoro. As Miposhka, he's eyeing the rather, not the Centaur, he's eyeing this Enchantress as they want a little bit more blood, and it's just an ultra kill for this man right now.
Oh boy, Yatoro with the first real big fight participation here, and it works out beautifully for him, unless you count the bottom one where he kind of just ran away and died, but getting an ultra this early on, and he's going for a straight, like, super one-shot build. Building towards death, so almost has the entire thing. He will absolutely just destroy people during the stunts of Centaur.
Yeah, that double right there, the double stomp, so good. So good coming out from Collapse, really enabling him to catch up and do the damage needed.
It's what Collapse does best, right? It's like his main thing as a player, finding these big AoE stunts. That's basically what he's really great at.
Yatoro's making his way over here.
Afu in danger.
Yeah, they're in a great position. That is a very Elder Titan. And that can easily translate into a push here in this mid lane, should they choose to do it. Deso completed now for the... Oh, not yet, sorry. They did not buy the Blightstone yet. My bad.
Just needs the tiny little components. Has already the double Mythor Hammer. But,
not used to that. I'm used to seeing the little bits picked up first.
Yeah,
but
the laning stage one, yeah. But finally, he does get the entire thing, and with the Midas, also going to find himself Orb of Destruction, so even more minus armor.
Laurel. Okay, bottom lane, they're trying to make the moves on Collapse. Mid one chases after him, does have the Chronosphere. He's gonna use it for Collapse, but Miposhka's here. He's gonna try to get into position. Nice snowball, somehow Collapse. Nope, he will end up dying. As the rest of the team, they do make this rotation. The Magnetize, though, will push them back.
Not the getaway cleanly. It was a little bit expensive using the Chrono, but still early enough in the game. You can kind of commit the Chrono like that for a core kill. Should be worth it. Now they just need to run away. This does give a window, though, for Team Spirit to try and abuse with Chrono cooldown.
I thought for like half a second that Collapse is actually going to survive that, and I was like, oh my god, no way. Afu, though, he's just a little bit too far forward, especially without the vision here on the side. So they're going to make a play on the Elder Titan, but Laurel also now very awkwardly positioned because there are 4 heroes from the side of SMG that were waiting to murder him as well.
I think he didn't expect them to stick around that aggressively after having used their Chrono, but he gets caught out under a ward. He pings it out afterwards, says, guys, they saw me here, but they found a key kill on him.
There are just no breaks on this train, though. Look at this here. Mid one says, no, I don't want it.
Gossamer Cape doing God's work right now against this.
Ooh, nice little play here from mid one, and now they're outnumbered. Especially when Mind Control jumps back in. So Yatoro, he's trying to finish off, just do enough damage before he dies. Does have the reincarnations. Gonna join up here with Collapse. The toggles are real. Stomp over onto mid one. Do they have the burst? Can they finish him off in time? Yes, they can. As again, the toggles coming out from this man, chasing after no one. There we go. They'll block him from being able to roll away. Sunstrike not gonna be able to quite connect, but there it is. There's the double kill. Mind Control throwing out that Wrath of Nature, hoping maybe he'll toggle a little bit funny. Uses that Might. It's very, very important. You have to make sure you do that, boys and girls. But he's not going to be able to teleport out. No way in heck.
I mean,
over on the side, Mira might end up being the sacrificial lamb here. But I think you're okay with that when you consider how many kills. Oh, God, it's back up again. Stampede's already up. The chase is on. A little bit of a stomp over onto Klebs. Does land onto Yatro too, but that's about all they have at this point. Yatro is continuing to try to toggle around. That's going to be reincarnation. They're all slowed. It's going to allow Collapse to be able to teleport out. As now Yatro just manning up, fighting against Afu. He is getting kited though. This Enchantress is a problem, as is mid one, as he just chases him down and smacks him across the teeth.
That was a key turnaround right there by Afu.
Skill streak ended. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of gold to Enchantress out of all heroes. So she almost gets sponsored a full, full Misty. Well, she did get sponsored a full Staff of Wizardry.
Yeah.
Almost has the full 4-staff here towards her Hurricane Pike. And he also got lucky, got the Grove Bow. So he's looking to do quite a bit of damage now with this injection. But overall, Yatoro is just snowballing this game.
That's like his one, like, real... I don't say big misstep because he's had a couple kills. But, like, it takes a lot to take him down. Like, he is a raid boss.
He definitely is. And Apu got a really nice catch there with the double stomp. He's doing a good job. He's also building towards a BKB of his own on the side of Elder Titan.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Team Spirit uses these gates more than any other team that I've watched recently.
They really do. They really do. At least in the series that we've seen now.
Spirit gates.
Yeah.
If they win TI. Only if they win TI.
Yeah, they should be a team cosmetic for the gates, you know?
Ooh, that'd be cool. Get on top of that.
Have all the player spaces like runes around the gates. Beautiful.
That would be kind of weird. I don't know. Like, look over just...
Make it satanic. Full run of Aetus over on the side of Murta as well now, so even more lockdown. This Manta Staff for Faces Void could not come soon enough. He needs it badly.
Look at the positioning. Laurel seeing the charge. They are smoked up over on the supports, and no one. Yatro, the jump forward. They just want to burst down mid one as fast as possible, and by God, they do it. Chase is on now after the Enchantress. Nice dead shot, forcing her into a weird position here as they do manage to go and land that Earth Splitter. So Yatro needs to be careful. Good 4-step forward. Ooh, but that last hit coming in. Oh, nicely done from the Enchantress. Eyes on the prize. No one now. He's going to be in the middle of 3 heroes, and Laurel's not looking too healthy. He's going to end up dying as Klebs jumps back in. Mira tries to stay alive, but there's just too much magic damage. Klebs not looking healthy either. No one gets an ultra kill thanks to the Magnetize and the rest of his team.
God damn, that was a nice connection right there. The no one roll in. He got such a nice devastation when he arrived. Just kind of caught them by surprise, I think, on the side of Team Spirit. They didn't have the ulti ready yet over on their Wraith King, and they tried to get away with the Stampede, but it was just too late. At that point, already caught by the Elder Titan and the Earth Spirit. This AoE damage control that they have works out really beautifully. Even without Chrono, they win that fight and make it look easy.
Now with the BKB on no one, it's going to make things a lot more difficult for the side of Spirit to be able to control, because I feel like they're relying a lot on the calling, like getting that silence to make sure that he can't move around as easily, and this is going to make things so much more difficult.
Yeah, look at that. That was beautiful magnetized as well, as we see a little bit there, the replay. But yeah, this puts SMG, they were 4,000 gold ahead, now it's 3,000 gold ahead as well. They're in a pretty comfortable spot. Having the Gleipnir as well over on the Nature's Prophet allows for being a bit more aggressive in these fights.
Arcane Rune picked up for no one as they smoke immediately, and they're on the hunt. And for the first time, I feel like in a while, Team Spirit really on the defensive as Yatro will end up popping the smoke on Afu.
There are so many nice timings for them right now. They have the BKB on him. They have the BKB on Elder Titan. So no one gets stuck in a little spot, but it's going to roll out of that in a jiffy. And Mantastar as well in Faces Void. I mean, SMG are just completely online right now.
Do you have a completed heart on Centaur? And he is working towards that Pipe of Insight. He should have that soon. Oh, nice little find on, but Poshka can roll forward. The silence, the damage is real. This will be a snowball coming to play over onto mid one. but he's still dead for this, for sure.
Yeah, they just abandoned the area. They're saying, okay, you take Roche. We're gonna go somewhere else. We're gonna split push a bit. You know, we'll see you. We'll see you later. We're not taking the fight after getting our Tusk caught out of position like that. So that's just gonna be a free Roche, and getting an Aegis on this Faceless Void is gonna feel so nice because he's gone on 4 times, and every single time it's been just unpreventable chain stuns, pretty much chain silence.
Yeah.
So finally having a little bit of safety net feels good for him.
Mind control almost having that BKB too, so that'll also be very, very important coming up in the next minute or so. Yeah, Spirit, they have to chill. They got to back off for now. There's an Aegis on the side of SMG. Maybe they can get a pick off. I don't know. How do you think they play this? Ooh,
they got a full BKB as well on Nature's Prophet now, so they have triple core safety nets basically.
Yeah, throw. There's an opening. Fighting mind control on the back line, though, immediately. Just wanting to take him out, but the Gleipnir coming into play. Earth Splitter. Oh, my God, the damage over onto that Elder Titan. But there it is. There's the Chronosphere. Capturing 3 on the side of Spirit, but mid one, he doesn't have enough damage just yet to go and finish off anyone. They'll end up losing Maposhka mid one. He's in so many people just surrounding him right now. Yathro, he's trying to get away. A good stop. They get that Aegis. There's the reincarnation, though. So both their cores coming back up for the second time. And it feels like Spirit, they don't feel comfortable. They don't want to deal with this. Although Laurel, staying in position, is holding on to that Cold Snap EMP. They could potentially go back in. In fact, they go in with the smoke. They'd like to get themselves a bigger fish than just John Well, though.
Yeah, they don't really want to commit on him. Not a good target. But they get away pretty scot-free there, taking a fight into Aegis. This is where we see Team Spirit. They have no respect in games. They just take fights into Aegis and don't really care. And honestly, I'm not saying that as like, oh, they should respect their opponents. It's more, they don't have fear, and because of that, they can play the map. Otherwise, a lot of teams would just say, oh, you know, the enemy have Aegis, let's avoid confrontation. They go for this confrontation. Even though it's not really favorable, they manage to squeeze out a pretty even trade there. And then the map is, you know, back to normal. There's no Aegis anymore.
That's true. That's true. Do get the Tormentor was taken for the side of SMG, so the Echo Stomp has the lowered cooldown and can also alt cast. So that way he can take the spot of the Astral Spirit, which will be interesting.
Yeah, mainly the CDR is really big. It's a 4.4 second sleep and it's 9-second cooldown with the shards. So it's a very high uptime on controlling your opponents. But of course, if he lands the Spirit on a lot of heroes, then he can jump in and punch like a madman too.
We'll say he's very far forward here without the rest of his team, but of course they do have good vision. They can see where the Wraith King is and the rest of the side of Spirit. So it's going to be able to make these plays. Look, collapse. Yeah, they've got a smoke over on the side of SMG, and they say, let's go take this tower. Let's go meet up with our core. Maybe swing by here through the buy angle, see if there's anything there.
The Silver Edge. Yatoro he's sniffing Nature's Prophets. He's like, oh, Creeps just died. He must be nearby, but not quite gonna connect. See the smoke here on no one. He's hunting for whoever he can find.
He needs to be careful he doesn't get too far away from the rest of his team. Although with Mind Control being on the Nature's Prophet, right, he can be there in a jiffy.
Oh, but he could also be dead in a jiffy.
He could also be very dead. BKB. Oh, no. You never want to use the defensive BKB. Okay, maybe they can turn this around. They have Chronosphere. Yathro, he's taking a lot of damage. Does have himself the reincarnation. He's got the Silver Edge, and they're going to preemptively use the Chronosphere because the rest of the team not here to protect him. With that Earth Splitter, with that Natural Order, it is devastating.
He goes down super fast there, and this again puts SMG in a good spot here to maybe go and push a tower. 60 seconds is a pretty long time without Yathro.
No one was trying to make something happen. Maposhka's here, though, too. Knowing that they don't have a lot of these TPs because they all went top. Sunstrike, BKB comes out from no one. He gets a nice kick back. He wants Maposhka. Collapse trying to just close the gap. Needs some more damage, though, and looks like he's not going to be able to quite have it here. Another stomp over onto No One. Laurel making his way down. No One somehow still alive during all of this. The EMP coming out.
Oh my
Mid
God.
one has no mana. This is a disaster if they lose mid one. They've got to be really, really careful. But the rest of the side of SMG, they have walked their way across the map. So now Spirit in a potentially dangerous situation. They do not have their Wraith King.
Oh my god, he survives not only
can't
thanks to
believe that.
shield rune, but by some interesting use of the edge of map there, rolling out from the edge of the map, sort of giving him an invulnerability timer, you know, just going off, and also hiding in tree line. That's a little bit of sound lag there, so he's going to do a reconnect, but no one just pulling some absolute black magic there to stay alive.
That was impressive. I mean, if he was a little bit more over to the side, like that tornado would have clipped him, but just perfect positioning.
It almost looked like he was going to be the one to take down the Tusk instead. If he had a little bit of help sooner, maybe the Tusk would have died. But he stays alive. Spirit, though, again, we see this pattern of them being aggressive, right? Even with Yatoro dead or fighting into an Aegis, they don't care. They need to keep making moves. They're always staying active and looking for whatever they can punish. So instead of SMG going for a tower push during the time that Yatoro is dead, they had to react to this, and now Yatoro is about to respawn, and they didn't really lose anything.
This cracks me up a little bit because, like, when I first got started, we had all these, back when Eastern Europe was called CIS, right? CIS Dota. There were all these like little cups that you would cast as a beginning caster. And you would watch these games and they'd just be full out bloodbaths. Like it'd just be constant, like fight after fight after fight. But with a lot of those little cups, like the fights were super bloodthirsty, but they weren't calculated. They would be a lot of like, okay, well, let's go fight. Let's go put the pressure down. But what Spirit's been doing here with the games that we've watched so far is they have this calculated aggression. And sometimes they push the envelope a little too far, right? And SMG is very good at being able to punish that. You can see, too, with like no one, he knows the limits on his hero, so he can kind of take the same risks while he plays around cat and mousing with them. But I think that's really interesting. Like you said, they not necessarily that they don't have the respect of the enemy team. It's just like they're like, okay, well, that didn't work, so let's do this. It's like almost like a computing machine. In a sense, like this solution didn't work, next solution. This solution didn't work, next solution. Like there's no downtime, it feels. There's no, what do we do now, guys? This is what we do.
I think the impressive part is that you nonstop have to evaluate, is it worth it going for this or not? And they do a great job finding the middle ground of staying active, but also not taking too big risks. And that's really difficult because any team can just run at the enemy and fight. That doesn't really take any skill to just go there, but they take very wise decisions. So yeah, so far though, SMG are keeping good pace with Team Spirit. I mean, they're currently ahead by 2,000 gold. They have the Faceless Void, who's the stronger late game carry, and Mind Control. He's doing what Mind Control likes to do on Nature's Prophet. He's up there in the net worth. He's, you know, ahead of the Faceless Void and scaling really well in this game.
So what's the next big item? I see that the Scotty's been queued up for mid one. That's going to be the next one that we see. Oh, they have to pop the BKB on Afu here. He got startled by Yatoro.
He doesn't want the one shot coming out. He has the gem, so he saw the Wraith King, and he's like, nope, not getting killed again.
Not losing that 900 net worth immediately.
Yeah, the gem is too precious. Do not want to lose it, especially as he was not the one who paid for it as well. You know, it was a gift by the Enchantress. Can't lose that already. Speaking of Enchantress, Janrel is going for one of my favorite builds on Enchantress, the Hurricane Pike into straight Moonshard. So it's going terrible damage.
Poshka is going to immediately get backed up by Mind Control here.
Yeah, no one has the mobility here on the Earth Spirit as well, very quickly. Just able to move across the field. Also has a full plate mill, so quite tanky.
Is under attack.
Sheepstick queued up for Laurel.
Oh, Laurel stuck around for the power.
Oh no, mid one. Right there at the perfect time.
Manuel is gonna take that and get very close to his Moonshard. Only 500 gold.
Yatoro, standing nearby though, has collapse. Sees mid one. They can jump on him and just burst him down. Yeah, and by God they do. And they find themselves Afu. They'll happily take that too. So,
oh boy, this is the thing.
Is real, Waga.
You can't expect them to not take a fight just because you kill the Invoker. This has happened over and over. They get like a big key kill, and they expect that, oh, now the map is safe because, you know, Wraith King is dead or Invoker is dead. It's never safe. They strike back, get two really nice takedowns there.
Look at Yatoro. He just beelines top now. So he's going to walk right over the sentry ward, but he saw someone that he was interested in and doesn't care. Top lane again. Can no one pull off some more shenanigans is the question. There's the stop. Poshko waiting here off to the side. He's gonna roll
Blocking him.
forward. He's waiting patiently. We'll use that walrus punch. And comes Larl. He's alive again. Trying to do some of these silly little moves like he did last time. But this time, too many heroes. And he's being tracked.
Yeah, that was really nice hunt down. They do not allow him to get out. He had cooldown on his TP as well initially, so maybe if he had TP ready earlier, he could have gone for a BKB TP out somehow. But of course, there's the Tusk Punch as well, so still would have to roll away.
He was so patient
tricky
with
spot
the
for him.
Tusk, though, like holding onto the snowball, because he's like, he's going to pull some other crazy shit again. Like, he's definitely going to just try to roll away.
Not
So-
just holding it, he was even standing in tree line. He was like hiding and not
Yeah.
revealing that he was also there. I think it was trying to bait out the TP, you know, the BKB TP play, trying to get him to waste the BKB as well. But ultimately, they take him down.
Mid one. It's very aggressive there. Does not have the Chronosphere, and they have so
he's
much
insta-silent.
damage. Oh my god, he's stun locked. He can't do anything. That is a dead mid one, no buyback.
Okay, EMP.
And now they find themselves the Enchantress collapse, poking around a little bit. We'll use the Stampede to ensure that, you know, they can put a little more pressure down. Echo Stomp onto the back lines, over onto Laurel. Maposhka, though, getting to position. It's taking whiles. Over on
Oh,
the
the Aghanim
side.
kick.
A whole
Oh, mind
fight over
control.
onto the side. They want mind control. They have the cancellation of that TP, and they'll get the kill. Collapse,
boy,
he
this
wants
is
more. He's
disaster.
like, hey, Afu, what's up? This is a nice house you got here.
Overseal
Sunstrike plus
stun.
that. Oh, can they finish him off? Do they have the deafening blast? The BKB? Oh no! He's stuck. He can't get back into his base. He is gonna survive, but oh my gosh, the butthole's got to be puckered after that one. As Spirit makes their way into this base.
Yeah, they're going straight for the racks, and Centaur even positioning himself to try and go for the towers as well here.
The question is, do they end or do they?
I think they don't.
like
The respawns are coming up. They have to go for the tier 2 bottom. Collapse is already running over there.
Bottom tower is
Man, these plays, with the Tusk having Aghanims completed as well, the map just became so much more scary.
God, I just love watching Yatra. Like, we talk about him moving with purpose. Like, he's one of those cores that always has his eyes on the next, you know, objective. And there's like no hesitation either.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of carries are just super mechanically skilled at farming and streamlining their farming and getting the items and then kind of winning by pushing high ground. Yatoro will hunt. He's not like that. He's a hunter. He's, of course, super streamlined and everything else, but he makes these, you know, going off the beaten path decisions, and it's worked out really well for him this game. 15-5-3.
Oh, there it is. There's another opening. They're chasing after Collapse, but it's a bait because they
Oh,
have
the
a sheep
hits.
stick. They have everything. So they drop the air split. The buyback now coming out from no one. He's not happy about this. As over on the back line, mid one is going to teleport outside that gate.
It
Guessing they
almost
must have
spotted by
seen
the
him.
sentry
Yeah.
ward duration. Like they're at the initial vision.
Oh, look at
spots.
them. Smoke up, going through the gate. They're hoping he's going to get to... Yeah, look at this. Oh, Yatoro opening up, wants to burst down mid one. They have it.
Jesus, he's getting baited. The
Holy.
Centaur illusion baited him. He was like, "Oh, I want this," and then they moved the illusion down a little bit into them. Like, this is rough, man. Right now, SMG getting outplayed across the map. And again, the portals. It's the portals. It started with
The spirit
portals, and
gates.
it's
The spirit
looking-
gates.
yeah, they're just continuing.
All right, so this is a Roche and a cheese. Now they're going to have to try to kill Yatoro 3 times. As well as is going on, Collapse on the hunt. He sees himself off, so he'd like to just take him off of the map. They've got the Atos. That silence from Mir perfectly positioned. Yeah, they're going to be down yet another hero. They do have buyback on Faceless Void. They've got buyback on the Elder Titan, but they won't have the... Oh, no, they will. They will. They have Earth Splitter once he's... once they push into the space. So if he decides he wants to buy back, if they get that chrono, it could be very, very scary. But you got to kill Yatoro 3 times. That's hard.
I mean, this push is so fast. They have AC, they have the Desolator, and all these skeletons as well. Alacrity even. They're just tearing through the base here.
yeah. And you can see, like, you know, mind control, he's trying to do something else. He doesn't know what to do because his course, they're up, but they don't have the Elder Titan. They don't have the whole team, and it's just too spooky right now.
And I don't think they're going to make it easy for him. The easy thing for SMG is if they would keep pushing here on Team Spirit, but they're going to back off, and this makes it so scary. Going out on the map against the Hex on Invoker, against the Wraith King who keeps hunting people, and even the Tusk Aghanim's kick, you're so prone to getting picked off here. Mid one. Gets caught.
This is not looking good as he's gonna try to run away, but you can't run away. Not when you've got Collapse here already in position. This is Enchantress. A little time up into the air. The meatballs get dropped. The buyback though coming out from mid one. He wants to be back in this fight. There's gonna get used. Collapse taking a lot of damage, but this dead shot coming into play. He's got the Lotus. They've got mid one. They get. Oh
He's
my god!
again.
It's a dieback. They get themselves mid one. They get themselves the Elder Titan. Now they're chasing after Mind Control. He cannot hope to escape. This is looking like the end.
Yeah, they're just going straight for it, going for the base. They don't have the tier 2 bottom taken yet. Double buyback comes in, but
they don't want to drop a game, though. They don't want to give it up. They buy back. Nice.
I don't know if they have much of a choice without the Faceless Void. They gotta do some base kicking here, get them into the fountain somehow, but base is falling.
I mean, Maposhka's just going to kick right back over on the Apu, so
oh, no.
See you later, and they call GG. Team Spirit, we said it before, we'll say it again. They look like they are in TI form.
Yeah, looking absolutely astounding here. I mean, this game was closer, though. This was definitely the most stressed that we saw them today so far. SMG had moments here where they turned the game around in a really good way. We could see, glimmers of hope, and definitely they did a good job trying to address what Team Spirit were doing. But Spirit are just so unrelenting. They keep going no matter what happens. Oh, we lost our carry. It doesn't matter. We'll kill someone across the map. Oh, the enemy team has Aegis. We don't care. We'll just kill them one more time. What's the problem? Absolutely relentless. And finally, they do take the game. What an amazingly impressive performance.
I mean, I feel like, if you're SMG, yes, it was a little clunky, but you should also feel good. This is the first time we saw Spirit on the ropes. The first time that we felt like, ooh, like they don't feel as confident. I say as confident because they still did make these moves. But like they definitely had a little bit more hesitation than any of the other teams we've seen so far in terms of, trying to be aggressive. But then once they hit a certain point, like, it's fun to just sit there and watch Yatoro. The way that he starts moving with such purpose. He's hunting, like you said. That's a great verb for him. The way he just starts moving around the map. This one feels so bad.
This
for
combo,
Mind Control.
they had the shard on Invoker, so the EMP pulled them back into the calling over and over, getting silenced over and over. And even though he had Manta to dispel the Rod of Aethys, he landed on a Ghost after Manta styling, so he couldn't time walk again. Just so much control. I don't think Faceless Void was the pick here. I don't know. It was so unplayable against those things.
It just felt kind of clunky, like we said during the draft. Like, and again, Mind Control did a great job on his Nature's Prophet, but just like you can't only have one person having a good game, right? It's a team game. Everybody's got to have their piece that fits together to the puzzle, and that one felt a little disjointed.
Yeah, it was very tricky to execute what they had. I think they did a great job with it. And honestly, for the nerfs that Earth Spirit did get at some point, he still made it look incredible. No one here on the Earth Spirit was,
he's styling on him.
Making crazy plays in this game. But yeah, I think this game was still an impressive victory by Spirit. The manner in which they approached this, I didn't think they were just going to take it like this with the setbacks they had. But I don't know. I have to give it to Yatoro, dude. Like he's a monster. This carry player.
No, it was, like I said, it was really fun to like start following him around the map towards the ending portion of the game, just seeing the way he moves with such purpose. It doesn't feel like he stops and thinks like, what should I do next? He knows what he needs to do. He sees someone show up on the map and he just beelines. Like you watch him blink and like runs past these camps because he smells blood in the water. He's like, I am so strong right now. And I know that my team will haul their asses over to like jump with them. Like he's on board and I love it. I love to see it. That's so fun.
Yeah. Well, I think Yatoro is the MVP for sure on Wraith King. Like, I want to give a little bit of a shout out as well to Miposhka here in this game. Like, he was he was involved in so many things. And I think a lot of the times he bit the bullet for his team. He went first, he initiated, he was usually the one who got brought down, but everyone else benefited from his aggression on the Tusk as well.
The Get Down Mr. President award, as we like to call
exactly.
it. No, definitely. He played very, very well. Mira, like a lot of the times there were these moments where, you know, you saw the hero, like you knew what was going to come next. They wanted to use a spell, but he would just drop the calling perfectly and immediately just, you know, silence them up and turn the fight. But yeah, Yatro, I think was our MVP for this match for sure. He just looked so scary.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, his item build was also sort of tailored to this game. Sometimes we see people go for the Radiance build on Wraith King, but instead he went for this one-shot build, which makes much more sense against the heroes he's playing against. You don't want to slowly burn down and kill a Void. You want to kill him quickly during the duration of the stunts. And it also worked great to pick off the Nature's Prophet. Mind Control was just, you know, free food for Yatoro as soon as he could find him.
Yeah, that was very scary. I mean, we didn't get the standard, you know, one-shot kill sort of thing, but
it was close. It was close, Moxie. There were moments there.
It was. But we have an update because there is so much data going on right now. So let us see how everyone has been doing. Right now, Spirit looks like the only team that has 4 wins.
Yep.
Currently.
I mean, they're speed running here. We've been watching them, and they're also the first ones, I guess, to have finished two games like this. Yeah. So they're looking fantastic. Other than that, in the same group, we got Entity, who won the first game as well that they played, and that was against EG.
Are there any surprises for you just yet? Like looking at these standings?
Nothing too. I mean, I guess Gaimin Gladiators losing 2-0 to LGD is a little bit of a surprise. But other than that, I think all the results are, you know, somewhat expected or like could happen. Like BetBoom winning against Thunder is nothing surprising at all. They're a super strong team as well. So exciting to see how the groups are evolving here.
Yeah, it's exciting time. And there's so much Dota. So guys, there are a lot of streams that you can go check out. We're really glad that you picked this one to come hang out with us and watch the games. And of course, we have another best of 2 coming up. And this one's one very close to Waga's heart because it is, of course, Entity. And they're going to be facing off with 9 Pandas. So we will be back. We will have that game. It'll be a great time. Go grab some snacks, go grab some water, and we'll see you back here for that game. Welcome back, everyone. It is a full day of Dota here on the road to TI here for the TI group stages. And Wagga and I have a game coming up that I think Wagga's going to be super excited to watch because it is, of course, Entity versus 9Pandas. And I know you've got a little personal interest on the side of Entity, right, Wagga?
Of course. I follow them, closely, former teammates and friends, close friends of mine. So I'm hyped watching this series here, see how they're going to play. We already got to see 9Pandas play earlier today against Team Spirit. That was a very tough game for them. I think Team Spirit are just looking terrifying right now. I'm scared as an Entity fan for when they play against them. So I hope that, they're going to have time to figure them out a bit then. But yeah, going up against 9Pandas here, we'll see what 9Pandas is going to bring out. They also have a lot of interesting ideas right now. Their drafting is crazy. In the first series we watched, they picked the first phase TA in game 1, and then first phase Arc Warden first pick in game 2 against Spirit. None of them worked, but that could just be because Team Spirit, right?
It could be. It's not exactly the most conventional way of drafting, though. Again, we saw something like the TA picked up very early Arc Warden, which are very easily counterable. Whereas you look at some of these other teams that pick up, something that's a little bit more flexible for their first pick. It can be a core, but it also could be moved into multiple positions. So a little bit interesting. But I mean, right now, if you're 9Pandas, you need this win because the way that groups are formulated now is that the lowest person on that tier is the one that gets eliminated. And right now, 9Pandas, they are 0-2. So this is the time for Entity to, test out the waters. They want to get that victory, obviously, because no one wants to have any losses. Every game matters. We say that a lot, but it really does. And 9Pandas, they need this victory. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see what they bring to the table, how they're going to approach this. I'm assuming that, we've seen, well, maybe not us, but, there have been scrims between 9Pandas. This is a team that, is fairly close in vicinity for scrimming. So they probably have their own mini meta on top of that. And I'm curious to see what that is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for sure, these teams know each other, and we'll see how prepared they're going to be going into the series, what draft ideas we might see, if it's going to be very different from what we've seen so far today. But yeah, I mean, the first day here is kind of showing out the way that we predicted a bit at the start of the day, saying that, heroes like Spirit Breaker and Wraith King might make appearances. Spectre has been banned multiple games, but it's also been, a hero that I think is super strong right now. So we'll see exactly what Entity and 9Pandas are going to bring out in this series here. Very curious to see the draft coming out soon.
Yeah, and it has been a bit of a struggle for Entity this year on top of everything else, right? Because they kind of struggled to stay in Western Europe upper div. I believe that it ended up being a tiebreaker to determine if they were going to be relegated or not, and they ended up staying. But very, very tight. It's been hard. And also Western Europe, just in general, they're a very scary region to try to fight through. So they ended up making it as the number 1. For the, making it through Western Europe, but it's still going to be, a scary road for them, even after 9Pandas.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, but like you said, the Western European region qualifier was a very daunting task, and Entity, they rose to that challenge in a beautiful way. So we'll see how their TI is going to be. As a fan, I have high hopes for them. But 9Pandas, I'm sympathetic towards them because I've cast a lot of their games in the past as well. And it's one of those teams where their potential is so incredible. And sadly, against Team Spirit today, they kind of bombed out. But at the same time, I want to see them do well, but lose. That's my biased opinion. I want to see them play.
You don't want a total shutout. You don't want them to be completely dominated. I can, as a Dota fan in general, I think we can all agree it's way more fun. And we have way more to talk about when it's more of an even match. When it's a bit of a stop, we're always kind of reaching like, well, what could they do to, bounce back, even though we're like, ooh, this game's probably over. So yeah, I can get on board with that. Would love to see, a fun match. And, one of the other things too, we've seen a lot of Invoker today, and I know that's one of Storm's favorite heroes.
That's true. He hasn't been relying on it as much lately, even though he is the biggest pro player Invoker spammer there is. Like, there's nobody with more games in the pro scene than him on this hero. But in the current patch, yeah, he's got, I think it's like 4,000 or 5,000 games on Invoker. Like, he has a lot. There's like, there are players who have more games, but not in a TI team. That's just hero spammers who are out there in the pub scene.
Ooh, well, we're not going to see it today, that's for sure. Already banned out, and it's actually Entity that bans it out. So see Stormer on something different.
Yeah, it is available as a first pick, and maybe they don't want to give it away, as of course it's high priority, but it could also just be that they don't want to play it. Like I said, they've been doing a little bit of other stuff as well and pivoting away from Invoker more, using some other heroes as well. So we'll see what they're going to go for. But this approach here by Nine Pandas, I like what Nine Pandas are doing. They take the Murta as a first pick priority, and I said it earlier that Murta has been a hero that Entity have been using for a long time, and they, if you look at their recent game history, they play it all the time. So taking it away is a great block pick, but I think it's just more teams are realizing this hero is pretty damn good right now.
It's very flexible, like you said. You could have it as that position one. They play quite a bit of it, but also, we watched Mira do a very dominating performance with this hero, with those dead shots, with the calling, just lining it up perfectly. But the response to that is to pick up the Chaos Knight, which feels a little early for me, but at the same time, I don't hate it. It's not like, seeing that TA first pick, right?
Yeah, definitely. And this is also a hero that, I've come back to and talked a lot about, but we haven't really seen today. And I think CK right now, the power of this hero is that you can still, of course, run it carry. It's a great carry hero. But post 3 CK is seriously hard to lane against. He sustains so hard with the lifesteal from creeps now that not many lanes can really pressure him. So it opens up, again, with flex potential. But it's just a dominant hero.
No, I didn't get the chance to look at the pro tracker. Is this something Gabby has been running in the offlane?
Yeah, I think they've been playing it. I didn't see if they played it in their recent pro games, but I know that I've seen him play it in his pub games.
Nice.
10 seconds remaining.
So seeing some of those stronger preference heroes, our comfort hero, right? Like the Vengeful Tree has also been very, very popular. Grimstroke is something that Fishman really enjoys playing. So very targeted bans coming out from the side of Nine Pandas.
Yeah, for sure. But the Naga ban is, while it's a good targeted ban towards Entity, it's also taking away one hero that deals super well with the CK. It's one of the best heroes in the game against Chaos Knights. So you take away one possible counter for yourself. But it's just respect, because Entity, it's their style, and this is very, very wise thing to do when you play against a team that's a little bit niche, to take away their comfort zone.
Taking a lot of time trying to decide what this next ban's going to be. It's going to end up being the Dawnbreaker, though. They don't want to allow that into the pool, and the Warlock will get picked up. So that's a great support. We've talked about it before, like how much damage those Fatal Bonds can do, plus the fact they've got the little, I guess, are they demons technically? I would just call them little gremlins.
They're imps, apparently. They're little imps. But that also means, not just imps. We have double soup now. This is double big, soup. Moxie. We got the Warlock on one team. We got the Murta on the other team. 2 soups.
We're making a stew here. So
yes.
That's right.
And, okay, so we see Wraith King coming out as well for Nine Pandas here. A hero that does not necessarily super well against CK always, but it's convenient to not get blown up immediately and just be dead. So yeah, the second life can be very good for battling him. Also the Radiance build, which I said was really bad in last game that we cast, can be really good against CK because of the mischance and the AoE burn.
Right. They're really drafting really quickly now. Like they ended up going for the Elder Titan, picked up for Nine Pandas. Is this Wraith King going to be potentially offlane?
Yeah, it's definitely a potential for it. You cannot exclude it from the possibilities, at least. So it's the tricky part about drafting nowadays, is that a lot of heroes that are put into offlane can also look like carry heroes. But both CK and Wraith King are currently flexing between +1 and 2, or +1 and 3. So this gives a little bit more control as well, getting the Elder Titan against the CK. You can stomp the illusions to sleep them. And the minus attack speed from Murta with the W, they have some stuff to deal with CK.
Kunkka picked up now for the side of Entity.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be mid Kunkka here, but again, this is where we go to. This is where we go
Gabby's a big Kunkka player.
Yeah, he is. He is, but Stormstormer has also played it, and with CK as well in the pool, like they do have advanced flex here, right? Like now you're flexing between all 3 core roles with the CK, Kunkka, and the potential last pick. So they could pick a mid hero, they could pick a carry hero, or an offlane hero. They literally left everything open, and they are the ones with the ultimate last pick. So that gives them a great potential to counterpick. So very annoying for 9Pandas here. The next ban phase is going to be a little bit like a question mark for them.
9Pandas is trying to figure out what the hell's going on here with this draft too.
Yeah, important is to not lose track of your own combinations and what you're building here. So 9Pandas, I wonder what they're going to add into what they already have. They have a good mix between damage, lockdown, you know, they have silence, they have control, team fights with ET as well. I would like to see more team fight from them, because right now they're against Warlock and Kunkka, Dark Willow to terrorize Golem and the Aghanims on Kunkka later on. It's looking a bit hard to take the 5v5 fights for them.
I would like to see more initiation. I think that's the big thing for 9Pandas right now, is that, you know, yeah, you can put a Blink Dagger on this Wraith King. Maybe you land an Echo Stomp, but it's a little tricky depending on how it goes down. I'd like to see someone who can kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, there are some mid heroes that could potentially fit the bill for it as well.
That's
like
true.
Even the potential to play something. Yeah, there you go. That's a nice initiation hero.
Yeah,
get to Sven. So this is now solidifying. That's an offlane Wraith King. Carry Sven coming in.
Entities turn to ban.
Now going into bans, they're banning out carry heroes. So they're also, you know, expecting like I said, is most likely offlane CK
yeah.
and the mid Kunkka. But even by banning the TB here, I think it's more about just protecting the Sven. Sven doesn't do too well against super high armor.
5 seconds remaining.
Entity, they have quite a few options ahead of them. I was going to say that the initiation could come from mid, and that against a hero like Kunkka, Storm Spirit does lane really well. So nice to see Entity are on the same track there with banning out the Storm Spirit. I think that hero would fit really well for 9Pandas. There is the potential still that they keep respecting something like the Void Spirit or Earth Spirit, but I don't think Kunkka minds laning against those.
How concerned are we looking at 9Pandas draft about cooldowns, right? Because Sven wants to have God's Strength up. You want to have Reincarnation up over on Wraith King. The other two, not so much, right? Like, it's not a big deal, but...
It's kind of even. Like, you still have Golem on the side of Entity as well. Lina gets banned out as well. Entity, they're in my mind, I'm telling you. We're thinking the same.
There? Yeah, Puck's still available.
Puck is still available, but it's a bit tricky to run for either team here. Because of some of the lockdown. Like 9Pandas could run Puck here, but it's still annoying. There's still things that can catch you.
I mean, we saw how strong Kiyotaka was early on. Like, even though, you know, they were having trouble in other lanes, he seemed to be very well skilled within the mid.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to say Kiyotaka on like Queen of Pain here. So they get more damage to kill off the Chaos Knight illusions, and something to like. Queen is super good against Dark Willow because you can nuke Dark Willow in her Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it's ground targeted.
And once you get Aghanims, you can even like nuke with the Aghanims as well. Stark ban from 9Pandas, and they go with the Earth Spirit.
Okay, that's a lot of melee.
It is a whole lot of melee. They did need sort of that initiation mid, you know, spirit type hero. I think Earth Spirit is not great against Kunkka in many ways, though, because the X mark can still very easily catch you. You can dodge it with the invulnerability of the roll, but then you have to commit the roll, and he could just hold the X and then pull you back afterwards. So it's a bit awkward. Now, so Entity... all the options here. What are they gonna pick? A carry, mid, off lane? Probably a carry.
So what do we have left? We've got things like probably don't want to go Morphling, right? Because they have an Elder Titan. There's potential
I think
Again,
Life
usually-
Stealer again. I'm gonna pitch that hero here because you're against 4 strength heroes. I see it being pretty good, but maybe they go for something else.
Veno.
Okay, they just say, okay, we can take carry CK and put offlane Veno.
Okay.
Lane's better against the Sven, so that's the potential that they had, right? Just go
That's
back
good
and put
kiting.
the CK carry.
Right, like
So
being
nine-
able to kite the all the melee, like that's not a bad pick, honestly.
Against 4 melee heroes, Venomancer is super happy. Also, there's a lot of big strength heroes with high HP, which Venomancer does great against because he has that ulti with a ton of damage against them. So this should lane better. Also, I think the Venomancer might give them, a little bit of vision advantage in the fights, which can be nice when Sven is running around in a Silver Edge looking for the angle. If they have sentries down, Veno wards, makes the fight easier.
That's true, yeah. All right, your heart out of it, and just purely based on these drafts, Waga. Who are we liking? What are we liking?
Honestly, just looking at the draft, if I didn't know the teams playing, I don't really like the lineup that 9Pandas drafted here. I think it's, awkward is the word I come back to again, but I mean, four strength melee heroes, you're playing as Kunkka, you're playing as Veno, Warlock even. I think you're going to have such a hard time not getting caught by a bunch of big bullshit spells, 9Pandas need to play really well to make their draft work.
Do you think they have the damage, though, to cut through these big, beefy boys?
I think so. I think so. Definitely with Fatal Bonds as well. And they have Fatal Bonds Veno combination. If he gets Aghanims later on, you can do some serious damage with that. I'm honestly more in line with what Entity drafts, their style of drafting here.
Okay, all right. I know myself personally, I don't like seeing that many melee. I feel like that just makes it so much harder for you. So I'm kind of liking what Entity is bringing to the table. I also feel like the initiation is a little janky on both sides. Honestly, like you do have the Warlock, dropping the ulti, obviously, that's the big one. And then, of course, also having the Reality Rift to drag people in. But it definitely feels a little awkward, I think, from both sides.
Yeah, I think maybe you can make a case even that 9Pandas have it easier there because they can just roll in with Earth for spirits. But as we go into the game here, we'll see, the classic moving out. Both teams smoked, trying to drop some vision. Actually, Solo is going to get revealed before he gets to drop his ward, so he doesn't get to put a high ground ward.
I didn't hear that, just yelling or whatever. I was like startled by that. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, some voice lines.
Watson just wandering around here. But yeah, textbook opening so far.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, just kind of checking for whatever vision they can get. Doesn't look like we're going to have any of the initial wards likely to get dewarded, because nothing was really spotted.
Who's going to power spike first here? Who's the one that, really is going to be controlling this tempo?
I think Earth Spirit is the one we should look towards the most this game as a tempo controller. Like Kiyotaka, he's playing the real tempo maker in this game.
Veno.
Gabi a little bit too far out.
Stormhammer, nice
Maybe.
brambles get tossed down, but they're just going to keep on chasing after him and don't quite manage to finish him off, though. So, got to be feeling pretty good, even though you're pretty low right now in this Veno. But you can just go home, TP a lane, all is well.
Yeah, does mean that he's going to be late to the lane, though. First creep wave will be basically Kataomi versus 2 here, and Solo should have a little bit of an advantage with that, because now Kataomi, he can't really go in and drop a ward to block the small camp, since he has to play the lane. It's not a great thing for him to happen, but it's better than dying for sure.
At the same time, though, too, here, Watson's going to be able to get a little bit of that extra experience before Fishman shows up.
Yeah, and we see just all the lanes start out with a little bit of chill last hitting here. Mid lane, the Kunkka versus Earth Spirit is not a very exciting lane, perhaps. Gonna be trying to Tidebringer and harass the Earth Spirit as much as he can. Earth Spirit, meanwhile, farms pretty fast too.
It's going to be really annoying, like, having to deal with the Tidebringer every single time. Like, Gitaka's probably really annoyed with that. Probably no stranger to dealing with it, though, at the same time.
Yeah, he at least will get early bottle, and then he's basically fine on that lane. Bottom lane, some awkward stuff happening where both the cores are pulling the creeps. Fishman has to be careful not to step out of line, though.
I'm just going to continue to harass a little bit. Has that 1 point in the Fatal Bonds, but...
Yeah, just messing with them from the low ground. And actually going to take a lot of damage here from Antares. Just deciding to fight back.
Kitaka sitting so low here in this mid lane. Does have himself a bottle coming out on Courier, though, so he'll be able to refill.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good damage back to the Kunkka as well.
Oh, man, that was close there. So they end up getting the kill on Fishman, but they'll end up losing Miero here.
Watson has to back up pretty far as well to try and stay alive, as he's very low HP.
I'm sure they're bringing some sort of regen, yeah. Brought him some more regen coming out. They've got those Fatal Bonds over on Centaurus. They're just gonna try to push this wave out.
Even tanking the Deadshot for him, walking in front there. Fishman looking out for his buddy. Literally a get down Mr. President moment.
Important, very important.
Now we can get 1 point in the Chaos Strike, though, and the CK sustainability. We see it, the first crit already healing him.
Yep.
Can they kill him before he heals up more?
It's close to that Deadshot, but...
Yeah, he juked it, turning around and attacking instead.
Mage
Good
look.
sidestep. Mid lane for now, not... Oh, actually, they're going on to Antares.
Oh, yeah, they get Antares in the bottom lane.
Good catch. Can I get the Lotus at least as a little consolation prize for Miero, but yeah, his lane mate just goes down easily.
I think nautical. Step lively now. Your admiral
We'll see a TP coming out here to the mid lane. Tari's going to provide the bottle service. Yotaka rolls forward. Not going to be able to quite connect the way he wants. Tort tossed out by Stormstormer. And Tari's just making his way back bottom, though.
Yeah, good reaction, not getting caught by the TP bottle refill as the Kiyotaka tried to make something more happen.
You might as well give it a shot, but there's a Torrent X, but Kiyotaka roll on out. And he's just going to wander over towards this top area. Top lane. Looks like some pressure being placed onto Willow. Solo,
Watson
though.
is going down.
Let's be careful. While Watson in the bottom lane does end up falling. And they have that upheaval. Fishman is slowing them down. This is so annoying right now. But Fishman needs to be very careful because now there's creeps at the tower. Deadshot comes in. And Miero, he's going to be just fine.
Miero says, kill me, tower.
Oh,
Take
okay,
my
never
life.
mind.
Yeah, he just wanted full HP, full mana. He goes down before Watson TP's back in, so no experience was given over. Very nice play by 9 Pandas there. Good dive.
All right, level 5 right now on Stormstormer. Kitako a little bit behind.
He's
Still
struggling
sitting at the level 4.
to land the X-Mark combo onto Earth Spirit. We see the invulnerability tricking him a bit.
Another torrent toss up.
step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Do we see some early rotations?
I think we should see the Earth Spirit keep his mind open at least to go to the side lanes, but his resources are too low right now. He needs a power rune, so it's going to be all about that 6-minute rune. If he can get his hands on a good rune, then the Earth Spirit could easily make some moves.
Well, that's why I was interested because, we talked about how Spirit kind of not necessarily had a script, but, they figure, all right, we'll move around the 6-minute mark. But because they moved a little bit earlier, kind of took them by surprise. So I'm curious if we'll see something similar. But like you said, the resources are a little bit low. Although the urn is completed now. And we are seeing the rotation of Kataomi.
Exactly. We're seeing sort of the same thing. The Post 4 moving over ahead of time here. And
Still
this
holding
time,
on to the X, right into the Brambles. Not a lot of mana, though, available on the Stormstormer, but can they get the kill? No, he's got himself those wand charges. It's enough to push him back. Is in the bottom lane. Again, the dive is real. They're jumping onto Fishman plus Solo, rotating through those gates. Watson forced back.
that was a good
The
gate
roll to the mid
rotation.
lane with the Magnetize. Kiyotaka. They'll throw out. Oh, no, it doesn't connect.
High ground.
This
He
try
refreshes
and
it.
roll going over to the side. He wants Stormstorm and drops his rocks. TPs are coming out though. Kataomi making his way over. Needs to be careful he doesn't in fact die as well as they get the slow They need to be careful, though. Can they get this kill? Are they going to be able to finish him off? All right, Stormstormer will manage, but he has that urn charge on him, so he's got to make it home.
Yeah, he's going to run back to base. No region root top as it spawned.
Gabby's just getting punched to death here.
Oh, no.
Solo. Oh, the Dukes! The Dukes.
Yeah.
Nah. That was a nice try. Brambles do connect. Only level 3, though, on this Willa. Does have the Shadow Realm, though. Could
maybe he can get
it.
He has Lotus, too, though.
Oh,
it's
no.
going to be hard.
Not going to be able to. Ramses making his way over. The roll forward from Kiyotaka. This is not looking good for Kataomi, even though Stormstormer is here. He's going to try to get the X boat. Still probably going to lose Kataomi. Can they get the kill on Ramses, though? That would make this worth a little bit more, as he's still very hard to get his hands on. All of that armor and health.
Final Tidebringer brings down the Sven there, and now they're chasing after Kiyotaka.
He wants that wisdom rune. He's like, ooh, don't mind if I do.
2 seconds on the roll. Just a kick into roll, and he's gonna be fine. Maybe not. The rip.
It's a slow death. It's gonna happen eventually, I think. No, never mind.
Goes to the angle.
Stormstormer.
Oh, this is a whole pursuit. This is so much space.
Landing the Brambles, landing the Exetorants. And they'll finally be able to get Kiyotaka. It's gonna be Watson who gets the final hit. But like you said, that was a lot of heroes chasing after one guy right there.
Entity did not feel good about that. That took them so long. And meanwhile, bottom lane, you can see it already. Those skeletons are working on the tower. Tower's falling really quick to the Wraith King. And offlane Wraith King really thrives when this happens. Leave him a little bit of space, a little bit of time, and he turns himself into an extra carry. Just bonus carry out of nowhere.
Nice haste rune that's been saved for Kiyotaka as he's making his way back towards the mid lane. This tower's super low. They could easily take this if they like. That stun over onto the Willow. Solo wants this. They'll go drop the calling. The roll forward, though, immediately onto the back lines, plus the haste rune. Is now Gabby trying to make Antares pay for this. Couple more clicks should be able to do the trick. That's going to be a dead Muerta. It's Kiyotaka on the run. Kataomi trying to get his hands on Solo, but he's already used all of his spells that'll be able to stop him and slow him.
Doing a good job not getting, getting overwhelmed there by the aggression, at least. They react to it, but this is still 9 Pandas just absolutely dictating the pace of the game and completely free-farming his Sven, free-farming the Wraith King, while their mid and the supports are making moves. So 9 Pandas are just playing really, really well right now. And
yeah. Phantasms. They go, no, all right. Just going to let Miera walk out of their woods.
Yeah, a little bit too far, perhaps, to be able to actually catch him. It's tough to say how they need to activate right now, as Kunkka ideally wants his Blade Mail as well before really starting to fight non-stop.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not been talking about Ramses, but 70 CS at 9 minutes on his Sven. He is just ramping up faster and faster.
Yeah, with the Greater Cleave, that'll help quite a bit, too. Be careful that they protect some of these stacks that they've made, that Sven doesn't find them. Stormstormer finds himself solo. Must have been shopping.
Yeah, not really going to be able to get away here.
There it is.
Yeah, tries to go for a stomp, but doesn't really matter. Benno already touched him. Benno's rushing towards the Spirit Vessel in this game. Gonna be nice against some of the lifesteal and healing. Of course, already have the Mask of Madness on Sven. Oh, they want to defend this?
Yeah, they're TP and Kiyotaka.
Yes,
need to be careful. There's quite a few. No level 6 though just yet over on Fishman. Do have
Sentry.
the Noxious Plague. So yeah, just Entity will just slowly back up. Antares smoked up over on the side. Level 5 is top. Well, so TP down to the bottom. Stormstormer. They want to punish Miera for being this far forward. They're just having difficulty getting their hands on him.
And looks like he can just walk away. 2 seconds to the Reality Rift, though. Should be in range.
Yeah, they got him. He's close enough. But not enough for that Chaos Bolt right away, so... This is a long chase, and look at this. Antares already rotating down to this bottom lane. They're happy to take this fight on the side of Pandas.
Yeah,
Roll forward over onto Watson. Get that silence placed on him. It's not looking good here for the CK. He is dead. The roll forward, they're not done yet. They would like Fishman. They have a nice ward in place. As they're
he's
chasing
not level
after
6
him.
yet even.
He is not. It has been rough for some of these supports as the rest of them follow up. Kiyotaka gets the kill.
This play by 9 Pandas where they go to defend top was really, really big because they faked that they had a lot of people top, but they didn't really. It was just 2 players up there. And Kiyotaka decided to join the bottom fight as well by going through the portal afterwards. And then they punished this overextension by Entity as they thought that everybody must be top since we see Earth Spirit running in with his Invis rune. Surely there's smoke behind him, but they weren't. It was a fake out by 9 Pandas.
They did have vision up there. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, now we see Sven cleaning out a quad stack here on the Ancients, just getting tons of gold, working towards that Echo Saber, of course. Not the entire thing yet, but getting close to it. Just needs the Ogre Club.
Ramses has had entirely way too much space. This guy is going to be a huge threat.
Yeah, and it's not just him. I mean, all of the cores are getting really big because the movements from Entity have involved so many players, and that takes away precious farming time.
Well, it reminds me of the last game as Fishman. He's just trying to get himself some of that XP. Does have the level 6, so he'll go and drop it on Kiyotaka because he wants to try to just make something happen here.
Yeah, but he rolls on.
Kiyotaka's fine.
Rolls on out, and he's going to be completely fine. Doesn't Warlock ulti expanded and doesn't even necessarily run away.
Oh, all right, there we go. There's a nice find.
That's big. That's big. Getting a kill here for Watson is very needed because he's so far behind. Otherwise, falling behind the Sven in net worth is not what you want to have happen as well, as it's already sort of a counter matchup.
Yeah, I was about to say that before that whole engagement happened, it feels a little like SMG, the way that Entity's playing currently, because everybody's just showing up. The downside, though, too, is that it's so much longer than SMG, right? Because they show everybody. They show everybody up to the bottom or wherever, you know, the fight's happening. But then they chase for so long, which is the other problem. Whereas Entity kind of was just like, or not Entity, sorry. SMG was like, all right, you know, we weren't able to get them. We have everybody down here. That kind of sucks, but whatever. But I feel like Entities, they chase a little too
It became a very long chase on the Wraith King before because they didn't connect cleanly. They missed the torrent on the initial catch there. So it's unfortunately, you know, the catch didn't work out the way they wanted. And then they committed to keep going for the chase. And it's costly to do so.
Still only about a 3K lead, though, going over to the side of 9 Pandas. It just feels like they're in more control. Like looking at what Miara has, he's got himself a Sacred Relic. We've seen what Ramses, you know, has had for farm, and it's quite a bit.
Yeah, he's got the full Echo and gonna go for an early BKB as well. So once he has that, he'll be happy against stuff like Veno, Dark Willow, Warlock, like all of this stuff. Just really, really good game to have a BKB early.
So what does Entity want to do here? Because it does feel a little bit like they're playing catch up, I guess.
I think the real time is going to be playing around the next Warlock ulti in 30 seconds, but they can't sit around and wait, so they're going towards top.
Yeah, they see themselves Gabby. Gabby throwing out the Noxious Plague. Roll forward over again towards Dark Willow. Kataomi starts pulling up. They managed to get the kill on Kiyotaka. They'll end up losing the Willow. Miaro now taking a lot of damage just after Incarnation, while on the back lines, Watson shows up and rips apart Antares. So
That's
no
a pretty big fight without Sven.
Can they grab solo is the question. It doesn't look like they're going to chase too hard on it. But they're going to have the Warlock ulti up in 6, so they can stick around.
Yeah, they can keep going. They have X-Mark as well for Stormstormer, can go back to base, bottle up a bit, and Sven doesn't have any indication that he wants to go and fight this, so he's just going to be working on his own farm.
Gabby TP's bottom. He has to be careful. Miaro's right there. This tower's going to belong to Entity, but Veno having to kite a bit. Skelly boys chasing
Warlock.
after him.
If they chase Veno, they could Warlock ulti it.
True. Probably need more than just that, though. I mean,
They're
more
coming
than
through
Fishman and
portal,
Gabby.
but it's a bit slow.
Roll forward again over onto Gabby. Fishman drops the rock over onto Mira on the back lines, but Ramsey's in position. So they've already lost Gabby. They're gonna lose Fishman. They've lost the opportunity of a surprise as Watson does manage to finish off Mira, and they want Ramsey's now. And they should be able to do a decent amount of burst, but they have to be careful of that. Clean Kataomi not looking too healthy. Finally, they get Ramsey's. They'll end up losing Kataomi. Watson here trying his best. Has Stormstormer nearby. He's gonna have to. Oh no, he's still gonna end up dying. Kiyotaka though, potentially getting a kill here for Stormstormer. It's a double kill as now Antares, he's trying to get out of here. But this is not looking good for Stormstormer. I think one mighty punch or a bullet will do the trick.
Yeah, can't take him out in the end. So sort of a bloodbath there. It looked like it was maybe going to be even better for the side of 9 Pandas, but they do lose the Earth Spirit as well as the Sven. So some big takedowns for Entity, but that was very much a 1-by-1 kind of thing. Gabby running off to the left side may have been disadvantageous for them as they were all coming through Portal, and he kind of ran away from the distance that his own team was trying to help him. Ultimately, though, not the worst fight ever for Entity as they, do get the kills on the post 1 and the post 2.
It felt kind of disjointed, honestly. I don't know if you agree with that, but especially seeing the Warlock ulti get dropped onto the Wraith King.
Yeah, it was early. It was an either me or him kind of moment. It felt like probably for Fishman. If I don't ulti now, then I'm gonna die instead, or they just kill Venomancer before my team can arrive. So he threw a pretty suboptimal golem, but it ensured that the fight was gonna happen.
It ended up working out for sure.
Yeah, it was not terrible. Still not a great spot for Entity though, and 9 Pandas are in the driver's seat pretty firmly as they almost have the full BKB completed now on Sven, and 17 minutes, gonna get some neutral items as well out of this stacked Ancient Camp.
God, that's wild when you think about it. It's been 17 minutes into this game, and we already have what? Oh my God, 30 kills?
Yeah, this is a really, really active game, which is nice. I mean, the drafts do kind of lend themselves to this aggression, but I'm particularly impressed with how 9 Pandas managed to get so much value out of their Earth Spirit mid. The hero obviously dominated the early letter patches of this patch that we're on now, but after a few balance changes, he's not as popular anymore.
I mean, Kiyotaka has definitely been my player to watch on this team. He's dominated his lanes, and unfortunately, sometimes that just hasn't been enough to keep it going. Again, he's up against Spirit, which is not the easiest team to play against for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he's playing outstanding and going for this Spirit Vessel Blade Mail into Heart build, the big tanky Earth Spirit build as well. No boots. Or Stormstormer could be in trouble.
They want him, and they want him bad. In comes Ramses. No, this belongs to Kiyotaka, and this tower belongs to the Pandas.
That was very clean. Everyone there at the same time. They drop a ward behind the tower, gonna push now, and at least Glyph is forced out. Looks like they're gonna get an easy tower though. This Entity are just scrambling across the map.
Yeah, I like how they took the pause on 9 Pandas where they're like, let's maybe duck off the map and see if anyone's stupid enough to come and try to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, may as well. No reason to sit under the tower during the Glyph, so
nope.
Just chilling. They also have the double blade mail now. Timing.
A lot of heroes making the right top. They spot themselves Fishmen. No follow-up. Watson is here, but they don't really have the numbers advantage as Kiyotaka taking a lot of damage here from the Willow. Watson stunned up on the back lines, so they'll end up losing Kataomi. Miro turning back around, sees himself Watson. Watson trying to run out. Not gonna be able to quite land that Earth Splitter, but Kiyotaka jumping back in. Fishman somehow still alive during this. They'll get the kill on Watson. They still want Kiyotaka. They have to get something from this, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get it. As now Ramsey's BKB in hand starts chopping away over onto Gabby. And Stormstormer lands the torrent, but it's not enough to get Kiyotaka as Fishman eventually falls.
Oh boy, they scanned him
Stormstormer is just
too.
running for his life.
Yeah, they know where he is. They're chasing. Stormstormer.
I mean, the ghost camp on his way through.
He has no TP. He's trying to pull some creeps to maybe Tidebringer, but yeah, there's really nothing
they pop
here.
The drums too. They want him.
they're sending couriers to scout him, I think, or at
What a
least
run.
delivering.
Oh, they're gonna see him. That courier. He's gonna slap it as he goes through. He's like, I'm dead anyways, but Might as well try to fight my way through. Somehow still alive during all of this. That's pretty wild.
I mean,
Can he
he's
get
been
the
alive
deny?
for a
Like,
while.
please, please. Nah, Kiyotaka get the kill.
Ultimately, that does result in a full team wipe. Finally, just a minute later or something, after they finally run down this Kunkka. And I want to say space created. Sure, he did make them chase him for a while, but that was such a handily lost fight that Nine Pandas now find themselves 11,000 gold ahead. The Wraith King kind of just countered CK by walking in and standing between CK and his intended target. And Watson just got caught out of position there. He didn't have his BKB completed for the fight and just pretty much got bursted.
The positioning on Entity is like a little bit of a head scratch for me because consistently now I'm seeing Fishmen like really far forward. And in some ways I can understand like, okay, you're protecting your core, you know, you're tanking the gank, but it's literally just been him and Willow a lot of the times.
Yeah, they stretch really far for reaching, you know, some catches, and that's the problem that they've had the entire game so far, is that Nine Pandas have been a little bit too slippery between the mobility of the Sven being really fast, the mobility of the Earth Spirit with his rolling. They just haven't connected cleanly, and that wasted a lot of time for them.
Roche is getting chopped away here by Miera and Ramses.
And the skeletons.
And
All
the
the
Skelly
little
boys,
skeletons.
sorry.
Give credit where credit is
Credit's
due.
due. Yeah. The little boys, the Skelly boys.
Wraith King skeletons working very hard.
So Kiyotaka is going to be the one who picks up the Sages, and the way that he's playing, I think that's a good call for sure.
I mean, he's like the embodiment of a bowling ball in this game. So just send him
A wrecking
in.
ball.
Yeah, he can just get in there and cause some mayhem. Having Aegis on him just takes away the option to even turn around and try to kill him. So now I think Entity have to completely dodge fights. Previously, we saw how, you know, Team Spirit, they fight back even into the Aegis, but I don't think this is one of those moments. You're 12k down and the enemy team has Aegis. I think right now they just need to at least outlast this Aegis duration.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things where, like, do they have any big items coming up? And Kunkka's pretty far away now from that Ags. That's going to be his next big item. Watson still, you know, farming away. Does have the BKB, but he's not feeling powerful enough.
Yeah,
and, like,
I mean,
this is what I keep meaning. Like, look up here, like at Fishman. Like, he's so far forward consistently.
This right now, this is what they need to do, though. If they're doing what I was saying, to try and split and avoid the enemy, you need your supports to step in and help push out side lanes in sneaky positions.
Kiyotaka sees Watson. Got Taomi over here on the side.
Oh, they have Ags.
They do
America.
have the Ags. Watson taking a lot of damage. So this got Taomi. They're all forward, though. Again, we've got the Aegis on Kiyotaka. He's going to turn his attention back around. They see Solo. Are they going to be able to finish him off now? The dead going to be... Oh, nope, there it is. There's the final hit. As now Miro in a weird position here with the rest of the team. Sven, though, waiting patiently. He's waiting for that opportune moment to jump in, and he'll find it as he's got that God Straight chasing after Watson here over on the side, but it's very split up. A good rock getting dropped. This is going to be enough that Watson pops BKB, trying to run for his life, is not going to be able to escape as they'll use that first Aegis on Kiyotaka. And Kiyotaka, he's going to roll in. He wants Gabby. He's not willing to give up where Fishman and Gabby are both so low. He gets Fishman. Oh my goodness.
Oh, poor Fishman. Wrong place at the wrong time right there. As he was definitely diving to try and get Gabby, but...
what a dive.
He'll take it. Kiyotaka.
They've got all their tier 1s and 2s up top here on the side of Entity, and just see Kiyotaka like, nope, I want it.
Yeah, this is absurd. Kiyotaka is dominating this game really hard. And it's not, you know, it's not just the Earth Spirit that's working out. They have great positioning with their team overall. And I think the Muerta has done a good amount of job as well, being at the right place at the right time.
Oh, for sure. And like that Ags, I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, gives them a little bit of a lockdown as well, being able to do something. He doesn't have enough damage to kill anyone on his own during the Aghanim, so it's mainly used as an extra stun for him. But they can, of course, use it to try and burst someone still. It's only 35% damage reduction now. And Sven, back to the Ancients, farming up, going towards that Silver Edge, of course. Item progression, just kind of flying ahead.
Yeah, this Sven is very scary. Top of the net worth, 17k. Watson sitting at 12K. So there's a pretty big discrepancy. They're going to try to put some pressure over onto Solo. They might be able to get themselves a quick little pick.
Yeah, he got Veno ultied when he died last time. He gets Veno ultied when he dies this time again. He's just getting targeted here by Gabby running into him.
Tarius has himself a Blink Dagger coming out, so that's going to be even more beneficial. I have to say, like we talked about his positioning, it's been quite good. This Blink Dagger is just going to enable him further.
Yeah. Right now we see the two carries of 9 Pandas together taking the Tormentor. We got the off lane carry and the safe lane carry. You got to have one from each lane.
Right.
So of course, the Wraith King has built into the Aghanim Scepter as well after the Blink Dagger. Aghanim's very popular now since it gives you not only the reincarnations, but also the reincarnation cooldown for your own ulti.
We'll have the Chaotic Offering coming up very soon. And you can see that they're playing this top area. Fishman just consistently trying to, put down those Fatal Bonds, push the lane out. But while this is going on, Gabby in the bottom lane, Kiyotaka has a haste. He was hoping to get his hands on him.
Yeah, he's threatening a lot on this Earth Spirits. I like that he's building towards the Octarine next as well. Good item after you have all this tankiness. You just really need less cooldown on the roll. 4 seconds, that's way too long.
Casual Smoke sitting behind. Ramsey's though finding the opening. Oh my god, those are some fast fingers coming out, but not fast enough. Kataomi will end up dying as now Kiyotaka is down pretty far back. They'll drop the Warlock ultimate. And now Kiyotaka, they drag him just a little bit too far. He's very tanky. He's got a heart. He's got the blade mail, but when you dive that far without your team, it's going to be hard for you to survive this as they're on the chase here. They see Watson. Oh my god, look at the damage coming out from Ramses. Just slices Watson apart. Miro, that's going to be the reincarnation. As Fishman is asleep, just a little boop on the nose should be enough to kill him.
Yeah, creeps are coming in soon, so backdoor protection is going to disappear as well.
Miro
Die.
sees Gabby, but they go right through. Here comes the creeps.
He bought the shard on Kunkka to try and help defend. There's still a nice deep ward here, though. Placed by Solo. They definitely need to try and get rid of this. If these wards are allowed to stay here, that's bad news for Entity. I'm not sure if they're gonna drop it. They are pinging that there's some vision.
Just gotta get one of those supports over to.
Yeah, they'll probably try and get on it. Warlock already has the sentries ready. He just needs to respawn. And looking towards some of the item builds right now. Interesting to see on 9 Pandas. They're going for Manta style next on Wraith King. So building into have a Dispel here. It's a pretty great Manta style game against both the Warlock, Venomancer, and Dark Willow. 3 heroes that all hate seeing a Manta style come out. So much Dispel.
Looks like we're ready to go. I'm not sure how Entity approaches. It's hard, right? Because they have a gem over on Miero right now. He's being able to rip down some of this vision. And that's very, very scary because they need to get out on the map. They need to be able to farm up Watson, and Watson is just kind of pinned in now.
Yeah, Watson almost needs to come back by finding big pickoffs, but it's tough at this point because you have Earth Spirit who's so tanky, Wraith King who you can never go for a pickoff on Wraith King as long as he has the ulti available, and then you have Sven who's obviously never an easy target, but just farming, I think CK is gonna fall behind even more.
Katomi, we'll see Ramses throughout the Bramble Maze, just wants to back off.
It's a matter of who sees who, as 9 Pandas are the ones with a ward behind the tower here. They are coming in hot here.
On the high ground, Mira does have a Blink Dagger, but they're just going to focus down this tier 1 and probably make their attention towards this tier 2. Kiyotaka, oh my god, this guy, the Blink forward, Kataomi, just getting absolutely shredded. It's a hit and run. My god, as Ramsey's just going to clear up those illusions, turn his attention to the tower, and they're down a hero on the side of Entity.
Still 20 seconds on the Warlock Golem as well. Not going to be able to defend the tier 2 tower for sure, but this could be a high ground push with the Sven ulti. No reason to back away.
Look at Miero. He's just no fear at all, along with Kiyotaka. They see Fishman. They want to make sure that he cannot do anything. They'll buy back on the Dark Willow. They'll buy back on the Warlock. And again, he does have the Chaos Chaotic Offering, if they want to try to do this, to jump forward again, Ramsey's just slicing through everything as Watson trying to go and just get them out of his base. Gonna reset. Miro jumps forward, has his vision over onto Watson. They've already done some. BKB's gonna get used. That blade mail though coming into play. Kiyotaka just making all this chaos on the back lines. Miro has been left here, still holding on to that reincarnation if necessary.
Yeah, they're gonna finally back away. Kind of a massive brawl and nobody really dying there on the side of 9 Pandas. 2 buybacks expended as well for Entity. So costly defense. They also use their cooldowns. So kind of out of options for how to go out and take a fight now without the Warlock ulti. And 9 Pandas just happily gonna reset. They say, okay, you know, we can play the map again. We don't have to go high ground yet. 21,000 gold lead.
Ooh. And Taurus? This could be a very nice quick pickoff. Yep. Very much needed.
That was a good find. Thinking he got the 3-second stun as well. If it was minimum duration, I think maybe he gets the ulti out on Merta there. But of course, 9 Pandas look like they're just waiting and trying to play towards Roche. It's gonna spawn bottom, and all they need to do is really hold the bottom area at this point. Entity, they're kind of left with the top area, but it's not the fruitful area. Roche is not gonna be there. Sure, you get some farm. Maybe you can get some new neutral items here as well, as you're still stuck on Aquila on the CK.
Well, they're staging up around the pit, that's for sure. Another 10 seconds. And I think it's just so scary for them to even go near this Roche pit when you consider you've got an Elder Titan on the enemy team.
Yeah,
He's one of the best heroes to be fighting around that pit.
There's pretty much no hope to fight the Roche pit right now. They have some great heroes for fighting the pit in general, but getting down there to that side of the map is just a death threat. Like, it's a death sentence to go through the Twin Gate. It's going to be controlled at all times. They're even sending through the Spirit using Elder Titan to scout on the other side of the portal to see if anyone wants to come through.
That feels so weird to me. Like a spirit using a physical...
Well, I guess the portal works in mysterious ways, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, there's no one on the side of Entity in position, so this is a free Roche.
Yeah, they're getting some time to farm up at least and find some stuff in the jungle, you know, get themselves some item progression. The Aghanims is going to be completed here on Kunkka in time for the next push, and he has level 20, so that is a huge power spike for him to play around with. And level 20 also completed for CK, so he has the BKB piercing Reality Rift now. Ooh. That can be useful against the Sven, or even against, I guess it's really only Sven. They didn't go for the BKB on the Earth Spirit at all.
I feel like they just don't have enough HP to survive the attack of the 3 cores, especially. That is my concern here, is that, yes, it's nice to have that piercing, but like also Kiyotaka, just no fear.
Yeah, they could see the Bramble trigger on him and disappear there. If they pay attention, they should know he's there.
They're smoked up. Kiyotaka just gonna tap away here outside. Rest of the team waiting patiently. Watson pulling back with the wave. So Kiyotaka's pulled pretty far back. Terrorize gets tossed out as well. That'll be the first life of him as Miro taking a lot of damage. Watson, though, running away here from Ramses, but perhaps Ramsey has gone a little bit too far, too.
Water
the
Park
damage
is here.
Real. Big Torrent Storm coming out over on the side. Torrent landing over onto 2. Again, we're seeing these waves just pushing them back and forth as they get Watson, thanks to Kiyotaka rolling forward. Gabby next to fall. And Kiyotaka, he's so very, very far back.
Yeah, he can go wherever he wants. Oh, pull him into a fountain?
Okay,
can he stay here?
Right.
Quick goal scepter.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
It's absolutely fine. They're down 3 heroes on the side of Entity.
That was a nice goal scepter purchase. He immediately backpacks it afterwards, but...
What a play. That is a dead Kataomi. It's going to be the end of the other side of the racks. No buyback on any of these guys, but looks like 9 Pandas, they're going to...
VK, he says.
They're gonna...
That's just Wraith King, right? Yeah, good hero. It looks like this game is pretty much all but over. Entity not really calling it here, even though I doubt that they have...
I mean, it's TI. You don't want to have to call it.
No, you definitely don't. And 9 Pandas are, you know, they're sticking through it, just pushing, going for mega creeps first.
Yeah, but there's no chaotic offering for another, like, 81 seconds. Kiyotaka is so aggressive here. Stormstorm is just absolutely toast.
Goes down 75 seconds. And that's going to be Rax. He's looking for more.
Going back into that fountain again. Luckily, he does have himself a Ghost Scepter, but perhaps he's gone a bit too far here. So that'll be a nice skill to add to the stats.
It's a little
Watson,
donation.
though, they've got the vision. He needs to be very, very careful. Gabby joining in. The cleave damage is real, though. Reality Rift back over onto Ramsey. Still holding on to the Satanic. So if they continue to follow, he could opt to pop that. He has himself the Harpoon, too. So if he wants to drag back in as Miero chases after Fishman. Another drag back, but he's quite tanky. Ramsey's waiting outside. Has the blink if he wants to jump in. Miero,
Only the
it's gonna
first
be the
life.
reincarnation.
He's back. He blinks out. Well, stay safe. They steal the Wisdom Rune meanwhile, and Taris is like, guys, I'm not diving. There's no reason to be over there. I'm just playing the map a little bit.
The double damage down here. They're going to see it with the courier, I think. They're paying attention.
Entity are hanging in there. Hopes and dreams. Watson is running out, buying the attack speed here, getting a Hyperstone. He's hoping to find anyone alone that he can burst with his ulti. Honestly, he might be able to kill
Watson?
Sven with ulti, but not
I
without
gotta be
it.
careful. Antares is nearby,
it's too
though.
hard.
But scary. Agnum Scepter complete now for Elder Titan. Perhaps Antares, though. He probably
Oh
make a
yeah,
play
this
on
is
him.
the kill.
Antares is probably like, what are you doing over here? You're so far away from your team. And look at this. The TPs are coming out now en masse. They want to punish him. Where's your detection, though?
No dust on cores. Cores are allergic to dust. We can't. We need the support.
They have the gem on the Elder Titan, but
Ow. He was too far away,
too
sadly.
far away. Yeah.
It's not the core's fault. It's never the core's fault. It was the support's fault.
Look,
But
a
yeah.
good, strong core supports themselves.
Well, Watson finds something at least in this little journey, and he keeps farming. He's now going top.
Yeah, he's
Meanwhile,
gonna be super dead.
Ramses is going in for the smackaroo. Doesn't even stun him, or he
Yeah,
did
just
stun him, I
walks right
guess,
up
yeah.
to him.
4 quick hits.
He's just so close to him when he decides to stun and couldn't see it with all the particle effects.
He died so fast.
Classic though too. All right, they're just walking into the base. They know they're strong. They've got reincarnation backup.
The biggest play here for Entity, they need to pull people towards the fountain. Reality rifts.
Yeah,
Tidal
right.
blade, everything.
All right, there's the opening over onto Watson. Multiple heroes kick back here. Watson with the BKB will be able to put the pressure over onto Solo. Will drop the rock. Stormstormer is a little bit far away from everyone else. The Earth Splitter, though, does connect as Ramsey just slicing through Stormstormer. They've lost Solo. Kiyotaka, though, he would like to get himself a little bit more. He sees Watson. He's got to try to grab him, though, as Watson pulling him right back in.
Oh, he's dead fast to that.
Kiyotaka is definitely just obliterated. A little too cheeky there. And they'll end up losing that gem, too.
Yeah, big gem. Since you have 2 wards inside your base, it will quickly give you some nice information here. But Entity, they're hanging on. They did have to use the buyback on their Kunkka, so game is still pretty desperate for them, but they're fighting against the odds. 9 pandas, looking for how to close this game out.
Antares is going to walk
Again,
right into Watson.
not
Antares is like,
again.
no, has a blink. It's going to try to hightail it out. We'll walk into this Willow. And use that dead shot. Oh my God, Ramsey just slices Kataomi in half. And this is not looking great here for Watson, but do they have the vision is the question. Where's the gem? Where's that vision we were talking about? Those find themselves fishmen. They don't want to let him have that chaotic offering go off in the next fight. Ramsey's dragging him right back in. The turnover onto Watson, though. Followed up with a nice torque. Can they kill it ground Ramsey's? They will be able to find us. Now Miero continuing, trying to finish off over onto Watson. Taris with that BKB. They just can't seem to finish off CK.
Oh,
He's
Watson
so
is
low.
so much
He's so
danger.
incredibly low.
Toggles, stay alive. No!
He's dead.
Oh, that's big. That's big. He's down for 90 seconds. Didn't save money for buyback. He committed fully for the AC out of desperation. And now this should surely be the window 9 pandas need to close the game. They don't have Sven, though, but I don't think they care. No CK up. They should just all go.
Miero's scary just in general by himself.
Yeah,
To be perfectly
I mean,
honest. Like, he has become a full-on raid boss.
exactly. You
from
lost
the
1
offline.
carry, but you have carry number 2. That was really nice coordination, though. The patience from Watson to not stun the Sven immediately there. He waited for Kunkka to get close enough to Torrent. There was some really good shown of restraint, because a lot of people would just go on the Sven there earlier.
Right. Well, we'll go and grab themselves a Tormentor, since they're waiting for their core to get up anyway, so it's going to be a nice shard here for Kiyotaka.
I'll wait for the carry. I think this shard doesn't really matter this game. The pull allies, we'll see if he's going to use it a single time, but you know, maybe. One thing I will say is that Kiyotaka has some crazy fast fingers. This guy being a tinker spammer. I mean, we've seen it twice already in this game, how he gets a little bit too close to enemy fountain, swaps in the Ghost Scepter, uses it, swaps it into backpack before I can even see him having it in his inventory.
Now it makes me feel so old.
Yeah. My bones hurt just watching him, Moxie.
I know. You think about all the popping noises those knuckles are going to make at some point when he's... It's an old man.
Yeah, they're going to take their own Tormentor as well here. Why not? Get themselves one more shard. It's going to go towards the ET. Get that CDR, which is also paired up with the Spell Prism, so he actually only has 7.9 second cooldown on the stomp.
It's pretty sweet. Roshan's going to respond in about 1 second here, so there is that option if they want to go grab themselves a Roche, find the way to close out the game.
I don't see why not. If you get Aghanims on Earth Spirit, you can just roll in, turn someone into stone, kick them out, and that is your opening to a team fight. That will easily set up a very easy fight.
Yeah, and look at this. They know that they want this. They know what's up. That is their next objective.
Yeah, and meanwhile, fighting against the Mega Creeps, it's, you know, enough issues for Entity to just keep them from destroying the throne right now. So going and contesting Roche, completely off the menu for them.
I mean, it's hard, right? Like, you've got a Venomancer, you've got a Dark Willow, and a Warlock trying to clear out waves on Megas. That's really, really hard.
Yeah, for sure. Even CK is not amazing against the Mega Creeps, since, yeah, he can push them, but it's not super fast. He doesn't have any AoE built in, and he doesn't go Battle Fury. And using your ulti to push waves, then the enemy just comes in and kills you.
We have a refresher on Miero. It's also got that ninja gear. Sorry, not the Sven's got the ninja gear too, so he's going to be able to have really good positioning.
Yeah, and they did take the Aghanims over on the Earth Spirit, so he has that
right, they smoked
initiation.
Up. Will be the roll in again from Kiyotaka. Trying to make the moves immediately over on the Kataomi. Not going to be able to quite manage it as Kiyotaka facing off here on the back. But look at Ramses. He finds this opening. He slices up those supports immediately. As now Stormer, Kiyotaka rolling forward. A good Earth Splitter over onto multiples. But Kiyotaka is not able to quite fight back just yet. Stormer looks like he's going to survive for now. Watson still alive too over on the side. There's going to be that Stone Ram that we talked about. So he's just going to roll away.
Yeah, a refresher used over on the side of Wraith King as well, staying alive against the CK, who did kill him twice, but gonna need to be more than just twice with the refresher available.
They still have the Aegis on Kiyotaka. Feels like they don't want to leave at this point. They're just having difficulty finding this opening, Watson continuing to like run around the outside.
The tenacity of Entity, they do not want to give up here, but Kiyotaka, he's angling for the kidnapping with the with the Aghanims.
There's the follow-up from Miero. Lotus Orb placed over onto Kiyotaka. Sees Gabby. Man, it just keeps poking, trying to distract them. A nice way forward will push Kiyotaka very far forward. Silver on the back line. Watson, he's trying to find any sort of kill that he can get here. Stormstormer ends up dying, and there it is. There's the GG call. They put up a good fight, but at the end of the day, 9 Pandas, they managed to figure out how to close the game out.
Yeah, they dominated this game from start to finish. They were getting so much farm on every single core. I think finally here at 43 minutes, we see the game close out. But the victory was had pretty early here by 9 Pandas, just by how they played the early game. Kiyotaka created a ton of space, and they were just farming. The Wraith King was casually just sitting in his lane, enjoying the free farm. Ramses was enjoying a lot of free farm as well, and it was just the mid and the 2 supports making all the rotations. As we see some of the highlights here from the game, of course.
Yeah, I think Ramses got away with entirely too much free space. And Kiyotaka, again, continuously Just
This fight was
impresses me.
absurd. Yeah, look at Kiyotaka in this fight. He rolls in with low HP, connects here, and somehow gets out here. I mean, the invulnerability during roll was such a big buff to her spirit, but Kiyotaka definitely got the most value out of it that he could here in this game.
And it all came down to really focusing on that mid lane, like you were saying. You know, Kiyotaka really needed to pop off, and I would say he absolutely did here.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, he created, you know, all the space needed in the first 10 minutes already. Like those early rotations were a little bit too much for Entity to deal with.
Just absolute chaos. And I also think, you know, we talked about Wraith King being a really strong choice for the offlane. We're seeing that power, particularly in this game, as it got later and later. He just became his own force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. It was, you know, sort of too many heroes to deal with for Entity here. They somehow needed a ton of resources to shut down the Earth Spirit, but then there was also Sven, and then there's also the Wraith King. And, you know, not to take anything away as well from the performance here, from the supports. The amount of AoE control from the Stomp as well as the Murata, it was just impossible for him to clump up in the team fights on Entity.
So what's the strategy that Entity needs to come back with? Because, right, they're down a game now. Obviously, Pandas, they want to get this victory. They're already 0-2. Now they're 1-2. But what does Entity need to bring to the table to kind of bounce back?
I think just don't pick Veno. I'm not a fan of the hero. I think Venomancer, even though on paper it's supposed to be good here, like, oh yeah, it's a good hero against the melee carries, you know, should shut down the Sven a bit. It didn't have that effect though. Sven still free farms. Sven still got absolutely enormous. I don't really know what value Venomancer is supposed to have, even though he does a lot of damage to these big strength heroes. I feel like he gets run over too easily.
That's a good point, actually, because that was one thing I really liked during the draft was the fact that there was a Venomancer against a bunch of melee, but it really didn't matter, especially with this Earth Spirit, right? Like being able to roll and just getting those initiations. He really proved his worth there, which is why I really think Kiyotaka is like my MVP personally of this match, the way that he is moving.
I think undoubtedly it has to be Kiyotaka. Yeah. He was just shining so much in this game before he had items, and then also the fact that they prioritized him on the side of 9 Pandas too. They gave him the Aegis, realizing, you know what, you're winning the game for us. Just take the Aegis, go in, cause mayhem all you want. And no, he delivered so much on their spirits.
What would you have rather seen Gabby on in this game, do you think?
I mean, I would probably still have preferred just having him be the CK on the offlane and then give some other carry that matches a bit nicer against the Sven. Because carry to carry matchups, CK does not enjoy being against Sven. It's a little bit tough against the Great Cleave. Like I was suggesting, you know, some carry heroes, and even 9 Pandas were banning out carry heroes, so they also didn't expect this move. But I don't know. I don't think they got enough value out of Venomancer to justify putting the CK as a carry here.
Okay. So maybe just be a little bit more flexible with the way that things move.
Yeah, you could say that. But still, I mean, 9 Pandas, nice to see them, you know, how they played here, because after a game against Team Spirit, they kind of just got crushed there. But here they were, you know, playing very active, playing with intention, and in a very controlled manner, we're still able to farm. So we'll see what they can bring for game number 2. I'm pretty excited for it.
Yep, we're going to have one more game between Entity and 9 Pandas, and we'll see if Entity is going to be able to bounce back, maybe switch out that Venomancer like Laga said. But it should be exciting either way. So they're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2. Hello, Dota fans. We are back with the second game of Entity versus 9Pandas. I'm here with the wonderful Wagamama. And Waga, your boys are looking a little rough right now. They're a little beat up. 9Pandas, they came back with the Fury. They came back with some really hard-hitting Svens and Wraith Kings and whatnot. How do they get back into this? How do they give them a pep talk, you know?
I'm completely unbiased caster. Entity loses, I have no affiliation, you know. I mean, obviously it's a tough game to watch for me in a way, but I'm also happy because seeing 9Pandas play, you know, what was very coordinated gameplay around their mid laner there was exciting to me. For Entity to try and come back, I mean, it's the first 10 minutes that went wrong and everything crumbled after that. The long 1 minute chase to try and kill the Earth Spirit there was a big backwards maneuver that ended up costing them a ton. They need to think back about how they can group and have engagements that make sense for them. And also sometimes they tried to catch stuff that was just a little bit out of reach. So maybe they need to play less wishful thinking, you know, in some of those initiations.
Know when to fold them, as we say over here in America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point. It feels like their laning stage just wasn't as strong as they needed it to be. So would love to see, you know, come out with stronger lanes, maybe a little bit more aggression potentially. But yeah.
I mean, definitely the safe lane was in trouble, right? The 9Pandas off lane got the double kill on the tower there, was really, really big. And then you also have the fact that Sven can easily just say, okay, bye-bye, I go jungle, and he farms up a storm. So, yeah, the lanes didn't really go the way they needed them to, even though mid lane was pretty damn good. Like, the Kunkka did more than fine against the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, but Kiyotaka is just a force to be reckoned with, honestly. We've watched him all today, and even when Pandas lost, I would say he looked like one of the strongest players on this team. So I'm curious, what's the way to, like, just shut him down? Do you need to have these early rotations?
Well, they're going to be able to do early rotations because they take the Pangolier for themselves, so they get a mid-hero that really ganks very effectively. 9Panda, though, they go back for what we saw against Team Spirit. Let's see them, you know, run a repeat here of the draft that they did. The first phase, first pick, Arc Warden.
I mean, jump on Kiyotaka, though. Send people over, like, have Katomi and Fishman make these rotations. Especially because it's Arc Warden, right? If it's potentially the same thing that we saw before.
Yeah, we need the Spirit Breaker right now from NT. Bust out the offlane Spirit Breaker here. Gabby, get on it. Or just, you know, put it over on Kataomi potentially. Give it some more chances to make early rotations. That's what I want to see here from them. But first, of course, we have a little bit of bans coming out, so it's possible that 9Pandas will ban it, as they did struggle against the Spirit Breaker earlier today.
Yeah, I'd like to see Entity pick up stuff that's going to put a lot of pressure on the lanes, whether it's something like the offlane Wraith King, which we saw earlier, that's going to start pushing towers early, or, you know, something that's going to be super active, like a Legion or, you know, a Dawn, having that capability to farm, but also show up for a lot of these engagements, I feel could be so good.
Yeah, when you pick Pango mid, it kind of frees up the potential to have those offlaners who are a little bit more in the right-click department, like Legion and CK, Wraith King. They ban out the Wraith King themselves, though, so not something that they seem interested in playing. And 9Pandas didn't ban it, but they banned the Spectre, who I said last time as well destroys Arcborn. Then they picked a Spirit Breaker. So this is really trying to protect the first phase vulnerable pick here.
I like it. I think it's also giving them something that's very active, taking the Spirit Breaker off the board too, so they can't like close the gap as easily. I think it's good. And I feel like that's the fun part of TI, right? Is watching these like mini metas start to form where like, they're like, oh man, that was really, really good in that last game. Like we should take that next time. But we do get the Tusk pickup and the Dawnbreaker. I like the Dawnbreaker. I don't know if they're going to run it more as a support or if they're going to run it as the offlane. They have a lot of freedom with that. And I feel like that's having the freedom is a very strong boon, right? Because it keeps them guessing.
Yeah, a little bit. On the other hand, though, when you see Tusk and Dawn, it's almost a waste not to put them in the same lane. So probably going to be their off lane for sure, and Dawnbreaker usually is the core on that role. So we'll see if they feel differently, what Gabby's comfortable with. But I like the heroes against Arc Warden. Again, a lot of it, a lot of the talk here is about Arc Warden, but it has to be. It's out of necessity. You need to counter the hero. Tusk and Dawn both have great ways to get on top of Arc Warden, especially now with the Pango Dawn combination. You can roll in and then jump on top of that with the Dawn ulti. But 9Pandas, did they draft so fast? Like, they did it last game too. They just rushed through these bans and picks here, getting themselves a Phoenix and a Sven.
In some ways, I really like that because to me, it shows that they're very true to themselves. Like, this is what we want to play. We're going to play it. Like, maybe they take a little bit of a pause to like think about, okay, what do we need to ban? But generally, like when they pick so quickly, it just strikes me as like, we know what we want to do. This is what we're going to do. And there's not much that you can do to stop us except for, winning the actual game. So,
yeah, they go Slark here on Entity. Okay. So before touching on the Slark, I want to say that the Phoenix Sven reaction that they had against the Tusk Dawnbreaker is really, really smart because you get, first of all, cleave against double melee, which is pretty nice in lane. And then minus attack speed is pretty much the best thing you could have against Dawn Tusk since they want to auto attack a lot with the Tusk third skill. So Phoenix lanes really well against them. So Ramses looked confident as he picked those heroes. But now going into this Slark pickup, it's more highly mobile heroes. They have now Slark, Pango, Tusk, all of them very mobile, and then Dawn ulti on top of it. So their lineup is aiming to be able to get on top of Arc Warden. The only problem I see is that Slark can struggle a little bit to man fight against the Sven. Of course, you have your ulti and your shard, but you need to actually kill the Sven as well. But overall, I think it's probably one of the best heroes they could have gone here.
And one of the bright sides is that the cooldowns coming out from the side of Entity are fairly low too, which is pretty nice. Again, you do have to be careful against going up against a Sven who's got so much armor, and then has cleave, of course, can still go and hit you. But it also gives you the chance to, have that, not the vision necessarily, but know where the vision is, which I think is also a huge deal, especially when you have something like the Spirit Breaker. Because I feel like that was one thing with the game that we saw with the Spirit Breaker, the Spirit game. They had a pretty global kind of presence. Whereas the side of 9Pandas right now, they don't have that global presence. Yes, he's still a strong hero. Yes, he's still good. He's going to be able to put the pressure out there. But it's not the same level of fear that he can strike, I guess.
Yeah, I think Slark is really good to try and prevent some of those good deep wards that you want to have as a Spirit Breaker to set up ganks. So it can be very nice. It also allows them to more effectively sneak in and get onto the backline of Arc Warden and actually try and find him. So it makes a lot of sense. Overall, looking at the last phase here, Entity banning out the Enigma, so something that would be annoying for Slark to deal with, some AoE control. Also going to ban out the Grimstroke, another hero that is terrible for both Pango and the Slark.
Oh, Chen.
And they go for the last pick, Chen.
Interesting. What I want to see from Entity currently, like when I'm looking at their draft right now, is I want to see this Dawnbreaker be very, very active. I don't want to see them just kick back and only show up for just like saving purposes early on. I'd like to see her moving around quite a bit, whether it's with the Pango or the Tusk, and then like being a part of these ganks. I don't want to see a sit back and like, oh, I better show up because it's a team fight. I want to see hunting. I want to see them putting the pressure down on 9Pandas.
Yeah, I think we probably will see pretty aggressive usage of the ultis as often as possible. More often, it's probably going to be the Slark or the Tusk trying to find someone, and then Dawn just joining in through the ulti. But even trying to play high tempo is a good idea when you have the Chen. They go for a last pick Centaur over on the side of 9Pandas, so getting a ton of magical damage in the lane against Slark. Some people say that Centaur against Slark is not a good lane. I completely disagree. I think Centaur does great against him because you have so much burst damage, and Slark doesn't have a very big HP pool to work with. So this should be a pretty good lane for them, and it gives them a little bit of repositioning tool for the Arc Warden. having now both the Warcry and the Stampede, sure, it's not as good as a swap perhaps, but it's something to try and keep Kiyotaka out of danger.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really nice too is they picked up this Pangolier so early on the side of Entity. There's nothing really to hold people in place, though, coming out from the side of the Entity draft. Like, maybe, you land some good stuns, potentially, the Shards, the Solar Guardian or whatnot. But like, it's not like you have a Mars Arena, right? It's not like you have this area that can contain them as you roll through and do this damage. And especially now with Miero playing the Centaur War Runner, it just makes it so much harder.
Yeah, the Stampede is definitely going to be problematic. I think they have a decent amount of tools to try and take fights though on entities still. The only worrisome part for them, I would say, is that they have sort of two big objectives. They need to shut down the Sven from becoming this massive threat, and they also need to put all this hate towards the Arc Warden because the hero scales. So truly, they just need to keep a very high octane type playstyle here.
Do you think they're going to be able to do it?
I think so. I believe in the boys to bounce back here,
Yeah.
Well, Watson gets spotted by a ward. He didn't know about it as well. Oh, he does ping that they must have seen him.
A little bit of a scuffle down in the bottom lane for the first time. This is not according to the regular Dota 2 script. So Antares is going to end up getting whacked away, and it's going to be the first blood. It's like they're trying to let Stormstormer get it, but Kathomi will get the final hit.
That's so funny. He was walking towards the Roche pit, and they were like, oh, don't let him deny to Roche. But actually, Roche starts in the top left, guys.
Yeah.
So you could actually have waited there. But, who knows where Roshan starts.
There's a lot on the line here. There's a lot on the line. People are stressed out.
I mean, it's more, people don't do level 1 Roches anymore or anything like that. So you don't really think about it.
I miss those cheesy days.
Yeah. I mean, I liked when it was an option. Now it's just, never worth it. I think it's a little bit off balance now that it's never worth doing Roche level 1. They should buff it slightly somehow.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the mid matchup, because that's your favorite place to watch each time. Stormstormer on the Pangolier versus Kiyotaka on his Arc Warden. Who comes out on top in this?
Pretty tricky matchup. It's a lot about execution. Stormstormer has to do a good job not getting continuously right-clicked, or he could lose the lane really badly. But I would say Pango doesn't really have a horrible time against Arc Warden still, because you have your double spell farming. But this is dire Arc Warden. Those fast wraiths are incredibly tough to deal with, and he's going to be using them aggressively here.
Ooh, Watson, bottom lane, ends up getting bashed. He'll use the blood grenade on him. Not quite enough to get this kill just yet, but close enough to make him sweat.
A ton of damage already on him, and that's just going to make it awkward for him. He's tangoing up to try and get to a point where he can get back to CS, but he has to sit back.
Solo trapped in those shards. Do they go for it? Nah. So again, these supports sitting at the very edge of their seats.
Interesting starting build. They went for Gabby as well in this Dawnbreaker. The triple gauntlets into triple Iron Branch.
I have not seen that.
Stats.
You think it's worth it?
Yeah, he wants Bracer and he wants Soul Ring, so it makes sense. You use up the 3 gauntlets for that. It's just very, very heavy auto attack damage on level 1.
Stormstormer with the bottle arrival, so he's going to be able to get that health and the mana right back up again.
So far doing pretty even on mid. It's just one last hit more and one deny more for the Arc Warden, but we see a charge already coming in towards mid to control the rune. This is not really to hit the Pango so much as just to take away the rune.
I think it's good. I think that's a good call. Kiyotaka has his own bottle, so he'll go through those charges, get the water rune, and that's going to make it a lot harder for Stormstormer.
I think it's smart. When you play Spirit Breaker in your team, I think it's really good to try and control those water runes. It makes a big difference. Now, Stormstormer is low on resources.
And this is great, too, because they have a Centaur, and this guy is very, very tanky. It's hard to get the kill with, especially, this Chen and the Slark currently, unless he's playing a little bit too dangerously. So it's just the freedom of movement that Antares is able to do on the Spirit Breaker because of the fact that they made this decision for the lane.
Yeah, it's also a little bit adaptation to what happened. Like, they very early on got Slark super low in HP, so that frees up the Centaur a little bit, say, okay, you can go and control rune, it's fine.
It's a little bit dangerous here. They're going after Solo, but he's got the Icarus dive. Plus all the flame spear. They want Ramses though. Can they finish him off? They have the Starbreaker. They need maybe 1 or 2 more hits, and it's just so hard for them to do it with those flame spirits being applied.
Yeah, Fire Spirits. That's why 9 Pandas looked very happy to pick the Sven Phoenix immediately into this lane. They did see the Dawnbreaker and Tusk and got to pick 2 heroes against it to try and counter it. And, you know, so far it's working out decently for them. I will say, though, that Dawn is still not struggling. She's, you know, even CS with his Sven.
Fishman just clicking the arrow nonstop.
Yeah, the little priest.
Barely doing much of anything over there, but he's trying.
Yeah, little priest is so good for harassing. He keeps healing himself, so doesn't really care about the 2 points in retaliate aura that Mira has.
It's going pretty far here, though, right now. So we do see that charge coming out again towards Stormstorm for that 4-minute rune just to secure it, make sure that he has no mana. He's even got the raindrops trying to get that little extra regen. They go for the dive. They want this.
I'm sure they can get the kill, but they are gonna control the runes again. At least the fact that they chased that deep made it so Stormstormer going to base doesn't feel like a very long journey. He's gonna tip Kiyotake. He's like, really? You need this much help to win mid?
Thinking like a mid laner right now. The rest of us are just like, oh, yeah, you know. You're just like, yep, that's taunt. That's 100% taunt.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of having fun with it.
Watson. Yeah, not quite in the position, though. Doesn't have the mana to do the hoof stomp either, so.
And the heal is so valuable. This little creep keeping Watson happy and healthy as well.
All right, level 5 on Stormstormer, level 5 on Kiyotaka. Stormstormer just a little bit further ahead here in terms of that experience, but I'm sure we see something start happening soon. Top lane, though, Solo turns back around. They get the kill. I mean, this TP wants to punish Gabby here from the charge.
Grenade too?
Spear. Yeah, there it is.
Oh no, he used Soul Ring and then the blood grenade immediately ticked him to death.
Feels
Not gonna be able to use his Q even.
I can't believe Solo's still alive after all this.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of an attempt here with the creeps to try and get the courier. Gonna get it.
Feels like Fishman's like, maybe I can, but nah, doesn't have the boots. A bit slow. He's around though.
Leaves the Slark 1v1 against Centaur. I guess he's fine with that since Centaur went for multiple points and retaliates. Slark just focuses on farming.
So, I mean,
6-minute rune.
Looking at laning now, do you feel like Entity has put the pressure on more?
I think they are a little bit reactive to what's happening here more so, but they're going mid with ulti.
They're going mid with the ulti, and they can see those teleports are coming out as Kata Omi taking a lot of damage. They want Kiyotaka. They need to bounce around a little bit more. One more hit there, and his Fishman will finish him off. Solo sitting very low too, so a Swashbuckle will be just enough to get the kill. And Antares is just gonna back off here while top lane Gabby continues to try to put the pressure over onto Ramses, but he cancels out that Starbreaker easily as bottom lane, Watson and Miera will trade.
Oh boy, that's a good trade though for the Slark. Gets
Oh my god, Antares? With that double damage, it's a lot.
He's going in, dominant force, Spirit Breaker. That's a huge kill bottom that happened though. He got the experience as well over on the Slark since he was the one going in first, or getting the kill first. So he's a full level ahead almost of the Centaur. Gonna get his ulti, and Centaur not gonna get level 6 before that happens.
Your idol falls.
And similarly mid lane, I mean, getting that Pango roll before the Arc Warden ulti was big.
There's gonna be a charge over to the mid lane, over onto Fishman. He will pop as now Stormstormer looking to get this Kiyotaka. Will be able to manage it, and they'll go and grab that Tempest Double. It's a timeout just before they can land.
It actually died. He got the gold over on the Tusk. So nice somehow they managed to bring down the Arc Warden again. He's overstepped a little bit there.
Solo does have the Icarus dive if he needs it.
Looks like he's going for mana boots on Pango here before going Orb of Corrosion. We'll see if he finishes it or just goes straight for Diffu.
Level 6 online now for Dawnbreaker and the Sven. You can see that Ramses is already using that to his advantage just to clear camps. But they have the backup if needed. Stormer rolling on in, and there it is. Like we said, the level 6 is online.
Stampede
Dawnbreaker joining in, but they don't manage to go and get the kill. Although Antara's still here trying to serpentine a little bit. Looks like he will end up dying. Gabby will get rewarded for that early rotation.
That's what the Centaur last pick was meant to do there. The Dawnbreaker, you know, has similar saving ability, but they're gonna go on him again here.
Oh yeah, they can see Kiyotaka. They've got Kataomi nearby, so it feels very good if you're an Entity fan, and this Tempest will also end up falling. So multiples here in this mid lane, but this is worth it. We talked about before how they had a lot of rotations, but there's a tower to be hit. There's an objective this time around instead of just following them across the map.
Yeah, they get the tower and they get, you know, killing the Arc Warden back to back. He's gonna have to walk of shame out to the lane now or into the jungle. It's also 9 minutes in and he doesn't have Midas. He was super close there.
That was a little spooky there for a second. Miro had used pretty much everything, and Watson was still holding on to Shadow Dance, but...
Yeah, Watson's gonna be fine.
Solo. Still no level 6 just yet. Look at this. Got the Omi in a good position. Don't really want to dive that tower, though, I think, guys. So, Entity, they will back off.
Yeah, they're gonna back down a little bit. They have 30 seconds until the next Dawnbreaker ulti is available. They saw Arc Warden walk down mid lane. They have this deep ward on the tier 2. So immediately when they see this, they're just running straight at him.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's exactly the play. As while this is happening, there's a hunt on Antares, but Kataomi, all right, he's there with Stormer. They'll finish off Kiyotaka. And this chase is still happening, but they'll be able to go and punish Antares for being in the jungle.
Oh, maybe Sven can come in for a quick kill here. Ulti.
That was close. Over into the mid lane, though. Ramses will be able to clean up.
Gets a quick
Every
kill
single
there.
lane had something going on during that time frame. My goodness.
Yeah, action abounds. That's the way we like Dota right now.
Oh yeah, definitely more fun than sitting there. What was it? The just anti-mage 4 protect 1 era.
Oh god, yeah.
That's so boring.
Go far enough to the Drow Medusa days of early Dota 1. That was exciting times.
They send a bunch of Phantom Lancers down a lane and just.
Bottom. They're thinking about Centaur.
Go land the pounce, followed up with the Dawnbreaker and the Snowball. So that's a very dead Miro, and they can put pressure on this bottom tower for sure.
Yeah, quick rotations here, and they're getting nice item progressions as well from all these ganks. They're getting close to the diffusal on both the Pango and the Slark. Slark's, in fact, is already on the courier coming out.
We're doing a little bit of scouting. Does manage to find a couple of the stacks over here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Arc Warden has finally finished his Midas and actually able to use it in the jungle for a bit.
This poor guy, he's just been jumped on relentlessly.
It's been rough, but it's kind of what you get. You know, I guess he likes the suffering. The first phase pick Arc Warden, he must be challenging himself or something.
I guess they just value it so high that they want to make sure it doesn't get taken out. But it kind of paints a little bit of a target on his back, right? Like, you pick this up so early, like not even early in the draft, but early in your games as 9 Pandas. You're going to know, oh yeah, this guy really likes to play Arc Warden. We should probably ban it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe that's what they want to do, and then just force people to have that in mind for the rest of the tournament. But so far, they're playing nicely around it. He's having a hard game, but that frees up a lot of space for Ramses. When you put a lot of emphasis on shutting down a mid laner like this, that means that the carry is going to have a free time. And again, Sven hasn't died a single time.
Get a nice block on this camp here. So they've smoked up. So see Kataomi again. This little ghost walk, so to speak. Watson finds his opening. Oh, a big punch, and Ramses is just dead. Can they cut down the egg fast enough? I think it's going to be pretty darn good for them here as they get the Hand of God off. Keeps them nice and healthy.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
they want Kiyotaka again, but look at him. He's like, nope.
Yeah, the chase forcing him at least to TP back base.
This is good. This is what I want to see from Entity. I wanted to see this aggression, and they're definitely living up to it here.
Yeah, they really are. And it's 9 Pandas who are the ones with the Spirit Breaker. They want to try and set up some action, but it's kind of hard to do around the way that you're playing with Max Retaliate on Centaur. I feel like this Centaur is not really able to play as high tempo as the Dawnbreaker is right now. And he basically just wants to farm. He's 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger, and having Blink Dagger will definitely allow him to join a bit, but for now, they're essentially all just hiding away and farming, and it gives Entity all the options to make rotations.
I mean, that's also the issue, right? Like, I'm looking at their draft right now, and you've got a Spirit Breaker, but you need at least +1 or +2, and Miro's just not in that position, like we said. There's only so much that a Phoenix can really do without ending up, like, having to bail. And then your other 2 cores, right? You've got the Sven, you've got Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's had a really difficult time. He's not going to be able to group up with the rest of the team to be able to make these moves.
Yeah, and Watson is doing great on the Slark as
and
well.
And this is the aggression we talked about. Again, Miro, he can't even get out of here. He's just dead. There's no Stampede now.
This is really rough for 9 Pandas. They're losing access to everything at the same time. Watson going into the enemy Ancients here. He's going to go for his Sven.
Yeah, he sees himself as Ramses. They will have the God Strength up in about 5 seconds, but he's got the Storm Hammer, the jump forward. He's already dead, and Phoenix now has to cancel that TP. And Taris is charging in. He might want to cancel this out. There's a Sven near, or not, sorry, not a Sven. There's a Chen nearby. As they kill Kiyotaka yet again, the chase is on after. And Taris, click, click, click. That is a double kill for a very patient Watson.
Dude, they need to break this pattern right now in 9 Pandas. This is not okay. They need to start making some move with the Sven together with the rest of the team. Everybody's just looking to farm up some next key item, but they're not going to get there ever. The amount of pressure Entity have on them is like, it's too much. They're completely crumbling under it. Yeah. So they need to group and get something done around the Sven, I think. The only way they can break the pattern.
It just feels like they don't want to move together. Like, they're like, no, I need this item, or no, I need to get this. I would have liked to see Miro, again, be more aggressive. I think that it's still very hard, considering what they have to work with. But they need to put the pressure out, like you said. Absolutely.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Entity are falling back a little bit here, just, falling back into a smoke and doing a wraparound move. They have a ward that sees Miro. They know he's farming for his Blink Dagger, so they want to try and delay this timing, and they're going to be so happy to see him run left instead of right here, because him going on the small camp, that means he's dead.
Yep. Watson's here, lands the pounce, in comes the snowball, no mana left for it all, and there's a big old walrus punch as Watson finishes him off. And Stormstorm is just like, oh, cool. Like, I'll go check out the rest of the things, guys. Didn't even need me. Still holding on to that Rolling Thunder. He's in a great position currently because there is a Kiyotaka about to walk over. This is like when a cat falls asleep with his paw open and a mouse walks inside.
It really is. He's going to see him now and be like, hey, guys, right here.
Yeah, and then you have the Dawnbreaker. You don't even need the Dawnbreaker, honestly. But you know what? Now you're in a great position to start putting pressure on the tower.
Yeah, and Roche at the same time. They're doing both at the same time because they feel so free in this game. So normally you don't go for double objective like this at the same time. You stretch yourself too thin. But 9 Pandas just do not have anything going right now. So they're going to simultaneously be losing Roche and the tier 2 tower possibly.
I mean, it's 10K net worth lead currently, but yeah, you're feeling very, very powerful, very strong. Kataomi finds himself in Taris, does not have that charge, so the Walrus Punch with the Rolling Thunder just coming on through. They'll finish up. Hand of God coming in clutch here for Kataomi as he throws the shards up. Miro still should be able to get this kill. Now Stormstormer a little bit on his own, but look at this. In comes Dawnbreaker, needs to land that Starbreaker. Oh, it's so close, but not quite there. They got to be thanking his lucky stars right now. Whew.
That was very, very close. But he gets out, and that is so important for 9 Pandas because they need every bit that they can get right now to stay in this game. He's moving top, trying to get some farm over there. Meanwhile, the Arc Warden has finished up his Maelstrom, is working on travels, but this is not where an Arc Warden wants to be. He's so far behind in net worth.
Gabby's like, oh yeah, I'm being charged. Hey guys, what's up? Just gonna walk away.
Also, Fishman has somehow promoted himself to be more farmed than the enemy offlaner. I don't know when this happened, Fishman, but he's farming some creeps. He's got 82 CS.
Fishman hasn't showed up for like any of these fights. His contribution has been mostly just hand to God. And it works for them though. That's like exactly like that global capability with a Dawnbreaker And then just having those really aggressive, cores, like having Stormstormer, having the Slark, like this is very active, and I love to see it. I love to see, more aggression coming out, especially with what they have to offer. Again, they have the Dawnbreaker ulti up. They found Kiyotaka. They're going to immediately follow with the Dawnbreaker. And again, this Arc Warden just has not had a game. They want that Tempest double too. Look at him.
They tried to get away with a Stampede there, but sadly, the Aghanims on Slark, he just double pounced him one more time, and Stampede was now wasted. You didn't get away with Arc Warden, so...
Arcane Rune too. Stormstormer's going to be so happy.
Yeah, it's a really big one to get here as well. He's going for a Lincoln Sphere on Storm. Makes a lot of sense playing against the Sven and Spirit Breaker.
Like how Antares just runs right past Fishman. Fishman's like, whatever.
That's no big deal.
IBC.
Mid tower now.
Seeing the arrow though.
Fishman is diligently doing his tower pushing duties.
So funny. He's like literally been able to do kind of whatever he wants this game. Just chilling.
Oh, Miero blink.
Miero, they
looking
see
for
him.
a TP
They
spot.
saw him earlier.
Good spot. Might be enough.
Oh, it is enough. It's just enough, but it's not looking great here for Ramses. Stormstormer and Watson already in position as they get a couple of these clicks off, push over onto Solo. They'll get both of them.
Yeah, TPing straight mid as well. They see the Arc Warden and their eyes just light up like, oh, Arc Warden, you say? We're coming over. He did pass over an Observer Ward on Slark, though.
Look at him. It is just the Tempest double this time around, though, so a little bit better. Oh, good stomp here from Miero. Hand of God again, but they've got the Shadow Dance. So Watson's going to be able to escape. As you can see, the rest of the side of Entity, they're collapsing. They want to try to make these moves. They've got the Blink Dagger on Tusk. They can see the actual Kiyotaka as the Solo joining in. They're putting up a stance, but kind of in an awkward position right now. So they don't have the Spirit Breaker. Could be there in a flash, but also they don't have their Chen.
Yeah, they didn't actually have like vision on Kiyotaka. They stayed close enough under a tower there, just hiding. If they had Slark nearby with night vision, could maybe have dove that. But good job dodging the dive at least.
Is under attack.
Oh, they can farm up top and take this tower, that's for sure. As again, Watson finding the opening. He found Kiyotaka that time.
I mean, this is sort of what I expect when I see a first phase Arc Warden. I honestly don't understand how it's supposed to work. Doesn't it always get punished by these type of picks and this type of gameplay? This is 2 games today that they're trying this, and it doesn't look much better than last time.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone will do an interview at some point and we can find out what the thought process was behind.
I'll talk to the boys afterwards. I'll get the inside interview with Storm if they have been playing against this, if this is a legit thing.
Okay, all right. Yeah, look at this. They just walk and they have 40-something seconds left over on the Aegis. So Slark still looking very, very healthy. Don't have the Hand of God any longer.
Sven coming in.
Can they find this opening? Can they find the position? They'll clear up a bunch of the Chen creeps. They'll be happy with that. And again, here you go. Miero, he was smoked up. Pounce forward here from Watson. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. They're going to be able to provide a lot of support. The jump in again. Stampede. They just rip apart Ramses. Kiyotaka Storm just trying to run away with this clown here off to the side.
Man, that was so nice. They waited long enough with the Tusk jump that when they jumped in, it doesn't matter if you want a BKB anymore now, because now you're just dead.
Oh god, they're just chasing after Miero. They've already taken care of Solo. Dawnbreaker ultimate landing over onto Miero. They get Kiyotaka, they get Miero. In comes Antares. He wants Kata Omi, but he's got to run. He's got to get out of there. And they call GG. They've had enough. They realize we can't bounce back from this, unfortunately, for the side of Pandas.
Yeah, this is just completely over already. 21 minutes in, but this lineup never really got to take off. This was just a complete shutdown of whatever it was the 9 Pandas wanted to do. They didn't hit the timings. They didn't get enough items on the Centaur. And a lot of this was willing choices, I feel. They willingly picked the Centaur into the Slark, which I don't disagree with. I think that lane can be played, but it did not work out. Watson got the soul kill on him, got his level 6 before the Centaur, and Centaur never really got his blink. And then you have the whole Arc Warden thing, which we've gone over, so don't need to talk about this. But and then finally, the third and final lane was the Sven plus Phoenix, which they double picked against the Tusk Dawnbreaker, already knowing that they were there. And that lane worked, but not enough that the Sven took over the game.
I mean, we talked about, you know, how the Centaur had a difficulty. How much of that was that he just needed to be more active than just farming? when he started to get behind at that point? Like, can you still? I feel like again, you've got like you grab a smoke, you grab your Spirit Breaker, like you have potential.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of it comes down to perhaps skill build as well. Like maxing the E, I feel is a very passive approach, just wanting to sit and farm and just focus on creeps. Whereas we saw Collapse when he played the Centaur earlier today, he went for the max Q build, which is more aggressive, looking to take fights, looking to go at the enemy. So Nero had a different approach here, and I don't really see it working out. It's a little bit too greedy.
I will say I do love the way that Entity played this. I talked about this very early on. I wanted to see Gabby on an active Dawnbreaker, because sometimes you see the Dawnbreakers that kind of just get real greedy. They sit too far back and they don't participate in a lot of these early ganks. I feel like that really, really helped in terms of putting the pressure down. And also just Watson and Stormstormer being on these heroes that are so aggressive early on. Definitely, paid off, because it put that pressure on the map. And then you also have the Dawnbreaker. You're just never sure, like, okay, the Slark's jumping on me. Maybe we can fight this. But then you also have to think, like, oh, God, but Dawnbreaker could be here any moment. Who else is lurking? Like, I felt like they did a really good job with that this time around.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I want to say in this game, I mean, we saw the amount of attention that was put by 9 Pandas with the Spirit Breaker coming in twice to control the water runes against Stormstormer on mid. And I'm looking at the post-game scoreboard here, and it's like there must be something wrong. How is he 7-0 and 11 after the amount of attention to make sure he doesn't get any bottle refill there, and still he just comes back, gets level 6 before the Arc Warden despite these rotations, and has a clean game. I think, in my eyes, clearly the MVP here is my boy, and I'm happy to see it. So well played, in my opinion, Stormstormer. Obviously, Watson dominated as well. He's, 13-1 here, for God's sake. So both of them played fantastic. And Watson gets the production MVP here, I see. But in my heart, Stormstormer, you know that you're my MVP.
We know you got that bromance with Stormstormer, dude. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, Watson also, I love the fact that he was so active. I love the fact that, again, it was a situation of just like, hey, this is where we need to go. This is who we need to kill. And it was just bam, 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 repeatedly once he got those items. Yeah. And I feel like that's such a valuable thing with the way that Dota's played currently, is that you need to be doing these early rotations. You need to be aggressive, because if you sit back and farm, it's just not going to pay off. Because, I mean, we saw Ramses on his Sven earlier. And yeah, he had lots of room to be able to farm, but if he had taken some of that farm and then paired up with, with your Spirit Breaker or your Centaur, that becomes more kills and snowballs and puts pressure on the map. And not to say that he played that incorrectly, because I think he did play it correctly, but it just adds another level, right?
I think also this game, the way that Watson played, Watson was just nonstop running in and looking for pickoffs on Slark. He didn't spend any time AFKing or wasting time around just CSing. Instead, he went in and just played, looking for the Sven, looking for the Arc Warden, always angling, using his night vision greatly, and found so many pickoffs with it. And this is a testament to Watson's skill as a player, because he's known for having absurd level of farm efficiency. His farm is like crazy, but he didn't do that here. This wasn't a farming game. This was just active, hunting. And I think this hunting style carry gameplay is what you want to be able to achieve, because that's when you're really shutting down the opponents from playing Dota.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that the more that we see people play like Yatoro or Watson, or just like you said, the hunting, like you need to be active. You can't sit back. This is not the patch of like, the anti-mage Naga Siren, like, sit back for protect one, and then all of a sudden you show up, I have arrived. This is like, I'm getting down and dirty in the trenches with my team early on. We're making things happen. You better watch it. So it's been really, really fun today watching all of these matches, seeing how things are sort of evolving, because that's kind of the best part of the first day of TI groups, is seeing, what's going to start rising to the top. What are the trends? And it's been an absolute pleasure to cast this with you, Waga. We do have plenty more Dota coming up. And in fact, we're going to have the British squad of Nomad and T-Gov that are going to be taking over. But that's it for Waga and I today. So we're going to go to a short break. And when we come back, we'll leave you in very capable hands.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to the group stages where we are taking over from the lovely Moxie and the also very lovely Waga Mama. My name is, of course, Nam, and I'm joined by T Governor as we get into another series here. And this one is going to be a banger, I think.
I mean, it's like Team Spirit already. 2 Swift 2-0s right against 9 Pandas, 40-minute game, 30-minute game. SMG, 31-minute game, 39-minute game. Like, of course, they are favorites and Entity. They beat EG. They drew with 9 Pandas, slaughtered them, though, in game 2. So hopefully, if you're an Entity fan, they can come up by swinging. But, of course, Spirit, are the favorites. Not secret. They're not here. RIP. For pretty much every matchup, I feel like, in this group.
Yeah, of course they will be. I think everybody's probably got them top of the group because, TI winners. They looked very, very good before, and they can definitely do it again with the pace they're on at the moment, the momentum they're carrying through. But talking of momentum, as you mentioned, Entity, they did just get an absolute beatdown of a game, so they're going to be carrying a lot coming into this game. It just depends on how much they can really bring to the table versus Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm just quickly reloading up what they played. There's so many games of Dota. It's like I've got so many different tabs. There's like Group A's here, B, C, D, and then it's just like it's a symphony of everything. But I think some Stormer Pangolier, that's a banger for sure. And yeah, maybe we put the SEA Venom answer to the side. Of course, the Cuckoo memes are frequent during those games, maybe it's not for today or tomorrow or the next day.
But one day.
One day.
When you were doing that bit there, like, kind of like looking through, it kind of reminded me, I don't know if you've seen Minority Report, but that like the guy, like, it said in the future and he like moves the screens around with like special gloves on, and it's really stupid hammy sci-fi. But like, imagine if we replaced the Weatherman segments with that. We just like Purge like diving into the deep net using using his hands. That'd be hype. Augmented reality.
Yeah, just ask the heroes how they feel. What's it like having to be played by X Pro today? They're like, oh god, I hate it when this pro plays me. Like, he's so bad. And then you just get like the interviews that way. We're so close to that level of technology.
AI interviews.
Yeah.
Map every player's brain and then make an AI version of it to answer all our questions. Just be our slaves.
I do actually miss the AI, but luckily we don't have Bot International happening right now because it's at the real International. Maybe that one returns later in the year. And we have a first pick Treant Protector. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy indeed, no. And the band's all looking pretty down the straight and narrow as well. TK taken out. Of course, Entity do like to take that one for a spin. Wet has been very popular throughout the DPC and throughout the road to the TI at the moment. And on the other side, just normal stuff. Just strong heroes being thrown in the bin. Stuff which people just don't really like playing into right now. But Entity are going to get their hands on a Dazzle. Man, I love this hero. It's very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, very good for sure. We saw it earlier today from the mid lane where it pushes people forward with the Ags build. I've seen it in pro level pubs in off lane going for Midas than Ags, because in off lane you fight a little bit more, you're maybe a little bit more XP starved. But just the versatility between 2 and 3 is exceptional. I would be surprised if it ever really went to support, because I just think the timing of his Ags plus just general, hey, I'm resetting my cooldowns and have actual active abilities is pretty cool compared to obviously just the support. Like, we're not in the just use Grave days.
Yeah. It's a very three-dimensional hero now. Many different ways you can take it, and this Ags is just fun as well. It's just a really cool, interesting Ags. A lot of different ways you can play it. Treant, meanwhile, he's still very one-dimensional, but man, when you do that one dimension better than anybody else in the game, then there's no shame in it.
It's just like, you're a hero that has good move speed, invisibility, root, another root, laning phase presence, tanky, likes to buy mobility, can buy utility, keeps towers alive.
What does he penetrate? That's PKBs.
There we go.
Yeah, that was a weird setup, but
yeah,
PKBs is what he penetrates. It's very annoying for carriers to play against, and
you always have that in your back pocket. Place. This is the road to international. Please don't do me like that.
Yeah, I thought it was an easy setup.
No, it was one of the hardest ones.
Nope.
Yep. So
5 seconds remaining.
Warlock ban. I haven't actually seen a Warlock yet. Is that hero coming out anywhere?
I think this is one of those heroes that offlaners and 4 players cry so much about it that people say it's like giga broken just because of laning phase. And then people then forget that Warlock in the mid game and late game is a slow with some little imp spawning and a very high cooldown spell that kind of stuns, right? That conceptually, it's like if you just get past laning phase and buy dispels, the hero is kind of irrelevant. So I feel we kind of went through the phase of it crushed lanes so much that the recovery time of that lane maybe was too slow for the game to feel good. And also some teams just popping off with it. I think I remember multiple highlights with like Kitrak on OG just slaughtering people with Fatal Bonds. But I think we're now in that position where people kind of understand the hero. Like I said, buy dispels, respect the laning phase, and then be in a decent spot for that mid game, late game. But yeah, we're going to see some games for sure for Warlock. Like, it shouldn't be an unpicked hero for TI.
Yeah, I mean, clearly if it's getting banned, then there's some respect behind it somewhere along the lines, but taking a long time through the second banning phase. Pangolo getting rid of Primal Beast gone as well. Final ban now coming out from Entity. They've lost a lot of the heroes they like to play there, like the Tusk being gone, CK as well. Stuff they really like to pull out when they're in that kind of a tricky situation. Team Spirit not even giving them a chance to fall back on their comfort zone. They're like, nope, you gotta play meta against us, and that's exactly what Entity are gonna do. Venge, Dazzle, very strong combination. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing coming up into Spirit and why they are consistently the favorites is just the Yotaro factor. Right, so far, the 4 games he's played Terrorblade, Morphling, PA, and Wraith King. So it's like, in 4 games, he's already played 4 different heroes. With the TI that they won, he was like at the forefront of like, I think it was like 13, 14 games, 12 different heroes. He was just going through any hero possible. Like, if he was like, yep, this is good, pick it, go. He didn't have a limited hero pool. It's what's made him such a specialty player throughout the last couple of years. And we're kind of seeing it again so far in the group stage. In this pick position, they're going to have the final pick in the phase. And that alone is, again, pretty scary. The idea of this Team Spirit being able to go, you know what, we see 4 heroes. What do you want to play carry? And just locking it in. And carries haven't been really burned out in the next phase.
Itoro, winner of TI, master of many, many heroes, slayer of eternal envy. This man's accolades, they go on.
Yeah, and he's sporting like multiple different hairstyles, you know? I maybe got the memo a bit late. I went bald. Of course, he was bald, what, like 2 years ago? So I kind of bit late to that trend, but either way.
And he's back with hair this time. Maybe he shaves later on to reactivate the buff.
That would be pretty hype, though. I still want to see a team do it collectively together, but like only for grand finals. I don't want like, that would be like soul destroying if you were the whole 5-man stack that all went bald for the biggest buff of all time to then get like knocked out in some random lower bracket game. But imagine like not putting anything on social media, grand finals, like announcers there, Gabe's in the box, like the VIP box, and for no reason, like the entirety of Team Spirit just squeaky clean bald, just rocking out on stage first time. Like, whew, I think it'd honestly break like the Dota part portion of the internet. That would be absolutely incredible.
Stop trying to find solidarity in your bold brothers.
Unlucky. Oh, Wraith King. This is a hero that we've been seeing a couple times today already. We've seen it in offlane from 9 Pandas. We've seen it in carry as well. In the offlane role, you're going like Armlet Blink, AC Aghanims kind of route. You're going for your skeleton talents on both roles, but Aghanims is the key factor. And on the carry role, you kind of stick more to the traditional route of either Radiance or Armlet Deso. You always buy Armlet, by the way. That's the clear thing, knowing that you have the crit, but the Radiance or the Deso build Blink, just keeping it as that survival hero, still with the skeleton talents to keep pushing in the waves.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like the hero in carry quite a lot. It's still my favorite place for it. I'm a traditionalist, you could say. But it can definitely be flexed around a little bit, which is always useful. But kind of wondering where they're laning things right now. Maybe it's Kunkka mid, Wraith King carry, and Dazzle off lane. Maybe they're just running the Dazzle support, but double save support seems kind of meh.
I think they were trying to keep it a bit flexible. They have last pick in the entire draft. So it's like, okay, if we pick a hero that can go carry and offlane, then we take away Spirit's like Yotaro big 18 pick power here, which is like, oh. Then again, they see through it and go, okay, sure, we're just drafting for ourselves anyway. Like they've got Pugna Tree. I'm expecting it to be Spear Breaker 3, Pugna 4, Tree and Protector 5, enabling the Luna. And these lanes are super like defensive farm heavy, right? You try and kill a Spear Breaker, he's already very naturally tanky, can put points in bulldoze, plus Decrep to keep him safe from physical damage. And then you have a Luna who's just got Leech Seed protection, the body of Tree and Protector, the slow of Grasp. I would be surprised if Spirit are to die in their side lanes. And then for Entity, yeah, a little bit of question marks, I guess, going with where heroes should be landing. Like you've got Kunkka for mid, Wraith King maybe for the offlane or the carry. Dazzle as well should be in the core role. Looks like it could be a support randomly out of nowhere. Like Entity need to kind of unflex their draft. And I think my main concern right now is just damage issues and how do they mitigate the early game ball up? Because yes, you've got a Kunkka for the boat and a little bit of anti-aggression, but I'm not seeing that follow-up damage behind these heroes to stop a very in-your-face lineup of Team Spirit that will happily come and knock down your towers.
Is that like, I don't know. I think they can do that though. Like you got the Pugna, you got the Luna. You know, it's already quite a lot.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think Spirit are running it down. Like they're 20 minutes. I'm very scared for Entity to play into Team Spirit for sure.
Oh right, you're saying okay.
Yeah. I was like,
no, I don't think.
Yeah, you inverted my logic there. I was like, no. Like if you just look at Entity, right? It's like Wraith King needs, and the puck as well. Like I'm mentioning a lack of damage. You kind of want to throw control into the mix as well, right? You cannot rely on both
10 seconds.
Wraith King and Vent have
very
identical
happy.
stun types,
Wow.
plus the elusiveness of puck into Kunkka, so you can never get hit by X boat combos and stuff.
Yeah. No, it sets up for the Luna really nicely as well. Like one of the big things about Luna is being able to use your Eclipse, especially in the mid game when it's strongest. If people can just back out from it or go invisible or whatever, then it's really tough. But you've got this coil
You ready?
and the overgrowth.
I want to see DK. It sounds horrendous, but I think already Entity are playing for a much later game. And if they just survive that mid-game brawl, some like Ags, Manta, DK, point and click stun for Puck, able to just soak up the damage. You can brush off the charges from Spirit Breaker. Like, yes, you have no early game rule plays to make, but it could be just enough of a deterrent for the Puck to play. I'd be surprised if they pick it, but okay. Stormstormer Visage. Yeah.
Okay.
I assume it's Stormstormer Visage. Offlane Kunkka, carry.
It's a speciality. Yep, there
Yeah,
it is.
it is.
Wowee, all right. Really kind of stacking up the anti-armor now then with this Visage, with the Wraith, with the Dazzle and with the Vengeful Spirit. You definitely have some things to play around here. Definitely does feel like a kind of stalling out the game style of hero. And yeah, what's some Wraith King? And it will be Kunkka, presumably in the offlane. Taking a long time to pick here.
Oh no. It's like what's the I'm trying to work out what's the delay in picking the hero. Like surely Venge is just, I mean, then again
They're talking.
Oh, this is probably one of the most uncomfortable flex conversations I think I've seen. Like Kunkka to support, just put it in the offlane, and they are actually going to go for a Dazzle 5 position. Okay.
Taking it back. All right. Well, now you're running kind of like these two big beefy frontliners with two big saves behind them, so it will be tricky for them to bring them down, especially with the Wraith King having 2 lives. Meanwhile, you're going to have the Visage Stormstormer just kind of roaming around doing what he likes. I'm sure he got a bit of control there, but I do think he can get himself a couple of kills. It's a hard game for Spirit Breaker, I'd say. Like he can get caught out, especially if he overextends. It's not like you can just kind of back yourself out. You know, X is really good at just dragging his Spirit Breaker back and causing issues for him.
Yeah.
I don't hate what Entity have, but I really like what Spirit have, I think is where I'm leaning now.
I think the overall team lineup of Spirit looks a lot better. And Spirit Breaker might have concerns of the early game charges, like charging into hero. There's a grave save, a swap, X-Boat, Wraith King has ultimate, Visage has the stone form. So it's like realistically, any hero you charge should have a save mechanic built in, either for his teammate or someone else around him. So it's not like the best game in that regard, but it's always for Spirit Breaker. Get to what Shadow Blade, Ags +1, have the Bulldoze levels, maybe even have your Shard, and then at that point you brush off these cheap spells. And yeah, I think for Spirit it's just stabilize the lanes, farm, maybe get a couple kills, play around puck timings, give him the active runes, and then as soon as you hit the timing of your Tara going, guys, I've got BKB Manta +1, get your Aegis, walk down a lane, and just try and threaten Entity.
Seems make sense to me. Let's jump into the game as we get started. Unmute, please. Interesting. With game number 1 of Entity versus Team Spirit. And yeah, some. Why is he asking for an unmute? What's the beef here?
I mean, he's of course bought the GOAT T-Governor voice line and obviously wants to spam it, and he wants Claps to be able to hear it. Come on, please. That's the only reason I can think of.
Reach.
Yeah, reach into your pockets. $2.99.
Someone has a voice line which says "Goodbye, clowns."
Is that really?
Goodness gracious, that went through. Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
It was lost in translation.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, fair enough. Today we learned.
Today we did. So how are these lanes going to be looking? In the middle lane, we got Puck laning up versus the Visage. I mean, Visage is still the same lane as he always has been. It's just a case of kind of surviving and trading until you get to those to that level 6 where you can start to be a hero. Can Puck punish that? Can Lal kind of put the hate onto Stormer and force him out?
Not really. I think Visage is quite a independent mid laner in that regard. You just kind of continue hitting your creeps. You don't really care. And Puck shouldn't really have kill threat, especially when Stormer hits 6. There's going to be that double birds in play as well. I think the saving grace is just there isn't really rotation potential on the side of Entity. Like a Venge or a Dazzle can't just sweep into mid and kill off this Puck. But if anything, it's on Spirit. It's like, how do they maybe utilize Collapse from the Spirit Breaker? Does it get like an early phase boots and just connect on mid and try and offset the matchup a little bit? And already Fishman in the bot lane, putting a little bit of poke onto Mirror here as he's hugging that tower. You see it on the very top side of the right hand. There, Mirror is unable to really play the lane. There he is.
Hello. My little nearly dead friend. Not having the nicest time thus far. Fishman is a bit of a beast. Dazzle always going to be good at winning harass wars in lane, and we're supporting these two heroes at the moment, but we'll turn around and start to put a bit of damage back into him, and even landing a bash there on Collapse, which is going to help, but at the same time, they're both getting very low, and Fishman doesn't really care if he drops a little bit to this. He's had the fairy fire as well, so not as close to dying as he may look.
No, I feel like Entity there, their draft might look a little bit weird in how they connect in lanes, but like after laning phase, but they are very hard to really shut down, right? It's just the Dazzle's quite a lane securing hero. The Visage, like we've already mentioned, Kunkka as well with the wave clear, and already we're seeing it here. They're even getting the first blood in the bot lane.
Yeah, Cloud gets brought down. Fishman just with the constant harass, and only really needs a stun thrown the way from Watson, and that's going to grab him first blood. Very nice start to the bottom lane from Entity. They get started into this best of 2 series with a bang.
Not the strongest laner, of course. Our sweet little Spirit Breaker. He's a hero that loves levels and items. He doesn't really like the level 1 for sure. Yeah, and Entity, they are really trying to bully as much as possible here.
Yeah, this is a super obnoxious lane as well. Like, Entity have just drafted themselves some pretty mean picks. You've got the Wave of Terror followed up by the Tidebringer, and no hero really can sustain through that. It's pretty brutal. So Yatoro having to get himself lots of regen coming out. In fact, he doesn't have regen on his courier now. He's just got a Band of Elven skin. The armor's going to help, but I have a feeling we might be seeing a Luna hitting the jungle relatively early, which isn't entirely a bad thing. The hero is kind of designed to do it, but still kind of rough.
Yeah, I think also once Maposhka gets a couple levels in Leech Seed, maybe a point in Living Armor, then the region will happen. You'll be able to push out the lane. But yeah, so far Entity using their kind of nice little laning combos to
Are fortified.
just annoy Spirit a little bit.
Yeah,
Trying to even go aggressive on Gabby.
though, and Lotus is going to help a lot. Yeah, top lane, yeah, chilling. Clap certainly feeling alright down here.
Step lively now.
Himself a lovely pair of mangoes as well to keep on fishing. Keep them charges off.
Yeah, I think for Collapse at least, it's once he picks up phase boots, just try and look at the wider map, find an opportunity. And the question is, does he ever put a point in Bulldoze? Just trying to reduce the stun times, the poison touch. As a Spirit Breaker player myself, I absolutely hate when I need to put a point in Bulldoze, but sometimes the game calls for it. And both mids should be getting a water rune, 1-for-1 as well.
He also does need to go. He doesn't want to get orbed out of it, but yeah, has to leave the range creep because of it, unfortunately. Meanwhile, up in the top side, but the trading taking place with Maposhka getting very low here. They have the damage to finish him off. Oh, nice stun from Yatoro. That actually might just save his life. The Treant Protector gets away. They won't be bringing down Maposhka today.
It's a tanky lad. I think the 3-minute Lotus is always so important in these lanes. I think whatever team actually pulls ahead, they find that turnaround potential, and because of it, they're now even looking to try and kill off Katomi. But just not enough damage yet.
I would like to see them time these Wave of Terrors. You know, the Wave of Terror coming out after the Tidebringer just seems like a little bit of wasted damage. Like, sure, it's only like 5-ish. Like, it's more than
Mirror
5
dive bottom?
damage is down the bottom lane. Yeah, caught by Glam.
Trying to be
does fall.
Trying to be a little bit cheeky there for sure. Watson was quite low in Mirror, playing on the edge with the Never Blast, but I had a wand and a Fairy Fire available. Unable to get it off in time. But no, I think just looking back at the mid lane, 30 for 11 on Stormer to 23 and 3 on the puck. Like, this is kind of as expected. Visage just happily hitting the creeps. Visage also looking to go for the Solar Crest. There's a couple options for Stormer in this game. You can go for potentially like Solar Crest, Orchid, Ags kind of route, so then you're consistently threatening the puck. You know, puck players, with the current itemization, how popular certain things are, they hate to buy Yules, and they never want to buy BKB. So as long as you pick up an Orchid, it could really
Watson
just prevent his play.
He's gonna survive. And actually, Fishman kind of looking to chase down here a little bit, but once again, that Decrepify gets rid of the poison touch, so Fishman won't be able to get the trade onto Mirror. Decrepify doing a lot of work down here.
Yeah, the small thing here is like the value of Decrep in this lane. Both Wraith King and Dazzle need to do physical damage over time, so just a well-positioned Decrep, or more time Decrep, sorry, is going to be enough to just keep yourself in the lane. But Yatoro gets caught by the X into a blood grenade. Magic Missile
This might be it. The stun is there from Katomi, and that will be enough to bring him down. Lardo's come in a little bit too late to save the life of his carry, but maybe to get a revenge kill or two. Katomi trying to get the deny, not going to happen, but it will just be the support kill.
Yeah, and as soon as Puck makes that rotation, look at Stormer. He's knocking on that mid tower. Quarter HP look.
This little familiar's going to work, devouring the tower. You gotta respect it. And this is something we'll see a lot of. Every time this puck rotates, you're going to lose about 50% of your tower's HP. Means he can make 2 rotations. By my math.
Half HP on the tower gone. Woo.
There's
one rotation and it's like nearly deleted.
Not really going to achieve much. Gabby's a little bit too big. Going for the pull.
Fishman coming up. He's like, all right, boys, one more X and a kill, and Yatara, he's going to have not the most enjoyable of games, but I think Yatara makes a nice read, moves over to the small camp. And yeah, Maposhka thinks there's someone up there, so pokes it over and blocks that rotation.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, that tower is very, very close to dying. Could be denied here. But Stormer doesn't want to let it happen. He's positioning himself really far up.
Oh, there's the Knight.
Guy could deny, he doesn't notice, and that's going to be a bit cheeky from the puck. A little surprised that Stormstorm just gave that up so freely. And now it's going to be a Arcane Rune going to the puck as well. That's pretty scary. Now he's
Nice body
he's got no middle tower to protect, because up in the top line, Mapushka is going to get brought down. Entity do finally connect with this Dazzle rotation, and not just the Dazzle, but Watson turns up here as well. So Wraith King looking to make the early moves up to the top side of the map.
And as soon as he goes there, he spawns skeletons. Dazzle, of course, a nice combination with the Shadow Wave 3 points. You're going to always hill bomb heroes inside of that combination. Spawn skeletons, instantly goes back bottom. So he's pushing top, farming bottom. Entity right now, they are being incredibly efficient on the map. Just towers falling left and right. If you're Spirit, you're going to need to try and kind of do something, but I think, of course, hindsight's quite a powerful tool. And now, with a little bit more information, I was saying, oh, maybe Entity don't have the damage, but they have the structural damage built into the lineup. On the flip side, Spirit, their support duo, they don't really rotate and kill things. And Park, after getting shut down in laning phase from the Visage, it's kind of hard to make plays, right? You don't want to TP to the Luna lane. She doesn't want to fight. And Spirit Breaker is, of course, still trying to farm up. Like, he's going for a Midas. He understands that this game isn't going to be over quickly for him.
Ooh, that was awkward. Collapse just tries to throw down the ulti onto Watson, but Watson moves into the shadows. And, well, they'll go to Mapushka here as Entity make a bit of a counter rotation. I'm not sure Team Spirit were ready for this. The Storm of Birds are just going to pack away at Mira. Mira doesn't have the Transfire for another 6 seconds, so he might just end up dropping, but he does have a wand, Healing Lotus, and a Fairy Fire, so they're going to at least need the stuns come through, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't get any of it off, and he does go down.
Yeah, I think Spirit have understood how weak they are right now after what happened in the laning phase, and because of it, mode farm across the board. If you're a Spirit fan, hold on tight. There's going to be a rough 15 minutes of the game coming up.
Put your faith in your Toro. This Luna hero needs to do some heavy lifting this game. Already on top of the net worth though, so it's a great start. But it needs to continue.
Where is Stormstorm going to be going with his itemization? Again, like Solar Crest, it's such a great item for the Visage. Amp up your birds, make sure you have a little bit of move slow against your opponent, plus the armor. Like, it's such a good item. But here it's like, does he go for just the casual bots? Does he go for maybe the Orchid that I mentioned? Like, there's a lot of options for him.
Yeah, also Aghanims is reasonably popular on Visage still. It's a good hunting item. But I feel like that's not really the spirit of this game. You kind of want to be running down lanes inspired, so maybe some more auras, or perhaps, as you say. I mean, even an AC might be really nice, actually. I can see that working well for them, just really tripling down on the anti-armor. Go for a BKB afterwards, perhaps, as fight breaks out in the middle lane. I mean, Love trying to get some damage off, but Fishman just pumping the heals into Katomi from the side and stops him from dropping, really. Stormstorm are still absolutely peachy. No real connection there from Love. All used and nothing gained. Bottom side, they're moving on to Watson. Ooh, Watson could be kept. He doesn't even know that the Collapse is here trying to bring him down. And in fact,
he has all available.
Ooh, he does get off the armlet. It doesn't make a difference, though. Does still die. Coming back to life. He doesn't have the stun, however, which means the Spirit Breaker can just get out. Mira, unfortunately, not so lucky. Still 7 seconds on that TP scroll. He's going to get hunted down here. I don't think there's any way out for this little Pugner.
Space.
You can run.
So much space.
Space indeed.
Right, watch him deny the Roshan somehow. Okay, no, he didn't. That would have been so beautiful if he hit the Never Blast on the Roshan to get him to leave the pit and then slam because there was 3 heroes. That would have been an absolutely goated play, but alas, didn't happen.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye out for these things, but seldom actually comes true.
I'll be honest, Clap scared me a little bit, by the way. He bought a Midas, and then his quick buy was Octarine. And that really doesn't scream, I'm going to try and win the game in the next 15-20 minutes. Okay, either way, he is charging onto Stormstorm right now. Doesn't have the ultimate available. Didn't want to commit the coil.
Yeah, Collapse actually in some trouble here. Where is that X, though? It's a little bit far away, so Collapse is just going to be able to walk his way out of this one for the time being. There's a boat coming down. Going to land onto the tree in here who is X marked, so they will be able to get something from this. Not a particularly high value kill, but still just kind of making their way around this map and forcing Team Spirit to kind of just run away from them.
Yeah,
oh, look, a stack.
And stealing the stacks as well, yeah. I'm incredibly surprised that Spirit even went for that play. They didn't have the Never Strike available on the Spirit Breaker, and he's leading the charge. And Lyle showcasing why Puck is pretty good against Kunkka, but not against the Visage.
Not against the Visage at all, and that's going to be a puck going down here as well. Yatoro, he's turning up to this one, though, wants to try and make a fight.
Oh, the overgrowth!
I mean, it's a great overgrowth coming down, 3 of them, just hugging against each other. The bouncing blades going to work. Oh my goodness. They've taken a step too far, and Team Spirit, they punished them heavily.
Oh. I've not seen a Luna plus overgrowth at 30 minutes look that destructive.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What
Dude,
did I
that's
just
a glaive.
see? The glaives! The 4-point glaives! It's 13 minutes into the game. They just got obliterated. Entity, they were styling on Spirit, and then that was just fair play, Maposhka, Yataro. This POS 1 and 5 combo, just of course, you know, TI winning in history, and yeah, fair play.
I can't believe it though. Glaives isn't a fighting spell, okay? You pick this, you max this, because you plan on going AFK in the jungle. You don't turn up to fights. You're breaking the rules, buddy.
But how often are they positioned like that, right? That was such a rare opportunity, and
True.
And cool to see carries participating.
They basically were a neutral camp there.
All right, small, medium, or big.
Yeah. Well, they are going to be able to get the punish here onto Yatoro. It does get a bit too big for his boots, hangs around the mid lane for a little too long, and Entity just come barreling down at him punish. Which sucks, because Yatoro, I've got him on my fancy team, and deaths is one of the things I've got at like 300%, so less of that, please.
Yeah, I think for my fantasy, it's First Blood creep score and GPM, so of course in Luna in the game, we're farming some points right now. Getting a bit upset I accidentally left Nisha with wards placed, so that's a bit of a blunder in my fantasy.
No, that's fine. He loves wards.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to place the mid ward every game, so it's just free 20 points consistently.
Let's go. We eating good tonight.
No friend. Yeah,
go for a little bit of a stack in the triangle.
Yeah, Entity should be looking at a pre-20-minute Roshan. Like, Desolator's only 600 gold away. You've already got the Solar Crest on the Visage. That kind of is quite an indicator of take it away from Spirit, throw it onto the Visage. He opted to go for the Drum and then Shard build, so just consistently looking to amp up his birds. Extra attack speed through the Drum, then the Shard just to give the Visage just survivability. It's quite a nice combo breaker against Spirit Breaker as well, because if you don't perfectly time the Never Strike post-charge, you're trying to be a little bit greedier with your right clicks, it can allow Village just to drop down in that ground, regen back up. And, back to farming.
Back to farming we go. Yeah, so they've been a little bit nerfed recently because 7 seconds still on Familiars. I'm not sure how it died, but he's currently only got 1 bird. Can resummon now. It's up on the top side. Collapse, just getting chased down by Watson and Katomi. And with a big old crit coming out from that Mortal Strike, Watson will be able to bring down the Space Cow.
I actually can't believe it. He's going Octarine. It's like second item. I mean, this is like one of the greedier
Midas
approaches.
Octarine.
Yeah, like Midas Octarine. Indeed. It's very much a train of logic, which is just, oh, hold up, Mira in the mid lane.
The birds have arrived. They're not going to get dropped here. Oh, never mind, the Overgrowth actually stops it. So they can't quite finish the kill. They will finally run him down. Mapochka does get away. Sure, that Overgrowth necessarily changed too much, but well, he got away safely. Buys more time as well, whilst Yatoro just trying to get those illusions down the bottom lane and then get himself over towards the Ancient. This is such a cheeky move as Luna, but when you can get away with it, it feels so good. Like if you get illusions on like a really deep wave.
It's why, like, once we first had the big map changes, heroes like Alchemist and like Naga, TD, EPL, they were like the kings of the patch because like it was so easy to kind of confuse your opponent during like to the sides of it, right? Like you just get out to a position, throw those illusions, disengage, now farming what, near 40-50% of the map, half of it for free, no contest. For Spirit, that's kind of going to be the main aim of their game right now. Try and just evade the aggression, keep farming up. They are being incredibly greedy with their itemization, but it will pay off if the game does last. Collapse. Getting jumped a little bit top. Has charged there if you want to go to a different lane. Oh, instantly swapped by the
immediate
swap.
cancel from the swap, though. That is unfortunate. And Collapse, well, he's going to get brought down. Big old zap comes out from the Dazzle. Nafomi gets the kill. Gabby going to get the portal up to the top side, help them out, and I think it's going to be Roshan time.
Radiant's middle tower has
As expected, the pre-20-minute Roshan. Desolator is complete, soon to be Blink Dagger. I feel like this Roshan probably could go the way of Stormer. He enters the fight with one set of birds, he dies, he can resummon. Also, maybe Watson wants to have 3 lines? 2 lines?
Gabby. I kind of would have been expecting maybe the Kunkka to take this, but I guess it's decent on Stormer. He's gone for a very defensive build though, with Soul Crest, Drums, and then Shard, nonetheless.
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier, but it's like the idea of just give your birds all the presents, you can hit the buildings nicely, and you become just a nuisance in the fight, right? Like, he's playing for his team with this build for sure. And Mira, again, just getting picked off, entity support, just not letting him chill, and actually, he put on a bit of a show.
Actually.
No, actually, yeah.
Yeah, happy to use the swap to interrupt the life drain, and just such an annoying ability.
are scanning.
Meanwhile, Gabby's just getting rich. He's making paper up in the top side. Taking that massive stack they made with that blade mail is going to make him finish off this Aghanim Scepter. Almost has a shard now to boot as well. So, yeah, he's getting wet and wild. He's got the full, every ride is now open for business. You can get on the wave, the tidal wave. You can join the torrent storms. You can get a boat in your face, which is probably the least fun ride. But
I'd be surprised if Entity was to lose a team fight. Like, the fact that they have like pre-20 minutes Aegis, plus the shard on Visage, Ag shard on Kunkka, Blink Deso Armlet on the Wraith King. Like, this is just, they're screaming, let's crush a fight. And also, we haven't even said Fishman went for a Midas.
Jesus Christ.
Just casually went for Midas on Dazzle. Like, the game's so good, why not? And Spirit, like, at the 20-minute mark, they're not even really playing the map at this point. They're just like hugging the side of the map, trying to, quickly get a creep wave here and there. They're dodging the big ball right now because Yutara, he's making the call. He's like, guys, I can't fight. I need my BKB. I'm still like 1,200 gold away. And even if Yutara gets the BKB, can he fight into a Solar Crest plus Deso with the Wave of Terror? Like, there's so much minus armor. Like, this Luna, if she pops Mask of Madness plus gets hit by all of this, like, she's going to be in near 0 armor territory. It's going to be an extremely squishy BKB Luna entering these, game-deciding mid-game fights.
For sure. I mean, she did go for the shard at the very least. Yutara is one of the few players which will just buy it pretty early on. It's decent for farming, it's great for keeping yourself alive in fights and critical situations, but will that be enough in these fights? I don't think so. There's too much control.
Alright, the Octarine is complete on Collapse. Like, he is farming pretty well. And now, because he has the Octarine, like, the key thing though, guys, it's 7.34D. The bonus damage to bash got increased by like 5%, and that alone is enough to allow Spiritbreaker to freely push waves. And Mirror's dying. It's like, that's now just a constant of the game. So when it happens, I'm not going to be like, oh. But for Collapse,
We're
like,
not talking, yeah.
he just farms so quickly now. Like, he of course needs Shadow Blade to be able to be the true split pusher. But for Spirit, they do need to just ignore the team game and just go wave after wave after wave. But with Puck and Spiritbreaker in their lineup, it is incredibly easy for them to make these moves.
Gabby just taking some chucks out of the Puck. Just angry at him. I know I'm never going to kill you by myself, but I can use some abilities, take a bit of your health, force you back to base. Very worthwhile.
Also, I've cast quite some games recently, but I've yet to actually see competitively the Ags on Puck. And Lowell looks like he's going for Maelstrom Ags on this Puck. That's where you can throw down the coil and auto right click.
Man.
Like, yeah, Spirit are cooking something because they're not playing the game right now. They're playing some ulterior motive. Oh, Fishman, farewell.
Good escape.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Some salutes for the attempt there in the chat. He tried his best, but alas, didn't quite work out. Noble hero. But still, not many heroes dropping on Entity recently. They're doing pretty damn well, but they haven't really achieved a whole lot with this Aegis, I would say. Bit of pressure on the top side. Not really getting any more tier 2s taken down yet. I think I would have liked to see them kind of just sweep the map a little harder than this, but they seem to be waiting for a couple more timings. They want to get the Tagadins finished on the Visage. I think what they're waiting for on Watson. But
I think for Entity, they are missing a little bit of a beat, though. Like, they had the Axe pickup, they had Shard. We mentioned it nearly 4 or 5 minutes ago. There was a blink on the Wraith King. Like, these are all the items to go fight. And instead, they've now allowed Team Spirit to purchase an entire BKB on Yotaro. He's now 1 component deep into Butterfly, with only needing pretty much the Eagle Song to finish it. Like, you're a physical damage lineup, and you've now allowed the Luna to, in a starved game, who's farmed exceptionally well, to now get to a point where she could win a fight, right? Like beforehand, I think she just feeds in the fight.
Yeah.
Based on how farmed Entity were, but again, they've just opted to not really be the aggressors. Of course, they did get picked off on the Dazzle mid, which delays a little things, but this smoke does feel advantageous to Spirit's game plan rather than Entity.
Ooh, that stun is going across map.
Oh, Mira. Okay, no, we've said this already.
Yeah, no, this is not worth talking about.
No, not at all. Let's just... I've closed my eyes. Can I open them now?
Yep, you can.
Okay. Thanks.
Might as well just blinked. Oh, Yotaro, he's doing it.
Oh, Shard gameplay.
Smokes just kill off a wave. I love to see it.
Nice.
We don't see enough silly glaive things coming out.
Oh, Stormstormer, you got to be careful here, boss. You have a gem. But with the Aghanim, do they have detection?
Vision.
They have 1 sentry.
Boing.
Oh, they got
him. The rest of the team is nowhere near to helping out, but he does have the Stoneform. This might be enough to keep him alive. Stoneform's just going to keep him in the ground for a little bit here. And now the rest of the team has a chance to come in, but they're not helping him. They're going for the kill onto the Spirit Breaker instead. So Stormstorm kind of just gets left for dead in the backlands in order to kill off Collapse. And Watson, he can't even finish the job. Finish your greens, my guy. Oh, Collapses looks like he's actually going to get away. Gabby trying to chase him down here. Won't be able to do so. It's very messy. Maybe they catch Lala at the very least. He's silent stuff. He is finished off. That's an all kill on the Wraith King, by the way. Don't ask me why. Dora being chased down. Looking for Kataomi, and now he just turns around. He's not chasing anybody, in fact. He's turning it around. Gabby taking hits here, but it is Watson who's kind of clearing up at the moment. He's taken down the poster as well. Now gets on top of Yotaro. I'm not sure he can find a bit of this. In comes the Decrepify to keep him alive a little bit longer. Orchid out onto the Pugna to try and just stop him, but he can't finish the job. Watson suddenly finds himself all alone. And he's going to get killed off as well. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Gabby's dead, and now they can all turn around and deal with the Wraith King. Wraith King does take down Mira on his way out, and he's still looking for Yotaro. He's not giving up on this whatsoever. He's got the stun available. Does throw it out. Nice man's dodge from Yotaro, though. Yotaro going up. Not going to take the shot. Oh, look who's back. Stormstormer. He wants some revenge. He wants to bring down this Luna, but all by himself. Well, with the help of Watson, they will be able to get this kill. Yotaro dies, and it's a fight. One of the fights of all time. I think we can just claim Watson as the winner. I think that's the easiest thing to do here, T.
There's so many cool things in that fight. First of all, Stormstorm being able to get off the Silent of the Grave quick enough to prolong the engagement. And on top of that, then Gabby, Collapse was chasing him down with a Shadow Blade. He then preemptively torrented on top of the camp, Tidebringer as well to kill off the invisible Collapse, only to then die to the neutral creep after it. And then there was like the gem warfare as well. Tree takes the gem, then he dies at the tail end of the fight. Wraith King gets it back. So of course, Entity are the inevitable victors of that entire engagement. But for Spirit to start that, they were a man down, smoking as 4, trying to play the maybe they're not respecting our ability to get the kill. You know, fair play to Spirit for giving it a go, but of course, Entity, they are so incredibly tanky. And Watson, he did go for an Orchid after that Desolator Blink. So now he is just preventing Puck from being so elusive in the fights. And at some point, you're going to have to ask, when does Lal buy that defensive item? Will he go for it? Will he just play even further back in the fight? And 5k lead now for Cyber Entity. Again, 22-8 on the kills, but only a 5k. Like, oh, what a beautiful game it is. Spirit just did a very good job pushing out the wave so quickly. Luna, Spearbreaker, and Puck, some of the best in their roles at how quickly they can push out lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. Punishable if they are caught, but pretty damn hard to catch them, especially when you're using illusions on one and Although, well, he's just a puck.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
attack.
now Yatara is going to have a butterfly for that next fight. Disassembling the Mask of Madness, that'll then create a butterfly. Of course, with the Morbid Mask you buy Satanic, you either go straight Satanic, or you can just leave it as a casual Morbid, replacing it for Silver Edge or complete the Daedalus potentially. A lot of options there. And the Spirit, they're smoked up once again. Hungry for the fight.
Collapse. We'll see here. Stun's going to come out onto him. BKB even coming out from Watson here. He's coming into this fight hard, but they're not going to bring him down in time. Mira, he's coming in with the heals. Finally, no, Collapse still getting off charges here. Mira's going to be the one to drop. Finally, they'll bring down Kataomi, and finally Collapse will die on the side as well as Watson just conks through the Boschka, absolutely taking him out here. And now looking for Yatara as well, but Yatara turns it around, gets off the Eclipse, but it doesn't matter. Surrounded by entity heroes, he will get killed off. Watson does finally drop the second time as Lau dies at last.
Watson?
Oh, is that a mana? That's why.
10 mana
Alright,
short. 10 mana. Just click on Wraith King and then you'll just feel the despair of Watson. He was vibing so hard in that fight. Just the fluid plays. A little crit there, a little stun there, a little orchid. You know what I'm saying? Bam, then look at that. 10 mana short. But for Spirit, the whole fight just crumbled when Collapse just wasn't able to press Planar Pocket or the Bulldoze as he's running around in that Shadow Blade. If he was able to press either of those spells, the Magic Resist or the Status Resist would have been enough, most likely, to not die, to just give Spirit entry to that engagement. But yeah, fair play to Entity. Have the detection, they're ready for that Spirit Breaker positioning. And the second Roshan is going to fall to the way of Entity. You'd expect this time around, though, with the Aegis, they're going to look at progressing the map state. That previous Aegis, it was very much a farming one.
Yeah, it was indeed.
Radiant's middle
Aegis
tower
now
is
grabbed
under
once again by the Visage. Now it's Aghanims, now it's Boots of Bearing, so yeah, him and his Familiars kind of beast mode. Bottom lane, Collapse and Entity. Gabby just having a bit of a kerfuffle. Spirit Breaker gonna get the charge away regardless.
I think Gabby's probably had the most enjoyable game of his Road to TI experience so far in this very game. Like, his heat map was just living in top lane pretty much for so many minutes. And now he's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna play the game properly. I'm gonna leave the top area. I've got a Hex, the Ags, a Cheese, a Blade Mail, a Shard, Gossamer Cape as well. Like, whew.
Love and life? Yeah. I don't think Gabi, I mean, he died once this game. I'm not sure he's going to die a second time, but we shall see.
That does sound like a good challenge, though.
Indeed. Again, Team Spirit have many ways of just constantly delaying this game, getting the waves out. You know, we already talked about the Puck, we talked about the Luna. Spirit Breaker is going to join that club as well. He's already in that club, really, but when he gets the Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be even more annoying. Killing off wave after wave after wave, jumping away again. Pershka already deep in the bottom side with the Luna as well. I mean, they can threaten high ground, honestly. If Entity, like, don't come back, then they will be losing a lot. That's just always a dagger held at the backs of Entity. Silence out onto the Puck to start hitting the tower, force out of Fortify, but in the bottom side, look at these illusions. They're going to work, and Yatoro's not far behind them. They got to commit to this, and Entity, that's exactly what they're going to do. The creep wave, they have died, but they're already just trying to take down the tower as quickly as possible. Storm's Familiar's getting pretty low here. Mira does drop, but it looks like Kataomi, he's getting low as well. Slar with that Ags, with that coil, doing so much damage, but not enough to actually kill off the support. So you got to wonder if this is really worthwhile, and blink away from Watson. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Yatoro's getting the barracks. You got to do something about this. BKB, TP away, see you later. He is out.
Wait,
and
he's
cover the X marks.
Oh, that was so close.
My God, that was so close. Jesus. Meanwhile,
I don't know if you guys saw it, but the BKB expired at pretty much the same frame as the X expiring. Like, it was so damn close to Luna just getting dragged back to the bottom side of the map.
This is one of the reasons why Conquer is such a powerful hero now. Took people a while to clock on, but X marks into BKB is pretty ridiculous counter to TP outs.
But Team Spirit, again, down on the kill score, down on kind of the team fight capabilities, but then the one taking the first set of racks, Taro, he just has a clear vision for what he wants to do with his hero. He identified the ability to go bot. Entity just diving wildly into mid, and with the coil, the overgrowth, a lot of disengage potential available for Spirit.
They found him though. They found Toro. He needs help. I mean, the Pugner's behind him.
He has the BKB.
To buy him a little bit of time. He just needs to find a way to turn around and fight. But with that BKB used earlier, there's not really anything he can do. Clips will be thrown down, but for what? Yatoro will fall. Mira goes down as well. Entity, that was what they needed. And you know, credit to Yatoro. He made an amazing play, but then you get caught out. And
but look at the waves, though, man.
Look at the lanes, yeah.
Where's the punishment available? Entity, they get a beautiful kill on Luna, who's being such a rat, and Collapse, he's already bot, skipping the wave. He's killing Katomi. And then Lol with mid lane. Like, Entity, they need to be mindful that if sure they get the big kill, but in the back of their mind, it's always where's Puck, where's Spirit Breaker. If you don't escort your wave down the lane, it's gonna get deleted in 2 seconds.
So how long do you think it will be until Stormstormer queues up her Hex?
He had one in his quick buy about 5 minutes ago. Then he pivoted to Nullifier because it's against Spirit Breaker. You can dispel Bulldoze. So it's very, just a game-breaking item to prevent his tankiness, the status resistance that he provides from his second spell. So I could argue that maybe the Nullifier could be better.
What is this? What is this? Oh, Spirit Breaker never changed, but the high ground's already broken. They got the backdoor protection. That's what they wanted from this creep wave. Perhaps didn't kill it off soon enough, but he will kill off all of these skeletons. Just a dead army of skeletons, which I guess is what they already were. Now the next wave comes in, but look who's back. Yatoro is here. Aegis runs out. This could be an opportunity for Team Spirit if they can find the angle of initiation. But going up to this high ground is not it.
Wraith King, he does have the blood form complete. During that time, he will have True Strike, so it's a way to eat through that butterfly. Hex, a stun, Wraith Blast, Bloodthorn. Everyone barrels onto Luna. They are going to be able to just pretty much ignore this butterfly. And Entity, they are doing a pretty good job. They have a wave right now, being escorted to the high ground. As they look to try and take another tier 3.
No one really came out to deal with this one. Collapse will just charge on through, take it out, doing his annoying thing. For now, it's a pretty slow siege. I mean, they're doing damage, but not a lot. Swap out onto the Spirit Breaker. They need to try and bring him down. He's got the BKB to turn it back around, though. Charges Katomi. They'll bring him down the first time. He's still got the clone. Clones will fall as well. They'll take him down both. And now, wow, let's get the back line.
They're just getting chipped down.
Being killed off as an afterthought. There's damage coming out for Yatoro right now. Watson, his first life, it is eventually going to fall. Meanwhile, a Stormstormer just trying to blast some damage out into Collapse, but Lala, the backline's just clicking away. He's clicking and clicking. And now they move over. They'll deal with Watson. Watson likely going to get brought down here. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Raking falls as well. Entity, they're gone. And that was just an incredible fight from Team Spirit.
What a great fight. But first of all, like, the Vengers just swapping in to start the fight. And on top of that, you've got like 4-man coil. Like Puck, he went for the Axe build. He's clicking away the entire time with Miona, proccing that. Overgrowth, the grasp, the AoE, like there is so much AoE damage coming out. Pretty much every single hero will just spill damage into the fight. We're going to see the replay here. Then just starts with a wild swap onto a Spirit Breaker, and from that point, it's already just coiling the backlines. Sure, they're breaking it, but this is no way to really take a fight for Entity. You're all condensed down. All of the AoE damage that I just mentioned from Spirit is just ripping through the entire engagement. And where's that kind of control for Lal? Wraith King, he's focused on the top side of the fight. His Orchids, his Bloodthorns, they're not really connecting to stop Lal from just free casting his spell. And yeah, the high ground, one of the hardest things to break in Dota, and Entity falling victim once again to the slippery slope to that dire side.
It's so crazy that Team Spirit are pulling this off right now. They're in such a bad position. Like, I didn't see many ways back for them. Stormstormer denies their barracks. Don't see that very often. Yatoro now moving on towards the middle side. Well, they'll have this. They're raking soon. Does Yatoro care though? Team Spirit care?
They care a little. There's like a level of respect. Care. It's like they care but don't care but do care, and I think they care enough to want to take a tier 2 top to take everything rather than just one more lane.
Yep.
and swap in your base is very scary.
Of course. Very different to swapping out of the base.
Radiant are scanning.
Gold for me.
Tormentor down. Fishman grabs the shard. Very nice shard for him as well. Helps deal with those lunar illusions.
If you just click on the collapse, by the way, he has Spell Prism, Octarine, and if you hover on Bulldoze, duration 8 seconds, cooldown 8.6 seconds. Collapse has 0.6 second downtime on having 70% status resistance and 25% additional move speed. 0.6 seconds downtime, guys. They need a nullifier.
They certainly do, but nobody's close to one just yet. X out onto the Luna. Doesn't achieve anything though. That is the Hex from the Village, so that is what he decided to go for. He went for the anti-Lal item rather than for the anti-Collapse item. Can be both, but not when you just throw it onto a Luna willy-nilly. I mean, can they rip through your Toro?
There's a plane up pocket in play as well, so if they want to jump and blink stun your Taurus, it's just going to redirect to Collapse anyways.
It's tense.
Oh, this
And
is
here
an
we go.
illusion.
Comes down. It's onto illusion, though. That is not the way you want to start this one. Beautiful turn, though. Quells back collapse. Stops the charge from coming on through. Luna, she takes up. They need more damage than this, though. They're not going to find it. And now, oh
What a
my god,
charge.
Lal just getting the coil off and doing so much work. Eclipse coming down as well. The heavens split open as Team Spirit start tearing them apart. But Yatoro, he's not able to bring down Watson for the first time with the BKB ending. He will be able to do it now. Stormstormer gone. Fishman gone. Mira just topping up Yatoro from the sidelines here. Watson all alone. The swamp is there. It's not going to do a damn thing as Watson falls. Katami's out as well. It's just not a fight. Team Spirit, they've hit their timings, and there is nothing which Entity can do about it.
Oh, this is such a Spirit Breaker TI. Like, this hero is going to win some team millions of dollars right now. Woo-wee.
So we're playing around
All
with
right,
Gabby.
buyback, nullifier.
He does have a nully. He's also got an X marks as well. That should be enough to bring down Collapse. So,
Like I said, guys, it's a Spirit Breaker TI. It's going to win millions of dollars.
or lose it.
True.
Here we go. Team Spirit up onto the high ground. Toro sending those bouncing glaives going, and look at those barracks drop. It's beautiful and horrible all at the same time, and Lal jumped in again using that coil. The attack damage, it's too much. They've lost the dazzle straight off the bat. Just one coil and he died. Watson trying to get his way back into the fountain. He doesn't have reincarnation right now. They're really close to just losing the game right then and there. And they might still be. I'm not sure there's anything to chase Team Spirit away here. They have a buyback available in Spirit Break if they really want to commit to this one, but at the same time, Roshan is up as well. Take it safe, take it easy.
And Yatari went for the Moon Shard. But
Crazy.
he's got Satanic. Why not? Okay, go Moon Shard. There's already so much control, be it through Coil, through Charge, through Overgrowth. Just pump out the damage. He's heading for nearly 400 damage a hit. He has a small crit built into the Silver Edge. Like, why not? I just don't see Entity being able to take a fight now. They had such beautiful timings after the second, even the first Roshan. I just don't think they really exploited those timings well enough to stop Spirit from farming. The fact that Luna, under the threat of multiple agencies inside of Entity, was able to freely get to Butterfly, BKB, Silver Edge, the items that we're talking about now, is just testament to how they played the wider map and just ignored the aggression of Entity.
Toro being an absolute beast this game. Ag is gobbled up as well, so a ton of magic damage now coming out as well. It's a really annoying one for Wraith King to deal with. You know he's going to have to use his BKB on one of his lives, and for the other one, he's not going to have it. And that's something which Toro can take full advantage of. He's so rich as well. 15k gold more than the Wraith King.
My fantasy points are through the roof right now. Keep on
Same.
farming, Utara. Keep on
We
farming.
eating good.
Walks up into
He
mid
dies
lane.
5 times, but I'll let him off. And here we go. Barracks What are you going to do about it? The Hex is
Swap
there.
back.
The swap back as well. It's not bad. It's not bad. They might get the first life here. They certainly will. Now, what can you do on the second one? Collapse. He's immediately going to start in on Stormer here, trying to take him down. BKB out from Yotaro. Aghanim's ultimate coming down as well. It is so much damage. So many glaives coming through as well. But it's not enough to bring down Entity. They're holding the line pretty damn well. They've lived through it all. Now, what can they do? Stormer, he's surviving for the time being. He's going to use that stone form to buy himself a little bit more time. Watson on the front lines. He's going to die, but he's got the reincarnation. And once again, the tidal creeps coming on back, but the mega creeps are gone. They've killed the barrack. They've got what they came for. Now, can they get any kills on the way out? Collapse just bullying poor old Watson here. What is the hero doing right now? He's back, left, right, center, swap. It keeps Watson alive just a little bit longer, but Yotaro comes in and finishes the job, and GG is called. Game number 1. It goes to Team Spirit. They turn it around and make some magic happen.
Yeah, quite the demonstration on how to play for the later game. And of course, Spirit, they have such great understanding of a team of when they are truly strong. They communicated it quite wonderfully. Like the Spirit Breaker, he went for a Midas. He, of course, then went for the Octarine. He just keeps farming. You got Puck farming. Then Puck doesn't go for like the traditional build. He goes for the Mjolnir and the Aghanims. They know it's like, if we ever hit that one team fight, that one just Dream Coil, Overgrowth, like everything just needs to connect Spirit one time. Like these lineups that we're seeing from some of these teams that are built around Dazzle lineups, it's like they either crush the game in like 30 minutes or it gets a little bit dicey when you have that lack of lockdown. And for Entity, at least, I still got to say that I think the first and second Aegis that they had, they just weren't as explosive as I expected them. Like we had a 20-minute timing on Aghanim Shard, Blade Mail on Gabby, yet it took them like 8 minutes to cross the river, to smoke, and actually make a decisive play. It took them to the second Aegis to then get to a point of the tier 3. Yeah. And then they started taking fights, which inevitably gave Spirit the comeback. So I think for Entity, was a little bit too scared to make the plays, and Spirit always skipping waves, always annoying kind of the macro level of the gameplay. So then when Yotaro was like, boys, it's time, they knew it was time to absolutely slay the game.
You said it yourself in the cast, you know, they gave Yotaro a chance to become a hero, and he absolutely did that and then more. Tore through them, and this was one of the, I think this was like the last good fight which Entity really had at 28 minutes. It was really tough, and this is when it's
look at this charge. Look at this charge. I mean, I am
cut through everyone.
I'm a Spirit Breaker enthusiast, so I am without a doubt just going to give Collapse the MVP for literally no reason other than him being Spirit Breaker. Unless you have oppositions now, and I'm sure your Taro fans will be upset. Indeed.
I mean,
you decide right now.
Had a lot today already. I'm happy for Collapse to be given one.
Nice.
He did work this game. His build was crazy. Kind of Midas Octarine. Not sure that's something I want to promote, but I'll do it anyway. Congratulations, God. Yeah, you
nice.
Yeah, I mean, this at the end here as well. Just like, I mean, I was surprised this did so little, to be fair. Like the coil with the ultimate coming down from the Luna with the Aghanims, they actually didn't get a kill from that, which blew me away. And then it kind of looked like they stood a chance here, but unfortunately, they're just too damn annoying. Cheese from Yotaro, Cloud just bouncing around all over the place. It was too hard.
It's also the small things, like Stormstormer crushed mid lane against his Puck. He had a really good matchup. He takes the tower. They take top tier 1 tower. Like the whole state of the game was Entity favored. Like it's kind of baffling that Entity weren't able to at least pressure one set of racks in this entire game. Like there were windows pre 30 minutes that they had waves going towards the tier 3 side, but alas, it wasn't their game to win. And of course, Spirit are the victors in the end. 9-5-15 on Yotaro, 10-7-9 on Collapse. I think these two players doing extremely well, but you know, Lal, Maposhka, I think they had pretty good games. Unfortunately for Mira, it was a bit of a rough one, but yeah, Collapse, in my opinion, give them the MVP, showing how you can be a little bit greedier on Spirit Breaker, but you just need to focus on the creep waves. Like this is a hero that if you try and take the fight nonstop, you can throw a game because you drag your team into XP deficits, you're losing out on stack efficiency and farm. But if you only focus on where's the next creep wave coming, how do I prolong that next fight, how do I just delay my opponent barreling down a lane? Because he was the one skipping that wave behind the aggression as well. It will just buy time for players like Yotaro to just always come back into a game.
And not to mention the 445 building damage as well, you know, key component to them winning the game. You know, it's when we're talking about building damage, of course, it's him at 445 and Luna at 20,682. Between the two of them, they basically took down every building. So that was that was required. That's going to do it for game number 1 of Entity versus Team Spirit. Of course, we've got a second game coming up. Entity, though, that might be their momentum a little bit swung. Can they come back from this? We're going to find out after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the C for Cool stream with me and T-Governor. Yeah, I don't know why we're on it either, but we're getting into game number 2 of a very cool series indeed. Is of course the battle between Entity and Team Spirit. And game number 1 was totally unexpected, I would say.
Yeah, I think I didn't expect Spirit to be on the back foot for so long, but then the inevitable turnaround was kind of hype. And I think especially when you play up against teams like Spirit, you can't have these moments of downtime. And I think it's very easy to second guess yourself against these teams. And for Entity, they second guess themselves 2, 3, 4 times across the game. And do it once, that's already difficult. Do it that many times, and it is destined for Spirit to take the game.
Yeah, it's definitely time to take a look back for Entity and say, like, you know, what did we fail to do? Why weren't we able to close this one out? And that's a tough question to figure out in the 10 minutes you get in between games. Yeah. You know, it's a tough ask, but they got to do it quick, and they got to come up with a new strategy for game number 2, or try and make that strategy work, because, it didn't quite cut the mustard in that one. So let's see what they can do coming into the second draft.
Yeah, I think coming into that second draft, it will be a question of, to be fair, I don't really want to see differences in Entity. Like, I like their lineup. Like, the way they played their laning phase, the way they did it was great. Like, this is not a game to really critique drafts. I feel it's kind of on big picture stuff, and that is where, of course, I would be interested to know what type of discussion Entity had, because I think after that game, some players would be like, "Oh no, I hated playing this hero, it's useless," or some players would just really focus on kind of the gameplay decisions. And I really do hope they lean towards the latter, because I don't really want to see them changing too many things. Because again, it was like a good 30 minutes of Dota up until the late game kicked in, and suddenly Atari was just doing all the heavy lifting, and Lal and Collapse were just deleting waves within seconds.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it was all the wave deleting which really kept them in the game and made it really hard for Entity to actually push their advantage. You know, you had these 3+ heroes, I would even say 4 heroes, which could just get out on the map, which could just take down waves, which could stop them ever being able to push the high ground. And that was so annoying to deal with. And then, of course, Yatora even coming in at one point and going up the high ground himself and taking a barracks whilst Entity was trying to push that high ground with the Aegis. You know, it's just ridiculous, super obnoxious to play into. And yeah, definitely something which Entity would like to avoid repeating for game number 2. And one thing I would say, though, I feel like the Boots of Bearing was a strange choice for Stormstormer. I don't really like criticizing builds and such, but what I feel like when ended up happening is he gets his Aghanim Scepter, he kind of moves around the map, he finds a hero, and they just run away. And he had nothing to really stop that from happening. So then I kind of question why build the Ags if you're not trying to like hunt people and kill them off regardless, right? Like, Silence of Grave, that's what it does. So, but when like 3 of the heroes can just escape you unless you have an Orchid or a Hex, and then it just ended up being really awkward until much later on when he was able to get that Hex, and by which point the game was kind of already over.
Yeah, it's like, if you want to try and play like devil's advocate there, it's like the item's also good if Entity play as a team, because then you're buffing up the Wraith King, you're using the Axe to set up the fight to then give Gabby entry with the X. Like, it's uncomfortable. I think everything just felt a little bit off. Also, the Nullifier maybe come a little bit later. I think Stormstormer could have maybe purchased Nullifier instead of Hex. Like, there's so many options, but fundamentally, team play was the issue for Entity. I think Dota is always a difficult game when you need to look in multiple directions. As a team, if you're looking towards their base, you're talking about how you're sieging the high ground, who's hitting the tier 3, who's playing for that vision, who's breaking that smoke wrap around, where's your ward sentries. Like, playing in one direction feels amazing. As soon as you suddenly have that, the people behind you who are ratting, taking your base, skipping your waves, and then the team comms is now, go siege, go defend, go siege, go split, go deal with this, go, you know, like, that's when Dota is in its most difficult form. And of course, Entity, they experienced that in probably the worst case possible. And I don't think they should beat themselves too much about it. And next time, just be way more decisive in how you want to play the game.
Yep, agreed. True Protector, still a very, very strong hero. We saw that last game, and Entity will get their hands on it this time around. That's going to be something different from last time, at least. Moita coming out from the side of Team Spirit. So interesting to see Yatoro's take on this one as well.
It could be a support. Entity was a team that have been running it in support position, so maybe Spirit saw them do it a couple of times. Like, you know what? I like this. This isn't too shabby. Of course, the silence is very good. The Fear also very good. Mira has played it 8 times in his pubs in the last 8 days, so it's not as if something he isn't ready and practiced on. He goes for interesting. He goes for mana boots into Atos build, so pretty nice into like 4-star and Aetherlin's territory. Haven't seen that one, but that's his take.
Yeah, I really like the 4. I mean, it used to be good when the Fear was a little longer. Now the Fear is quite short. The 4-star build is kind of hard, but what you used to see, like in the first few weeks of Muerta, when she had like a really long Fear, is that you could use it on someone to like turn them around and then you 4-star them back into your team. And that was really funny to see as a position 4. I love that, but yeah, now the Fear's really short duration, it's much harder to pull off.
And of course, because Spirit are first pick in the Muerta, I'd expect them to flex it between the carry and the 4 roll until the 18th pick in the draft. So here, you're going to see the Kunkka pick. I would guess Miposhka picking up his hero as well. And then once they see all 4 heroes of Entity, they'll close the phase deciding if it should be a carry or a 4 position for this Muerta. So quite nice drafting logic. And yeah, there's the Enchantress. So I think the drafting pattern right now from Secret is just very strong. And of course, there's no entities looking at this going, oh, it's a carry door. They're also respecting that flexibility.
Yeah, they will be. They'll be having those conversations. Meanwhile, for them, it's pretty straightforward. 3, 5, and 4. Now they need to pick up their 3, then their 2, then their 1.
Into Kunkka in the mid lane. Also, Kunkka is flexing as well between off lane and mid. So yeah, Spirit, they actually have quite a lot of flex potential between their opening 2 heroes. And I think Enchantress is just kind of like the foundation of it's Miposhka Enchantress, one of the best. And that's where on the flip side, Entity, because they only have like ultimate last pick in the draft, they need to decide, are we going to just try and lock in the best mid for Stormstormer? Or are we going to try and find like the ultimate best carry in the game for Watson? And that's where the discussion's like, what hero is a little bit better? What's just able to be openly picked and not really care about the game? Of course, if heroes like Primal or Pangolier are available, these are pretty decent heroes just for Stormstormer to just casually play mid lane. But they aren't currently in the pool right now, so it makes it a little bit difficult for Entity to find that just generic.
Unless they're cheating, it would be difficult for them to pick it up.
We got a
Pudge. Go for their Pudge. Let's go. I love a bit of Entity Pudge.
Yeah, I take it back. I was talking about 1 and 2 holding the pick, and now we get to just see carry Pudge mid TA. And then now they're picking Toby hero last. All right, I didn't expect this one, but here we go.
Toby? What year are you living in?
I meant Gavi, sorry. It's I got halfway there because I said I got baited, sorry. I meant Gavi.
All good.
They have the same letters in their name, right? The BI. It's easy to forget.
Very easily done. Yeah.
Very easily done. Don't worry, literally no one in chat cared, so we're good.
We have this TA Pudge combination, which I personally really like because I always feel like Pudge is good, but you never want to kind of just solely rely on him. He doesn't take buildings. You just want to get that little bit of extra oomph from your draft, and TA is going to give you exactly that.
Also, TA is a hero that can technically go Revenants if the game goes late enough to deal with the Muerta to some degree. Turn your damage to magical, throw it into the Muerta, but now a Bristleback. Is this Bristle carry? I'm kind of down for Bristle carry.
You feel it?
I'm feeling it. Like, we'll see what the bans are. If they go for some like, how good is Entity's lineup though? I feel like Entity, if they don't get first Aegis and really push TA and Pudge into the game, they might have some issues. So like this last pick for them, it's like, we can talk about Viper again, but it's like, do you really want Entity to go for Pudge, TA, Viper Tricore? I don't mind the Legion because you can turn around the Bristleback. Are there any other heroes that have like turnaround mechanics that can be played from the offlane? Mars technically, but I don't want to see that hero pick.
Yeah,
Legion is the safer one for Gabby.
Need to get that soft, fluffy belly somehow.
Yeah.
Like a cat.
I think Veno's a bait pick. It's like slows and heal reduction with your talents and stuff and your ultimate, but it's like, we've seen it already. It doesn't feel the best.
You're just sitting down. You need something with a bit of mobility or a bit of control.
There's Axe can turn them around as well.
I'd like Axe actually.
Is the lane that good though? Into an ench lane doesn't sound the best with like a, but it is an option for sure.
Thing is, it's also very good against Muerta, even if it is support. Like eventually, you'll be taking that third spell, and then you're having issues. Gunslinger makes the axe spin like a ballerina. It's glorious.
This is very like if you're coming into TI, not really watching Entity because you're from another region or something. This is very Entity-based heroes right now. Like this is no man, it's called the International for a reason.
No, I guess.
Say sorry.
I only want my hardcore nerds, you know.
I need you to say sorry to our chat, no man.
With me.
I can already feel the pitchforks rising.
Everybody's welcome. Come join our community.
There we go, Nomad. All right, so what is going to be the final ban from Team Spirit?
Yeah,
I still like the idea of
Spirit. It's definitely like suggesting this Bristol's going to be
carry
position one. Yeah.
I honestly, I'd like it. I think Kunkka mid with Bristol carry and Collapse just getting some random last pick would be very nice.
Entity banned out Morphling and Terrorblade, so they're saying that neither of them are carries.
No, I think Murta is the 4 position. Like that's what I'd like to see. Murta is 4. They could still do Bristle offlane. Like that's not a problem at all, but there's something that excites me about the Bristle carry and just seeing some like just collapse here.
Not many offlaners left in terms of like the really strong ones.
Oh, please.
Grimstroke. All right. So it's going to be, it's just Enchantress, Grimstroke support.
Yeah.
Murta carry, Bristleback off lane, Kunkka mid.
Yeah.
What a disappointment, honestly, Team Spirit. You get us all excited, you rile us up, you bait us with some tasty bans, and then you pull us on us.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to say it right now because I know that everyone watching, they know this is good. Grim mid, going for the bug and the stroke of fate, should be played at least once at TI. It is very powerful mid Grimstroke, of course, with E-Blade, some Veil, damage amp. Do I see it happening this game? Maybe not, probably not. But if they were to flex it and put it mid, I would insane, but probably not going to happen. I think what you described is probably more logical. Entity, they do have last pick for Gabby, the offlaner, and they have to kind of guess what's the carry. It's like, is it going to be the Bristle? Is it going to be the Muerta? Like, there is still a little bit of like maybe lane shenanigans Spirit can do.
Nah, I feel like it's cut and dry, but
and then go for the axe. Sure. Yeah. We already mentioned this for the turning around aspect, so nothing too crazy. So off lane Bristle, yeah, mid Kunkka, no spice today. Very unfortunate. I have to like set up the spice in case.
Yeah, of course, got to cover those bases. But yeah, I mean, now you mention it, I talked about why Max is good against both Bristleback and Muerta, and the fact they're both cores now just makes this an incredible pick. So this is really, really good. Like, as I mentioned before, like this is not something which Muerta likes paying into. Any point in the game, this call comes out and you're in trouble. If the blade mail's out, you're doing so much damage to yourself. You know, if you got this gunslinger leveled, you're just going to be causing him to just do mad spins. So you have to stay away from the axe. You cannot get into the fight whilst the axe is in the game. And then on top of that, you have to stop him getting to you. You have to stop him to keep his blink on cooldown. It's a really awkward matchup for sure. I love this pick.
And it's going to be a good game for Axe as well because Pudge naturally buys armor items, tanky items, Ags, likes to just walk into the middle of the fight. Katomi on his 4 position tree is going to have the shard with the invisibility. You're going to have vision from the traps as well, save from Venge, and then after all of that, you would then have Gabby on the axe entering the fight with all the vision, all the information provided for him. So I would be surprised if we aren't seeing Gabby pop off with some really, clutch calls, hitting Yatara, hitting Collapse. And then the nice thing is, well, you have like the double blink, so it's going to be axe and TA. So I feel like Watson, Fishman, Katomi, they need to play the mid game together to give Gabby and Storm some of that entry where it's like, cool, meld strike from the TA, execute a hero, go for the next one. And if Entity can hit that stride, sure, this can be a very scary game for Spirit to play. But on the flip side, how many times have we seen just the mid-game timing of a Bristle, of a Kunkka, even Muerta behind that? If she just gets to like Miorna BKB, it's going to be pretty hard to play into. So I think Entity, if they fumble their mid-game, of course this game can be spooky, but this is a much, I'd say, easier game for them to play out because of the natural synergies of pick-off and fight will kind of force them to want to find the kills.
I just love Entity's draft. I like it all. I'm a very big fan, and yeah, I think this is none of this running it down the middle kind of thing. Tiga, this is an Entity win. This is a guaranteed Entity dub. That's a Nomad guarantee right there, and yeah, I think this is going to be 1-1. I just like the synergies. I like the counters. I like everything about it. Let's see what it can pull off in game number 2.
I'm so sorry for anyone who just blindly believed you then.
He is the analyst, not me. I can say what I want with zero repercussions. That's the rules.
That's pretty fair, actually. Yeah, good scapegoat.
I'm willing to use that. I'm going to pull that card out every time I can. What people don't realize. Toro cowering under his tier 1 tower. With Entity looking around. Obviously, they'll be looking for something. They got that hook.
He's already just clearing the illusions by himself. Oh, the trees aren't the illusions, very different.
Go on, hook. Oh, he lands it! He lands it! Watson! Absolute VAC on that one. That was phenomenal. Tips coming out. Voiceland's coming out.
Yo, Nomad, sorry, I got an Overwatch case that just came through. Give me a second, I can't even speak.
Yeah, I gotta deal with that one.
Yeah, the Overwatch case is just too powerful. Do I report him or what? Like, what the hell was that?
That was crazy. What a hook to start things off. Well, we talked about momentum. We talked about how Entity might be losing a little bit after their defeat versus Team Spirit, but you know, just little things like that can really kind of rally the team and bring it back around. So let's see it. Gabby going for the block here as well. Knows that things are going to be a little bit awkward, so just trying to make them even more so. Get the block off, ruin the lane. Being as annoying as an axe can be. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, we're going to have Stormstormer on the TA versus Lal on the Kunkka. We saw this matchup earlier on. In the early matchup, it did take a while for the TA to actually get that refraction. Went for Meld instead, which kind of hurt the lane a bit, but this time around should be getting that refraction pretty early on, so should be a fine matchup. But Lal actually doing pretty sick on Nice straight off the bat.
Again, this is a matchup of farm between both of the heroes. You really are just shocked if either of them do get killed off. So, yeah, I expect this just to be quite farm heavy. And I think the side lanes have quite a lot of kill threat on either side. At any minute, a magic missile into blood grenade and hook, that could be a kill. On one side, you then have the leap seed, blood grenade, and battle hunger with immense amount of slows. So the side lanes really are going to be a test of Spirit's positioning and not getting too aggressive in a lane that Entity could just thrive in and find early cheap kills to help us accelerate what is a really kind of just like early game centric style lineup of farm 2 items and go, go, go.
And what are those 2 items? Like, what are the main timings we're going to be looking at?
For Pudge, it's going to be probably like Vanguard Aghanims. For TA, it's going to be the Blink Desolator. And then Axe, of course, just the Blink Blade Mail. Maybe like Vanguard Blink Blade Mail. But within that realm of like 10k net worth on these heroes is the time for Roshan to smoke, to pick off, to just be very fluid on the map. And for Spirit, it's just delay that as long as possible. Don't forget that there is a Muerta in the game, a hero that does need a little bit more time than usual.
Again, I'll be interested to see how Yatoro plays this one out, what kind of build he's looking at. Obviously, early on, it's the same thing every time, but after that Maelstrom, that's when the variations start to take place. Some people will go for a Dragon Lance.
Oh, Collapse bot.
Maybe into like Mjolnir. It's Collapse actually dying. Wow. Bottom lane. A little bit too much. Hook comes through, and down he goes.
This is just like the meta version of what Entity used to do with their Pudge. It used to always be Pudge CM, and now with missing the hook, but with Venge being popular, point and click stun into hook, like it just kind of the lane plays itself. have your mana, have resources, see hero, get them under that tower straight away. And gotta be careful.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, nothing is happening. They're just trading farm, as expected. More denies on the Conquer, but TA doesn't really care. She's just last hitting regardless. More last hits on her. That's Harvey. He's going to be right at top. It's very threatening with the dead shot and the calling. Damn, just throwing out these dead shots off cooldown, huh?
He's just spamming spells. They have the Lotus in play, so maybe he's just going, you know what? I'm going to use it soon anyway from my HP, so might as well just use some mana.
Especially when you're playing squishy ranged heroes, it's very nice to just try and keep them low on resources. I think that's the important thing. It just kind of allows you to just keep on stopping them from running at you. They can't run at you if they're on half HP. It's the logic here.
And also I feel like this lane, you know there's this like inevitable moment where Gabby picks up Vanguard, and your ability to right-click him down out of the lane is going to be quite difficult. So if you just use absolutely everything in the first 6 minutes, then it might make the Vanguard 7 or 8 minutes into the lane, and just give a little bit more life to the safe lane of Team Spirit. Especially with Maposhka going for the heal plus enchant build. And we actually do see Ye going down. With Mira TPing into mid lane with Vlar having the X at level 4. Able to get the kill.
Your admiral is on board.
That's surprising, but Inkswell's a hell of an ability these days, and yeah, that absolutely sets up for the kill onto the Templar Assassin. What out? I mean, that's going to be a bit of a game changer. It's going to give Lal a pretty early level 6. And that's going to allow him to kind of make the first big rotation of the game with the Ghost Ship. There's nobody who can really survive a Conquer rotation if he catches you off guard, so always going to be on guard for that one now. Meanwhile, Gabby getting jumped a little bit here. It's alright.
So much damage.
Have enough mana. Nice little jump there on the tree with the dead shot. They'll need a bit more. Well, they're going to find it. The Warpine Raider trying to find him, but they won't run him down. Gabby's going to live. We'll have to TP back to base, but that'll be okay.
And this is where this type of build from Enchantress is so powerful. Oh, and they kill the courier.
Bottom lane. Fishman, he got thrown back by the pigeon, which is never a fun way to start a fight. And they almost managed to catch him out. Collapse being very, very annoying. Gotta be a little bit careful with these quills stacking up as well down here.
Did you just call the Wandering Ripper a pigeon?
Yeah.
When has anyone ever called it a pigeon?
I'm not saying Wild Wing Ripper. I don't get time in my life for that sort of thing.
Do you think anyone understood you when you said pigeon?
Cultured individuals.
That's true. Do you want to start the pigeon movement?
Yeah, making it a thing.
All right, fair enough. Cool. No, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm sticking by it.
I'm just bamboozled.
I mean, they do just randomly shit on you when you're walking past them, and they just fire you into 3 enemies. You're like, all right, bro, whatever, man, it's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, so
all right, fair play.
it tracks.
They're probably one of the worst birds in existence, so can't complain.
Rude but true. Crow Pigeon team going to be coming at you now. Stormstorm in a bit of trouble. Lal hitting level 6. Not dropping the Ghost Ship though, even though he does have a double damage bottle, but doesn't see the kill opportunity, which is kind of surprising. I feel like there was an opportunity there, but with Katomi sitting right behind him, wasn't willing to commit.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke there. And I think if anything, just force the TA out of the jungle and then continue farming up. And I feel like right now, that's kind of the aim for Spirit. Don't overplay your hand. If any of the aggression comes close to the towers, that's when they'll go for the play. And double wisdom going the way of Entity. Fishman able to steal it off. Caps even TPing back for the kill
as well.
Yeah.
Fishman not going to waste the TP. Not with that X-Well coming on down. No chance of getting out of that one. Dies for the Wisdom Rune. I mean, how do you feel about this? Is this a win, dying for the Wisdom Rune?
Yeah, I would always argue that double wisdom and a +5 death rate is pretty good. Just look at the scoreboard. You've got 2 supports at level 5 compared to a level 3 and level 4 inside of Spirit. And that is just because of the wisdom rune value. And Lal, he TP'd the top.
Trying to break some ankles right now, but with the X marks upon him, Ankles will no longer be broken, and the ultimate gets popped from the Muerta as well, just ripping into Gabby here, but he's taking a ton of damage at the same time as well. The spins were close enough. Yatoro might be losing his life here. They'll need a little bit more, and they're not going to find it. He gets away on the Muerta. They get absolutely nothing for their axe death, and Lal does make the rotation happen with the double damage rune at last.
That was so close to Yatoro dying. Of course, Run Buff helping out there, keeping him alive with that delayed damage.
Yes, sir.
The rotation from Lal, very important, very key. Comes in quite nicely.
That was just like a little glimpse of what is to come there. Like when Gabby is close to the Muerta, she's just gonna get blended. Gabby becomes mode blender, mode Beyblade, or other spinning top unbranded toy.
Just look at the quick buy of TA right now.
Hammers.
Oh, she just changed it. I'm so sorry. I baited you. She had 4 Mithril hammers. It looked really ugly. But no, she's going for the Dragon Lance, going for the Desolator. I still feel like it is... Oh, nice hook.
Cute. Very cute. But they've seen the stack now. Now
Leech the XP.
Yeah, they're salivating. Oh,
Watson's even running back in.
He wants it bad, but Fishman wants it a little bit too bad, as he's now in a very awkward situation and it's going to get cut down. I think you have to pull it. Oh, nice hook onto Mira though. That's going to be a nice catch, and we'll get them a kill onto that support. But Collapse, he's looking for Katomi here. Katomi doesn't have enough mana to TP out. Now has a 1, but it's too little, too late. And does do so. Very cute.
Very nice from him
Goodbye, clowns. Rude.
They look like they're trying to go into Gabby once again. Kunkka TPing in. They got the slow, but with the pig pole.
That shot off the mark. He's moving, but unfortunately not quite moving enough. Might want to try and somehow turn this one around, but that's not going to happen. He's going to get dropped. I'm kind of surprised he just turn around into all of them and just call and get enough damage off the spin, but he believed he could survive that one, and that's what's important.
Yeah, I think once you start seeing some missed torrents, some missed dead shots, you're like, oh, there's a chance, But
maybe.
It does come through in the end. What's the net worth looking right now? Fudge, I think it's an incredibly even game.
This is a big kill, though. This is a really big kill. Called out, going for the power rune. Storm brings him down with the help of Katomi and Fishman. It's one thing I feel like isn't talked about enough in Dota, and that's level 6 on supports. It's, I don't know it's talked about a lot, but maybe even more, because it's so important. If you have supports who have good ultimates, you can just make so much more happen on the map and just be so much more threatening with less heroes.
Yeah, and the key thing here is they need to do that, because Axe is the one that is most starved of all the cores. He's 1,000 behind the mid lane of Kunkka, nearly, 1,500 behind his counterpart, the opponent's Bristleback, so they need to make these moves on Entity to give Gabby a little bit more time, just so he can sync up with the other cores with that mid game that we're mentioning for Entity so many times. And it doesn't help that every time Gabby tries to be that classic Axe near a lane, just Maposha comes in, Yatoro comes in, and already half HP again. Each hit just chunking through Gabby so hard. One more hit.
Pretty problematic. Gabby on the run, trying to get away. Yatoro won't be able to run him down. Doesn't have the mana for the dead shot. He knew an attributes there wouldn't be enough, so he does get away this time around. And meanwhile, they did land a tasty little hook onto Mira and brings down the Grimstroke once again, as well as the middle tier 1 tower, which is probably the more important thing.
There's just so much action happening around that Entity, trying to make the space. Meanwhile, then Spirit also trying to get the kills during the fact that it's like, oh, wait a second, they're trying to make some space for the Axe. Let's not allow that. Yeah, Lal, of course, going for the Blade Mount. And what build did Mira go for? He went for the 2-1 thingy. 2-1-2 build, was that? This court? 2-1-3 build. Didn't even go for a point in his ultimate. To be fair, Grimstroke ultimate is one of those spells that you can skip at 6. You can sometimes get it at 7 or 8, just because of how important the rest of your spells are. He's one of the most spammable supports in the game with what he can provide in a fight. So yeah, not too opposed to him skipping his ultimate. Yeah.
It does work with Deadshot though, which is kind of cool, and it fires in the opposite direction, I believe. So you can like quadruple Deadshot people, which is incredibly strong, but not a combo we see very often.
Yeah. And Mira does go for another point in Inkswell. So at level 7, he's got max Inkswell. He's looking to get that 15-minute shard. And yeah, Pretty cool timings potentially coming out from Spirit, especially if Claps can get the Aghanims.
Bottom lane.
Oh,
A little bit of a go
an
there.
XD from Collapse as well.
NXT.
It was pretty XD,
Holy
to be fair. It was pretty XD.
Well, they're going to be losing Vengeful Spirit.
Tomi tried to go for a max range overgrowth. Fishman's like, no, you're going to miss it. I'll hit the missile. And yeah, it was just out of range. So, yeah. Bit awkward.
Bit awkward. I mean, I have high standards for XDs, and I'm not sure it was worthy. I'm going to say
Oh.
I think it was worthy. I think it was a misfired XD.
Miss. Oh.
We'll leave it to the council to decide his fate, but
Let's see if there's any. No, I think the council has decided it was an XD as well.
oh, okay. Well, Mafoshka, bit of trouble. Gabby's kind of not really able to get in and get up the call. The overgrowth was nice, but the silence was already down from Yatora and just completely blocked Gabby off from getting in and getting the call off. So again, it's another awkward situation, and Gabby is really struggling to have an impact this game. And X-Masters outpost going to follow us up. A nice hook coming through. That's going to bring down Yatoro. Great moves from Watson, as once again, he's keeping his team alive. Maposhka trying to go for the TP out, and actually they are out of stuns. Gabby will not be able to close the gap and get up the Berserker's call. So again, Berserker's call just kind of completely unused throughout this entire engagement.
Oh, well, he's TPing.
Watson does throw out the hook regardless, but too little, too late.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I just realized that also Entity have Muerta on their team as well.
No, don't get it.
Hudge for the medics.
Dire's top tower is under
Oh, I
attack.
see. Yes. He
Alright,
is
alright.
also dressed in a similar way.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Either way, Fats has the Aghanims in about 100 gold.
Hooray.
For my coffers.
How big is that?
To be fair, pretty big because you don't have the blink on that.
Radiant's middle
So,
tower is
yeah.
under attack. Dire's top tower
think-
is under attack.
It should actually be a very good timing for them. The question is not about the bristle and the axe, it's more is the rest of the team ready to utilize the bristle and the axe. Like Miro's trying to farm his shards still, he's 300 gold away. Yataru is heavily in the farm game because he's only got a Maelstrom to his name. It's not like he's got like Dragon Lance, Falcon, Maelstrom, like enough cheap items to maybe be tanky enough to fight. So it does kind of feel like it will be Bristle plus Kunkka and supports versus the world, which is kind of what you expected with Muerta. I don't think we were anticipating Muerta to be in these fights. I would argue that Spirit should look to at least try and pressure some of these towers once Bristle is ready to fight, and he's already diving the tower, forcing out a TP with the X. Fish managed to go down, and the first tower should in theory now fall for the side of Team Spirit.
And a somewhat kind of usual for Team Spirit at this point, where they're just not really like super aggressive in the early game, even though they do seem to have some nice advantages here and there. They're not really trying to push it too hard. They're just going for what they can and waiting for their timings. But when they hit those timings, you'll know it. Toro, he's going to be the guy just farming up at the moment, looking for the Mjolnir, for Mjolnir. Mjolnir going to be the first purchase, as usual. I think people are generally starting to decide that just getting the Mjolnir first is way too value. Attack speed on this hero, once you have the Maelstrom, it just becomes ridiculously worthwhile as a lot.
Look at him.
He's got a shielder in Watson. He doesn't give a damn though. He's got this Aghanims available on the Pudge, so he's
Gary missed
dishing
cool.
out damage. But now they've got to be careful. Drive back into everybody. Oh my god, the damage coming out from Team Spirit. It is so much. Entity is not here to deal with it. 5 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. That was such a fast team wipe. Into the blender of the Bristleback, into the damage of the Muerta.
3,800 damage from Bristle, 3,000 from the Kunkka, 2,000 from Muerta as well. Like Yataru had to stop hitting. He was like, oh, the Bladebearer was about to kill me. And the entire engagement from Entity, it was Pudge going by himself, Kunkka got off the boat. We're going to see the replay here. Like, you have the
Watch the
shield rune on
Bristle.
low, but look how quick he gets the boat off. And then at this point, just look at Gabby and his contribution. He walks in, he thinks he might have Blink Dagger or something, but he just pulls nothing. And everyone just goes down instantly.
Oh my god. The shot on Kunkka just tearing them back into that Bristleback, into the Muerta. A little cheeky little smart. Yep.
I mean, you're playing Bristleback.
Not done yet.
Your top net worth, and Tommy's going to go down as well. This is where Spirit can just break apart this game. Entity are yet to hit their stride. You're still waiting for the Deso. You're still waiting for the tankiness and punch. Like, yes, you got the Aghanims, but Armor's not really your best friend now.
It's starting to get messy here. They've lost one. Exit there. He'll throw it down. Hook, not going to connect. Fleshy is going to help him a lot against his bristle damage, but not nearly enough. Never mind, it didn't help at all. I don't know what I'm saying. Collapse just tore through him regardless. I was like, yeah, small instances of damage, you know, just some quills coming out, but no, doesn't matter.
And the Spirit, they just play such methodical team Dota, right? They draft the heroes, and some teams aren't very good at truly knowing like what is our peak timing, but here it's 16 minutes, 50 minutes. It felt like shard timings was their key moment. The Grimstroke buying his shard, the Kunku with his shard, and at that point it's just go, take the fight. And if Entity wants to try and fight us, how are they going to kill? Like TA, she opted to go for the Blink Dagger before the Desolator, so she wasn't really threatening with that big meld strike. And then we've yet to really see everyone sync up. I think Gabby picking up the Blink Dagger will be a big moment. He is 20 gold shy though.
Oh no.
And he does die top lane.
It's not a great time to die.
No. Oh, but they are looking to try and go Roshan now. Stormstormer and Fishman are going into it. Meld strike
is the
plus wave.
Anti-armor friendship.
Does Spirit have a scan?
You know? Yeah, this is a Radiant scan. I don't think they're sniffing this one out. Oh, but Entity backing away regardless. Oh, they scanned the area and saw that they were nearby. If Team Spirit don't go and check the Roche pit now, this is a tragedy for Entity.
It seems like they checked for the dead shot.
We're good.
And then they go in bottom because it is about to turn daytime, so they're just going to secure the Radiant side of the map and get themselves an Aegis.
Yeah, nice try. Also a good scan to get themselves away. And Gabby now has a Blink Dagger, and we need to see something special happening here. We need the Entity hopping off of it.
Did they just use two smokes there? I think they just used two smokes.
It's fine.
Yeah.
No one saw.
All right. This Roshan half HP. Entity are going to be late to this, but they might still take the fight post Roshan.
I think they should. I think they have to. You need to make something happen right now. Pings are coming out though. They've seen Watson. Now they don't have a choice. Now they leave.
Look at them, they're all bunched up. Gabby.
Oh no! From the backlines, Overgrowth coming through, but both the axe and the punch getting caught out in the same combo from the Kunkka. Gabby, he's just not having a game right now.
It just looked absolutely perfect for them. They were all bunched up, 4 heroes. You could feel the call coming in. You wanted to scream Gabby's name, but
I had it on. It was on the tip of my tongue.
But the calling from Water, from your tower, able just to cancel that Blink Dagger. And then Tree also goes down.
Ooh, it's becoming tragic for the side of Entity. They're really struggling to make anything happen in this game. This axe pick just has not worked out for them whatsoever. Yeah, Stormstormer's got some money, but Watson had some nice hooks, but it's just not coming together as a team right now.
I feel like though the argument for this is the type of game where it's like if they hit the call, there's always that comeback potential, right? Like if they can just maybe dodge the Aegis for a little bit, maybe 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Find the Muerta that one time. It only takes one call to kill her off.
This is true. The Muerta's strong now. She's big. Lana's very far forward, but they don't really care. They're sitting behind that shard. So scary.
You asked about the itemization for Yotaro, and he is going for the multiple forms of anti-axe. He's got just the tankiness of the Dragon Lance going for Hurricane Pike. So when the axe blinks in, if he's quick enough, he can force dodge the call. He's also going Manta to try and do those late game dodges where it's like I throw out an illusion, he calls the illusion not my main hero. So 2 items that are pretty good against axe, and yeah, we'll get to see him trying to play into that.
They just took the enemy's like tormentor without barely even thinking about it, and they will have their shards anyway. It's just denying them off the side of entity. So rude. Fishman, not in a good spot right now. X marks Torrent, gonna come down onto him, and there's the bristleback tearing through him. Collapse is gone. The Toro now just dealing damage to the tower.
Okay, he's kind of
doing its work.
in.
The overgrowth to get the hook onto Lal reliably. That's not bad. Gets the one. What more can they get? Yatoro popping the ultimate here just to bring down Katomi. Goodness gracious. Fair enough.
Gabby hit the call.
Yep, he has found it. Onto Collapse, and that's doing a lot of damage there. Warpath giving his damage up and allowing that blade now just to tear through him. They'll find Mirror as well. Now look over towards Yatoro. Yatoro is slightly harder to target. He's got the Aegis to work with, but no, it appears to fail. Storm can now just start tearing into him, and all of a sudden,
the
doors
on the high ground.
are wide open for Entity, but look on the high ground. I mean, Maposhka's doing a fair amount of work here, and now using Sporing just to back himself away. Hook is there, though, onto the Muerta. Muerta, she's not surviving this one. Another dunk for Gabby. They've managed to put it together, and Team Spirit are falling apart. 5 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit. Entity make the high ground defense happen.
That's exactly what we're talking about. It just takes that one chance for Spirit. They move to the high ground with the Aegis, but a little bit sloppy positioning. You've got Kunkka to the left-hand side, kind of in that secondary path area. That's not a safe place to be when you're sieging the high ground, especially against a Pudge. And on top of that, then Gabby, he finally hits a call, gets that Bristleback to face the correct way, Stormstormer laying into him, belly side, not backside. And yeah, they kill him quite quickly. So Spirit, they played quite an impeccable 20 minutes, but they need to be careful. Entity's lineup, it's many layers of pick off and poke and nuisance when they're in that high ground position.
Again, breaking the fights. That's what it's all about. Another one of these drafts are just going to thrive if you can hook somebody out, get them out of position.
Step lively now.
Things are going to look much, much easier for them. Now Stormstorm's running around. I mean, he's got himself a shield rune. Pretty good.
Yeah, actually going Silver Edge as well. That's pretty cool. So he's tanky with the shield rune that you mentioned. He's going for Silver Edge so that when Collapse wants to step up, one quick break on top of the call. You don't even need to call him at that point. You just need to hook him or swap him or anything. And Stormer, he's found Mirror.
Yeah, that's a little bit, yeah. I was actually expecting them to follow up and go for the Muerta, because Katomi did actually have his hands on him, but the team was distracted, and actually pretty good from Katomi to realize that and not commit the overgrowth for it. Still kind of think he should have done it, but it's alright, I'll keep it for the fight. It's very, very important having the engagements. Gabby is searching. He's starting to feel it. He's starting to believe.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Lol is going to show, but he's got that X marks coming out onto him, so
They had no yawls. It's always a fun mechanic against Kunkka, just yawsing up in the X and then he just returns to the origin of the yawls rather than the X.
Yep. Yeah, uh-oh moment. Always entertaining.
Well, Gabby's picked up the BKB as well.
He can't be found first, but I think he's going to be. The X marks is out onto him. BKB is available, though. They might not be expecting this right off the bat. The swap is there. They'll back and now Gabby can maybe look to engage. They silenced up, though. Can't get off the call at the moment, and they're just going to back themselves away. However, they've already lost Maposhka and Fishman. Both supports being traded, and Collapse is not giving Watson a chance to get out of this one. In fact, he's just going for the TP out on Watson. Can they get off the Xbox? No, they cannot. Conquer is long gone. Too low in health to continue this fight, but Collapse, he just keeps on going, keeps on looking for Fishman. Watson tries to land the hook, misses it on VAC as Collapse does just get himself away.
Yeah, I think if any, just need to respect the positioning of the game. You know, the fact that Gabby's just walking through the river, he's having to use his BKB to disengage from the fight, not initiate on top of a key hero to enable Stormstormer. I think a little bit of team play is lacking from Entity in game 1, in game 2. It's a little bit of a shaky performance against Spirit here, and they're going to need to clean up if they are to try and truly come back into this game. I think we saw that top tier 3, how efficient their heroes were when they were used beautifully in conjunction, but when it's as fragmented as we're seeing it right now, it's going to be so difficult for them to actually kind of convert on some of these fights. Where are we ending up?
Gabby was going to get caught again there. The X just behind him. He would have had the BKB, but I really want to see these BKBs go into use aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Entity just to go again. I feel like if they're the ones making the fights, like starting the fights, making the plays, then I'm not sure what can really go wrong for them.
I just want to see Yatoro get... Oh, here he jumped.
He does indeed get jumped. Gabby trying to call him, but multiple full stops coming on down though, but the silence is there. They're going to bring him down regardless. Yatoro, he's gone. And beautiful hook comes down onto Lal as well. He's already thrown down the X, but with the BKBs coming, it's not going to do a damn thing. Surely Lal gets punished for this one, but with the side of Team Spirit behind him, they don't feel like they can fight on the side of Entity. They're just going to leave Storm up for dead, but Stormfall doing a pretty good job fighting up by himself, but Collapse will claim him. Gabby now trying to get himself out of this one as well. Call TP will survive through it for now, as Katomi kind of came on the sidelines and just gave his life as Collapse just taking down everyone.
Spirit
you take down one carry and the other pops up.
Yeah. And it just boils down to how efficient Entity are with their initiation. Pudge jumps Yatoro, but then Gabby's secondary initiation just wasn't as clean. He wasn't able to hit that instant blade mail call on top of Yatoro. There was a 4-star Hurricane Pike disengage, and then Gabby's now suddenly just running back over to chase him down, and because of that, it buys enough time for Spirit to start throwing in their spells to just chip down the fight. We are going to see the highlight here. Boom, look at that. Goes for the call, misses it. Then they have to use additional spells and resources to get there. And at that point, the Soulbind, the boat, you quickly kill with the Venge. You then re-engage to the main part of the fight. And I think Mapochka did excellent here because he instantly identified the axe. He repositions here. He actually, his Sprink hit the axe to prevent that next call coming into play.
Blink, yeah.
So you rarely see Sprink actually be that game, like clutch in a fight, but because he used it and he just cancelled that blink dagger.
Actually,
it was off camera, but super important.
It wasn't a Sprink. It was
it a specialist?
Azure Ray.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Weirder because they weren't. They weren't impetuses, so yeah.
Even better, specialist Ray OP. Yeah, good point.
Really?
It wasn't. Yeah, nice.
Crack shot going to work.
Good catch. Good catch.
And now Yatoro finishes off his Manta style, so the silence is not going to be as effective in the next engagement, and that was a pretty big deal, to be fair. Also, another thing Yatoro loves doing, which I've seen from his pub games, is getting the shard early on the Moeta. And this game especially, like, already 10 stacks on the spell amp. You know, that's basically 10% bonus damage.
Oh, they found Watson.
That's not a good target. The swap comes out, but the X is there already, and they just drag it back into the middle of everyone. He's going to try and dismember his way through it, and he's actually doing a decent job. Stormfall takes down Yatoro on the back lines. Maybe they can still make this one happen. Gabby trying to get away, because once again, Mapochka's just chasing him down on the Enchantress. So damn annoying for Gabby not to be able to make re-engagements in this fight. Every time he enters the fight, Mapochka's just on Gabby every single time. He loves them.
This is the type of the point in the game where it's like, if Entity just had any other hero as their carry instead of Pudge, it's like, then you could argue, okay, it's fine, because Axe kills off the Muerto, and then our carry can deal with their Bristleback because he's buying like Scardy or something, or like some Silver Edges. They're missing that one component to kill everything. They're good at killing one, but not killing multiples. And the Spirit then collapses. He's like, sure, I could be the carry of this game, sure. Entity. Finally collapse. They broke him. Anything else?
It doesn't seem like there's enough damage. Gabby can't get off the blink once again. Nice usage. I believe that was the hairball cancelling that one.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
It's so hard for Axe to get off these calls. It's actually ridiculous. And misblink. That's not ideal. And he should be dead here. No BKB to get him out of dodge this time around. Once again, you know, they're just trying to hammer some damage out onto Collapse. Gabby does find himself in a weird situation here.
He's not dead,
chance to go for the reset. He doesn't have health, and he's just going to try and blink himself away to safety. He doesn't want to try and re-engage, which means that Watson is going to be left all by himself. Yatoro gets upon him, and they'll just take him down. Certainly, they're trying to find him in the tree lines here. He's going for the TP out, and he is successful in doing so.
Really important, though. Yes, Entity is but look at Gabby's positioning. It's a daytime Roshan, and they have a trap in the pit. Gabby, he's struggled to hit some of these calls, but if there ever was a time
they've got so much to fight him with, though. No. They don't know. That's so sad, Gabby.
They didn't even scan. They were just checking. Team Spirit, they're too damn smart.
They really are too good. Read him like a goddamn book. Not even a good book. like picture book.
Whoa, picture good. Picture books are good too. There you go. Took me a bit to get there. Like a
color by numbers then.
Yeah.
Yep, things just not really coming together for Entity in this game. Sure, they had one really nice high ground defense, and since then we've seen signs of greatness, but just signs. No real commitment to winning a fight since then. So now, Team Spirit, with the amount of farm Yatoro has, the amount of farm that Collapse has, can really start to put the pain into Entity. I'm not sure they'll be ending the game with its Aegis, honestly. They'll probably just keep them inside the base and continue to amass an advantage.
Radiant are scanning.
Stormer. He just cut in the wave. Doesn't care about the bristleback. Doesn't know where he's bringing him down. That boy too big. He's got a cheese to go with it as well, so good luck.
I'm trying to think of how Entity gets back into this game, and obviously the easy answers are wait out the Aegis, split the map, but it does feel like it's getting to the
Stormer. Let's go.
Oh. Hey, Ag's Rapier. Why is Ag's in contention?
For the TA, just to split the map more.
Oh, okay.
The game forever.
I see. Don't just leave. No, the thing is with Ags on TA, it's like, it's such a weird item because you're basically sacrificing a Daedalus or, you know, the Silver Edge. Like, you're basically taking away a big item slot just to make the game more rat heavy. It's such a weird item for this hero. Of course, there are games that work out really well, but yeah.
You can get it from Rocher if you're just like super farm already and you just get it as a blessing straight up, then it's like so annoying to play into. Super annoying, but
buying it always feels kind of wrong. Giving it, oof. I'll take a slice of that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No,
I think this might be playtime for Entity. Yep, certainly will be. They find last straight off the bat. Stormstorm are going to start taking chunks out of him, but I think Chunks is maybe generous. He's only just got him down to half HP. Gonna have to force the buybacks right now as BKB comes out from Stormstorm, just trying to get inside the base. Nice hook comes across, but it's still on Talal. He's a tanky boy. A flying bring down a beautiful swap coming out from Fishman. Holy moly, that is perfect. And that's gonna allow him to take down Yatoro as well. Now, can they get him on life number 2? Link Dagger will be available in just a second. The hook
Another
is
hook.
there. Manta dodge none successful. Down goes Yatoro again. Another high ground. Another disaster for the side of Team Spirit. Collapse still trying to make something from this one as they have found Mirror on the sidelines. He's going for the TP out. Not going to happen. Another day, another hook, another kills for Watson as they bring down 3 on the side of Team Spirit. And it's not over yet. Gabby closing the gap onto Collapse. They want to try and control this guy off. You got to stay away from the from blender mode. That's now gone. That's only running him down as well. But my god, this guy's fast.
The high ground is so powerful for Entity. You've got swap, you've got hook, you've got the vision from the tree, just the eventual call from Gabby. He's had a rough game, but at your tier 3s, it's going to be much easier to hit. The fight starts with quite a aggressive overgrowth, instant death from tree, and it kind of baits Spirit into an idea of, wait, we can get them, but this location of a fight is always so awkward. You can't pass that gate area. You then have a free setup of hook into cool, and Fishman is beautifully in position to go for your turret. Again, such a weird place to take a fight. You're going next to that gate where on the dire side you cannot walk through it. You're kind of hoping just to throw damage over the top of it, and Entity, they lap up this opportunity and just completely pick apart the positioning. This is not even a fight from Spirit. This is just like a weird scrap of death.
Yep, you got to be more disciplined than that, especially against Entity. You know, they're a great team. They've taken games off some of the top teams of the EU region all year long.
The dire vision right now, if this game gets even more, like slightly even, is incredibly awkward. Just have a little look at the minimap, guys. There's 2 dire wards in the Radiant base, a dire ward at the mid Radiant tier 2, and a dire ward at the bottom Radiant tier 2. Like, this vision screams, get me out of this game. And if Entity just get past those wards, Then Spirit are kind of playing into the darkness, into the fog.
Yeah, that's scary. Very scary indeed.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower.
Fishman definitely stepping up in that last fight as well. That'll be the first time in a while I've had a support MVP because she's been playing very, very well this game. Whole series, in fact. Of course, it's a long way off, and they'd have to win for that to happen, which, you know, I still wouldn't say feels likely. It's still 14k gold advantage for Team Spirit. Mercer is still a beast, but again, like, yeah, she's got, like, Manta, she's got Hurricane Pike, she's got Silver Edge. Still, it has to be said, anytime in a fight, if the Axe Sabers get upon her, she will die 100-0. It's a very, very tricky prospect for Team Spirit to play into. But they found Gabby on the side. Once again, Gabby, he's having a tough time of playing this game himself. BKB's going to have to be used. This isn't really ideal, and he might be just dead regardless. Yatoro's got a double damage. Oh my god. Runs him down. Gabby is gone. Now you have no axe. 80 seconds, no buyback. That is going to be tough. Stormstorm is trying to get the lane out right now. My goodness, Mira trying to just block. Stormstorm has a BKB, now needs to leave, but doesn't have mana to TP out. Just needs it. He will have it.
Look at mid lane.
Inside the base, Katomi's already dead. Hello. Two fights going on at once as finally... Oh no! Try to TP out, but Yatoro finds him.
Radiant are scanning.
What? I have no idea how he managed to find that one.
And just throw out the dead shot, see if it hits.
Here.
Oh, Stormstormer.
Getting cheeky with it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Yatoro knows where it's gone though. He's got his number. What is going on? Meanwhile, their base is falling apart, by the way, as Glenn is correctly pointing out. But over here, we've got this kind of carry battle going on, which is kind of entertaining. Yatoro's gone with it.
He's going to bottom. His team's taking the base and he's moved the
We want
bot
to team
lane.
Raxton, yeah. There's just some silly things happening
It
right
is the
now.
opposite of last game, to be fair. Yatoro was doing all the heavy lifting on the building damage, and this time, like, you know what, guys, you got it. Oh, Soulbind.
Double X. Pretty cool. Into boat. Very nice. Taking down Fishman. Dead for 53. Trent will be coming back soon enough, but you need
They
to
don't have a
defend
wave
the
right
base.
now. Okay, they're grabbing bot wave with Boots of Travel.
It's really tough to hold this high ground. Collapse is coming in, and he's just so big at this point. He's got armor, he's got health, he's got regen, he's got lifesteal, spell lifesteal. And a truckload of damage if you stay in that bristleback range. It's brutal. Cheese as well, for good measure. Sure, he's slow. What does that matter? Look at this TA. That's the TA with Desolate. It's the TA with Silver Edge. Doesn't matter at all. I mean, the hook comes down. Gatomi gives his life to get off the overgrowth, which allows him to get the hook onto Lyle. Lyle's still absolutely
cheese.
fine. They're playing past the cheese on the side of Team Spirit, unless Lyle's turn with it at the moment. They're just dealing with the buildings right now. Gabby trying to find himself a target and bring down Yatoro. That's what I was talking about. They get the kill. Gabby doing the work, but now he's being plagued by rainbows. He is actually going to be able to survive this one for the time being, but Mira's going to get top of him as well. Blink across, TP away. Gabby, he's not going to live through this one. Collapse catches him with a hairball. Buyback from the Pudge. They're going to have to come back on everybody here if they want to stand a chance of keeping these barracks alive. It's just Watson and Fishman at the moment. That won't be enough. The swap is out. The buybacks are there. Collapse needs to make his way out of this one now. They don't have Yatoro. They don't have Lal. It's just one core.
Where's the
He's
call?
not strong enough to fight up against everyone. Surely he's not.
I mean, he needs to hit it first.
Stormstormer still chasing. Still chasing.
But Gavin,
I
your
mean, the
blink's
fact
cancelled
away,
by Edge.
they might be able to go for this. But the team, they just can't catch up. Why is this guy so fast? It's just a hedgehog. He's not even blue. And here we
He's
go.
turning
The
around.
call is there. The damage comes in. They get to that soft, fluffy belly, and they'll rip through him. Collapse is gone. Entity, another day, another high ground defense. Gabby, keeping them in the game with these calls.
It's taking so much from Entity to get to that point. It's not the first fight, the second fight. It's like the third mini fight in the entire engagement where they finally connect on the key spells. And yes, he fully executes the Muerta instantly and then eventually chases down the Bristleback. But for Entity, they are trying to get Roshan. I mean, this should be pretty free for them. This is in no way gonna be an issue. With an Agnins, who's gonna get it? Okay, Fishman doesn't even question it. He instantly just takes it.
Yeah.
It's all mine.
Give me
Thank you.
acronyms. He was halfway through building his. He's already got his point booster. It's like you can basically afford his own ags.
Oh, cheeky
And
little
he's like,
Vlad.
no.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so he
they-
opted to go for no buyback, but Vlad's. Okay.
Well, he's got an ag, so why do you need buyback?
True. I think his illusion will
buyback
die
if you
in
don't
about
buy.
4 seconds to a bristle quill, but you know.
Yes, I agree. I think this ag purchase, this ag steal was kind of, I wouldn't say bad, but I would say not good.
The team in general from Entity has been a little bit awkward. It's not as, I'd say, fine-tuned as I think we've seen them in the DPC.
How much pussy pudding can we do? Just stepping around. There's one of these.
I mean, this is
just
the
a draft,
first.
though.
Okay,
It's not a
I've always
draft which
been
is
on
meant to
panel
be
for.
nice, clean Dota, is it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've always been on panel for TI. This is the first time I'm casting at TI, so it's like, how honest can I be in these scenarios? I'm down for chat to give me the pass. Like, can I be honest? Do I want to sugarcoat? Like, what's the vibe on these scenarios? Because yeah, we're doing a little bit of tiptoeing, I'd say, just a little bit. And you know, any fight at the high ground has looked quite exceptional. So for Spirit,
Yeah.
are they going to run back into the high ground? Are they going to look for their pick? Will Yataro get called? So many
All
questions.
this and
Okay.
more coming up
Yeah.
in Entity versus Team Spirit. Buy the next manga issue today.
I don't know really what to go with, but Twitch did just say full send it, so.
All right.
Radiant's top barracks are under
And
attack.
here we go. Team Spirit back on the high ground once again. Collapse. He wants some buildings. Oh my god. That's a turret landing on Stormstormer. In comes the hook to save him. Buy him a little bit of time. The Manta Illusions, honestly, not doing a ton. They don't have much stats on Muerta, but in comes Collapse. He's bringing the real damage. Another day. Another torrent coming out onto Stormstormer. Ooh, Hex out onto the Pudge. Pudge, he didn't get off the Fletch Heap either, so he's not that tanky, but they do get off the Dismember onto the Bristleback. In the background, Katomi and Thorland, but they will get collapsed. Gabby once again, finding the play, finding the call. Yotaro, though, he's coming forward.
Fourth
This
up
time
back.
he's got a shield rune to help him out as well. It is running out kind of soon, though. Maybe, just maybe, Gabby can find the entry once again. Can he pull it off? Oh, he's actually going to make the call onto Mira. I'm not sure about this one, my guy. He's now going to get beaten on down. BKB
has
down,
no
but he's
buyback.
not going to make it back to the fountain. Down goes the Axe. 124 seconds. Stormstormer, he's going to get X back in, and he's gone as well, and that should be
okay.
it. You sound disappointed, T.
I am. No, I am disappointed. I was kind of getting ready for like the start of a beautiful comeback. You know, Entity, they hit their spells. They probably like discuss like, this is it. This is our fight construct to win the game. I was ready for this storyline, and then like I looked back up and I'm like, oh, Spirit just won.
Yeah, they certainly did, yeah. And Luke in the first place, they kill off Collapse, but Yotaro finally got a chance to enter the fight and deal the damage that he needed to and brought him down pretty easily. I mean, Bax didn't even try and call him. He actually just kind of let him do his thing, went for the easier calls instead. I mean, kind of had to do something to help out the Templar Assassin, but yeah, unfortunately couldn't find the angle. And that's going to mean the Team Spirit were finally able to finish this game off. 46 minutes.
Yeah, I think Gabby was using some like old school flip phone or something because most of his calls just weren't connecting. But other than that, I think for Entity, this second game, it was all about execution. I think execution was the theme for both. Like the draft in both games looks a little bit unconventional, but for Entity, it's very on brand. They just weren't able to get that like harmony of how to use their spells perfectly to punish their opponent, right? They have the call to turn the bristle around. They have the Pudge for the early game aggression, but they were just missing it, right? And then like we have some mid engagements as well where it just doesn't really connect. So I think for Entity, they're trying to do a lot of things, but it's just not clicking on a team level. Individually, sure, there's moments of good from most players, but yeah, it's just not looking too hot for them right now. And for Spirit, on the other hand, it's like, sure, okay, Yotaro isn't having the best game, but Collapse is just shining. And even in a game where Yotaro isn't looking dominating because he's getting outscored now and again, he's still putting on a show where it's like 12, 7, and 20. In like a quiet game for him, he's still hitting just incredible scorelines, right? So yeah, I feel for Spirit at least, they're now 6-0 in the group. They are looking disgustingly good. Bristlebacks in the meta. Spirit Breaker is crushing the meta. Wurt is in, like, some of the heroes that they're very good at are at the top of TI, or road to TI right now.
Yeah, it's looking great. It's looking definitely like Spirit are on a very hot streak right now and looking to be real contenders here as they're just playing Spirit Dota. They look very Spirit-esque, which is nice to see. This is looking like a team we've seen win a TI before.
And easily contenders, I think. It's the game that they played today. Just the way that they somehow like bunch up their opponents so beautifully to then allow for just AoE damage to rip through them. In the previous game, it was like the 3-man overgrowth with the glaives. In this game, it was the torrent storms and the tidal waves into mortar damage or the bristle damage, right? Like, they are... I guess as well, like when you look at their drafts, there's always something comfortable when you look at it. So I'm like, I don't feel bad if this game lasts 20 minutes or an hour. Like, you feel like there's playability at all points of the game. I think they are the best looking drafts because there's no... If they don't win by 30, it's over, right? And yeah, this time around, it's... we gave Collapse the MVP last time. He did kind of pop off. But, you know what? Miposhka Specialist Array to cancel the Axe Blink Dagger and the constant cancelling of daggers was pretty cool. So who are you giving MVP to, Nomad? I'll let you pick.
3 deaths on Charger. It's nice, but it's not enough for me. Collapse got 17 kills in this game. He was blending heroes on this Bristleback. I don't care that we gave it to him in game 1. You know, he played an entirely different hero in game number 2 in an entirely different way. And that's what it takes to get back-to-back MVPs. And there you go.
Damn, back-to-back. Here we go.
Back to goddamn Bristleback, baby. That's how we do it. And yeah, just absolutely blending them. I mean, he was one of the front lines. He was the one becoming the apex hero. Yeah, my Muertas died in one call from Act. Who cares? I'm going to take them down these buildings by myself, not leaving the high ground, just being an absolute pain in the ass. And that's what earns you MVP in my books.
Yeah, and Twitch chat thinks that you've robbed Lyle of an MVP, but yeah, fair enough. Bristleback had the scoreline, so he's going to get the pre-MVP because of the big numbers. To be fair, though, I think most of Spirit did step up in this game in their own ways. Right, you had the nuisance factor, Miposhka cancelling a lot of blink daggers. You had Lyle, who was connecting a lot of dots with the X and the Kunker and the torrents and the torrent storms and the boats and whatnot. So you kind of expect him to consistently be in contention. But yeah, overall Spirit, so scary. But I also feel that they're just picking the best heroes straight off the bat, right? Like, they're picking the Spirit Breaker, they're picking the Bristlebacks. Like, they're just getting some of like the biggest heroes and then amplifying it with the rest of their draft. So yeah, Spirit already have a bit more of the S tier heroes getting picked compared to some of the other teams who are maybe just sleeping with some of these heroes right now.
Yeah, maybe. Well, a great performance coming out from Team Spirit and definitely looking formidable here in the road to TI group stages. And that's going to end it for this best of 2 series, which means we move on to our final best of 2 series of the day for this line. And it's going to be 9 Pandas versus Team SMG. So stick around for that one as these guys are going to be battling it out for blood here at the TI group stages. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the group stages. We are now down to the final series of the day here, at least online C. It is 9 Pandas versus Team SMG with me, Nomad, joined by T Governor. T Gov, I mean, this isn't two teams which we've actually covered yet so far. So why don't you give us a quick rundown on both of them? Or actually, you choose yours and I'll do the other.
Oh, wow. Okay, which one do you know less about?
No, I know everything about everyone because I am a well-researched caster, but I've definitely casted less SMG.
Okay, so I think 9 Pandas, super aggressive team, and the way that... No, we can share, but no, I do want to touch on 9 Pandas a little bit, just because of the fact that we got to cast them before the qualifiers. I say I actually didn't cast the view, but still I'll say we as if we did. But they were super aggressive. They were very in-your-face style of team, and there were a couple times that Kiyotaka did get the death stare from Ramses in some of those games due to his over-aggression. But the key thing here is if you look at the standings, e.g. 9 Pandas, SMG are all sitting at 1 draw and 1 loss. Therefore, 1 and 3 in the standings. And if they can maybe get a win here, that's when you start looking at, we're not in that last place contention. Because right now, technically, this is the last place teams playing up against each other, so they do need to try and stride towards some victory now.
Absolutely, and it has to be said, quite surprising for 9 Pandas as well. They've had a strong season. They were the 4th top team when it came to DPC points. So really have been expecting more from these guys, but at least so far, they have struggled. Just a little bit. So yeah, very unfortunate for them. And by the way, with their last win, Team Spirit did secure themselves as as a top team, or at least one of the top 2 teams in Group A. Yep. So pretty good for them. They'll be securing them through for the time being. As going back to these guys, you want to stay out of that bottom space. So a win against SMG here would be absolutely huge. And of course, SMG not quite playing on their full roster at the moment.
And quickly, I know we haven't touched on the other groups yet, but big upset, I'd say maybe for TALON, sitting at 0-4 over in Group D. A lot of people have them quite highly up in the ranks, but yeah, unable to get a game win yet. And looking a little bit, just, it's early days, but I think VP now sitting at the bottom of Group C, nothing too crazy there. Of course, Gaimin Gladiators did lose to LGD earlier today. Tundra Awaken, they took a game off Shopify Rebellion, but still sitting at that 1-3. So I think biggest upset probably of the day is going to be TALON sitting at 0-4, but Thunder Awaken causing a little bit of upset, VKS causing an upset as well, a win there. So we're getting marginal upsets, nothing too crazy, but TALON, they're going to have to find something because they are just dropping games left and right.
They are indeed. And now we have the draft on the screen for this next series, which is going to be Team SMG versus 9 Pandas. As we said, both these teams in a pretty dire position right now. A win over the other would be huge in getting them out of the muck and into the green. Starting things off, we're going to have a Pangolier coming up from Team SMG. So something they've always liked playing with. And as mentioning before, you will notice that no Masaris, but instead we've got Mind Control coming out for SMG. Is going to be standing in for them.
Yeah, and also they've got Heen as coach as well. So they really did just assemble one of the, I say weird in the nicest way possible, where it's like, I don't think anyone in the timeline expected like Heen and Mind Control just to be, let's go play for SMG out of nowhere, right? It really is just quite the change up of the roster. Of course, you'd have wished that you got to see the original roster that qualified due to them just having that kind of synergy over time. But alas, this is the cards that they've been dealt with. And yeah, they have dropped the series to Team Spirit. They drew up against Evil Geniuses. And if they're able to maybe win the series against 9 Pandas, they're in a pretty good spot, of course, to avoid that bottom position in the group, not get eliminated, and get to see what happens in the next round of the road to the international.
Let's not forget no one coming in for this team as well, replacing CDR earlier on in the season, who himself replaced Moon. So a little bit of chopping and changing been going on over these guys for the time being. Actually, no, Moon and CDR are in the team at the same time, but it's a very worldwide team at the moment here on SMG. So quite the interesting kind of ragtag group of players, and it would be cool to see them doing well, but so far it hasn't really quite come together for them.
No, I think for SMG, like there are, like we just saw the standings, but they are in a spot where EG still needs to play Team Spirit, and EG already have a series lost to their name. So if SMG are able to find like one game win somewhere, right, a draw here, maybe a series win, that's when it's like, wait a second, EG are the contenders for elimination now, not SMG.
Yeah.
Like, I am theorizing based off of like what 3 series out of what 4 or so, but it's still kind of, we're at already like the pivotal point of the group stage for Group A. They did play a couple more, I think one more set of games compared to other teams. So we do actually have like there's just one phase deeper in regards to finding out that final position for everyone.
Absolutely, and you know, that's where it's all important. Qualification, it's a process this time around, but not a very long one. Things are going to be sorted out pretty damn fast. So we have Earthshaker and Grimstroke coming out for 9 Pandas. That is going to be the opening for them, and pretty strong, I would say. Earthshaker, you know, quite flexible, still able to be played around all over the place, and Grimstroke can certainly make use of him if he is a if he is a mid laner. Throwing that Inkswell upon him is going to be great. Or even if he's an off laner or a support, still a great, nice little combo between the two of them.
I'd like to see this just be the mid for 9 Pandas against the Pangolier mid lane. You can obviously get some quite nice denies against Pangolier, delaying the level 6 timing. You can prevent the farm efficiency, just offsetting the diffusal a little bit in the entire game. Your Fissure can just prevent how free the Rolling Thunder is, so it just annoys no one just a little bit. And yeah, on top of that, you've already mentioned how Grimstroke with the Inkswell, with the Shard, just amplifies that Shaker. He likes to be in the middle of everyone, so it's going to look pretty good for him. And for SMG though, this Pangolier, it's been something that they've been picking up, you know, quite a lot. Right, in the series against EG, they picked it twice in a row. And yeah, it's just Pangolier, the hero, was never really nerfed well enough, I feel. Like, Diffusal and Swashbuckle, extremely potent. Yeah, like mana costs are a little bit higher, but the fact that he still has the same kind of tankiness, spell damage, and everything, it's, yeah, the hero is incredible, but you need heroes to play behind you. So the Phoenix and the Willow, they are great at playing behind the chaos of a Pangolier, be it through the defensive capabilities of both the heroes, but also the damage that both can pump out, be it through Bedlam or Sunray.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of underrated about especially Phoenix. Not so much Dark Willow. People tend to know what the Willow can really do, but Phoenix for sure, you know, just such a big changer, you know, with the healing plus the damage coming out from Sunray, especially in the late game. It can be absolutely ridiculous. Super, super strong. And now Undying going to be grabbed from the side of 9 Pandas. One more pick to come for them before SMG get to grab their hero. You should need to grab some cores here. They've got the Earthshaker. Now they've got their core support duo out of the bag, so we either need a safe laner or presumably an off laner. I feel like you last pick your carry if you're 9 Pandas, but then a lot of stuff could get banned out. Some good stuff which you might want to grab.
I'm trying to think what it could be. I mean, Brewmaster is available, and it is pretty good. Okay, they go Centaur. I just want to see like the beefy off laner, right? I think it's pretty cheap for me to say, oh yeah, Centaur, but yeah, Brewmaster is pretty cool. They go for a Centaur. They are beefy boys. They just give Grimstroke lane, because I think Grimstroke wants to spam a lot of spells, so he needs an off laner who can just body the damage for him, right? Because Grim's not really going to do that. And on top of it, you have another Inkswell now. You Inkswell the Centaur, blink, stun. You put it on the Shaker, blink, stun, right? Like, the heroes kind of play themselves. And now you also have solo on an Undying. Like, think back to the old school times where he's playing an Ogre, just running up the high ground like, hey, look at me, look at me. And then you waste a spell, and then suddenly there's the Shaker or Centaur reinitiating. Exact same thing's going to happen, but with the Undying. Pop that Flesh Golem, throw some high ground Tombstone, get all the vision that you need, and allow your initiators to find the fight. Only issue I feel for 9 Pandas is if they don't kill inside the slam, inside the stomp, Phoenix will probably get an egg, Willow will get a Bedlam. Of course, these heroes will feed quite quickly to a Shaker, just because how much damage he does from mid lane. Just something to note. They need that carry for a little bit more follow-up damage. And if there ever, and you might hate me for saying this, but if there ever was a time for potentially like a Spectre type carry, this is maybe the game. Like, of course, there's still 2 picks to come down the line for 9 Pandas, but they do have ultimate last pick in the draft. Okay, maybe they don't do it now. Okay, I take it back. But either way, it could have been an actual Spectre game.
But you don't like it versus PA because of the break?
Pretty much. It's still kind of cool for like maybe the Spectre gets agged, you see PA that way, and it's like, wait, there's an illusion on the invisible part of the map. But yeah, PA is still a pretty good hero. Yes, there's been some nerfs to the agonyms in regards to the blur, the range, like the fade time and stuff on it, but it's still a very potent hero. You still do insane damage with your dagger. If Grimstroke shows, he's going to instantly die. It's always about playing off of your blur. So now it makes it just harder for Shaker and Centaur to find that initiation. Like this draft from SMG feels like Pango needs to create a lot of noise, set up the vision game, and then PA will just wait. If she sees like a Shaker use blinking correctly or totem the wrong way, that's when you jump in and capitalize on the fight. And a rare gyrocopter ban. We haven't really seen much gyrocopter. This hero kind of fell out of fashion a little bit. Maybe because Yotaro's interview where he flamed it and everyone else was like, wait a second, if Yotaro doesn't like it, we don't like it. But
yeah, we don't like him. We stand Yotaro. We follow him till the day we die. The entire Dota scene. But yeah, to be fair, PA is also a dead hero. So, you know, the defibrillator is really coming out in this draft.
But what's Mind Control going to play here?
10 seconds remaining.
It's indeed.
He could play.
Remaining.
I could see Mag being pretty cool. A lot of empower buff to throw to PA, to throw to Pangolier. That's a pretty cool option. Spear Breaker is still actually no, the lane is absolute garbage. Why? Oof. That's the thing with the Undying. It's kind of like Undying stops some of these more enjoyable offlaners to get picked up. Obviously, Spear Breaker, even though it's very much in meta right now, probably wouldn't want to pick it blindly into an Undying with a counter pick down the line. And that's what will cause slight concerns for SMG, is just what's the offlaner that can play into both Undying and a counter pick?
5 seconds remaining.
That is the question, and the answer, I just don't really know. It seems kind of tricky.
Primal Beast is probably fine as well, to be fair. You are very tanky, so you just don't care on dying and just get the kill. He steps up, trample him down.
All right.
I like Primal, Mag, or Brewmaster. They're kind of the three that come to... Oh, Brewmaster's first phase banned, I'm sorry. That's why I obviously didn't get picked earlier, lol. But Primal or Magnus are the two that come to mind for me.
9 pandas.
The heroes which can survive.
Oh, they do go for the Spirit Breaker
do
still.
it anyway.
Hold up. Okay, I mean, Spirit Breaker's a really weak laner, so I was kind of concerned. An instant Morphling. Yeah, like
that makes sense.
This is like one of the hardest lanes for Spirit Breaker to enjoy. Like, you never have kill threat on Morphling, and Undying is just gonna bully you the entire time. So, sure, the lane is gonna be horrendous, I feel, for Mind Control. But of course, the game, once you get to your items, it's great. You know, you're a Spirit Breaker.
Quick one.
Go.
Are you a mullet enjoyer? Are you mullet god appreciator?
I wouldn't sport one myself, but I can respect a man like Jean-Noel himself to sport such a glorious thing. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I'm a big one. I want to see him in shades as well, but I like the commitment to the mullet, and he's really stuck with it, and I think it works. So now we've got that out of the way. I do think it's a ridiculously good Morphling game, and I'm very concerned for Team SMG and whether they can actually fight up into this one. I'm just not sure they've got the capabilities. I mean, no one has to pull an absolute shift on this Pangolier, and Mid-One needs a pretty flawless game on the PA for them to actually fight up into this draft, I feel.
I think for SMG, they do actually have good timings, though, because this Diffusal Blade on Morphling, on Pangolier, used on the Morphling, will be pretty disruptive. If you Swashbuckle or Centaur, low mana pool, Earthshaker, like, the damage from 9 Pandas comes from reacting quite nicely and being explosive in that moment. Whilst SMG, it's constant scraps, constant go, right? The Willow pokes you, Panga pokes you, Spirit Breaker pokes you. So I feel like SMG, if they can break from the lanes quicker, use the Diffusal Blade timing, get some key kills, pressure the Morphling a little bit, this game could be quite good for SMG, but I think it really just boils down to who makes the game, like, their tempo. This Pangolier or the Earthshaker.
I've always wanted to be a giant
All right,
spacecraft.
let's find out. We're jumping into it right now.
I've always
Game
wanted to be
number
a giant
one between
spacecraft.
SMG and 9 Pandas. Which way is it going to go? We're going to find out. But yeah, great point with the diffusal on Pangolin. That's going to be a very big limiting factor, especially for the Earthshaker. One of the combos he really hates playing into. When Earthshaker was like all the rage in the middle lane before the nerfs, Pango was one of the few heroes which could still kind of play up into him. So now that he's no longer the bee's knees on Earthshaker, it should be a pretty good matchup for the Pangolin.
Okay, what was the changes in the D
30
patch?
seconds to battle.
He only got a 25 talent change, which was 0.5 less reduction on his
I
totem.
think it was C where he got smacked down.
Yeah, I'm just double. Okay, what was C? Mana cost increased. Yeah, okay, so they delayed his totem damage from his 15 talent and pushed it to his 20 talent. Okay,
Yeah.
that's quite a hefty change. Yeah.
And it meant that you couldn't just take a totem talent at like every single level, which was kind of insane. The scaling has been reduced quite thoroughly, and of course the increased mana cost going to come into effect, especially when you're playing against a Pangolin with Diffusal. It's going to be even more annoying, so we'll definitely see that coming through the C changes, making a big deal as Solo. I know, staying on him right now. They might actually be able to take him down.
Does have TP, but also don't want to use it, and yeah, that's just gonna be a hold. He has 10 more move speed. Slap him.
Run!
There you go.
Oh no!
The
my
best
goodness,
start to a
Solo.
lane that's already favoring Dire.
Yeah, that's for sure. Arfu gonna be losing his life there. Jesus. That's not the way you want to start things off. All right, tough times. But, you know, it's just not dying, getting more money. What does it really matter?
Fast forward 5 minutes. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Mind control. It's not like he has another way back into the game either as well, or at least in like the early laning phases. Like, sure, you can charge around the map, but it's really hard to make connections happen, especially if you're weak. You just end up feeding everywhere. You can't jungle. It could be really tough.
Yeah, and we're looking at the triple cam setup, and now we kind of move to bot lane. Centaur Grimstroke. You hit one stomp into a stroke of fate, double edge at 2. Mid one, it's all about resource management. You're going to need a lot of tanks, a lot of regen just to keep him in the lane. Yeah, you can play on dagger spam, but look at this. Instantly hit the 2 spike.
Oh my
and
god.
doesn't actually pop the Inkspell.
Yeah,
Go for that kill.
Could have done it a little early there. Maybe would have secured the kill, but
This is not an enjoyable lane for SMG at all. You've got top lane Undying Morphling, bot lane Centaur Grimstroke. I emphasize the fact as we kind of came into the game here that it's all on no one's kind of shoulders to give SMG entry to this game. And he is sitting at 12-0 compared to the 7-3 of Shaker. He is holding a wave.
okay. Yeah, he's got another wave coming in, so it's probably pretty even in that regard as Mind Control forced off the lane once again. Solo just boarding them. Ramsey's helping out with the adaptive strikes.
Has been killed.
He's doubling CS and denies on Morphling. That is pretty much how every single Morphling into Spirit Breaker lane goes. It is such a disaster matchup because the reasoning, Spirit Breaker, you are a low attack speed hero. Yes, you're tanky, but it's pretty impossible to just out CS the Morphling, especially when he plays on Agi. And when you ask to charge him and try and punish him, he just shifts up into strength a little bit, and then you're never actually killing him during that charge surprise early game bash damage. It really just completely just stops the hero from the efficiencies that you sometimes find in other matchups.
Yeah, he's just trying to drag the wave back where he can. Peel some creeps off the wave, farm them up, peel some more creeps off, farm them up. Arfu trying to get what he can from this as well. It definitely feels like a scrounging attempt up here on the top side, and they're going to have a very, very fat Ramsey's morph to deal with. It's on the bottom. Yeah, getting kind of low here. Januel trying to finish him off. Mid one's going to come in as well. That's going to be enough. They get the kill. Antares, again, is kind of not really popping the end.
Got another dagger.
And there we go.
Blinking too.
Antares might be dropping here. They've got the Phantom Strike available. Not going to need it. Januel getting himself the double kill. The mullet gets it done.
They got level 3 first. Like, okay. I just didn't expect them to be able to get level 3 first. And of course, so it's kind of like they got level 3 during the fight, but still. Yeah, I left a little bit speechless there. Just, I don't see Centaur Grim dying, but yeah, SMG, they found entry to that. They got the kill, and now they have level advantage in a lane that was going very nicely for 9 Pandas. Mid one looking to go for the corrosion.
They need to somehow turn one of these lanes in their favor, and that's the way to do it. Very nice job from the two of them.
Mid one. Oh! Sorry, mid one just went to like 10 HP in the bot lane, by the way. It was very spicy.
Just hanging out. Bot, top side. Man control's fine. Once again being chased, but now he has some creeps under his tower, so should be able to snack on these harassment-free. Always nice to have a harassment-free diet. And down at bottom, once again, Miera just kind of being chased. Going well. Being the boss of this bottom lane. Chasing back 9 Pandas again and again. Ooh, they get the D ward. That's actually kind of big. Miera coming in for that one, and now they're going to look over towards the Phoenix. Phoenix in some real trouble down at bottom. The Phoenix
gets
the dive away. Gets out under the tower. Seconds away, but he does survive. Just getting that, killing off the Phantom's Embrace and getting the dive away. We'll leave PA alone for a while as Solo actually calmed down to say what's up to mid one, and now he drops the tombstone. Mid one could be in some trouble. Doesn't have anyone to Phantom Strike to. That's a problem. Panteris could be a little careful about showing here, but no, he's fine. He can just help run down mid one here. Januel, he is coming back. Will it be in time? Oh, he was in time. Mid one, 10 HP. He's gonna get away. Oh
Twice.
My goodness, how?
Twice in the last like minute and a half, mid one's just been on 10 HP, and then no one gets to kill mid. Afu just TP's in.
Huge.
All the resources for 9 Panda were getting thrown into the safe lane, and yeah, mid one dicing with death. But Manuel, love the fact that he came back there, was like, realized that there was a chance for survival. He didn't just leave his carry for dead. And all right. Small things happening for SMG, of course. You cannot forget the fact that Morphling is 36 CS and 17 denied in the top lane. Completely free farm.
Yeah.
But they are surviving elsewhere.
They are. Even maybe, I mean, not quite thriving, but they're fighting for their rights in the other lanes, which is nice to see. SMG definitely putting up some sort of pushback against this 9 Pandas lanes, which for the first 3 minutes kind of looked like it was just going to be a roll. Kiyotaka looking just to stay on top of Pango. Ooh, I feel like committing the slam there.
It did have it available. Yeah.
Yeah, Enchant Totem still not quite got the cooldown on it to kind of layer it up like that. Not without
Solo.
Anyway. Solo gonna try and get denied. Meanwhile in the mid lane, a bit of a chase going on, but Solo doesn't quite get off the deny, so Mike gets himself bad at least. And now the slam comes down, not connecting onto Januel. That's a bad miss. Saving it for this long and not turning it into a kill. Sucks for Kiyotaka.
Just to give context, Phoenix was on the dire high ground. He went to go hit the slam, but then of course just Icarus dived away, and then seconds late for Kiyotaka. SMG just making moves around the map, killing off Solo, dodging slams. Mid one getting double edge for like the 12th time in 7 minutes.
It's fun. It's a fun time for him. He's just trying to.
Now on mid with no slam up. They're trying to punish him.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Mind control. I mean, he's not going to be able to kill off the tombstone, but Alfu comes in and it's going to force the deny out from Solo. There's no one in Januel coming in for this one as well. SMG, they're bringing the numbers to the middle lane. They force off 9 Pandas, but 9 Pandas not really super committed to that play regardless. Let's see, how long does he have this bottle for? Should be able to wait until he's got the slam to use the arcane rune, and then that should mean Kiyotaka can kind of pick up the pace a bit.
Yep. Pangolier, what's he? Oh, mana boots complete, okay. I would assume that mid one will just still go for Battle Fury. I don't know if there's some like weird non-Battle Fury tech that can be in play, but my gut feel should just be, Battle Fury into like Deso BKB, pick off everyone else, And respect the
Mind
fact that this game
control.
most likely... What's happening with mind control? Pig pole.
He's just being led on a merry old chase. Ooh, Morphling thought he could finish the job with that
Got a
one. They're gonna have to
charge?
pop the Stampede to try and finish him off, and they will be able to do that. Yeah, charge not quite there in time. Down the bottom lane as well. Actually trying to step up with this one. Terrace could be in some trouble here. Started out though onto the two of them, but Terrace is gone. The Bramble Maid's going to catch him now.
Nice body blocks.
Nice body blocks. Nice body blocks coming through onto Miero. Miero tries to turn around. So mid one doesn't really care though. Miero, he's going to eventually get brought down as no one turns up to this one as well. Nice start from
Attempt 3.
Kiyotaka. Now popping that arcane rune, which is going to mean he gets the enchant totems off, takes down Januel. Miero will fall, and now Kiyotaka surrounded by heroes. Arcane rune going to work, giving him the cooldowns to keep on fighting into this one and stopping them from bringing him down. And now he gets on top of Arfu as well. It's another one for the Earthshaker. Beautiful rotation, beautiful rune usage, and now they're trying to bring down no one as well. The zombies are upon him. It's helping out. No one's got to turn around to bring them down, but Ramses is in the fight, and he gets a double kill from this one. What a movement from the Morphling as well. 9 Pandas thoroughly taking the first big engagement of the game.
Yeah, SMG, they really are trying to push the limits with their heroes, but just takes a little bit too long to take the kill, and especially underneath the protection of that tier 1 tower, Ramses is able to freely TP in, provide such incredible contribution to that fight, and then yeah, just back off to farming. And I respect the fact that SMG is trying to make so much happen, try and get the PA into the game before she's even like ready. Like often some players be like, no, I need to farm my Battle Fury Death with BKB before active, but inactive, sorry. The mid one with his nature of play is going to get killed off a couple times in a row.
Once again, yeah, getting caught. And this is the Blink Dagger reveal, so not really expecting that one, but Kiyotaka very, very early with the Blink due to that successful fight down on the bottom side, and immediately puts it to use and bringing down the enemy carry. Absolutely brilliant.
Getting some nice little updates from the other games. Azure Ray currently looking to be in the lead there. That's a nice little feature. I like that. Tundra did beat Keed Stars in game 1.
Yeah. Now they're in the draft for game 2. Virtus.pro blasting Beastcoast, looking to turn that into a 1-1. Anyway, let's get back to our game, because there are currently smokes in the middle lane. Yeah. Solo doing his best to look like a tasty little snack, but no one, he's not really taking the bait.
And Shaker, of course, with the Blink Dagger. Ooh!
He got it. That courier's dead, but Solo is also dead in the middle lane. He did do a good job on looking very, very tasty. And SMG, they eat him up. Goodbye, Solo.
It's rare to see so many slams just not being hit early on, but you know, doesn't really matter. Of course, Shaker is a very strong hero without slam, with that Grimstroke on top. And yeah, it's nice to see mid one's now kind of calmed down his aggression. He's not rushing for the engagements anymore. He's now kind of parked up in his triangle. Mind control pretty much has to go Midas. I think if he went just for naked Shadowblade, he will just be bottom of the cores for about half an hour of the game. So Shadowblade should give him a little bit more kind of entry into this one.
He's not doing terribly, but I feel that's mostly because he's kind of just been ignored. You know, didn't really bother turning up to that bottom engagement, just kind of farming his way back into the game as he kind of needed to do. And Ramses immediately sees the Willow, immediately jumps upon him. Doesn't quite feel... Ooh, cute. Oh, wait, Kiyotaka comes out from nowhere and blows him up. See you later, buddy.
Yeah. I think earlier I saw Centaur looking... Okay, no, he's actually doing it. Okay. So with Centaur, you can go for the Vanguard, and if the game's looking pretty good, you can disassemble Vanguard to use the Vitality Booster with a Reaver to then obviously create Heart, and it looks like Miro's just going to do it. He's just going to forego Blink or any of the other cool items and just go straight for a naked Heart Rush.
You love to see it. Well, some people love to see it. I don't know how good this is or what it's going to achieve, but he's certainly going to be a big tanky boy.
SMG's damage comes through, does come through items, right? And we are talking about how starved they are. So imagine like at the 16-17 minute mark, there's a Manta Morphling, a Heart Centaur, and then like Blink Aghanims on Shaker. How does SMG really fight into that when most of your heroes are buying farming items? Your PA is buying Battle Fury to then buy another item to kind of transition into that late game hero. Your Pangolier, sure, is available to fight. Spearbreaker is going to go Midas into question mark active or AFK item, who knows? Another slam, another kill.
Gone. See you later, buddy.
Yeah, I think this is 9Panda's window just to wreak havoc right now. The disparity in what items are being bought will just shine through in the next 10-15 minutes of the game.
Absolutely, and I feel like once they hit those timings, if you bring down the Pangolier, I don't think SMG have answers. I just don't think they can fight if that happens. It's going to be a tough storm for them to kind of just try to survive through.
This Centaur build looks so ugly. I know it's like a build, right? But just when you look at his inventory, it just makes me so uncomfortable. Like there's a Vanguard, there's a Reaver, some Lotus, 2 backpack rings, a stick of Quell, like, ugh.
Yeah, but it's like a super cool blade mail though with Retaliate, where the strength damage
the hipster blade mail,
returns lots.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
SMG looking for something. I mean, they do see Ramses. Can they take him down? Ramsey,
he got the
get
shift
up
off.
the strength more, but they've got a lot of damage to pump out into him. And waveform away. The team's coming on through. Solo's here to save him. Stampede's there as well. And the Morphling gets away to safety. Ramsey's playing on the edge of death, but does get himself out. A failed rotation from SMG. That one's going to hurt.
I'm just a little bit surprised that Mind Control didn't also commit with the charge. I don't know if he used it maybe to farm us slightly earlier, but if they connected down on top, that would have just been a dead Morphling. And Tyrus is going to be going down now. Solo also in the area, hit by a root, but the Soul Bind might be doing up. Oh no, take it back.
Mind Control rolling on through. Solo looking like he's going to be left for dead here. 9Pandas not ready to commit to this one. They don't have the resources. Shaku's got no mana. He's got no slam. He's got no rune. Just waiting for the 60-minute rune, praying it's bottom, and it is.
And there it is. The Mantis coming out for Ramses. Like, that is 147 CS, 33 deniers, 9,000 net worth at the 16-minute mark.
That's crazy. Almost as crazy as the Centaur, now walking around with brown boots, hard of Taras.
Do you think their inventory got prettier or uglier with the completion of the heart?
I think it got cooler. I think it got cool as hell.
Okay. The fact that he's also like 1,000 gold away from the blink is just... If you're SMG and you just click on this Chad build, you're like, oh god, what are we gonna do? Like, sure, there is gonna be 4 points of Sunray, but...
Yeah.
Like, no one's like, guys, I can take his mana, but his life, nope. Okay, so mid one does have Battle Fury. Like, it's actually a
big
pretty good timing.
Coming out from mid one. If mid one crits the Centaur, it's going to be a big number, T.
What, like 5% of his HP though?
But big number. And
big number.
Big number. Big number, cool. Top lane, Kiyotaka coming in, jumps in, slam, misses. Doesn't matter though, Inkswell's there to follow. Oh, it does matter because the fear is there from Arfu to chase back Kiyotaka. Arfu now trying to go for the TP away. Kiyotaka not going to let him get away with this one. In fact, they brought down Mind Control and they're going to be able to bring down the Willow as well. So, will be 2 kills regardless. Make them work for it a little bit more. Nevertheless, they do go down. Slam, it's who cares? It's not really his ultimate, is it?
Let's be honest.
Look,
he's missed 3 slams, all right? He's missed 3. He's missed 3, okay? Like, in replay review, maybe, you know, DM, who's 9Panda's coach, is going to be, hello, boss man. Shouldn't be missing 3 slams at the road to the international, but it isn't really hurting 9Pandas right now. They are just incredibly farmed and just making all the correct moves across the map.
Do you think a coach is ever going to actually say that though? Like, I feel like
that's the type of thing that you say, like, do you know, like, after you've done like the meaty part of the replay review and like you're walking out of the room, you're like, I maybe don't miss 3 slams bite, and then you quickly run, you know. And that's how not to win a TI.
Just whisper in his ear. 3 slams.
No.
80 minutes.
No, that for sure is something competitively you don't actively bring up because they already know it, right? It's like they're pro players, so.
Well, no one's dead. He gets absolutely slammed upon in the middle lane. No slam used, of course. Januel might be forced to use the supernova here. Doesn't want to do it. Is going to have to use it. Miara and Kiyotaka trying to bring down that supernova regardless, but they actually can't. Kiyotaka runs himself away. Stampede being used. Miara's done for the time being, and now, it's the Morphling's time to fight, and he just blows up Januel. They'll rip through him the second time. No problem at all. Oh, hello Miaro. Hello Spirit Breaker. In comes the slam as well. Shaker, he's getting on top of him. Is he gonna do it? Nah. He lets Apu get away. Oh no, he wants to save his abilities now.
SMG just trying to dodge as much as possible now. Like, I just don't see where the damage is going to come from in the fight, right? I think it was beautiful from Januel to start the fight, right? Like the spirit into egg. It's like, I got you. You can't kill my egg. But it's like, well, where was anything else, right? There wasn't any follow-up to layer on top of it. And even when Spirit connected on the Centaur, it's not like he wanted to use the Never Strike to contain the Centaur, because there was Morphling and everyone barreling past the tier 2s immediately. It was incredibly rough point in the game. And this does feel like a classic PA game where she needs to just fully AFK farm, ignore her team, and then wait until she has probably BKB, Deso, +1 item, and that's going to be her, hey, if they mess up, I can break the game, but just getting to that point will be so difficult. Skipping waves, just play the filthy
mid one.
Spear breakaway of Dota. He's just dead. Ooh, that's cool, but still dead.
Wow, that voice line had echo on it. It had reverb. Yeah. Wow.
I didn't know I was allowed.
Do that.
Yeah.
We're getting effects on here. How's this? Kiyotaka finding another kill. Now godlike. I'm not sure anything's going to be stopping the Shaker for a while. The Shaker train has left the station and it's just plowing through everything. Trees, small animals, big animals, nurseries. Nothing is stopping it. And
Roshan falls very quickly too. Tombstone to tank, Flash Golem to amp, Ramses to kill, Miro to just to say he contributed and helped. No one in the top lane.
Kiyotaka. This is crazy. 9 Pandas just doing whatever they want. Like 3 heroes destroying the Roach Club. Kiyotaka just running around killing whoever the hell he feels like. Just feels like a very, I don't want to say free game, but can I say free game?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to sugarcoat things. Right now, 9 Pandas are playing a very free game. I think SMG are just getting a little bit outplayed. In the draft, I was concerned that Spirit Breaker was a bit of a bait pick, and it's kind of come into light, right? It's MC is currently 1-3-2. He's still playing his recovery game. Then you have a PA who's playing a recovery game. Pangolier who wants to make moves, but no one really to play with. So they are just a little bit like, lost sheep right now. And luckily for SMG though, these heroes do get later timings in the game, right? So
your phrasing is interesting, saying no one really to play with, and I feel like they could be playing with no one a little bit better, quite literally. He's all right. He's had a game, but I've never seen him with more than one hero next to him. Like, just I feel like it's more like with 4 heroes and try and get some control of this map, because
it's more like,
I don't
do
think
they
they're
have
gonna
that
win by just letting this happen.
But what happens when no one rolls in and we see another hero die? So I feel like what we're seeing here is gonna happen if you go as 4. Pango will roll in, Tombstone will get thrown, zombies will build up around these heroes, Spirit will try and charge, get fissured, Morphling will then kill the egg. Like, it's actually a really hard game for SMG to fight evenly until they have a lot of items. Like, it's quite a item-hungry lineup that they've drafted themselves. And on the flip side, 9 Pandas, the game just played itself. Oh, another slam missed! 4 slams missed, Kiyotaka! Replay review will be something tonight.
There'll be a montage. I'm calling it. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're getting the kill. Oh, hold on. It does matter. He's got the BKB TP away. Mid one.
Nice fear though from Apu. The BKB revealed to survive, but yeah, nearly died. If Apu wasn't there, 100% would be dead to rights. Ramsey's currently soloing a Tormentor. I feel like there's a lot of little mini activities occurring for 9 Pandas. They're rushing, killing no one. They're tormentoring. They're trying to kill mid one. They are just doing whatever they want right now.
They're not playing together because they don't need to play together. It would be less efficient for them to be doing stuff together because they don't need each other, which is kind of sad in a way.
I am down though for the storyline of, oh my god, it's 60 minutes, SMG, the Spirit Breaker, they've done it, you know? I'm down for that storyline.
Sure, like the Artesia one we had earlier, but right now the fight is taking place and Spirit Breaker's in the middle of everything, just getting absolutely cooked right now. And in comes Ontaries to finish off the job with the help of Kiyotaka being swell, going to work. They'll ignore Januel for the time being. The moment he comes out of that egg, in comes these Phantom's Embrace, meaning he cannot escape. And Ramsey sliding in from the sidelines, help out as Kiyotaka brings down Arfu as well. Try to make a play. 3 heroes are lying dead on the floor because of it.
Just not able to really sync up the spells, and a slam connects this time around.
Wowee. No one trying to choose his direction. Has managed to get himself away. Yes, he does. No more stuns available on Kiyotaka. See? The slam's useless. When he doesn't slam, he gets the kills. When he does slam, they get away. In fact, when he is missing slams, he's getting 2 kills because they're TP in to be like, oh, he missed slam, we can help him, and then they die as well. So
many levels to this.
There's so many levels.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think it is testament to how broken Pangolier was when he no longer disarms people now. It's just spell attack speed reduction, and he's still like a competitive hero. That blows my mind, honestly.
120 attack speed is something to be reckoned with, right?
Like, you know, it used to be a
6 gloves of haste.
Like, that's so stupid.
No, yeah, for sure.
Anti-gloves of haste.
Like, yeah, the fact that Pangolier had percentage damage reduction and a disarm. Back in the day, he also silenced. What a time we lived back then. The lottery system. I hope I disarm. Fuck, I silenced. Like,
yeah,
they were the good ones.
It's called Lucky Shot.
Unknown Pandas are just walking it down mid, hitting the mid racks.
In a good way.
Of course.
Middle barracks is going to disappear. The only one trying to stop him is Januel, who's just kind of throwing a fire spirit at Ramses every now and again, saying, please, stop this. Says, no, I have towers to hit. Yeah, he's not going to keep going because Aegis is no longer. I mean, very respectful from Ramses not to keep this going. I'm pretty sure he could just keep on going with the Stampede to get him out of there if needed, but they're going to be cautious kitties.
He's just sitting on 5k gold as well. Okay, he's going for Satanic. I was like, where is he spending the money on Morphling? He could buy Daedalus if he wanted to. He could go super safe and do Satanic like he is going for. Plenty of options, and they're trying to find no one in towers. Unable to connect in the Inkswell. Misses the fissure.
Ooh, no one.
Maybe hits the slam.
One.
There it is.
The slam! They find him up in the
corner of the map.
left, top right corner. You know what? That's fine. That was in the middle of nowhere. They too managed to catch him TPing out.
We saw his body fade into the ground. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Watching the light fade from their eyes. That's what we really want to see. And the siege doth continue. Ramses keeps on hidden. Yeah, he's got his heart. He can tank towers. Boy, can he tank towers. I planned exactly for this moment. I knew how this game was going. I knew that Ramses was going to want me to get hit and not quit. Boy, does he not quit.
Like, we haven't had to talk about solo at all this game, but the fact he's going for Pavis Solar Crest Locket, it is the most push the Morphling forward combo I could ever see in my life.
Yeah. Buying like all these budget items, just throw on the Morphling. He's like, here, have a Pavis, have a Solar Crest, have a Holy Locket. Kind of cute.
Am I silly?
Yeah.
Why do I see 21 charges on his locket when max is 20? If you click on Undying right now, guys, is it a visual bug? I see 21. Do you see 21? If you hover on it,
okay, so I need you to
20?
keep an eye on when he uses it. It definitely says 21 because when you hover over it, it says 21 as well.
Yeah.
The solo is cheating
Yeah,
should be
I think we
disqualified
might need to
for it.
replay this game. Just saying.
Yeah.
Like, this is unacceptable.
Hey, if this Morphling survives on 15 HP, then... No,
and I'm just saying, if you're a C fan right now,
why
this
he
is...
dies TPing in his base. That's not okay. I'll be honest, I'm surprised SMG are even still playing. I mean, they gotta try, I guess. They got a BKB Desolator Battle Fury PA who hasn't even entered the game yet. Let's see if she can do something with this fancy.
Maybe okay, he's finally TP back. The Mega Creeps situation
Final
is...
Barrack Dream starts here, everybody. Ramses steals the Spirit Breaker form, jumps in, kills off the egg. That's the best charge we've seen all game, goddammit. They'll take down Mind Control in the process and now immediately turn on towards this melee barracks. Ramses, he's completely unstoppable this game. Not a single death to his name. Satanic? Oh yeah, he's got a Satanic as well, just using it whilst hitting barracks, because why the hell not at this point? Mid one trying to blow up Kiyotaka, trying to do something, trying to have some sort of impact, but he's getting blasted to the face. The Enchant Totem takes him down, killed on his solo by an Earthshaker in this engagement, and that is going to be that, my friends. It wasn't close, it wasn't dramatic, but it was sure a game of Dota 2 as 9 Pandas take down SMG.
Quite the one-sided game. There's not really much to say on it. I feel 9 Pandas, they just had the much better lanes. The Spirit Breaker was just a bait pick. And
did you see the back of Solo's jersey?
No, what did it say?
It says Solo, and it's got like number, it's got, wait. Crouch down. No, he's covering it up. Oh, it says Solo 322 on it anyway.
Of course, a classic. But no, I think for SMG at least, the Spirit Breaker pick was not the one. I think it is the meta of TI will be Spirit Breaker, but also you need to respect some of the bigger counters to the hero. I think Razor safe lane, Morphling safe lane are some of the biggest anti-offlane Spirit Breaker heroes. And yeah, we got to see the Morphling in action here. It was always mode recovery. On top of that, you have a PA who needs to recover. And that was basically it. The Kiyotaka Shaker just runs around. He misses 4 slams, but then he kills everything else. It was just one of those games. Just really nice laning setups. Grimstroke plus Centaur, amplifying each other, Undying, securing the Morphling, getting 21 locket charges on what should be capped at 20. So again, if you do want to replay this game, because of that +1 locket charge, maybe if you're SMG, you might want to start asking. No, please don't do that. But no, overall, just a really clean draft and really clean play.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was very impressed, honestly, by everything which they were doing on the side of 9 Pandas. Like, they're just very, very confident in all of their lanes and all of their heroes. Like, no one was really dropping the ball at any point. They all looked great. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how we're going to give an MVP on this one because, again, everyone was just kind of performing and doing exactly what they needed to do in the game. So let's give it to Mira for the incredible Heart Rush. No, I'm joking. I should probably go to Ramses. He's completely uncontested on this Morphling. Just, you know, no one touched him. No one touched him the entire game. He was a completely untouched puddle.
Yeah, pretty much. It was, I think, just a beautiful pick. And I think in all the time that I followed Ramses and his career, I think his ability to pick Morphling in like the perfect Morphling game always seems to happen. Like when he was when he played in the mid, it was always, I can pick some Morphling to deal with some like mid Alchemist. In this game, he's picking Morphling to deal with Spirit Breaker. Like he just picks the hero that punishes SMG. Like if this was just any other carry, SMG can be like, all right, sure, the lane will be better. We'll play out a game. We'll get to mid game. There'll be some like chaotic moments, and PA can probably thrive. But because we don't see this, you know, this timeline, because we see quite a niche pick, then yeah, just having that experience within the draft just gets exploited the entire time. And yeah, Mira goes for the Heart Rush. He's unkillable. Kiyotaka with the Blink and Ags, pretty unkillable. Not enough lockdown. So yeah, just a really, really good game from 9 Pandas. And yeah, of course, Ramses is going to be the MVP for this first game. Nope. We can give it to Shaker instead. Just kidding. Don't worry. I meant Shaker.
Yep.
But I also meant
absolutely owned it in the middle lane. 14-1 and 8 on the Shaker, just absolutely rocking up and owning. He was just skipping around the map. This looked fun. And honestly, he was just having fun this game, just bouncing around all over the case like a murderous bunny rabbit, killing anybody who really came across, mixing slams and killing them anyway. Very
Incredible building
game,
damage. 66
that is
building
the important
damage.
thing.
Well, that's like 2 right clicks, 3 right clicks. But yeah,
That means wait, how
I think
did he
Ramses
that
did get a little
many?
bit cheated there, but it's all good. But anyway, I think Kitaka Shaker is one of his specialties. He
Yes.
went for a phase last couple months where they would just first pick it, and whenever you play into it, if you're against some high mobile spirit hero, you will always hit the slam and find that pick. If you're against another melee hero, you'll out deny them. This hero is still very good. Yes, you do less damage because totem changes have pushed you to like level 20, but you're still a high damage, quick paced hero, and especially with Grimstroke rising up the ranks, now let's say the damage you lose on totem, you now gain from Inkswell. So I think just cushioning the Shaker with the correct position 4 could also be the fix to his level 20 talent change. And Nine Pandas did showcase that quite beautifully in this first game.
They did indeed. They showcased a lot of things very beautifully in this first game. SMG, they've got a mountain to climb to come back into this one and level out the series. Can they do it? Of course they can. Will they do it? We're going to find out after this short break. Hello, and welcome back. It is time for the final game of today's group stage here on line number C. And C stands for chilled, really. Last game was pretty damn chilled. Team SMG just couldn't really put it together, unfortunately, and Nine Pandas just got a nice chill win. Game number 2, well, hopefully we see a bit more of a fight being put up.
Yeah, I would love to see SMG put up a little bit more of a fight. I feel that was just... There's always like 1 in like 100 games where you get the team that does a little bit of everything, but then nothing. And that's kind of what SMG did in that game. Like they left laning phase going, oh, we're going to kill here. We're going to try and do this. We're gonna try. And then they were like, wait a second. We're really underfarmed. And then it just became just a weird little farm fest. I think for SMG at least, like, I guess the concern for them now, they are probably in one of the more difficult spots of teams at TI because they've lost to Team Spirit, they lost the game to EG, then beat EG, and lost to Nine Pandas. So they've only experienced 1 game win so far. So they only have 1 game of good information. And that was the same information that they used going into Nine Pandas because they had 3 of the same heroes that they beat EG with in this game against them. So now it's like the only win that you have has just been kind of thwarted by Nine Pandas. So you're back to the drawing board. Like, this is a really spooky position to be in. Like, you don't want to go, like, 2 losses down, a draw against EG, who are also in the trajectory to being in the same kind of 2-loss territory. Yeah. They need to find something.
They certainly do, and they need it bad, but I'm not sure it's going to come for them. It just looked so hard last game, and Nine Pandas, you know, they're a damn good team, unfortunately, for SMG. You know, these guys, they were one of the top teams throughout the DPC. They're just getting consistently high placements, although not really winning anything. They're still placing high enough to get those DPC points and consistently be a threat throughout the entire DPC. So, yeah, got to respect them, got to see them coming, and you got to have a plan for them. So we'll hope that SMG does exactly that in the second game. And looking pretty similar to game number 1, so we'll see what comes out the bag, and Nine Panda's going to start things off with an Invoker.
This hero has been practically banned the entire day. You know, we've been casting a lot of Dota, and this hero has just been absent the entire time. This will be the first game out of 8 for us that we actually get to see the hero. Of course, with the Quartz Wax build, going for Vessel, EMP, maybe back for the Midas, just being super just active on the map. Even not needing to go Midas, going like Dragonlance style of build. Very, very potent hero. And SMG's response instantly with the puck. This hero never cares about the combos Invoker. You can just phase shift dodge it. You get Blink Dagger, now you're disengaged from it. Overall, like the fact that they instantly go for it. I don't know if Nine Pandas have the flexibility to push the Invoker into a support position. I know I have been seeing Dubu play at 5. Some 4 positions like to play it because you can go Vessel and still, of course, be useful in that regard, but maybe this is just a mid lane matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out of this middle lane. It's pretty important that they're able to kind of like get their way into the game somewhat through one of the lanes doing well, because last game it kind of fell apart, but they actually did pull it back together a little bit in the bottom lane. A couple of misplays perhaps, but a couple of overplaying from SMG brought them back in and gave them some sort of laning phase, but after laning phase, it did look very brutal. Still, lanes definitely weren't too bad for SMG, despite how it looked. It was just that top lane was just absolutely awful, though. The Spirit Breaker pick was as bad as expected.
Yeah. Not float my boat.
Didn't tickle your pickle?
No, not at all.
Didn't slice your salami?
Luckily not.
Luckily not. Scarab Mage Ban, interesting. And we're going to see the Grimstroke coming back once again, making a return.
I thoroughly enjoy Grimstroke. Played it quite a lot recently, and sometimes in a patch, when you play a hero, you can just feel its strength, right? And that's kind of what happened with Grimstroke. And the funny thing is, like, it's not as if he got major changes, right? Like, his biggest changes were in 3-4 back in August. In the D patch, nothing really happened. So I think it's more the heroes around him got good, and more melee heroes that want to be in the middle of the fights are in meta. Therefore, Inkswell buff is good. Phantom's Embrace naturally feels good. So Grimstroke is one of the didn't get buffed, but everything else got buffed. So if anything, he got nerfed in the D patch, and anyway, that is cool to see. I love when heroes don't really get changes, but still rise in popularity.
Yeah, it always creates interesting talking points to see, how it happens and why it happens. And my favorite is when there's just no real reason, like people just aren't picking a hero, comes back and people are like, oh yeah, this is actually pretty good. I remember one of the longest patches we had, and then suddenly people just started picking Omni Knight just for no reason after like 3 months of no changes. And it's just like, oh, okay, I guess we like Omni Knight now, and just became first phase material.
Yeah, and that is why I think TI is always like the beautiful tournament, because group stage, everyone throws everything kind of right on show. Like, this is what we need to get through groups.
Yeah.
And then in that
Throw it at the wall,
downtime,
see what sticks.
and not only that, but the new format, it's going to be a little bit weird because we have like group stage, break, then the playoffs, break, then the finals, right? But that time now between, unlike previous TIs where you'd have like group stage, go, playoffs, go, little one day off, boom, straight to the finals. Now you have this kind of breathing time for teams where it's like, okay, our groups are really shaky. We got out of them, we survived. Let's now dissect what went well, what went wrong. And for example, right now, it's like Bristleback, Spirit Breaker. These heroes are on the rise. So after the group stage, once you get out of the just kind of the chaos of it, we're going to see teams have to try and theorize, okay, do we need to ban this hero? Do we have like plenty of strats to deal with it in a best of 3, potentially a best of 5 down the line? And potentially that time off away from the actual competition will either birth new strats, or people will realize, wait a second, this is just so busted, we need to ban it. But that could be one of the positive sides of the how kind of drawn out this new format will be for the international.
Yeah. Now with the Enigma coming out as well, Nine Panda is kind of stretching things a little bit. I mean, this isn't a hero which has been super popular, but of course, TI period comes around. You got to see these big ulti heroes coming through. Io, Enigma, Shaker, they've all got to come out. And now we see them. Enigma comes through. Yeah, on the side of Nature's Prophet. What a couple of picks from SMG here. Both teams kind of shaking it up a bit and seeing what they can manage.
Yeah, I feel like for Nine Pandas, you just want that. Like, you would love to have an illusion hero, but with Elder Titan taking away that armor, maybe it's a little bit scary. Specifically, like the TB, but like even Naga feels pretty okay. There's a lot of kind of defensive measures built into SMG. Like, they're super aggressive, but it's like, if you want to go for the illusion here, you have an ET. You have a Grimstroke that can go ags down the line, and then like the laning phase nuisance of Nature's Prophet plus potentially Elder Titan in tandem together, if that is going to be your laning combo, but also Grim Nature's Prophet, super aggressive as well. For Nine Pandas, you'd expect this Enigma just to be the off lane. Potentially, it could be some 4 position, but I believe that probably won't be Antara's style, and it's more going to be a 4 position that can just make moves on the map, whilst Enigma just farms up his side, go sync up with the Bane, and go get kills. And okay, they go for the Sven. It's of course good against the Prophet with the pushing out the creeps from the burst potential, but there is still a lot of kite for SMG. Pre-BKB, there's the coil. You've got Soulbind to keep him contained. There's Sprout throughout the entire game once he doesn't have a Quelling Blade. And of course, ET with the Stomp turnaround. So there are ways for SMG to deal with the Sven.
Definitely are, yeah. But other ways to stop him farming? Well, that depends entirely on how the laning phase goes. But they do have the mobility to get around the map, that is for sure. But my question is, I mean, which of these heroes is going to be the core out of Elder Titan and Nature's Prophet?
You have mind control on the team. So, I mean, if there's ever a game you want to win, you kind of want to give mind control a little bit of some profit.
Okay. But what about mind control Elder Titan? Have you considered this? What about mid lane Grimstroke?
Now we're speaking my language.
That'll float your submarine.
No, I feel like their draft plays on the fact that it's like Puck finds the coil, Prophet TP's in, bam, get the kill. So you kind of want Prophet to be in a core role in this game. because like if you find the Bane, if you find the Enigma, you can't have a support go, look at my spout. No, you need I'm packing a punch, I'm getting that kill, right? So I think that's why I prefer the idea of the core Prophet, even though he did get, his stats nerfed to the ground, his attack speed's kind of dire right now. I wouldn't mind it. And even the SMG, respecting this off-lane Wraith King that Nine Pandas have played before, it would be very annoying. SMG, they kind of want to kill in the moment, during the coil, during the Earth Splitter, and Wraith King going Aghanims or even soaking it up with just his ultimate alone would be too much to handle. So again, that's some new tech getting shown within the group stage.
Yeah, definitely. Nine Pandas getting rid of those pesky carry heroes, which I feel could be good as a matchup against the Sven. Now, final pick for them, and it will be the Tidehunter coming out as their off-laner, just giving them one more big ulti to play around, and you can really see how these guys want to take this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different game from Nine Pandas. Like, Tide will buy some meteor armor, he'll chip down some towers, Sven will just farm up. When he's ready, then he crosses the map, but nothing too crazy. But now SMG need to find a carry that's both good against Tide in the lane, also good against Sven in the game. What could that be?
What indeed could it be?
Abaddon carry? No. What could it be?
Go Lunar again.
I feel a bit volatile. It's very good, of course, against Tide. It's a classic. You loosen beam, you push out the tanky heroes. It would probably synergize with the whole tempo that SMG is setting, but okay, they go for PA.
Yeah, worked so well in game number 1. We'll go back for game number 2.
I mean, that game was just over in a blur. This is a very different game, though, for PA, right? You've got the shard break to kill off the Tidehunter. I'm going to try and hold off a sneeze as I try and segue through this one. But no, the PA with the shard, breaking the Tide, playing in the blur to not get picked off by the Sven. Also, the game isn't as quick as the previous game, so I would be surprised if PA didn't get to these items and contribute something to the game this time around. But spooky lineup from Nine Pandas, a very disciplined looking lineup.
Yeah, it is. They haven't gone crazy with it this time around. They just get these big team fight abilities, give them way clear timings to get into the game, make things happen. And of course, all backed up by Kiyotaka and Invoker, something they've always going back on for a long time. Another speciality of his, which he can just play mechanically very, very well. SMG, though, they can make a lot of moves, though. They've definitely got options to play around the map. You've got this Park, you've got this Grim, you've got this Nature's Prophet. So there will be ways for them to fight back into Nine Pandas. But again, I'm looking at this laning phase, and I'm hoping that it's just going to kind of break even this time around, because last game is just a little too convincing with the complete free game which Ramsey's had. Looking at the offlane from Team SMG, which is going to be the Mind Control Prophet along with the Elder Titan. Is that looking like something which can pressure Sven a bit to you?
I think there's always pressure potential with a Prophet, because Sven, even though he's a very tanky hero, he's not the most aggressive carry. Like, he farms, but he never kills, right? So
yeah,
I always expect some X factor to be generated by an offlane playing into a Sven. But it's more just how quick does Sven get his levels and his couple items to then just never care. Like, oh, if it is scary, I hit jungle. If it isn't scary, I free farm my lane, right? It's just one of those heroes, and why it was first pickable for so long.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, we now have game 2 up and running, so let's jump into it. Of course, SMG versus Nine Pandas, battling it out for these all-important group stage points. Let's go.
We are going to be seeing the position 4 Bane with the position 5 Enigma. Of course, because of that Tidehunter, it does force them into the supporting roles, and that is going to be not too annoying, though, I feel. I think Mind Control and his Prophet, you can easily click down those Eidolons. And the question is, it's a position 4 ET. Yeah, so ET loves playing into any summon heroes in support or core role, because, of course, with your Astral Spirit, you get additional damage, and you are going to be able to just punch through them. So Solo already leveling Malefice level 1, knowing that his first point in demonic summoning isn't going to be the most impactful.
30 seconds to battle.
And a pause. What time is it in Seattle, actually? I need to work out who's played the longest stint of games.
I do like how they decided to make the change to actually rename Demonic Conversion as well. That was nice. That was a nice touch. Respect it.
Okay. So, technically speaking, SMG have the advantage because it's currently 8 at night, and SMG played the second series time slot, not the first, but 9 Pandas played the first series time slot and the 5th. They've had to play the entire day, whilst SMG haven't. So 9 Pandas should technically be more tired coming into this series.
Important stats. Important stats indeed.
That's
Very
maybe
well.
why Kiyotaka missed 5 Echo Slams in the previous game. Thoughts?
Fiero, try to TP out. If he dies here, that'd be critical, but he does survive. But man, it hurts. That's a very nice start to SMG's lane down here in the bottom side. Already seeing this side hunter.
Gonna tango up, and he could actually die here. The fact that he's even walking this close to the lane. 1 stroke, 1 dagger. It's not like he's got a stick or anything.
Yeah, he's hurting. He's bleeding. He's dying. You might just be able to finish him off here. 1 more dagger will be needed. It is there. Right clicks coming in, and mid-1 gets a kill. First
And he
blood
doesn't have a
going away
TP?
off the PA.
He's dead for 5 seconds. He's already got TP on cooldown for 37 seconds. This is not what you expected from the Tide Hunter lane. He's gonna have to do the Walk of Shame. He
Smoke
buys the
purchase.
smoke as well.
No, he's hiding, so you can't see him do the walk of shame.
All right, well,
That's why I bought the smoke.
that's true. That's how smokes work.
No one can see him. Top lane as well. Ramses is kind of getting buttered down pretty hard. Mind Control and Arfu, they do damage, especially when this Astral Spirit comes back. This is lane I kind of expected to do well, not the bottom lane. Thought the Tide was going to do fine, but yeah, mid-1 put in the work. Mona come back. I mean, they've already dealt with the Bane, so the moment Miera comes up, up on the top side, Mind Control does drop. Ramses brings him down, gets a bit of revenge for the harassment that's been coming out onto him, but mid-1 down at bottom lane, he's getting so low, and Feebles out onto him, but it's the Bane. Oh, he falls pretty low, he's got the wand, he's got the fairy fire, and now Januel needs to land it, doesn't. Oh no, his mallet fell in his eyes and he couldn't land the stroke of fate, and now he could be the one in trouble. But they don't have the damage, they don't have the catch to get that kill. PA goes down, and they'll get nothing for it on SMG, so just like that, the lane kind of equalizes a bit.
Yeah, a lot of poking coming out from both sides. Again, it feels like mid-1 in laning phase, he plays the PA like it's a very different hero, always looking for that next kill. And of course, Antares with the Enfeeble.
Aggressive.
They would take away a little bit of damage, but this time he goes. Oh no, he's got brain slap as well.
Ooh. It's got the Phantom Strike. He's going to use it and does cut him down. Okay, that's to be expected.
They do
God, what a
start
trading
CFing though in the bot
side.
lane. Yeah, it's a lot of fight, not a lot of farm occurring.
I didn't even have the last hits open, I'll be honest. I was just watching
Yeah, I
the brawl.
just loaded up.
Yeah, Tiger doing pretty good in the mid lane so far as well, putting the pressure onto no one. On the top side, Mind Control being very annoying. I mean, of course you've got the Quine Blade on the Sven, but no one likes being sprouted every 10 seconds. Have some trees. Have some trees. Have some trees.
Micro also had to go for an early boots. He's even TPing to mid. Ooh, he's going to try and go for the early kill.
Yeah, they want to bring down Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka does have his own Quelling Blade. Is it going to save him? No, it is not. Mind Control with the rotation early on gets them a very critical pick off here. SMG really moving across the map right now, and Soto's coming in. I'm not sure what he's going to do. Down to the bottom side, Miera gets run down as well. Januel and mid-1, they take advantage of the fact that Antares is no longer there. And they're not going to find anything in the mid lane. These two supports have just moved in for absolutely no reason. Too late to change the outcome, and...
But the key thing here is, Micro doesn't have TP. Afu takes the top wave and drags it behind tower. So the creeps that you might expect MC to be missing because he doesn't have TP, he's getting XP mid. Afu's going to stall out the top wave, and then once Puck comes back to mid lane, Prophet can then TP back to base and then come back to top. So SMG, pretty cool stuff of the moves that they just made there to ensure what could have been a disastrous move. Like, yes, they killed the Evoker, but the creeps could have been all in the wrong places to remove them from the game. So yeah, I like the fact that SMG had the forward thinking. He's just back to mid. I think, what the hell? He just hates the
Dude, it
attacker.
doesn't stop. The aggression, mind control. He's here to play some goddamn Dota.
One more creep, one more hit.
Oh.
He's
Can't make
dusted,
it
he's
happen.
dusted. Yo, how much pressure is MC playing? You're the offlaner. You're not the forward position. What are you doing? I love to see it, but you might want to start hitting some creeps.
I mean, Arfu's not exactly missing CS here, to be honest with you. He's just kind of chilling. As you say, drag the creeps around, and then the creep aggro is kind of a mess right now for 9Pandas up here, so Mind Control's going to be able to come in and actually take some of that. So yeah, pretty much all of this farm. He didn't miss much, honestly. He missed like one wave, despite being away for like 3 waves worth. It's down at the bottom lane, and Terrace does fall. Mid one getting very, very low here, but Miero by himself, he can't close the gap onto mid one. Mid one can just skip himself away.
It also kind of helps for Mind Control that he's playing into a Sven who's pushing in the wave. The enemy position 5 Enigma is also kind of jungling as well. So they're not really playing into a traditional safe lane. It's a solo safe lane Sven with a jungle Enigma. Therefore, him TPing away, it's not as if it's going to be like punishing his ET or he's losing his tower, right? And it's just cool reads MC are making. He buys his own sentry, he's TPing to mid. He double tried to kill off Kiyotaka, killed him once, nearly killed him that second time. Overall, yeah, I'm liking the early moves from SMG. Just prevent this Invoker from hitting his stride. It happens too often with this hero.
Yep, any early kill you can get on him really does just shut him down. But he's, yeah, just picking up the power treads, so going to be a long time getting the Vessel, let alone the Midas to follow. Really slowed down. Nero, once again, uses the Anchor Smash, doesn't catch mid one inside of it. That's going to make things very, very difficult for him, and he's just going to get brought down again. Rotation in from Arfu, very successful. Nero falls again. SMG, they're kind of running this laning phase pretty well.
This is a still not very good laning phase.
Ramsey's though still doing very, very well. Once again, all these movements which Mind Control's been making.
Wisdom Rune, hold on.
Yeah, it's bottom lane once again, fighting over the Wisdom Rune. And Arfu looks like he should be able to grab this one. In fact, as Kiyotaka comes around the side, hold up, he's not willing to let the Wisdom Rune go, and he's looking for a bit of counter rotation. Stornado will miss, but that doesn't make a difference. Kiyotaka brings him down regardless. And that's a whole truckload of XP he just got himself. Gets the Wisdom Rune and gets the kill.
Yeah, I think surprising that the ET didn't just rush for the Wisdom Rune, using that ink spell to maybe secure it, but no, Kiyotaka instantly TP'd in, realized that they were going to go for the BAME, so he swipes the Wisdom for himself, and of course MC didn't fall victim to, hey, let me join the TP in. And MC, he realizes that he's maybe rotated a couple of times in the early game, so he's going for that Midas to secure his own game a little bit. He did buy Midas in the previous game as well. MC likes the Midas, it seems. But this game, of course, a little bit better. Yeah. You lose attack speed because his agi got reduced, therefore why not get a bit of some glove action to increase it?
Coil out onto the Invoker, tries to dodge the Swamp coming out from the Elder Titan, cannot do so though. Kiyotaka goes down. Ramses though turns up the engagement. He wants mid one, and he might just find him. Right click comes through. God Strength is there. More than enough damage to bring down a tiny little puck. And Ramses can now take the wave of farm as well. Good movements. Sees the illusion, wants nothing to do with it. Get out of here. But yeah. Bottom lane, Miero to fall once again. Miero, he's sitting at 0-4 on the Tidehunter right now.
The Tide into PA matchup is often one of those, like, PA farms a dagger, Tide just farms an anchor, and it's like a respectful matchup between the two. Like, you farm, my farm, thanks for playing the lane. But this Grimstroke, they've done so much work before the levels kicked in. Then the ET joined for a kill, then MC joined for a kill. Like, they really are just making sure that Tide at different points is getting punished by different heroes. But now we are watching Ramses farm up the stack. They have been pretty efficient on that, and that is going to help build up a slightly better lead towards the Sven. The Ancients are blocked though by the Sentry, and it is just out of range from the Dire Sentry as well, so they aren't going to be unblocking that yet.
Solo and Arfu just completely missing each other there. Arfu now has been caught. I thought he was going to be able to close the gap onto Solo, but instead, it is him who gets brought down. There's 3 heroes surround him and get the kill. Meanwhile, Bane now hitting level 6, so would really like to try and catch out a puck.
Does he have Tumbler? Oh, he has Fairy's Trinket. That was something I really wish Valve introduced for this TI season, was the ability to see the options. I think a lot of people have been calling for it.
We've been asking for it for a while, but... Oh, says no. Terrace. Oh yeah, gets the arc. I thought we were just gonna get the arc immediately, just ulti Januel. Would have been a Chad move, but probably pretty quickly cancelled by the puck or the Elder Titan.
Okay, MC, 100 gold away from his Midas.
Yep. And mid one moving towards the battlefield relatively quickly as well, so these farming items will be coming up pretty soon at full side of SMG, and once again, moving on to Miero. Miero, anybody going to come in for them? We've got a Bane TP, and we've got a full bunch of heroes coming on over here, trying to help him out. And this should be enough to keep Miero alive.
Yeah. Mid one respecting the potential Ravage into Hammer, and then TP Invoker or a Bane just able to provide the extra bit of control and damage to get the kill. But doing enough just to remove him from the lane. And mid one is 1 Claymore away from the Battle Fury. And then he'll be able to at least match and mirror the speed of Ramses and his farm. And they got the grip onto the Elder Titan.
They certainly do. It's not quite enough to finish the job, though, especially with the Warren coming out. He's actually going to be able to walk away from this one, and Terrace is now the one in trouble. In comes the Slam, Million controls here, drops him down as the damage comes through. Mid one, trying to fight up from this, but he's actually got to back himself away as he gets pretty low to Ramses. God's Strength, damage coming in thick and fast, and now they look for more.
He doesn't have mana.
Could be the target. No one, though. He's pretty scary as well. He's about to have another round of spells available. Does just about clip onto Ramses here. Thinks about going for solo, but thinks better off it. Mind Control just kind of stepping up very, very far here. Maybe Pandas can get the punish for this one as Miero once again trying to go for the second hammer of the fight. This one doesn't land. And, well, that's going to put a stop to things. So despite everything being used, all heroes, all spells being thrown at each other, there is no kill either side.
I think 9 Pandas have a little bit of a damage problem in the earlier scraps. When you look at the damage breakdown, it was 1600 from Invoker. And then Tide, Bane, and Enigma all doing 600 damage. Sven only able to get 1000 due to the kiting potential from SMG's lineup. And yeah, that is something SMG can look to exploit. The speed in which they bring multiple heroes to a fight, can reinitiate with coil or delay the engagement with the stomps. And Soulbind as well, so potent in the early game. Especially when no one picks up this Witchblade. Damage shouldn't really be a problem for SMG. The question for me now is how does MC
draft definitely working this time around so far?
Yeah,
I mean, not winning the fight, but definitely feeling
not getting around over. Like, we have a game this time around.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coming up on 13 minutes now, and you know, like sure, Ramses is farming pretty well. Yataka, he's got bats. I think he's got the full Spirit Vessel coming to him now. Yes, he does. No charges on it, though, which is kind of unfortunate. Would have really liked to see at least 1 kill in that last fight. Now he's sitting in that awkward position. You never really want to be looking like this, where you've just got a vessel with no charges on it.
Yeah, he can die and get one if he wants.
He certainly could, yeah. Let's go for some YOLO play. I either get a kill or I die.
Oh, okay. So MC's going for a Witchblade himself. It's an item that obviously is an int hero, so it amplifies that level. It gives him some armor. Not too opposed to it, but don't often see it. Also gives him attack speed, something that, again, Prophet did lose out on. And now no one with the Inksor and the ET able to continue finding these easy kills.
Kills off his ex-teammate.
Battle of Pride right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid starting to fall.
Incredibly
Miero
even.
making use out of this Meteor Hammer. Yeah, it is a very even game at this point. Both teams are kind of moving in towards their kind of farming items, so it's not even like one team is going to out-farm the other and wait for the late game. Like, both teams are pretty happy with it going late.
Oh, yeah.
One thing I am looking towards is how they...
Oh, mid one, hold up.
I'm holding up. Ramses always looking to just be aggressive. He's just an angry man. As in the middle lane. Going again. This time, Solo, once again, in trouble. Really wants to just try and land a black hole in this game, but cannot do so. Constantly leashed, constantly controlled. Ravage is there, doesn't land. No one dodges it beautifully. Now jumps back in, tries to get the kill, and Terrace is there. There's the Fiend script coming through onto the puck. That's why they picked it, and Ramses just comes on through and gives them a little tap with that sword to finish the job, and now they move over towards Arfu as well. Arfu will drop, and it's a great fight for the side of 9 Pandas. They take down 3 and lose nobody.
Just beautiful spell usage there from 9 Pandas, right? The disengage, the hold, and then it's the nightmare. You got Puck making some pretty cute plays, dodges the Ravage, tries to go for the kill, but puts himself in a position where he can just hit that grip in the mid lane. And yeah, sure, Puck has the Witchblade, but the blink would have been the ultimate moment there for Puck to really destroy the fight. And Sven, he's in the bot lane, no ultimate, and he's like, gonna have to disengage.
Oh, Ramses, he's just so angry. He's just always trying to hit people. Such an aggressive carry.
And there's also a pretty cool play there. So Januel put the Inkswell on the Prophet before he TP'd to then be like a global stun. And he's going to die instead, but pretty small cool play. Haster in top.
Snap it. Bank.
Any detection?
Coming in. No, he's going to get it. See you later, nerds. Flying off into the distance. Solo coming in. He's not got the tumbler toy available. Oh no, where's the tumbler toy? That's a shame. Could have got the 2-man black hole. Still considering going for it, but realizing that his life is limited. And it does indeed run out.
SMG throwing away some big kills here.
The black hole, none of them taken. And Kiyotaka is running around looking for more heroes. He's going to try and get the Puck here, but Puck could be a very tricky one to bring down with all of his mobility. Needs to reapply Sphere. Oh, Tornado catches him. It might be enough. Yep, it certainly is. Layers up with the Ice Wall just to make sure they bring down no one. And Kiyotaka with a beautiful assassination there. And he's going to keep it on going. Ramsey behind the tower. Oh, Ramsey's coming in from the front side. Kiyotaka coming in from the back. Arfu tries to make his way around this one. He does take the right path, but it doesn't make a difference. Kiyotaka's going to grab that one as well. He is just moving around this map right now.
Again, just completely picked apart the speed in which they're making these moves. They show for a second, they blunder one spell and boom, 9 Pandas are in your face. Sven, he is not farming backwards. This is a hero that traditionally likes the comfort of his own jungle. He is only thinking, where's my next ability to just punch SMG in the face? And yeah, he's doing it consistently.
Radiant are scanning.
And now he has the talent as well. Minus 15 seconds. God Strength cooldown. Most Svens usually wait for this talent before they're super hyper aggressive in your face, but yeah, not Ramses. As mid one gets caught out farming. Kiyotaka, is he just going to bring him down all by himself? I mean, he does have mind control. Oh, mind control TP's in to give him a target to put a Phantom Strike to. It's so risky, but it might just pay off here.
Does MC die for this?
Wait.
No, MC, you're the stand-in. Don't die for this.
He still hit a cap. Oh, no. I mean, he's still dead, but hey, man, rest in peace, dude. He got his carry out of there. He did
what
his
a
job.
Noble gentleman.
What a king. What an absolute
0-7
king.
for this poor soul.
Oh, no. They've got Fiend's Grip. They've got Ravage. They've got everything. Mid one. He's going to get him. Oh, hold on. No, he's gone. Oh, Mind Control died for nothing. 9 Pandas. They take him out regardless. It's starting to slip away. 6k gold advantage on the side of 9 Pandas. Sven not even having to get involved with this one. I mean, he's actually getting accosted at the moment by no one, but he knows at the moment that Phantom's Embrace is gone, Sven can catch him. And also the BKB was available the whole time as well, so anytime Ramses wanted, he could have broken free and thrown a stun. Always pretty scary. Sure, no one probably avoids it, but not worth finding around. Finding out? Finding out.
So many small plays happening from MC, but it's just not enough. The amount of times that he's just TP'd in for a blink strike, and to be fair though, like 9 Pandas are very quick to identify what happened there. It's like, okay, MC TP'd in for the blink strike, he's dead. PA didn't have TP, so he had to run south, right? And that's why they're mass TPing. The tier 1's still alive, the tier 2's still alive.
Tornado.
And mid
Could've
one.
He's out. He's mid done. Bane also going to get killed off. Mind Control comes in for a bit of revenge in the back here, but Mind Control himself just getting absolutely melted with the Cold Snap plus the Meteor plus the Spirit Vessel. He's going to take him down, but no one should get the return kill here. Ramsey's coming across, dodges the stun on no one. Pretty nice. Stays around for the Inkswell stun, then gets himself away with the orb. Very cute from the puck, just to control up Ramsey's a little bit longer. Ramsey's, he wants the tower. He's going to drop the ultimate for it. The arrow's here as well, just to drop down that old hammer. And the tower will go to Ramsey's.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Solo, we haven't really, I was gonna say, we haven't really spoken about Solo, but he got the Solo Crest. He already got a Blink Dagger. And there's not a lot of perfect counters towards the black hole, right? There's Phantom's Embrace, maybe Puck Silence if the Enigma kind of black holes away from his body. Sure, the Stomp, but
Radiant's middle tower.
I could see Solo just pulling in a shift, especially when you already have Sven, Tide, and Invoker who kind of like to get kind of scrappy in the fights. And I'd be surprised if we don't start seeing some pretty big black holes here from Solo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another arrow in their quiver. And their quiver is stacked at the moment. It's very, very full. You got Ravage, you've got Grip. That's something which the puck is always having to think about. Invoker dishing out damage as well. A little matter for Sven. God Strength BKB, pretty much unstoppable if he does get on top of them. One thing they've got going for them is that he doesn't really get anything which can pierce evasion. Like, Sven's not an MKB lover. So he is going for the Silver Edge instead. That'll help them out versus mid one. That's exactly what they need to try and get through this evasion.
I think that's why MKB also is kind of a little bit average, especially against like PA and stuff. It's like you can't just go Silver Edge, break the PA instead. You have the crit built into it. But Ramsey's just soloing Roshan. Solo gonna walk over. Please take a Solo Crest. There we go. Ramsey's like, tank for me. He's like, but I just use Solo Crest. I'm really squishy. Doesn't matter. Tank for me. Ow.
Oh my god, he didn't die.
Go on, Solo. Black hole it. I dare you.
Yeah, go on. That's black hole of the game.
Technically wouldn't have missed it. Roshan counts. And
hey, Roshan's your target and you land it. And meanwhile, Mind Control's just dead. All right.
Oh, Sunstrike. Okay.
Okay, Sunstrike.
It was a Fiend's Grip into a Sunstrike into many pathetic right clicks.
Well,
they were doing 48.
Get the job done. That's all that matters. And now they're moving forward, looking for the Elder Titan as well. Ramsey is no God Strength needed. They'll kill him off. Wow, even turn on to their next target before even finishing off Arfu. They just know he's going to tick away to the Spirit Vessel. Brutal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Moving in for more. Mid one and no one. The One brothers thought they could maybe find a way into the fight there, but they just died too quickly on the sports, even with no God Strength. And now, how good does it feel finding satisfaction as a Sven without having a God Strength up?
No, no, no. You just tried to gank a Bane, but he had a Ghost Scepter. Now Solo, he has the black hole.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't even to use it.
He doesn't get to black hole this game. Okay, here's a promise. If Solo gets through this entire game without dropping a single black hole, guaranteed MVP. No one else can take it from him.
Come on, that's not like a bet. No one's invested in that. Like they wanted to go like you'll go bald or something, you know? Come on, what's the? Oh, he also pressed BKB.
It's
oh,
it's high stakes. What you want to put something up here?
Yeah.
You put some paper on it.
Sure. $100 to any charity of your choice
Right.
who doesn't use a single black hole. There you go.
Oh, I was going to say buy it to the voice line, but whatever. No one is dead in the bottom side. And Solo. Oh. Nah, it's not
This could
happening
be
right
it.
now.
Oh.
He's going for a BKB as well, so it's very likely that he's going to land at least one. But he is dead at
He's
the
just
moment.
dead.
There's a bit of a comeback being mounted here, actually, from the side of SMG. They've taken down the Invoker, and Nine Pandas still decided they were going to try and make some sort of opportunity for Ramses to come in on this, but didn't really work out that way. And now they're just going to get themselves up. I mean, it is an entirely wasted Aegis. Like, this isn't good for 9 Pandas at all. This is actually a pretty major throw.
Yeah, the good thing there for SMG is like the kind of 9 Pandas are doing a lot on the map, right? Like you're killing a prophet, you're moving around, and throughout all of that, SMG are just going, wait a second, you're a little bit alone, I'll kill you. Now you're about, I'll kill you. And they were just doing too much on the map. And that often is going to be the downfall of teams against a PA. You build up the early lead, she's still farming, you're punishing them. And at some point, you're like, wait a second, we've given them one too many pickoffs. Now we need to deal with this threat. And mid one, he's had quite a difficult game, 4 deaths, still farming. He still isn't in that phase of getting all the kills and looking like a broken hero that she was maybe 2-3 weeks ago. But they're on the way.
Still crazy, especially after they buffed coup de grace to go from 20% to 17%, which, as we all know, is a higher number in Dota.
Oh, no one is no Fiend's Grip was available to layer into that one.
Yeah,
okay,
trying to
here
get
it
the dead
is.
in the water off.
Solo's wrapping from behind.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, no one gets out. Nice moves.
Dire are scanning.
And Kiyotaka sensing something's wrong and drops a scan here, actually. And those that mind control was in the area at the very least.
Yep, Link Dagger now picked up for Mirror.
Oh, Kiyotaka finds him.
Oh, okay.
Tracks down mind
He has
control.
dust as
Got
well.
dust available as well. Not giving him a chance to get out. Full staff through the trees as well. Breaks him, takes him, and gets another. Meanwhile, over in the mid side, SMG, look at the amount of attack here, but Ramses, he's under the cover of darkness. They see him though. BKB is available, so he's not really in any danger here. The only danger he's facing is that of having to pop his BKB, which he does not want to do. That baby's still got 9 seconds on her. Don't want to be taking that down.
Again, SMG doing a pretty good job, like mind control. He's the sacrificial lamb, right? He's playing on the far sides of the map. He might get picked off by an Invoker, but as soon as they're like, wait, Invoker's using resources here, then they're jumping onto the Tidehunter. And of course, Phantom's Embrace, very good against Tidehunter, can't be crackened off, so it just prevents him from using any of his, Ravages, Dead in the Water, Anchor Smashes, his kind of surviving tools, and yeah, SMG. Down the kills, down the net worth. Still finding ways to get some of these key kills. And a gem now picked up. Actually stolen. Sorry, it's Solo's gem that they stole.
Yeah.
Able to get some B wards. Yeah.
Give them the map control they need. Ramses, he is super stacked this game, but he's not cracked. He's not getting in and getting the kills he needs to really kind of take over the game. Like, sure, 5v5, very, very nice, but...
Oh, they've got a grip on mid one. The first black hole!
Oh, that's
not
bad.
needed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, I was so excited. I was so ready, but Kiyotaka was close enough.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about PA is like... It's kind of gone to be what it used to be, where you kind of want a steroid and a save for this hero now, I feel. Because it just doesn't feel strong enough otherwise. I don't know, am I wrong about that?
It does feel like the change to her blur did change the itemization on the hero, where now you're not rushing it at least, and you're going for the traditional items, which makes it kind of good. Of course,
Yeah.
the vanish buffer doesn't exist anymore. The cooldown is higher, the radius is bigger, so
Yeah.
there's the first black hole of the game.
There it is.
Oh.
It only lasted a second, but it was there. Puck gets beaten on down with Ravage to follow as well, but they'll get no one regardless. Just the quick right clicks coming on through. And now in comes the Harpoon to drag back Arfu as well. Did one looking to commit to this one though. He's jumping in. I mean, it's a big Inkswell coming off, and they're going to be able to cut down Solo with it. Mid one, he's big, he's scary. He's going to take down another as Miro falls as well. They're mounting a comeback on the side of SMG, but how much more can they get? 2 heroes running away. Ramses and Kiyotaka just trying to get out of this one, and I think they're going to be successful in doing so. Mid one still trying to chase, but not much left to be done.
2 pretty big buybacks though. Arfu and the ET, no one from the mid puck, just to get themselves the offlane and pods 5 kill. It's a little bit of breathing room, but it's not going to be the best feeling in the game, of course.
Yeah.
But now PA has just picked up the shot. Fan of Knife is in play. 60% max HP plus a break. That will be quite disruptive for this Tidehunter. He already has been going down relatively easily in these fights. He will now be going down quicker.
Yeah, we have been talking about how good this Sven, how good this Invoker have been in the game. We haven't really talked about how bad the Tidehunter's been though. Miero, he was just getting fed upon in the bottom lane. He was eaten alive. And he hasn't really come back into the game. Like, I like the budget build he's going for. Meteor, Hammer, Pipe, you know, the Shard as well. Shard is absolutely massive this game versus the PA and the Puck. But he's just not able to get it off. He's not able to survive. And now with the Fan of Knives, that's going to be even more the case.
Yep, it's going to be difficult. Ramses, though, is on the way to his Satanic. He has Harpoon, Silver Edge BKB. Like, he can crush fights. I think for both teams, it's kind of like, can you execute within the control, right? During the Fiend's Grip, during the Ravage, during the Black Hole. Right now, we're not really seeing the effect of Black Hole. It's getting cancelled quite quickly because ET Spirit is already out in play, covering the target that should get hold. And on top of that, the Ravages have kind of been thrown in as well, kind of just whimsically, like, let's go, we're already winning, you know? It's not been that decisive 2-3 man Ravage into Sven follow-up. And now we're going to see SMG with the smoke. They are so close to some pretty big items, but they're jumping the gun. Prophet has the Hex pickup now. Both teams are well aware of each other's posturing here.
Ramsey is going to need to get this BKB off early in these fights, and that's not something he's been doing so far. He's been trying to say that this is really a big reveal for the side of SMG if they can find him. Kiyotaka, give them information though. January will be a great target to rail straight off the back, but mid one's on top of him with the BKB early from mid one, and now he looks over towards the Tide under the rip. The rip is there, and Terrence in the backlines. No one's going to be able to cancel it out. Now the Ravage goes whipping onto nothing, but two heroes gone in one swipe. Ramses takes them down. He's looking for the targets, and he's going to find another one. No one's gone as well. Ramses, he's stacked, he's cracked, he's goated, and he's running into the pit right now to get himself an Aegis.
Oh, that was not the one, boss. That was not the one. SMG, they have this.
Not the no one.
Yeah, they have this like left-hand side positioning at Roshan. They look to contest, but they see an Invoker, they jump an Invoker, and instantly from the highlight reel already, it's no one jumping into the fight. The positioning of Nine Pandas is beautiful. You've got Bane sitting so far back with that 8th lens hitting the grip. No one on SMG could really get into the fight. It was the Puck who had to kind of just throw his body in just to get the winning rift to prevent that. I think mid one needs to be the one initiating kind of second in that engagement, but also ET, he was 100 gold away from BKB at the start of that fight. If he had a BKB, he'd be the one running into the middle, finding what's up, giving mid one presence. So SMB, I think they jumped the gun a little bit with that smoke, and in doing so, Nine Pandas with ease brushed this PA to the side once again.
This is a sad fight. It looked like they had all the tools they needed to try and catch Nine Pandas off guard. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work out that way. Mid one just too easy of a target to bring down in the middle of everything, and when she's low, you're just not taking fights anymore. You got to get your tails out. Kiyotaka just facing up against mid one here. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but he's got himself an Aegis, so he doesn't really care. And mid one, oh my god, he's going in on this one. That's absolute madman. There's no way this works out. The Black Hole's coming on down mid one. He is gone. Sure, it's a nice coil, but what does it matter? Well, actually, after he's coming around, he's bonking heroes. But finally, in comes Ramses, back in again, takes him out, stops the fun, and now looks towards Mind Control as well, looking for another one. Ramses, oh no, he gets him in the trees with Mind Control. A double kill for him. Now looking towards Januel as well. Harpoon will be ready in 5 seconds if it's even required. The meatballs will do the job. Flying all over the face of SMG right now as they are up onto the high ground.
I think mid one's a little bit of a loose cannon in this game. Like, jumping the PA, the Invoker in mid, he's farming Invokers there. The Invoker had Aegis. PA doesn't just like disengage and respect. You know what? I'm sorry, you're a farmed Invoker. Let me leave. No, he continues in. He tries to make the big play. No one also trying to make some big plays here. Orbing to the south. Doesn't have blink.
No one
does go down.
Yep, Solo's upon him. Tip comes out from Kiyotaka. Solo has his number. Very nice, quick job with the Malefice. And meanwhile, their base is being destroyed. They're saying that they need to wait for the creeps at the very least, but yeah, that was just 2 fights in a row now where the PA is just completely over-aggressive, you know, almost like he's trying to match Ramses blow for blow with how much he's playing up in their faces, but it's just not really working out. mean, she lifesteal a lot with the Paladin sword, but yeah, not enough to keep her in the game. Now, going in again, looking at Ramsey. BKB comes out, damage comes in, Hex is there. Oh my god, he did it again, mid one! Is that it?
That's it, no man.
That's left? I mean, I think it might be.
And what a tip from Ramses. Such a soul-destroying tip. As you close out the series, that one's going to sting as they go to bed tonight.
Yep. Kiyotaka maybe overextending here a little bit, will be dropped. At the very least, make a kill streak going towards Januel. What can he do with that? Well, he's got 1,000 gold in his pocket now, probably not a whole lot. Solo just with the BKB TP away. And Nine Panda's just trying to leave out of this one. They might leave their Tide Hunter behind, but, you know, we've all seen the Tide Hunter sushi t-shirt. They don't care about him, but maybe they do. Ramsey, he's coming back in. He's not letting his offlaner die for nothing. In fact, he's not letting him die at all. Hex is out onto the Ramsey Sven at the very least, and now they keep on chasing. Mind control, he's trying to run himself away. Ramsey's going to use the harpoon to get himself closer. Immediately, they'll cancel out that nightmare, and they'll take down another mind control's gone as well. 3 dead on the side of SMG, 9 Pandas. They are coming for the base. A tier 4 starting to fall. Your PA is back in 8 seconds, but I mean, come on. Is there anything left? I don't think so. Invoker is back. 5-man strong. 9 Pandas running it down. 50 seconds left on the Nature's Prophet. It probably might not even be enough to stall out this game. It's inside the fountain. Poor old Elder Titans just getting turned to mush. The Ancient is exposed. The damage is coming in. God Strength BKB to make sure it happens, and it will. 9 Pandas take game number 2, and that'll be a good night for them.
Yeah, what a game from 9 Pandas. I feel like they just play... I mean, realistically, it is kind of like the Ramsey show in this team. He really does understand his timings and when to crush the game. But on top of that, you've got the aggression of Kiyotaka, kind of the team rounding aspects of Miro, and then the support duos always just are annoying. You know, Antares and Solo, they're just making these like little micro moves around the map just to go, gotta deal with this guy, gotta deal with that guy. And on top of that, Solo, he didn't hit many black holes. I think it was like 1 or 2 this game, but I think everything else he was doing, just the spam in lane, the farm up, just the respect. I think, 9 Pandas, they are quite a strong team. I feel like this is the type of team that they have the underdog potential. I don't think many people would put them in like a top 6 category for a run at TI, but they have the ability to make such a run if they can just connect in the right games. Kiyotaka's over-aggression is always going to be the question mark. Is he too aggressive to make the deeper runs? But in games like this, when Ramses has like a banging carry pick plus Invoker playstyles, like, this is like a fun style of Dota to watch for sure.
Certainly is, and you know, just liberally throwing out these spells when you have all these extra ultimates. I mean, this here was almost a play, honestly. Like it almost was, but the black hole's ready, the puck's in the sidelines. Like it's not enough. It really isn't enough. The team wasn't ready to follow up on that aggression, and yeah, you're just kind of making such a low percentage chance play. Like, sure, if you catch the Invoker, it's nice, but it's not game winning. It's an Aegis. It's not that important. That's why you have it, to give yourself safety in these situations, to bait people out, and to encourage bad plays. And that's exactly what that was. Unfortunately, it's not ideal.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this PA pick for SMG in this series, 2 games in a row, it was just a little bit too much scaling, a little bit too much weight. And if anything, you have to commend SMG. Like, their laning phase, aggression into like the 13, 14 minute mark is very enjoyable to watch, right? They're getting killed, like the Grim, the PA, how they brought the ET in and the MC came into bot lane, MC TPing into mid. Like, they were making a lot of really cool moves. But then it's like, you need to make the game winning moves to enter the mid to late game, and then they just fall apart. And it's just like, poof, game's over, right? So there's a lot of work for SMG to recover. Of course, they are playing with multiple stand-ins. It's going to be a difficult one for them. But now let's look towards the victors. We've got a 12-0 Ramses, a 15-5 Kiyotaka, and who would you give MVP to? I'm kind of leaning Antares on the Bane.
I'm leaning Antares as well. I was hoping you were going to say that. Yeah, Bane kind of owning, like, I mean, sure, Ramses, big man, big sword, running around, kill stuff, 0 deaths. Yeah. Sure, it was great. But you know, that last game as well, we're bored of it now. We want to see something different, and Antares definitely provided it. Very nice in the Bane, making the catches, some really big pickoffs on the puck early on, stop him really coming into the game. And that's what made the difference.
Yeah, it's just that constant threat. Like his kill participation isn't that high. It's not like, 70%, 80%, right? But it's just in the fights, right? He's forcing the puck to think about a Lincoln's. PA's jumping in with a BKB timing, but he's getting gripped. Because he has A for N's really nice positioning, even at that Roche fight, mid one, he thinks he can just break open that fight jumping on an Invoker. But the Bane, he's on the far south side of that Radiant Roche pit, hugging basically the border of the map. And now no one needs to jump in to save him. It's like this Bane pick, putting it on that 4 position. Not many teams want to play Bane in 4. I think Tofu from Gaimin Gladiators is a good example, and Terra is now for 9 Pandas. But once you do get this hero to this point of farm, it just ruins some of these heroes that aren't as kind of elusive and as annoying and rely on that BKB stand your ground style of play. But yeah, we've got some group standings, of course, after this loss here for SMG. They are sitting at 1 and 5. They have already drawn against EG, and EG does still need to play up against Team Spirit. So if you are an SMG fan, you're kind of looking at EG now faltering a bit down the line in the hope that you can force maybe a tiebreaker again to get the repeat matchup between these two teams. And anything else in the other groups, Nomad?
I mean, not really much has changed. It's a rough old time for SEA at the moment, though. You know, their boys not really pulling out how we were hoping. We've got SMG in the bottom 2 for sure. We've got Talon now sitting 0 and 4. It's looking kind of rough across the board. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they can find some sort of respite somewhere, because it's not looking like a great TI for them at the moment.
No, and again, like, they don't have a lot of representation, right? It's just the 2 teams, and yeah, it's not looking too good, but we have the schedule for tomorrow.
Hold on, one more thing to shout out as well.
One more. Go on.
Shout out Vicar D-Stars. You know, these guys, they're looking great. Sorry, Keith Stars. They're looking absolutely great. Like, these guys coming in as a complete and utter underdog, you know, like crazy stuff coming out from them. And the fact they've been able to turn up and actually deliver some games so far, I think is delighting a lot of people. It's very entertaining, you know, a draw against PSG Quest, a draw against Tundra. Like, how do these guys draw against Tundra? How? It's not part of the script.
They're just doing incredibly well, but a team that's also not doing well, we're going to see tomorrow, PSG Quest. We're kind of a lot of favorites to do at least top 2, top 3 of the group, already struggling a little bit, going up against Tundra, and then SMG. We've already mentioned today how they're in dire straits. They are going to be having a little bit of break to enter the day on that second series, and they need to get a win. They need to claw Entity into kind of the riffraff of the middle pack of the group, because if they don't, then we're already going to be looking at SMG elimination potentially if EG get a win but SMG don't. Like, a lot of question marks. Group A, they did play an extra series today compared to the other groups, so we are kind of one step ahead here, and SMG already gonna have to be having some intense team talks tonight and a really nice sleep, because tomorrow is going to be the do or die day for them, so they don't just get eliminated on the first or the second day, technically second day of the road to the international.
Absolutely. And we're also going to be seeing if Entity or 9 Pandas are the team to get that second spot or not. So a lot of things to figure out in Group A, and a lot of things to figure out in all the other groups, of course, because we've got even less games going on in them. But so far, you know, LGD looking very, very crisp. Tundra doing pretty decently as well. And yeah, the only teams really looking in trouble so far are Talon and SMG, unfortunately, and Evil Geniuses. So we can see what happens tomorrow. It's going to be very, very exciting. But of course, there's still plenty of action going on in the other streams as well. We're ending a little bit early here, but you guys can go and check out any of the other hot Dota going on right now. I believe we've got game 2 of Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion starting right now. So jump over there, check that one out. But this stream, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 action. Goodbye.